waited for you. You never rescue me. He said, look, I've sent you a boat. I've sent you an helicopter. What else could I do? You rejected every single help that I sent it to you. And this is pretty much what Branch is doing. He's not facing the truth. He's not looking for the truth.
Yeah,
He's stuck in things that has no. Until you don't let go of those things, until you don't understand what God really represents to you, you're not ready yet, man. I don't think you are ready.
You gotta understand something, Rosh, right? Because a lot of people, what they do, instead of sort of, if obviously in case when they are wrong, they start sort of externalizing their blamery. Oh, they start blaming society or the blaming God. When in fact the blame is to blame. They are to blame, not God, right? If you're wrong about something, you're the wrong person. You're the one who wrong, whatever. Understand? So you gotta start sort of like viewing life from this perspective, right?
My bad, bro. I'm not sure if I didn't make this clear, right? What I was trying to say is that it's religion that stops us from being brothers.
What do you mean religion? Descriptions again. Don't let our fucking description takes over your subconscious mind. Because if you
what I mean by that,
I know what he means. I think I know what he means. You have two siblings, two actual brothers from the same father and mother. And it comes that day of the week, that the bells will ring and one goes to one side and the other one goes to the other side. Two different temples, two different religions. How many?
Well, a lot of households like that.
Yeah, correct. Because, as long as you believe in God, the creator, you're halfway there. Now you just need to find your path, and your path to it, for all we know, is through Jesus Christ.
What if it's not? What if you're wrong?
No, it's not. It's not. See,
well, as far as I know, there is no other path.
So because you don't
Sorry,
know
skeptical.
of any,
Go ahead.
of any other path, you just go along with this one.
That's at the end of the day, that's a personal thing, right? Sure.
If you find a map, would you follow it?
It depends. Where's this map leading me to?
No. Let's say that you are walking out and about and you come across a map on the ground, folded in small pieces, and you say, "What's that?" And you want to fold it. Oh, it's a map,
I would not follow it.
He's leading me somewhere. Would you follow it?
No. What? Would you?
You wouldn't follow it. You wouldn't be intrigued.
Would you follow it? I would not.
There's an X in the
I
map.
would put the map in my pocket, but I wouldn't immediately just
Yeah, maybe not right away. Yeah, but eventually.
Is it a flat map or a glob?
When he says map, he's talking about religion. He's talking about.
No, I'm talking about this map. Yeah, has a pathway. In order for you to reach the destination, in this case, God, you need to go through that pathway. You need to follow the map.
So you're not talking about religion.
I'm talking about you finding your way to God.
I'm so confused.
So you're talking about religion.
No, religion is belief.
All right, man.
Confusing as hell, George.
Well, advanced, man. Maybe too advanced for you guys. Like I said, you guys are not ready.
Too advanced.
No, I get where you're coming from, George. I just think that it's different to where I was coming from.
And it has to be different because what you have is beliefs, and I also have beliefs. But when it comes to God, I don't have belief. The Creator is a fact. Creation is the manifestation of Him.
The way I see it is that there is a God, we share Him. I do not think there's anybody on this planet, right, that doesn't believe in the same God as I do.
Oh wow.
Yeah, you have the right to subscribe to that. Fine.
What about atheists? They're playing hide and go seek with God.
Yeah, but they don't believe in a God, do they?
Well, they do. It's just they just don't. They call it something different.
And even still, like even atheists, they're still people.
They believe in the God of Big Bang.
Right. I mean, it doesn't matter which type of God or what type of God you believe in.
Exactly.
It's the essence
They
of
go out, they
belief.
do rain dances. They're like Big Bang, Big. They chant for Big Bang.
Yeah, Gio. It seems to me, Gio, like you wanna play to the journalism of the room, as opposed to
I like that, Gio.
as opposed to what you believe in. Gio, do you really believe, Gio, that me and you believe in different gods?
The Big Bang.
No, I'm asking Gio.
No, we both believe in Big Bang. So
Okay, so how would you describe your God to us? Go ahead, Branch.
I like that.
How I would describe my God to you?
Yeah, you say it's the same as ours. How would you describe it?
My definition of God is everything. We are God. God is everything.
So we are gods as well?
Yeah, we're part of God.
So an artist, it's a person that can create something, is a god.
No, I didn't say that. I said that we're part of God. I didn't say that anyone can create a God.
Oh, part of God. Oh, yeah, of course. We were created by Him. So. And to His image, apparently. Do you believe in that?
I like Gio's analogy.
Listen, man, I ain't got no shame in my game, man. I'll tell you what's up. I will tell you what's up. Yeah, if you think that we have different gods we believe in, right, then you got to think about the fact that someone's got to be wrong and someone's got to be right, right? And in reality, I think that we're all God's children. It doesn't matter if you believe in fucking Judaism before Christ or Judaism after Christ, which is now Christianity. Hinduism, Muslim religion, it doesn't fucking matter. Right?
Absolutely. What you're saying, what I can hear you saying, is that religion is a man-made construct.
Sounds to me, George, like you understand me. So why is it that you also want to be part of this clique that?
But I don't have a religion.
That's the point. Is that all religions are the same? Not having a religion or having a religion, it shouldn't fucking matter. Like what you're trying to say is, you don't have a religion, right?
A religion is a belief with no proof. I don't have a religion. Jesus Christ was a fact.
Do you believe in a God, though?
Yeah, of course.
All right, then. So you believe in something.
Yeah, of course. The Creator.
So just because you don't believe in
the God of the Bible,
you literally just told me that fucking Christianity is not a belief you want to partake in.
Look, as long as you accept the existence of Jesus Christ, yeah, his presence on earth, as long as you believe in that, you're already a Christian. That's what makes you a Christian. And that is not a, well, we are calling a belief. The thing is there enough proof for not being a belief anymore? Is there enough proof for your standard of acceptance? Is one testimony enough, or two, or three? What you regard as being proof?
But honestly, if Hindus believe in Christians and Muslims believe in Christians, then what the fuck's the question about?
None, man. Because that's what I'm saying. We are still mixing religions. We shouldn't be doing that. I think we evolved enough in our brains, in our knowledge. I don't think there's a culture more developed than others in terms of knowledge. There are things some cultures know, the others don't, and so on and so on. And nowadays we share pretty much everything. But we should go beyond this belief thing and be more certain about things.
Well, I think we need
to. Because we've been living in this belief paradigm that we believe that we live on a ball. Yeah, we didn't ever have proof of it.
George, I guess the question is this: like, based on what you're just saying, is that any different to what I've been trying to say this whole fucking night?
You've been saying that you still have beliefs. You still don't know. Did I ask you already, what's the other guy? Do you believe you have two hands?
Have to what?
It's a yes or no question. Do you believe you have two hands?
Two hands?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah? You believe you have two hands?
Yeah.
Are you sure about that?
No.
Listen, man. You need to know. You need to know you have two hands.
The reason,
you need to know.
the reason I said
know these things. You cannot have beliefs about these things.
George,
that's the difference between the knowing and the believing.
The reason I said no was because some people believe that my penis is so big it's like a third hand.
What the hell, man? There's only one thing worse than wasting your time with a troll. It's wasting your time with a drunk, belligerent, nasty troll. That would be you, Branch. It's ridiculous, man. How old are you?
Agree. I entertain because, supposedly there's an audience as well.
Yeah, I understand people need to hear the message, but come on. He takes every opportunity to do that. Just a troll.
I guess my point is, the point is, not that it's my point. The point is, you only have beliefs until you don't have the facts. Once you have the facts, you don't have beliefs anymore. Now you know. And it's applicable to religion as well. So we are all religious people at some point. We all start by being religious, by believing. And then throughout our lives, we will have the proof that we require, regardless in whatever you believe. One day you'll find the proof that you need, but you need to believe it. If that is what you're searching, you will find. And once that you do, you don't have beliefs anymore. Now you know. Same thing as your two hands. You know you have two hands. You don't believe.
Well said. I know God the Creator exists more than my two hands do now.
Absolutely. Absolutely. We're just being ignoring the proof. The proof is out there, right in front of us.
In the creation, told us that. Let's look around.
Yeah, we approve of it. Come on.
Right. Creation that can never be duplicated. No man can do what the Creator did. That proves the Creator is above man. They will give acknowledgement that, like, Elon Musk is above them, more intelligent, can design things over and above what they could ever design, but can't acknowledge that there would be another designer that designed Elon Musk. It's fantastical thinking. Just to deny, deny that there is a creator, not that there might be, there has to be, even in their own science. They don't want to admit that there is a creator because they have consequences due to that. They owe their very breath to the creator.
What I take out of this, or what you just said now, is that Elon Musk, an artist, a creator somehow, has ideas, he puts things together, can enjoy his creations in creation created by God Almighty. But he refuses to acknowledge that.
Well, he's using things created by a higher being, a higher intelligence than him, to create things. He can't make the mineral, the dust, the dirt, the water. He can't make that. He's just using that to create something. And people lift him up as a great, whatever. Like he's a god. Not me.
Not me either.
Just a man created under God's realm.
Okay, we are all creative. The thing is, do you have what it takes to put it in practice, what you have in your mind, You had opportunities like everybody else, not everybody else, but some people have opportunities, you know? And they just get to develop a bit more on their ideas, even though they are fictitious. Once they realize the game that they are in.
Well, the stories are told not by the Einsteins and the Elon Musk of the biblical time. They're told by ordinary men, fishermen, carpenters. So the ordinary man can relate and not feel like he's left out or that he can't do things. They walked with the living God, saw him do miracles, saw him preach to masses, feed the masses, and then went to their deaths on the truth. They wouldn't tell a lie about that and died because of it. Many of them. There's no man that would die for what he believes is a lie. They died because they thought it was the truth, or they knew it was the truth. They saw it happen. They gave their accounts. They wrote it down, preserved it, made sure, even in times that they were trying to destroy all the biblical writings and hang Jesus on a cross, chose Jesus to die, someone who didn't commit one crime, over the most heinous criminal known to that community. The public chose Jesus to die because they didn't want to deal with the consequences of Jesus preaching more. It's an amazing story. People should really read it and get into it. It'll never be duplicated. Never. Because man doesn't have the ability to duplicate it. If they did, they would already have. It would be the bestseller.
Well said, man. Well said.
That's why they call out his name in vain. That's why so many pray and glorify him, and then the ones that don't even believe him also call out his name. They can't help it. He's in every one of us. You just have to acknowledge it, give glory to him, and seek him, and he'll make himself known in many ways. He's already doing it. You just can't see it because your heart's so hard or your mind's so caught up in listening to trolls like people that come here.
It's very nice when you see the world with a different set of eyes. It means a whole lot different. All right.
You killed the chat, George. Wow.
It's a moment of reflection.
Isn't?
Well, it was. It's in the
You guys
past
done
already.
getting all preachy?
No, I got a little bit left.
A little bit left. Let it out.
Isn't that what we all doing here? Preaching our beliefs into other people?
I think so.
I don't know. I mean, some of us are not gay like that.
I agree with Branch.
So, do you guys have anything for the ball apart from beliefs?
What do you mean? You want to argue?
Do I have to worry about getting muted? I mean, Rakia made it pretty clear. If I don't agree with Rakia, I get muted.
Well, if we need to put a curfew,
I mean,
we'll put a curfew in place.
we weren't even talking about the globe. We were talking about religion. And apparently, if I don't agree with your model on religion, we'll be muted.
Hey, George, what do you think about...
He muted you, and he just called you out. I don't think he muted you.
George, what do you think about the idea about the longitude lines and how they get closer as you get north of the equator? Do you think that that's profound in any way?
No, what I would say is the latitude lines. You're talking about latitude, yeah?
Well, longitude lines they get closer. So yeah, so you could say the latitude lines get smaller. Same idea.
No. Longitude lines, no. Definitely not. Longitude lines are are straight lines, yeah, to the GP of Polaris.
I agree.
Yeah.
More or less.
So
exactly.
So they start in one point. Yeah. So they start in one point and they spread out, in every single vector.
Okay.
Those are the longitude lines.
Right.
That's how far away you are from it. Yeah, but to do that, you need to use the sextant in order to know that.
Well, perhaps, but so you would agree then?
And you use the celestial, and you use Polaris for the elevation angle that is required for you to do your triangle, and you use your compass and draw a circle around Polaris. That
you'll be a little bit off if you did that, but perhaps. But we'll just leave that out of it. But if you, so you agree then that if you were at the equator, then that those longitude lines would get closer as you could get north of the equator.
Closer? No.
Yeah, like they're one distance apart from each other. There's all the longitude lines that meet at the North Pole.
They open out
a certain distance apart at the equator, and so
they diverge.
The equator, they get closer.
No, they diverge. They cannot get closer.
From the equator, do they diverge, or
No, they don't. They continue. No, it's like what do you call it?
Don't listen to the question, man. Yeah.
A dartboard. Yeah, a dartboard is the same thing. You have your straight lines outwards.
Right. So the question is, from the equator going northward, from the equator you go north. You agree then that those lines get closer?
Yeah, that's what I just said. No,
it's not
the other way.
You said the opposite.
Yeah, I said it the other way. Yeah, it starts from the north outwards to the, not just to the equator. It passes the equator.
Well, the reason I asked that is because I agree that they get closer as you go north of the equator, but they also
from the equator. Yeah.
Yes, from the equator they get closer as you go north. Yeah. And I'm saying to you that they do the same thing from the equator as you go south. They get closer.
If you're using a globe map, yes. If you're using a globe map, yes. Because what happens is when you get to the equator, you cannot see Polaris anymore. So you need to turn around. And when you turn around, you're going to, oh, look, there's another point in the sky. Southern Cross. Now, let's use a sextant again, and go backwards to that 90 degrees. So you start, you stopped on your big circle, and now your circle starts decreasing as you approach the Southern Cross. That's how the globe map was created, That's why we are still on the clockwise and anti-clockwise rotation, It's when the person turns around. So you start at the North Pole, and then when you get to the equator, you turn around. And you guide yourself by a different reference point in the sky.
There's also a lot of understanding behind the globe map, which is that it's not one for one legit. Like there's a definite understanding when you look at the globe map that most globers believe in, that there is a slight distortion in the size of certain countries and shit just based on the projection of the map.
Kosho, the projection of the map will be depending on your culture as well.
I mean, if you want to take it there, I would ask you why you would take it there.
Yeah, because Portuguese, they had different maps from the Spanish, and the French had different maps from the Portuguese and Spanish. And the English had different maps as well. I mean, ultimately, they had pieces matching together, different names for the same land and so on, But they all had their own independent maps. And we are talking about what? 1,000 years ago? Maybe less? You know what I mean? So it's not
you laugh about
the globe. The idea of we're living on the globe is not that old. History is not as we've been told.
George, you laugh about this like we're not talking about the same thing. What I'm talking about are maps used today. right? The maps you was talking about are the maps used today. You're not talking about the maps that were used by these different countries a second ago.
No, no, it's the maps that we as a society of the so-called civilized world, yeah, we are so much advanced to some third world countries, you know, that we end up in accepting a map projected to benefit all of us. So it's an overview idea of what countries accept as being their borders and the sizes of their borders.
The point, George, the point is that map has understandings behind it, that it is a projection, and that there are discrepancies based on size when you start looking from the top of the map to the bottom of the map, as opposed to the equator. You know, there's differences of size because of the projection of the map.
Yes, we're talking about the land masses, but regardless of the sizes of the land masses, you know, the lines of longitude and latitude remain the same because they refer to whatever map.
All right, George.
Yeah?
I guess
you need to have a map first. You need to have a map first in order to find your lines of latitude and longitude.
Yeah, I guess you.
So whatever the map dictates to be, it's what is gonna, because that is your reference point.
All right. I mean, before I get muted again, I'm just gonna agree with you. Say fuck it.
The one
so you disagree
consistent rule is no matter what latitude you're at, the subsolar point or a star or whatever it is. Let's say your GP to some stars along that same line. That it's going to move along its entire path. It takes is going to be equal to its latitude. Okay, so the path that it takes at any given interval is going to be, some percentage of that circle. So if it travels 4 minutes, for example, let's say you're tracking Sirius, a star, the position on the ground that it is right now and the position on the ground it's going to be in 4 minutes is exactly 1 degree of its entire rotation. You can take this information and extrapolate out the entirety of the world in which that you lived in.
If you beg the question, yeah. If you beg the question, the thing is, like I already pointed out here, more than once actually, and I already mentioned this today, and I'll say it again. The globe map are projections from a flat Earth, elevation angles from the North Pole and the supposed South Pole. There is no South Pole, you know that. What we have is a reference in the sky that we call the Southern Cross, yeah, which supposedly is above the South Pole, like the North is over the Northern is over the North Pole. So basically, what they do is they start on the North, traveling with elevation angles until an area that they'll say, "Oh, I'm too far away to see the same reference point, Polaris." So they turn around. You're on the same plane. You turn around, you look behind you, you say, "Oh, look, there's another star over there." And now you do depression angles to the 90 degree or elevation angles to the 90 degree. Yeah. And you have two different maps, one for the northern hemisphere and one for the southern hemisphere. And they are both flat plane maps. Now you can wrap them around the ball with the northern hemisphere on the top and the southern hemisphere on the ball. Of course you can. That's how they done it. And that's how today they still beg the question of it. That's why we are still equivocating, because we are talking past each other. We have two different reference points in the sky. It doesn't give us a sphere. It gives us one flat plane, split it in two different views of the sky. Does it make sense? I don't know if I'm expressing myself properly. That's why I'm asking, does it make sense?
No, you make perfect sense, bro.
Should I laugh? Ha ha ha.
Why would you want to laugh at yourself?
Because I'm funny. But Kosho, does it answer your question?
No, I don't.
Because you refer in the almanac, no?
Actually, what I did was I did it once where I only used the almanac. I literally just used the data in the almanac to determine its position after 10 minutes. You know, the two positions.
Yeah, the almanac it gives you. The almanac is already a beg in the question.
Why do you say that?
You know, because it's referring to the two different what is it called?
Bay Area?
References in the sky. The two different references in the sky. Because that's how it's done. It's two parts of the world, a northern part and a southern part. But the way it was projected into a globe, it confused everyone.
Well, it took them 15 years to do that.
Like I said,
So.
once that you are in the equator, you know, if you start in the south, it's the same thing. If you will start on the south with the Southern Cross to the equator, and then you turn around and say, oh, there's a Northern Star, and then you do the other way around. When you put these two maps, one on top, one on the bottom, what you have? You have two planes, one on the top and one on the bottom. What they do is they inflate that, you know, and voila, you have a ball.
Hey, bro, you know what? I did just ask if you want to laugh at yourself, and I heard you chuckling. Are you laughing at yourself?
Dude, he's laughing because
I thought it was fun.
Jesus Christ.
It's hilarious, man.
Well, nobody else was fucking talking, so I'm assuming he was laughing at himself.
Yeah, so he's funny. I'm laughing
Yeah,
with
man.
him. Fuck.
I am. Well, you do laugh about
you
things you do.
need
You
to
never done
have a
something
fun.
that you would say it's silly.
He sees the irony in what's being said, and you can't. And only two of us are laughing. It's kind of like talking to a Karen. You told the Karen the joke, and the Karen doesn't get it, and the Karen's mad that you're laughing at the joke that's funny.
So for those who are willing to accept the challenge of MC Tunes, yeah, without begging the question of a sphere, what you need to use is a map from the Southern Cross onwards. Because normally we find from the north, we don't find from the south. The south is dispersed the other way around. That's why the lines of longitude and latitude they decrease again, because they are meeting in a point.
Well, here's the thing, though. If I go into the southern seas and I start navigating, all the stars are going to be moving. All of them. In the north, there's a fixed point. And in the south, there ain't one.
There's no fixed point in the north.
Correct. And it's not only these two, anyway. The thing is, they've used these two for the coordinate system. Yeah. So the line 0 starts in the middle in the equator, which is the time zone. Yeah, the meridian time. And it moves into different directions, the lines of longitude and latitude. Now, if you're using only a flat Earth map of the north, obviously, once that you pass the north, your lines of longitude will get bigger, obviously, and the latitude will get even bigger. Unless you turn around and get a different reference point. It's simple. But if you do celestial navigation, you need more than that. You need more than these two. You need at least 2 points in order to determine where you are. And again, need to refer to the map that you're using, the chart.
It sounds to me, George, like you're making a great point.
Same stuff most people have been saying, though. There are no private maps. There are public maps that are combined from different people out in the public. But what we all want, all of us, is a complete map from one company or one group of people. Private map. Something that's accurate. We're not erasing things because, we don't want somebody to see that island, or we don't need anyone to know there's a military base in the middle of nowhere. See, all these things are carved out of the maps that you get in the public side. Why? Because you're the public. You don't need to know about the private shit going on.
But all maps are pretty much correct in terms of coordinate systems, if you know what I mean.
I can lay out the coordinates.
It's just the references as to where those coordinates came about are different. So you cannot be comparing one map to the other. You know, every map that has its own legend.
Right.
You read and you say, okay, from this point to that point is this many miles, you know, and you make your calculations out of it.
The thing is, though, is if you presume the ball and you go into the southern oceans, you're probably going to end up shark food. If you start with a pie and you go into the southern pieces, you're going to be more accurate in your landings.
No, but Carlos, no one would do that no one would go to the south without taking a chart of the south. You cannot go to the south with a chart of the north, can you? It's not that area. Why would you take a chart of the north to the south? You need to take a chart from the south, referring the south, Northern Cross, and flat plains in the south.
Isn't that exactly
it's the only way? It's the only way it's done. That's how it's done.
Didn't Columbus do exactly what you just said?
No.
Columbus didn't know the world was round, did he?
You had no idea.
When you talk about,
you had no idea.
I think he did know it was round, man. He was arguing it was round.
Yeah. He was arguing it was round. Yeah.
That's like all these globers on here telling me that the Earth spins. Okay, take me to the spot where I see the phenomenon Earth moving. And everyone says, well, you have to go to outer space. Well, there's only been 18 people to allegedly have gone to outer space. 18 people out of 8 billion isn't a consensus. It's a conspiracy.
Cuddles, just like George did, I've got to say, you're making a great point.
Dude, private maps. If I'm going to go and I'm going to do an expedition, I'm going to talk to the Navy. I'm getting private maps from the Navy. I'm not using public shit. I'm not.
Really? You actually got maps from the Navy?
I said if and when.
Okay, so with the whole if, you don't really know what you're talking about then, do you? You've never seen a map from the Navy, have you?
Yes, I have. They have private charts. They have more charts than you have, dude, that account for all the space.
Hold on a second. You just said it all. Different charts. It's not one chart for the whole place. No. It doesn't exist such a thing.
Look, in the north,
different charts for different areas.
The Navy's got a stack of charts in the north. In the south, the stack is bigger because there's more surface area.
So wait. So the Navy uses different maps, whether they're going north or south.
Different countries will use different maps, no? You say.
Well, but most of the militaries are about the same, right? When you're talking navies, you're talking about the same. When you're talking Air Force, you're talking about the same.
Honestly, it doesn't matter. It sounds to me like you and George got this shit down. It doesn't really matter what I say.
No, it's not that. When you're talking about the military, we're being precise. Yeah, the military has restricted areas; they cannot get in. They need to go around.
Wait. So you and George don't have things down?
Okay, stop trying to gaslight. How about that? How about we keep it peaceful? I know.
Yeah. We're still comparing carrots to potatoes.
Hold on. I know that the military has different charts than the public does, right? So me and you going on Google Maps, it's incomplete on purpose. That's public information. Private information is stuff that doesn't get leaked to the public. It stays private. Like certain pieces of property that I may have that some people will never know that I own. Those things are private and they're going to stay private. Private and public.
And I would I would go to the point of saying that no one in the military of any country in the world would account for rotation of the earth or curvature of the earth.
Jets don't either. All the jets do when they're landing on the boats
is
is
a big
account
claim I just made.
Wait, you guys agree or disagree?
We agree. We're just saying things differently.
Yeah. But I'll say it again in case you didn't hear what I said.
No, I was trying to make you guys argue. But I'll wait to do that.
Oh, we can argue about a lot of things, man.
The only thing you're going to get to argue over is whether blondes or redheads are better.
If I wanted to argue, I have a wife, man.
Right? Why the hell would you want to argue with her, though? Argue with the goat.
No one is laughing.
Hey, argue with the goat. At least the goat can't throw shit at you.
I have my best buddy, my cat.
Oh. Look,
he tries to talk back at me.
You have to start somewhere. If you're starting with a ball and you take an expedition with just a sextant and an astrolabe, I'm going to have your grave ready for you. But if you're using a pie and you're using a grid system based on a pie, I'll expect you back in 6 months or less.
Like a pizza pie?
It's like a pie.
Or a cherry pie?
Doesn't really matter at this point. Pie is a pie is a pie.
Hey, George.
Still looking at the GPs.
George, do you think there's a difference between a pizza pie and a cherry pie?
I don't know. Why do they have? Okay, hold on a second. Why do they have different names?
The ingredients.
If you implying it's the same thing, why would they have different names?
No, it's just the ingredients. It's all pie. All a round thing with a flat surface. Sure, there's sausage there. There's some bell peppers sticking up, but the topography for the most part is flat pie.
I mean, George, does that mean you don't really know what a pie is?
Really? Dude, is that all you got?
I mean, correct me if I'm wrong.
Try this shit on a girlfriend, bro. See how fast it...
Correct me if I'm wrong, but you basically just told George that he doesn't know what a pie is.
I didn't say that he didn't know. I said pie. You use a pie. Simple pie.
Okay, George, what do you think a pie is, George?
Really?
Yeah, it sounds to me like he's saying you don't know what I was gonna say what a George is, but
you have any idea how many pies I've served? You have no idea, man.
360 72?
You have no idea. I don't have an idea, man.
I'd probably. Dude, I'm
Cuddles. My man here has been serving a lot of pies. Why do you think?
I would ask you, what's the difference between a pie and a tart?
What I'm asking Cuddles is, why does he think you're not knowledgeable enough to understand what a pie is?
You did. You asked me the difference
No.
between
No. I'm a mediator in this conversation. It sounds
very funny.
The moderator's not supposed to disagree.
I said mediator, not moderator.
Mediator's not supposed to disagree either. It's supposed to be neutral.
I am being neutral. That's what you said, that George doesn't know what a pie is.
I guarantee you that's not what I said. If you just play back the audio,
what did you say?
Hold on. I'm walking through the house. Oof. I said a ball, right? Sphere and a pie. You're going to have a difference in ranges when you're in the South. See, the funny thing is the ball and the pie are going to look close when you're in the Northern Hemisphere, right? When you're in the northern parts of everything. But once you start getting into the South, everything changes. Between the ball and the pie, the distances are different. And that's the problem. If you presume it's a ball and you go out into the South, you're most likely going to end up shark food.
Now, are you guys ready for a punch? A punchline? Not a physical punch. I didn't mean like that. I mean, for those who heard what I said before, you have one flat plane, you come from the north, you deviate away, you turn around, you continue in the same flat plane, yeah. You have these two massive circles with inner circles smaller and smaller meeting at the center point, yeah. And you have these two big circumferences that they are touching each other. Now, this is the known world. What's beyond those circles? We don't know. I mean, you have a circle next to another circle. What's on the sides of those circles is not. If it's mapped out, we are not aware of it. If there's more land, would you tell the people there's more land? Why would you go there if it's not on the map? Once you reach this line of longitude, I reached this far. Now I need to follow that path. Now, yeah. The way it's mapped out, it's possible to hide way, way, way more land even before you reach what we call Antarctica.
Wow, dude. That was a very long way around of you trying to say that you think Cuddles is full of shit.
You are a horrible mediator. I'm just saying.
Am I wrong?
Yes, for the 17th time.
You guys didn't like it.
I'm just wondering why the moderator, the mediator, wants to gaslight everything. It's weird. You're fired, Branch.
Well, I already said that my whole point is to make you and George have a little bit of an argument.
Yeah, it's not a moderator.
You should have a curfew, a time to switch off the lights and go to sleep.
Well, that's an antagonizer.
Yeah, I mean, you guys aren't arguing yet. You almost started arguing, and then I bring it back. And the reason I did that was to facilitate a larger argument in the future. I felt that if you guys had an argument too soon, it will be...
Hey, Branch. Did I tell you the earth is not flat?
Yeah, you see, the next step in my plan is for you guys to start getting along. So do that now, George.
But we're already getting along, dude. The only thing we might argue about is whether blondes or redheads are better. That's what I'm saying, man.
Is that what you were saying, man?
That's what I said, man.
No, I was talking to George.
But George doesn't care. George is married.
Are you trying to say George's opinion doesn't matter?
At this point, I'm saying Branch.
It depends if you take it or not. If someone gives you an opinion, and if you don't take it, did it matter?
Like I said, George, right now my point is for you and Cuddles to start becoming friends, and then I'll dissolve that later.
But you can't dissolve it.
You dissolve. Okay.
Well, you guys seem like you guys are getting along.
Hey, RC Mighty, long time no see, man.
How's it going, George?
Same old, just a day off.
We're waiting for that phenomenon of Earth rotation to be shown to us. Us to be taken to seen it. That's the best way. Take us to see the phenomenon.
What?
RC's got it.
Yeah, RC can take us.
Take you where, Cuddles?
To see the phenomenon you guys keep saying exists. I want to see the phenomenon, man.
You see, RC, what's happening is this, right? George and Chucky or Cuddles pretending they don't get along, even though once George invited you into the chat, it's Cuddles that's finishing his sentence, and now actually making you part of the conversation.
Fun. Cuddles, can you be more specific where exactly you have to go?
I mean, if that isn't obvious, then
so you can't be more specific with it.
I mean, Branch already was very quiet on it. So acquiescence, silence is acquiescence, tacit consent.
So you can't be more specific with where you want to go?
Where I can see the phenomenon of the alleged Earth moving phenomenon. Wherever that is, take me there.
But you have to see it, right?
Well, yeah, that's the whole point of the scientific method. Is seeing the phenomenon. Seeing. So if I can't observe the phenomenon, we're really missing out on the whole science part.
Why do you think that?
Well, because that's step one. Observe phenomenon. It doesn't say anything about building shit so that you could maybe see something based on the stuff that you...
Do I have to see it, or can I observe something without, looking at the thing for 50 hours? Am I allowed to just measure it, or do I have to, literally just see it?
So what you're talking about now is what I was saying is what I would call an indirect observation. You're observing something other than what you're supposed to be in order to see what you're supposed to be seeing, which isn't direct.
You're not allowed to measure what you're seeing, or maybe what you're seeing takes a long time for someone who's got an attention span of 5 minutes to deal with, but you can measure the thing. Makes it a little easier to see.
I swear right there, Micey, I swear you were about to say, what you're seeing here is a mirage. Just the tone of your voice.
What he's talking about is building a mirage and not showing me the phenomenon that he alleged.
Can you answer my question, Cuddles? So you feel like you have to be able to see the thing over, a 12 or 24-hour period without taking your eyes off of it, rather than just like measuring the thing, right? Like you want to be able to see the thing. Because if that's the case, I can't help you. Like you're going to have to go somewhere else.
Oh, I know. The answer to the
Okay.
question.
So you're asking for something that you feel like you can't even like deliver, even if you wanted to, even if it were true. You're asking for that thing. How sensible is that? How much sense does that make to you?
Very, very sensible, considering.
Oh, okay. So it makes a lot of sense for you to ask for something that you don't really even have. You even know, even if it were true, you don't have the ability to actually fulfill. And then you're going to backtrack and say, that's what I'm going to hold to my proof standard.
Monologue and gaslighting.
Cuddles, do me a favor and pull your thumb out of your ass and then come engage with the conversation.
Monologue and gaslighting. How fantastic. How about you let me know when you mature and you become responsible like an adult? And we'll talk then. How about that?
Cuddles, I'm doing great as an adult. Have no problems whatsoever. The question is, for your ask,
gaslighting isn't an adult
behavior. You try to create one that you, even in your own, what you believe is a fantasy world, could fulfill if that fantasy world were true. And you can't, yet you still seem to think that's a good idea to ask for it.
Hey, Cuddles, you bring RC Meister into the conversation. So for you now to act like he's very bad for the conversation at hand, it's a little bit oxymoronish.
No, it's not. He just made his own choice, dude. It's just like taking your friends paintballing. No shooting anybody in the nuts or the face, but he starts shooting people in the nuts and the face. Really? You're gonna just be like, well, we invite.
No. My point. Well, here's the deal, Cuddles. You took your nuts out. You laid them on the table. You said my nuts aren't here. I put a hammer to them, and now you're angry.
It's his fault for not following the rules of engagement. He's already understood those.
Cuddles, remember? If your rules of engagement are like your law interpretation, I understand why you're in the predicament why you're in.
What predicament? I'm fucking retired. Everything is paid for.
Cuddles, the predicament that you're in is you're asking for something you don't believe that even in your fantasy world, or a fantasy world that is a hypothetical in your mind, that you could even fill. And that is going to be your standard of proof. That's the dumbest shit I've ever heard of.
Spinning ball is a fantasy. It's confirmed by RC.
So what? Maybe the Earth is flat and the ball is a fantasy. But even if that's true, I would probably ask things of what I think a person in the fantasy world who believes in that fantasy world could deliver for me to at least show themselves and me and everybody else that it's wrong. I'm not going to ask them for the nonsensical thing that that even in my fantasy world I couldn't deliver.
Nonsensical is asking for me asking you to show me a device.
I know. I just told you that it's nonsensical, Cuddles. You don't have to repeat what I just told you. I told you what you're asking for is nonsensical.
RC, there's another way to look at this, right? And it is this. Cuddles knew he was going to get in an argument with George. So instead of arguing with George, he pulled you into the conversation. George left. And in reality, this whole argument should be occurring between Cuddles and George.
Oh, that's fine.
Yeah,
this is just a lot more
you're right.
You're fired,
let me tell Cuddles off. Let me disagree with Cuddles. How can you do this, man? How can you be asking them for things that they cannot show? That's not sensible.
Well, they told me that they could show it to me, so I'm asking them for what they said they could positively do, and now they're saying they can't do it. Well, that's
I can show you. You said take me there. You specifically said take me there.
It's called verification.
Cuddles, I don't think you know what you're asking for. That's not verification. You going into a geostationary orbit is not verification, Broseph. Okay.
Oh, so it's not.
And by the way, that's not the only way to verify something. Is literally going there. I can verify Bangladesh exists, but I've never been to Bangladesh, and I don't have to go to Bangladesh in order to verify it exists. It's not hard.
What if Bangladesh were another planet? Now
What
you'd have.
What if gremlins were actually dogs? I don't know. I don't care about your hypotheticals. Cuddles.
Well, good.
I really don't.
The globe is a fantasy. Thank you, R.C. Maestri, for telling the audience.
Cuddles, I need you to connect with an actual sensical statement, one that makes sense that we can have a dialogue about. But you running around with your thumb up your ass in circles isn't actually a conversation.
Gaslighting isn't either, you criminal, you.
Oh, yeah. Gaslighting would be me making false accusations as to what's happening right now and then convincing you that they're real. I'm just recounting what you're doing in front of everybody.
I said there's an alleged phenomenon. Alleged. Oh,
that we can measure. Yeah.
So hold on. In the scientific method, step 1 is to observe with your eye.
Where did you get that step 1 before?
Phenomenon. Hey, I can mute you, dude.
Please.
All you're doing is cutting off. Shame on you.
Citation, Kettle. Citation, please.
You're telling me that?
Hold on. I didn't realize this room was type of place. I didn't realize this room was type of place people ask for citations.
I know, right?
We're having a conversation. If you want to debate, we're going to debate. But all your
citation, please.
Because if we're going to do a formal debate and you start gaslighting, I'll sue your ass into a hole.
Well,
Cuddles.
Citation. You can cite me.
How to sue someone if I bought you the lawyer myself to sue me with?
Carlos, why don't you cite me or Gio or I don't know, maybe even SE? Why don't you cite one of us?
Like NASA.
Step one of the scientific method. Yes, it's observe a natural phenomena. Yes. You can cite me, no problem.
Cuddles, I want you to go ahead and try to sue me right now. Go ahead. What are you going to sue me for?
No, but hold on. George is trying to suck his dick. Let George have a second.
Okay. Hey, Cuddles, what are you trying to sue me for?
Okay, so these two can stay on mute.
I'm not on mute, Cuddles.
Oh, you are on my end.
Oh, okay, cool. I'll let Gio handle that.
There's nothing to handle as long as I don't overtalk you. Ha!
Yeah, but it's unfair to ask them to demonstrate things that they cannot.
This is what you guys have come down to. This is what you're at, Flat Earth. Cuddles is your savior. Allahu Akbar.
It's unfair for them to tell us about phenomenon that we can't observe ourselves. The wind blowing is a phenomenon. Everyone can observe that. Hell, you could feel it. You don't have to just see it. You can feel it, too. So you're telling me that basically equivocant, the wind blows, but I can't see it, I can't feel it, and you can't take me anywhere where I can see it or feel it. That's weird. That's very weird.
Well, he can't take you to a belief that he has.
I know. That's why he conceded that it was fantasy. It's fantastic.
If it only exists in his mind and not in the physical world, then it would be not possible for him to be able to show it to you.
Yeah, I know. That's why I'm asking for them to show me what they say exists. Or you can concede and you can tell the truth.
Oh no, Cuddles. You asked me specifically to take you there. That's the specific thing that you asked for. Yeah, I can show it to you, but you said take me there. And I can't.
Yeah, where I can see the phenomenon. Duh. Take me where I can see this alleged phenomenon.
RC, this is when you say that the sun's moving across the sky, right? That's
right. Well, you just look in the sky and you see it moving. I said, take me to where I can see the earth moving. Well, the sun's moving, so the earth has to. Oh, so you're just going to false dichotomy and trickle down into weirdness. Strange. You can't show me the phenomenon. There's 8 billion other people that need to go see this phenomenon too. So if you can't show one little country bumpkin, how the hell are you going to show the rest of the world? Strange. Hell, I'll even lose some weight just so we can lower the payload on the ship that we take.
They can't even take you there metaphysically. You know, Carl Sagan had said the overview effect and pale blue dot and all these things. What it would mean for humanity if space was real.
Well, come on, Crit. They knew in 1927 that the Earth was a ball. They knew the size of all the continents, even though they hadn't been to all of them, to cartographer all of them. No cartography done. I mean, it's amazing how 50, 40, 30 years before they'd actually been anywhere, they all, well, this is what it looks like. Well, how the fuck do you know? You haven't even seen it. Oh, you had a dream when you were tripping balls on something? It just came to you in a dream?
Yeah, a lot of trust would be in that claim. That they said this is what the Earth looks like. Based on what? They would have even less to go on than they have now.
Right.
But instead of adding trust, they've subtracted trust.
It's adorable. This would be like, this is exactly what terrible twos are like. For people that actually have ever seen them, it's normally the parents' fault, FYI. Because there's really no such thing as terrible twos. If you're a good parent, it's only bad parents that deal with that shit. How strange.
The luminary Mars is has a 2-year cycle. So essentially, when they reach age 2, when a child reaches age 2, they're having what's called their Mars return. So Mars is back in the same position it was when they were born, and Mars is the archetype of like sort of aggression and restlessness and all of that, those classic symptoms that they are not symptoms, but those classic characteristics that they talk about, the terrible twos. So yeah, it's correlated with that Mars return.
Right. Instead of actually looking at the parents and how little introspection they've actually done and things like that, right? So, yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of like a meeting. Like that energy is activated, and then if it comes out in a problematic way, then it's like part of the cycles.
Superstitious crapola. Yeah. Because my offspring never, ever had a terrible 2s, terrible 3s, terrible 4s. Never happened. You know why? Because I'm not a loser. I'm also not abusive. See, again, all of these things, terrible 2s, is learned behavior from the parents treating the children like they're garbage. People don't see it. They're selfish. They create the environment that they literally get back what they've dished out. And they don't want to see it. Oh, it's Mars. No, it could just be you're a horrible parent. That's what it is most of the time. Because I only hear terrible 2s from people who suck at parenting, ironically. It is hilarious. Funny, right? Even going around children, oh, don't mind him, he's on his terrible 2s. Oh, yeah? Well, I'm going to babysit them for the next 4 hours. Your children were fantastic, man. I don't know what you're talking about with this terrible 2 shit. Must be you. Because they were fantastic at my house. They did great.
Hey, Cuddles.
What up, baller?
Why is it that whenever you speak, right, it makes me want to poop a little bit?
Probably because of the fear.
You know what? Fear would do that because yep, makes sense.
Mm-hmm. You're standing in front of a lion. What do you expect?
It's crazy, bro. Like, maybe I just don't really understand the sensation of fear. Is it wrong for me to say you're kind of turning me on right now?
That's gross.
You did answer pretty fast, which means you're not gay.
I guess this is a good time for a subject change.
Yes.
Oh no, I was actually trying to figure out who he is just by the speed of him answering certain questions I asked, not by...
Yeah, we know what you were doing, Branch.
You're trying way too hard today.
He's
You
trying
guys
to
want
get
to
some...
laugh as Chucky Boy here?
Trying to get some Discord kitty.
With all the guys here, that's obviously what
I got a good one for you guys, but
I got
Chucky Boy.
SC Montreal. I mean, when you say you got a good one, is that in line with what he said?
No, it's a complete subject change. That's why I was waiting and asked if you guys
Come on,
are done
man.
with your...
I'm done biting my nails, man. Go ahead. I'm ready.
Yeah, we need something new. It's dragging right now with Branch trying to troll.
All right. So check this out now. The other day, I got up early. I don't usually do this, but I scrolled over to Gems to see what they were talking about. So they were talking about what a kilo is. If I was to ask you guys, what's a kilogram? What would you say?
It's a different unit for weight.
Exactly.
It's an
Well,
amount,
you'd be wrong.
an amount of crap.
What?
It's an amount of stuff.
Yeah. Apparently, they were saying,
It's the
and
units,
Chucky
yeah.
here, he could back me up on this. He was saying that a kilo is not weight. A kilo is mass.
What has to do like with one bucket of water or something like that, or
Well,
one size?
would a kilo weigh the same on Earth as it does on the moon?
That's not the point. The point is that they think, because it's written somewhere in a book, that a kilo is not weight. They think a kilo is mass, and they think a pound is weight. So they didn't know that weight is weight, and you can call it a pound, or you can convert it into a kilo. So I thought that was kind of funny. I don't know about you guys.
Oh yeah, it is extremely funny, man. Come on.
Yeah, it has something to do with like water too. Like 1 kilo equals 1 for maybe kilogram of
Yeah,
water.
I think Conspiracy Santa is on to something now.
Well, I think they based it on. They could have based it on. Yeah, George.
I feel the same way. I mean, I laugh like this when I hear someone is going to try to establish if water is level. You know, I laugh the same way.
Yeah, that's a whole different. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So it's so at room temperature, 1 kilogram is equal to 1 liter of water.
Yeah, I think they started it off with water. Now they base it on a lead thing kept in Paris, and some, they which they use to to measure the kilo against.
Yeah.
But this got me like for a shock. Like I couldn't believe that they were saying and they were fighting that a kilo is not a representation of weight.
No.
Well, then what is a
kilo is
newton?
mass? Yeah, it's
2.2
unbelievable.
pounds.
Yeah, but hold on a second. In some cultures, 1 kilogram, it's equivalent to 1 liter of I think it's water. It's the equivalent of.
Yeah, or
1 liter of water will be equivalent to 1 kilo in weight.
Yeah, that's how they came
Obviously,
up. That's how they came up with
different
the
liquids
unit.
have different densities.
Well, no, they came up with it by saying 1 milliliter of water equals 1 gram, and therefore you multiply it by 1,000 and 1,000 again. You got what you're talking about.
But it has to do with volume, isn't it? So it's the amount of the volume representative, either a kilo or a liter. So you would have the same. You could interact. I mean, if you were in the grocery store, with the old scales, where you need to have the balance, because that's the Latin name for it. It's balance scale.
Well, if it's the fucking Latin name,
it's a seesaw. It's a seesaw. Yeah. So you need to put the equivalent of something on in the other side of the scale to have the equivalence in kilos, and they could do the same thing with a liter. So if you put on one side of the balance a liter of something, and the other side a kilo of something, they would be the same.
Wow, bro, that's genius.
Yeah, you know what else is genius? Well, not genius actually. If a kilogram is mass, right? Weight, then why is it also a resistance to acceleration? So which one is it?
It's like going
our resistance for acceleration. A totally different type of fucking units, bro.
Exactly.
I know what it is.
Or is it inertia?
It's medium dependent, period. Right? How we weigh things. Medium dependent. Right?
Absolutely.
Like SE, like this whole thing of weight and it's accelerating at 9.8 meters per second square. What a load of absolute bollocks. Like if you get, a pound of water, right, and you weigh it, it's going to weigh a pound, right? Get that same pound of water, right, and put it in water. It's going to weigh nothing. Absolutely
Zero.
nothing. Zero. It'll weigh
Yeah.
zero every single day of the week. This whole bloody times gravity is a total utter load of bollocks. All weighing something is I think George alluded to it. It's just balancing something for convention, really.
Yeah, that's all it is. And you don't change.
Yep, that's all it is.
Your mass they want to use mass to use it as a magic word, right? You weigh what you weigh. You always weigh the same. You're always the same. If you go in water, you float. Of course. I mean, if you go in quicksand, you're going to sink.
Yeah, it's the balance.
Yeah.
Except most apparatus we use on Earth to weigh something uses springs.
And it's medium dependent, ain't it? Branch.
Right, but you're not just making level.
But that is the next step, isn't it? But that is the next step.
The reason I bring that up was, if you was on the moon, then obviously there's going to be a major difference from how much that spring would compress or.
You don't have to take it to your mystical, magical land of the moon at all.
Okay. Well, calling it mystical, magical may help your case. I don't think it does, but
it doesn't help your case. You're trying to weigh something on the moon.
Well, why would you call it mystical, magical then? If that's not
because weighing something in a mystical, magical place with a mystical, magical scale that's on the moon is mystical and magical.
Period. Well, you basically just told me that fucking all of weighing something is just a matter of finding a balance between one and another.
And you are confusing that.
what I'm saying is that the notion of weighing something in the world that we live in rarely is about balancing today. It's more about how much springs are fucking compressed or how much springs are elongated.
It's
depending
just
on the
pressure.
scale.
It's pressure on a spring. All you're doing, and that spring is being calibrated.
Right.
Right.
So I agree.
Right,
I agree with
to
you.
register.
I do agree with
a
you.
particular number.
I do agree. I do agree with you, Bansel, that on the moon, if you had a legit scale, and on one side you had a pound of gold, and another side you had a pound of feathers, then they will balance out, right? On the moon.
You don't have
on
to do
the
it
moon, on the moon.
You don't have to. You don't have to put this. You don't have to put this scale in a mystical, magical rocket and get it on the moon somehow. That ain't there. You can't do it at all. Not going to happen. So why not just do something a little bit easier, right? And take it on top of a mountain, right? Why not just do that?
Well, that defeats the whole purpose of this shit,
No,
right?
it doesn't. No, it doesn't at all.
It does. I mean, what we're talking about.
I posted something in the chat that might help you. That is a balance, a scale.
Right, but essentially what we're talking about is the difference between a balance scale, like what George just posted, and what you was talking about, Bansel, as opposed to the scales that we use in everyday life, which work off of springs.
Which is the next step. This is how we first started, man. You need to understand that. The scales that we use today, pressure over a spring, is driven, the counting process is driven from this process. So how much you'll need to put on these two dishes, to represent a kilo on both sides, or 10 kilos on both sides. Now you would have the same amounts on on the different type of scale that you're talking about, which is over a spring, to reach the same. It's calibrated from those values.
Well, honestly, based on what Bansel was talking about, if you go up on a mountain, it will be different.
Well, you're talking about you try to bring up the moon to invoke gravity.
Yeah, and there's a differential of gravity.
We're not talking.
There's a differential of gravity on the mountain.
It's all got to do with the medium it's in. It's got nothing to do with gravity at all.
So you don't think that if you took a scale on sea level and you weighed yourself, then took the same scale up on the top of Everest and weighed yourself on Everest, you think you get the same exact result?
No, you won't, because
wait.
It's a different medium.
Right? Wait a second. We are using the same word for two different things. A scale, you are using in two different contexts. The object that you use to weigh yourself in, that you call scale, and scale the meter. You know what I mean? How much of? It's a scale.
That's true, Ben. So why are you talking about meters? So when
So if you're talking about your pressure scale that you're talking about at the moment with your little spring, right? When you're down here, right, that is going to read differently to on a mountain, right? That little pressure scale that you have, right? But if you take a balance scale, right, it'll weigh exactly the same on a balance scale. There won't be any difference whatsoever.
Bansel, hold on, Bansel. That's exactly what I just said. Thank you.
I'm surprised Chucky's not piping up, because he had plenty to say the other day on this.
Oh, did he?
Yeah, he was one of the main guys. Yeah.
Yeah, but Chucky.
Really? Maybe he's working.
Chucky sounded like
he might be busy.
Chucky sounded like he had a few fucking,
Probably a good idea, because he wants to invoke gravity. So probably a good.
Finish what you're saying, Brett.
Piping up. Talk of the devil behind his back. Hey, Chucky.
Hey, I was just trying to say, Chucky, last time you sounded like you had a few drinks, bro.
Really? At 6 a.m. at work? Heading to work?
Mm-hmm.
Say that again.
Did you hear what we were talking about, Chucky? About
I did. It's hilarious.
So, what do you say? Did I first of all, did I interpret it correctly? What you guys were saying?
Yes, you interpreted that people didn't understand it. Yes.
Okay. All right. Then explain it to us.
SC. How dare you, SC?
I know.
If W equals mg, then W doesn't equal m. So it's simple. But I am at work, so I just wanted to hear Branch try to insult me.
No, bro. I saw some very gay-looking guy come in the room, and I figured I'll call him out.
W equals mg. How do we get weight?
Multiply the mass times the gravitational constant of where you are.
Which is an average.
So say we want to get the weight and then figure out the rest.
You know what? I will say this though. I take
or deal with Branch's nonsense. Go ahead.
My bad, Jeremy. See now.
So, Chuck, don't you think there's a little problem here with the multiple meanings of mass? Because if mass is a kilogram, how is it also a resistance to acceleration or inertia? How does that figure?
A kilogram is the SI unit for mass.
So a kilogram is not weight?
Correct. A kilogram is mass.
You hear that, guys?
Newtons. Newtons.
Yeah.
What's the SI unit?
What is it recorded, though?
Yeah, the SI
so
unit.
If I want to weigh myself, I want to use kilograms.
So Chucky, my scale has kilograms on because we're in Canada. That means it's not correct. It's not right what it's reading.
Throw it out, SE. Throw it out.
Or should I paint pounds on
Just
it?
throw it overboard. It's like the sextant, it doesn't work at sea. Just throw it overboard.
Yeah.
The same thing.
No, but seriously, besides the joke, Chucky, I mean, how does this figure to you? I don't get it, man. Like, I can understand if you say, it's a kilogram, it's weight, but we consider it also part of mass. I could understand you saying that, but saying that a kilogram is not weight is absolutely ridiculous. I mean, the French brought that in.
What? Really?
Le Français, oui.
I miss this wee kilogram isn't measuring weight. What's it measuring? You see? What?
It's measuring the weight. The weight.
Oui.
I was cracking up, guys. I was cracking up, man.
Damn. Wish I had heard that one.
Next time I'll go to my doctor, I'm going to tell him off. When he tells me, can you come on the scale? We need to weigh you. You say, what do you mean weigh me on the scale? You mean something else? I'm sure. You mean kilogram?
Kilogram thing? Throw it out, doc. It doesn't work. No. I heard that only pounds.
Doctor is using the wrong terminology. Not weigh, kilogram me. I'm going to be kilogrammed now.
You've been kiloed. And you should have heard them, the passion that they were defending it with, or they were making fun of the other. I forget who was talking with them. Was it Brian? They were lambasting him, like how dumb he is, and you know what they do.
It's the conservation of stationary momentum.
The measurement that we get is medium dependent. I don't know why that's so difficult to understand, and George is spot on with the balance scales. It's just a thing of convention. So for commerce, really, that's what it's used for. commerce.
Chucky,
So,
I got an object. Chucky, I got an object. I want to get its weight. What do I do?
Drop it.
I want to get a very precise weight measurement. What do I do?
Well, you got to work out the mass, and then you got to
you
multiply by gravity.
maybe you need a thermometer.
But then you got to work out what gravity you're going to use, like, and how strong that gravitational force is at wherever you want to work out the weight for it, obviously. Right? Because at the poles, it's going to be different to the equator, so forth and so on. Like, this is a very complicated thing, trying to work out this this weight thing. If you're going to be invoking gravity, like, it's different all over the place.
So we take a balance scale. Let's do a thought experiment. We take a balance scale, just like George said. We put it in the bottom of a swimming pool. We let it rest. Then we put 5 kilogram lead ball on one side and a 7 kilogram weight ball on the other side. Do you think the scale would work? You think it would read the difference between one and the other?
100% it would.
That's right, because they're
it
in
would
the
read the
same
difference. Yeah.
medium, right? They're both in the same medium.
Yep.
Yep.
Hold on, what kind of ball are you going to
between them is different.
What kind of balls are you going to have on the scale?
Lead balls.
Oh, okay.
What the?
Snooker balls.
I'm going to ask
billiard balls.
I'm going to ask a silly question, SE. I probably know the answer, but I can't remember the. What is a free body diagram? What is it? What are they referring to this free body diagram?
Yeah, a 3-body diagram is you have two. Let's say you have the moon and the sun. I mean the Earth and the moon. That's 2 bodies. You work out the calculation. Well, the third body is if you would put the sun into it, or Mars, or trying to calculate the motion of 3 bodies. They say it cannot be done.
No, he's saying free. F-R-E-E.
Oh, free.
Yeah,
Oh,
free.
I misheard you.
Yeah, free
I
body.
don't know. I don't know if I ever heard that term before.
Yeah, I never heard that before. I was going to say.
It's just a picture of all the vector, like the directions of all the force vectors.
Oh, okay.
Would that mean in their mythical thing, let's say in Lagrange point? In a Lagrange point where there's no, according to them, there's no gravity acting upon you? Maybe they mean that. I don't know.
You could do a free body diagram to represent that. Yeah, you could do it for anything. It's just a diagram of the different force vectors at play and the directions. Yeah.
It's about all the vector.
Yeah, it is about the vector. The 3-body program. Yeah, but the free, I don't know.
What? Oh my lordy lord!
You're talking about the Einsteinian math, yeah? They cannot calculate for more than one body.
Yeah, they say that.
Why they cannot do it for 2 even. So they cannot. Yeah, they can only calculate for 1. That's why they cannot explain a lot of things like gravity and so on.
Well, I heard they could do it for 2. I'm not sure, but 3 definitely. I heard that they cannot do it. That's why it's called the 3-body problem.
Yeah, they will need to debunk Einstein and supersede him with the different mathematics. That's why they want to go back to the Newton.
Yeah.
Damn.
With the current science, they cannot. It's not science, we know that. But yeah, with the current model that they have, pseudo scientific model, they cannot account for more than 1. That math, It doesn't work out after that.
Yeah, apparently to add in all the gravity and all the vectors and all this pulling on that side and this pulling on this side and the moon and you know what I'm saying? The different it can be done apparently.
Damn.
And then you have the multiple verses, isn't it? Different dimensions. And you needed Einstein to continue with his bullshit, you know?
Yeah, Einstein set us back at least 100 years, if not more, with his bullshit. Yeah, definitely. Definitely.
Absolutely.
Should have stuck with Maxwell, Tesla, Ampere, all these guys that actually did something, not this mental case. Yeah.
I'm going to ask you, SE, if I travel at the speed of light for 16 light years and I've got a twin, he's traveling one way, I'm traveling the other way, is that twin going to be lighter than me or heavier than me?
I don't know, but it's going to be older than you. That's for damn sure. You're going to come back and you're going to see his his grandchildren. Yeah.
Yeah.
You're going to say, "Where's my buddy?" Oh, you mean great grandpa Bob? Oh, he's been gone centuries. Who are you?
I know, he's been gone centuries. Exactly right. You're just like this fat young person now. You seem to have got a lot fatter and younger.
Just imagine Bansar, like after just hearing that, like they didn't throw him out of the university, like from the top floor or something, you know? It's like, how the hell did this guy become famous? I mean, I don't know, man. I don't get it.
I don't know. Well, I heard a rumor. I don't know if it's true or not, but I heard his wife was the brains. Like, and it's alleged that a lot of these ideas were her ideas, but he had to submit them because back in the times, women weren't allowed to do these things.
His wife was a math genius, apparently. Yeah.
God, if Einstein had any brains, he should have thrown his wife under the bus, given her all the credit for these ludicrous ideas that he now has to bear.
No, don't throw his poor wife under the bus. The crazy ideas was his. His wife had to come up with the numbers to make it look good, but the lunacy was his.
Okay. So he had the crazy ideas. The wife had to try and make these crazy ideas kind of fit. So okay,
yeah.
She was the brains. Okay, then I take that back, Mrs. Einstein. I take that back.
The guy was a kook, bro. Imagine his greatest moment in life was when he was imagining somebody falling off a roof. That was the greatest moment of his life. Not his child being born or him getting married or whatever, of him imagining somebody falling off the roof.
God.
That's where he got his cockamamie idea that everything is relative. No?
Yeah, well, who knows what the story is really, SE.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, but there's plenty of pictures of him, and he definitely, fits the image of a crazy person. That is for sure.
Yeah, I mean, everything he said is wrong. Everything. There's nothing that he said, well, except the photoelectric effect, which he stole from somebody else. So all the ideas that came from his brain are all cockamamie, unproven ideas. Like, name me one thing that Einstein said that was true. I challenge anybody. Name me one thing.
Let me see if I can find something. Einstein quotes. Let's see if we can get anything. Okay. He
gotta be at least one that someone else wrote.
Apparently he said, we cannot solve our problems with the same thinking we used when we created them. Oh. Oh, well.
Really?
Yeah,
Why?
apparent. Well, maybe that's why we have the problem in the first place.
Yeah, but Gio is spot on. He probably stole a good quote somewhere from somebody, you know. So.
Oh, here we go. Here we go. I have no special talent. Boom.
There you go. You're damn straight you don't.
There we go.
Well, no, he has a special talent, convincing people of miraculous things, like kind of like a priest.
He did not say this. Oh my God, he did.
I told you. I told you if you find something sensible, it won't be his.
Well, he goes, the only reason for time is so that everything doesn't happen at once.
Wow, that's freaking ingenious, man. That's clearly the mind of a genius.
This has to be under the comedy section of Google. It's got to be.
Didn't he also say that imagination is greater than, what did he say? What was the other thing that
he said the true sign of intelligence is not knowledge, but imagination.
There
we go.
Yeah, there you go. Man, how did he do it, man? How did he? It's got to be like an effort by the whole establishment, right? To push such a cockamamie idea out. Like to make people believe that arms get longer, stretch shorter, people aging slower. How did they do it, man? I don't know how. Just can't believe it. You know, all this started with light, huh? Have you guys heard of the ultraviolet catastrophe?
Not another catastrophe, no.
Yeah. This is how all this quantum stuff started, apparently. They were checking out how things glow, like how light, you know, like when you heat something up, it first off starts red, then it turns a little lighter, and then when it gets really hot, it turns white. Well, according to their theory, hope I don't get this wrong, was it a dark body, or anyway, the radiation coming out of a certain thing, I can't remember now, it's been a while, had to give a certain amount of ultraviolet radiation, like ultraviolet light, and it did not. So then they got together and they were freaking out, and you know, how come? Why isn't it so? So that's where they came up with the quanta. Like they made energy into quantized packets. And anyways, it's a long story, and that's how quantum mechanics started. By them, all this started by them trying to find out what light is.
Interesting. The ultraviolet catastrophe.
It's a fascinating story, actually. So it was Maxwell that, after studying all Hertz and all certain other people, that he came up with his equations that still work until today. And in those equations, he talks about permeability and all that stuff that Dyslow talks about. But they never mention this counter space. You ever hear Dyslow when he talks about counter space and permeability and all that stuff?
Yeah.
This is Maxwell stuff. But I wish he was here because I want to ask him, because I checked it out and he never talks about this counter space. Yeah, so all this started with light. All this current understanding, all this relativity crap, all this quantum mechanics, all started because they were studying light. It's unbelievable.
Okay. This was the Rayleigh Jeans law.
Yeah, he was part of it. Yeah.
Yeah. But
Rayleigh, Ohms, Maxwell, all these guys.
Paul Ernenfest.
Tesla, yeah. Well, Tesla was a bit after, yeah. Now, if these guys kept on investigating and we had no Einstein to muddy the waters, I think we would be way, way advanced right now. We'd have some actual clue of what's going on. And the ether was a big part in this. The ether was a major, major part in this. The Michelson-Morley-Michelson-Gale experiments. So nobody's sticking up for this Kosho. What's a kilogram?
They can't really stick up for it, SE.
This is no fun anymore, man. They used to argue.
Well, maybe Google has crashed. All right, so
yeah, maybe.
Google's
Can
crashed.
you guys read?
Come on, Chucky, defend it. Come on.
Can you read?
I think so.
I don't know.
Okay. Can you read the post?
Oh, okay.
And maybe your Google is broken, but mine is not.
Well, you know the Australians, right? They got some bad reception down there.
We do.
Why don't you read it out? I see.
Which part?
Kilogram. kg, basic unit of mass in the metric system. A kilogram is very nearly equal. It was originally intended to be exactly equal to the mass of 1,000 cubic centimeters of water. The pound is defined as equal to 0. Blah, 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 kilogram exactly. As originally defined, the kilogram was represented in the late 18th century by a solid cylinder of platinum. Okay.
There we go. Okay.
There you go.
So they got a piece of platinum about this big.
It's a mass.
All right. So they got a piece. Well, no, they got a piece of platinum, and they went, this piece of platinum is gonna be a kilogram. Boom. Okay. And we can put that piece of platinum on a balanced scale, and we can put bananas on the other side of the balance scale, and we can get enough bananas on that balance scale to balance out so it equals, right?
Just make sure he doesn't have his thumb on the scale while he's weighing it, huh?
Yeah, well, we know these shifty little people when they're trying to put a bit more money in their pocket. Exactly right.
They don't understand they've been sold a story, right? And it's blatant right in front of your eyes. They're telling you that this piece of lead here is not weight. and they convinced you that it's not weight, it's mass. I mean, that's a magic trick, man.
So
it has both weight and mass.
Well, I want to know this 1,000 cubic centimeters of water that, you know, equals roughly a kilogram. Like, when did you work out that 1,000 cubic centimeters of water was actually accelerating at 9.8 meters per second squared?
Okay, that's a different question, but
no,
everything on Earth
it's
is
not the same
accelerated at that
question.
speed.
Well, not really.
Every
Put that 1,000 cubic centimeters of water in water.
Yeah, they just did that to enable you to go into La La Land, to go into outer space and rejig everything. That's why they use mass.
Maybe you should use your Google and look up a free body diagram, and you might know how we know these.
I know what a free body diagram is. I explained it before.
You drew arrows.
Explain the free body diagram again, SC.
I didn't explain how it works. I just explained what it is.
Is a vector just an arrow, or is it a specific length of arrow in a specific direction?
A specific direction, yeah.
And
a specific
length.
Yes.
Right. So, and then you resolve those vectors to get what, SC? Then it starts with an N, ends with ET.
Yeah, but the fact of the matter is, it doesn't matter how you do the math. The fact of the matter is, they say, and I'm no mathematician, so I'm going to take a back seat on this.
It doesn't matter how you do the math.
They say that it can't be done. Now, I can't. My math isn't good enough to either confirm or deny this. I won't die on this hill. I'm just telling you what they say.
SC, I am French, but I don't have a French accent. Okay, I didn't say it. I don't mean a free body or a tree body. I mean a three body.
Three, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, right?
Oh, sorry. I didn't mean a tree or three. I mean three.
Three with an F. With an F, okay.
Yeah, I've already posted this more than once. Why do you not learn?
Look, I've never heard this before. My apologies. Can you please tell us what a free body is?
No, why don't you go look it up and learn something?
Well, here was your chance to teach us something. You're not taking it. Okay, fine. You want to make
I'm
fun.
At work. I'm at work. I have a barbecue to finish preparing for today, and I have my job to do before that barbecue. So I am listening, but I don't have time to teach you high school physics. Okay?
Nice swipe.
I'm not trying to be mean.
Sure you are. You're intentionally trying to be mean. But it's okay. Have a good day. And if you have some free time, maybe we can discuss it later. See, they get triggered. They get triggered.
No, because your Google is broken, here it is. Now, please read that out to yourselves out loud, and maybe you guys can figure it out together.
That's what I said. I said a Lagrange point. And I was a guess. Didn't I guess it correctly? Isn't your free body, isn't that what it explains, what you just posted here? A Lagrange point? Seems we were on the ball,
a free body at a Lagrange point and get a net of what? What would your net force be at a Lagrange point?
Well, it should be 0, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I did. So this dummy did understand this, right? From the first time hearing it? Wow. We're not that dumb as you think we are, huh? We don't need the Google.
So where is mass in this equation here?
Where is what?
Free body diagram. In this force diagram, where is the mass?
The mass. Excuse me. Which term are you using for mass here? So we know. Which term are you using? The kilogram. So the
term
mass
mass.
would be the body, the bodies.
Yes, the measurement is mass. That's the only time we use the mass as the object.
So it's weight until you want to measure it, then it becomes mass. Got it. You heard that, right, guys?
Mm-hmm.
No.
Mm-hmm. Oh,
no. Weight is the force. Mass is the resistant to inertia, or the inertia of the body. It's the amount of matter and energy contained within it.
The amount of matter. Oh, here's another description. You hear that? That's 3 so far. 3 or 4.
They're all saying the same thing in a different way.
Mm-hmm. But in this case, in the 3 body, we'll think of it as weight, as a kilogram, right?
Which body
and
diagram?
when we do the
Kilogram is
calculations,
not a
we'll
weight.
switch the mass button to calculate.
No.
Right?
We'll use newtons, like every scientist.
We will.
What?
Yeah.
We're going to use newtons now.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Okay.
Call up your physics. Call up your local university. Ask for the physics department, and ask any student or teacher what the SI unit for weight is, and they'll say it's newtons. And if you ask them what the SI unit for mass is, they'll say kilograms. They might say grams, but kilograms and grams are the same thing. Just different values up.
It's your brethren that did this. It's the French. It's their it's their fault.
Yeah. Aren't they your brethren too?
No, I'm not French, but I'm close. I'm close with the French, so they're good people. So you see how nonsensical this sounds, right? You see how, it's like wishy-washy, right? So when I weigh a lead ball in the open air, and I get a reading, and then I weigh the weight ball in a swimming pool, and I get another reading, does that change the kilos? Does that change the mass of the ball? What changed there? I would say it's the medium that changed, right? Not the actual ball itself.
Very medium dependent. Very. I don't know why this is so hard to grasp, really.
Because they need the mass. They need the mass when they go out into space, into La La Land. They need that word. Because then that thing can expand while it's speeding up. Another fantasy. That lead ball, when sped up, it expands, right? You guys know that in their theory?
It expands?
Yes.
What?
Indeed. Yeah. That's another part of their any object accelerated near the speed of light expands. That's why it cannot reach the speed of light or pass the speed of light. Yeah, that's their fantasy, man.
That's also why they have to say light has no mass. Otherwise, it would get better.
Yes. See, a lot of people don't know their fantasy in full steam. Any object accelerating near the speed of light expands. indefinitely, infinitely. It expands infinitely. Yeah.
We've got to stop looking into it, SE.
I know. And it's my fault for talking about it, bringing it up, but it has to be said because people don't know the full extent of the ridiculousness of the model. This is why I keep bringing it up. Because you see, you guys didn't know, a lot of people didn't know about this, about expanding. Huh? What? Something gets bigger when it goes faster? Like nonsense.
Oh, yeah.
What? Something ages slower when it goes faster? What?
I'm still getting over the fact that my head is older than my feet, SE. Like, baby steps. Baby steps, SE.
Yeah, slowly. I'm being too fast. Yeah.
Yeah.
The nonsense is so strong that you got to give it in drips, or else it will overwhelm the person.
Yeah.
You know what I think, Bansop? Part of the problem of these globe proponents is that they really don't understand the full extent of the model. They don't understand the nuances. They just hear things, momentum or whatever, mass. But they don't understand the full extent of it.
It just is kind of accepted. It's accepted and move on. Just accept it and move on to something else, even more ludicrous.
Yeah, and they have to accept it.
Yeah. And then we can find something else that's more ludicrous and accept that and then move on from that too.
Yeah, I keep telling them, okay, now you believe that we're traveling at 1.5 million miles an hour, right? Yeah, NASA says it. Who are you? I go, okay. Now, tomorrow, if NASA was to tell you that you're traveling at 5 million miles an hour, what would you say? You would have to accept that too, right?
Well, you've got no choice. you got no choice, do you? Really? What is the sun? 7 million, 10 million, 70 million, 90, 93, like which one it is. Whatever it is, we're going to accept it.
Yep. If tomorrow they come out and they say, we got a new laser, the D3 5000, awesome, cuts through the ionosphere like there's nothing. We did a new measurement, and you know what? We were off by 5 million miles. The sun is actually 98 million miles away.
Mm-hmm.
Instantly, all these guys would fall in line. Instantly, the Koshos, the Chuck boys, all of them, they would fall in line. Yeah.
Because SE, the tools are more accurate now. It's got better with technology. So the better the technology, the more precise we can make these measurements. So that's why. Right?
Yeah.
We've never said it's absolute whatsoever. Oh, we've never done that. We don't do that in science. Right? And then
that's where the proof.
And then you'll hear, what are we just supposed to throw all of science out with the baby with the bathwater and not take any into consideration whatsoever? No, you take what you know, what is fact, what you can prove, right? What is defined very, very clearly. That is provable, right? And this whole, to a very, very, very high degree of accuracy, right? And that's what you go with, right? You don't go with an idea and then piggyback off idea, off idea, off idea, off idea. Because I don't think you're getting anywhere. Scientifically, I don't think you're getting anywhere myself.
Absolutely. Yeah. The more you look into this stuff, right, the more that you're going to realize that nobody has a clue. There's a few guys that figured some stuff out, like hertz and ohms and stuff that we can, Tesla, stuff that we can put our boots down on, right? But the rest of it, it's all theoretical mumbo jumbo.
Mm-hmm.
Like for real.
And these things just get perpetuated because they're just accepted.
If they're off, let's say they're off to distance to the moon or the sun, that means their astronomical unit is wrong, which makes their stellar parallax wrong, which would then make the solar system completely off, which then make more dark matter, more dark. They would go from 96% unobservable pseudoscience to maybe like 98 or 97%.
Before you know it, they'll tell you you're in dark matter.
Yeah, the whole model. Eventually, the whole thing is just dark. Like, well, how can I observe any of this? You can't. It's all dark.
Yeah, you just need to worry about what is here, not what is there.
Yeah. They can't even name things properly. You know what a black body is? When they say a black body, it absorbs all light, right? Black body.
Yeah.
Well, guess what the biggest black body that they say around us is? Guess what it is?
The biggest one? Oh, I've got no idea, SE.
All right. I won't keep you guys in. Exactly. The brightest object. Yeah, the sun. That's our nearest black body. I mean, they can't even name things properly, for crying out loud.
So what, the sun absorbs all light, does it? But yet it emanates all light at the same time.
Right, and yet they can bounce a radio signal off of it and tell us how far it is. You see the absurdity?
Well, if a black body is supposed to absorb all light, how can you bounce any light off it?
Precisely my point, yeah.
Doesn't make logical sense at all.
Yep.
But that's the problem with logic, SE. All right. We can't be using logic at all.
Yeah, logic is no. Doesn't work.
No. Ooh, no. But as Buster goes, you just don't understand.
Don't understand. Yeah.
You just don't understand.
Shout out Buster. We did a 20-minute soundtrack of Buster yesterday at Next Level.
All
you guys want to hear all his songs, his live songs? Yeah, really good stuff.
That's at the start, is it? I might go back and listen to it.
Yeah, at the start. Yeah. 20 minutes. Yeah.
Cool. Yeah. Him and Isa do some good stuff.
Yeah, I told them they should get together, man. Isa's got some talent, and yeah.
Yep.
Did you guys see the drawing of damn it, I got a brain block now. I'm sorry, it'll come to me. When you watch the video, you're going to see somebody drawing in the background with a pencil. Amazing talent, bro. Amazing talent. Can't freaking remember the name.
Here we go. Everyone, hold on to your boots.
What happened?
I just unleashed Branch.
Oh, I thought Brenda came in or something.
No. No, that's probably time is it maybe in about an hour or so.
Right, see what happened, right? Is that Bansal, he feels a little inadequate when he talks to you, and so his anxieties are building up. So in order to relieve his anxieties, he decided to unmute me, thinking that I'll take over the conversation in the room, but that's not what's going to happen. I'm going to force Mansour to overcome his anxieties and talk to you.
Yes, doctor.
Exactly. I'm just sitting here rocking and frothing, anxious.
Hey, Bansot, did I hear you the other day say you have 7 children, bro?
And 3 grandkids, mate. And 3 grandkids.
Jesus, congratulations, man. Wow.
Thank you.
I couldn't. I was saying, what? Did he just say he has 7 kids? Wow.
Yeah. 2 lots of twins and 3 others.
Good on you, bro.
Yeah, no, I don't know. I'm lucky. I'm blessed. They're all good kids, so no trouble from them. So we're blessed there. One of them, one of them wants to work for the Australian Space Agency.
Yeah, I heard that. I heard that part. Yeah. We're gonna have a connection.
We are.
Nice.
But what he gets into a bit of trouble at school, because he questions a lot and challenges the teachers, and it doesn't do him any favors. I can assure you of that.
Make sure that they don't find out his old man is a flat earther, huh? Because he's never gonna get in.
I keep on telling him, mate, like, just be you, but if you want to get that bit of paper, you've got to put their answer right in the appropriate box. And like, he knows it, but he definitely does challenge his teachers, which makes for an interesting parent-teacher interview at the end of the term.
Oh yeah, I can see that PTA meeting.
Yep.
So you're the father of this individual, huh?
Yep. Yeah. We have one coming up the end of next week, actually, parent-teacher interview, and I'll be attending and asking. I'm going to ask the teacher in regards to water level SE.
Uh-oh.
Exactly. It'll be
You should record it. Put the phone in your pocket on record when you walk in.
I should. Shouldn't I? And it'll be very interesting to see what the answer is. Well, I had the same conversation, got to be 8 or 9 months ago now, at our local community centre. And anyway, one of the fellows, he's an older gentleman. He's retired. He's about 70, and we often discuss this topic, right? And he is hardcore globe, hardcore. Anyway, at the table, there would have been maybe 7 or 8 couples were just all sitting around the table, and me being me, I brought up water level being horizontal, and in a dam or a lake, a static stagnant pond, is the surface of that water going to be completely horizontal and flat from one side to the other, from one shore to the other? Every single one of them said yes, 100%. And it was so funny. Because Bob, my neighbour across the road, who knows exactly where I was coming from, said yes, right? The water is flat and horizontal in a dam or in a lake. But when it comes to oceans, SE, it's different. It's different in an ocean. Water is different in an ocean. It's just like, Lordy, Lord, give me a break. I literally face palmed there on the table. I could not believe it.
Yeah, I get the same thing all the time. Yeah, you start off with a cup of water, a sink, a bathtub, a swimming pool, yeah, a lake, and then they go. That's where the cog this event horizon hits. When you go to the lake, everything changes.
Yeah.
Their brain goes to ball right away.
Oh, every day of the week. Every day of the week. It's
crazy.
Wonder who. What's going on?
Oh, what's Terry up to? Terry, what are you up to? He found some curved water, I think, down under.
Hold on. Terry wants me to go on his stream.
Yeah, you've been on his stream many times.
Yeah, I have. He's got
Let me guess, Blue is there.
With a high IQ. Blue's there. Farmer's boy.
Farmer, yeah.
Ellen
How about Mr. 42 or somebody?
No. Maybe I should go on there for a sec.
Yeah, why not?
And what shall we talk? I might bring up. What should I bring up?
Water, of course.
What a horrible mode.
What do you want to bet, Nate?
Huh?
Well, bring up your theory of water. The law
My
of
theory of water.
Your law of water, no?
Yep. We'll bring it up.
Yep. Debunk water.
Is Nate muffled for you guys, or it's just me?
He is.
You guys hear me?
Yeah. Not really. Sounds like you got your head stuck down the toilet.
Wow.
Watch out for the Coriolis, because No Name told me that. Yeah.
Did you hear SE that I ripped Sean Hawkins a new one?
You did?
That's a lie. And who
Do
is Sean?
tell. He deserves it to be ripped a new one.
Yeah, hold on. If I'm going to gossip, I'll just do something before I gossip.
He wants to he wants to take us off the live stream. Wow, Bess.
Is Sean Hawkins?
I don't like to talk about people really too much when they're not here, so I'll do individual, really. Which
Yeah, he does the
he's
same with
pretty much,
me.
yeah, he's pretty much hated on all sides. He is. He doesn't have much respect anywhere, to be
Yeah,
honest with you.
nobody likes him, even on his side. That he's like a loose cannon, you know, like a Babs, that kind of a character. Like just
Babs.
insult after insult after insult. Did you take my Polaris challenge? How dare you? I don't want to talk to you until you take my challenge. Like he's all messed up.
You know
What's
what?
up,
There's
man?
nothing wrong with being that way, right? Like I can totally feel that way. I don't want to be part of this group or that group. I just want to be myself.
Yeah, but Babs isn't
Yeah.
that bad, is he?
No, I had a good chat with Babs.
Yeah, sorry, man. So I just got back, man. You said that you were gonna tell me a story or something.
Who, me?
Yeah.
No, I've been telling stories all night. What are you?
I heard that too, Bansol. I heard that too.
I heard that as well. A bedtime story
Well,
or something.
Well, you need to go back on the stream and rewind.
No. I don't have.
Yeah.
I don't watch YouTube anymore, so I don't know if anyone's told you, but I don't watch YouTube. So
Anyway,
yeah, tell me.
I'm gonna go and set Big Blue and Curse straight. I'll be back in a bit.
Nice.
So basically,
what is it, Nate?
Basically, Bansol, the last conversation, the whole fucking
Gangnam Shine. What is it? Gangnam Shine. What is it, Nate?
Gangnam Style.
Gegenschein. Should I spell it? Are you gonna go talk? Are you gonna go talk to them about that?
I'm gonna be an expert on it. You watch.
Gengenstein. What?
Yeah.
Gegenschein. That would be easy
It
to
proves
spell.
flat Earth. It proves flat Earth. Dana and
Does
I
it
have
prove
already
flat Earth?
told it.
I
Yeah.
thought you guys are saying Gangnam Style.
Nah,
Gangnam Style.
Yeah. All right, guys. I'll be back a bit later. Catches.
All right. Good luck,
Yeah.
Peso.
He's right what he said about Sean. Though, not very many people are fond of him.
Yeah, of course not, bro. I mean, the guy's not all there. I mean,
Who are people not fond of?
Sean, our buddy Sean.
Oh, Sean. Oh, that's Sean Hawkins guy. Yeah.
Sean Polaris Hawkins.
Well, he has like an
Polaris
uncomfortable aggression to him. Inappropriate aggression, I suppose.
I think we
He's
got to do it
angry
that
all the
way.
time.
If we
Angry,
don't,
man.
we might could leave that one out because that's a square.
Rocky Hop Mike.
What you think?
I mean, at least the
Do
other
this one
show.
and that one.
At least the other show
Rocky
has
Hop
rules.
Mike.
I don't think there's a reason to do that one because it's a block.
Rakia, you're hot micing, bro.
You have to do this one now.
Can you not hear?
Harold, let's just do for better or for worse. Let's do this one and this one.
Somebody mute him.
Yeah, Bansol left.
Yeah, don't do that.
Mod. Jeremy,
All
mute
right,
him.
we'll go with that.
Jeremy, mute Rakia. Jeremy,
Sorry about that.
You're good.
No
You're
problem.
good, Rakia.
We were just
Some
getting
of us
Mike's
have to
name,
work
someone's
for a
name.
living.
Yeah.
No, I never say anything that I wouldn't want someone to hear. We roll. We working.
Was that you ordering some nuggets before?
Yeah, that was me. Like a year ago, I ordered 12 nuggets, little bitty bite-sized nuggets.
And we got songs and stuff to preach after that. Wow. That was
That
something.
started the Nug Life Buster songwriting, leaving gyms, getting into logos. Like that started it all right there, that moment.
A freaking nug. A chicken nugget. Yep.
That was awesome. Taking a phone call from my mother while on Discord and coming back and not realizing my mic was still open from the phone call. Discord mic was still open. Awesome.
Yeah, that was the first song Buster wrote, by the way, guys. That started it all.
Nug life. And what's funny where it stems from is when I was a professional poker player, my theme, my online handle was Love Shack. And like when I'd go play local tournaments or travel and go play tournaments, my name was Love Shack. So when I would win a tournament or something, they would play the Love Shack song. Love Shack, baby. So it's just like the Nug Life.
Yeah, shout out Buster, man. Yeah.
I can't wait to win a tournament and get interviewed now because I'm going to blast out. You know what I'm going to say.
Uh-huh.
Yes, sir.
You're going to be known as the flat earth. Well, they're going to put that tag on you, right? The flat earth poker player.
That's fine. They can put it on me because how in the world would a dumb, uneducated, foolish, ignorant, blah, 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 beat all these Globers in a mathematical poker tournament?
Yep.
Logic, math, reasoning, common sense, human nature, all put together in one tournament, which is called a poker tournament. How do I even win a hand?
Yeah. Being so dumb, how did you open a company and have employees and manage stuff? And I don't get it. How do you do that being so dumb?
I got 50-something people. I got 18 right here in front of me on one job. And then we're forming up 10,000 square foot. I got another 12 there. We're digging a house, 12 or 15 there, pouring another job. It's just crazy. Rolling,
Yeah, it takes zero intelligence, I'm sure, to handle all that. Yep.
Yeah, I do it by myself too. I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like I manage all the ordering and all that myself.
Wow.
Now I have supervisors, but you know what I'm saying? The logistics part I handle all myself. That's why I'm so gray haired now. But come Friday, I'm gone. See y'all later.
How's the boat coming along? Is it almost ready?
Yeah, we got about 2 more weeks of like outside vendor stuff. We put in our electric door last weekend. My son and I, we wired all our electronics, got our fly-by-wire control system working for our engines. Paint is pretty much like they're just painting like the steps that go on the ladder. They're putting like all grip on that. There's 2 little vents that go in the cockpit that let air into the engine room, and that has a step on it to get to the rail. They're putting all grip on that, and then we're installing all the hinges and cabinet doors and all that. So it's getting really close. Put the props on last weekend, put the trim tabs back on, you know, just trying to finalize everything. Got the radio jamming, all my lights work. The blue lights, I think I posted a picture of it. Those are deck lights. Like when you're out on the ocean, you don't want bright white lights, so we put blue lights. Got all of them work. Well, these lights will do white or blue. You twist them. When you turn power to them, you can turn them. And one way is white and one way is blue. And then the other way is, you know, turn it one more time and it's off. Pretty
I
cool.
got a lamp like that. Different.
Yeah.
It's freaky. Yeah, the way. Yeah.
We got to mount our camera system. We have security and like deck cameras for when we're fishing. We're mounting that this weekend. The outriggers came in.
Well, that looks good, bro. Look at that. The blue, huh? Yeah.
It looks really good out on the water. Like there's underwater lights. So I have blue underwater lights also. So it lights up the water around you when you're in blue water. It's fantastic looking. And then that's
awesome, bro.
That's the outriggers that go on the side of the boat, like that do your spread. They call them spreaders, or I call them outriggers. Big long tubes on either side of the boat that extend out.
What do they do? What do they do?
When you're trolling, like for marlin, you want to create a spread of bait. So the marlin are looking up at that spread and think it's a school of bait. So you use these outriggers, which extend out away from your boat, and you run lines like a quarter of the way, halfway, and out to the tip. And you let the line out and let the bait out the back of the boat, and it creates a spread.
Those are above the water, I imagine, or in the water?
The poles are above the water, but the baits, some of them are dive and some of them splash the top. But I'll show you the outriggers.
Cool.
If you're not a sport fisherman, you're usually not familiar with what an outrigger is. But it's just an aluminum tool. Yeah. It's just an aluminum tool that it extends out. Like you keep them upright, slanted back when you're just riding, but when you're fishing, you extend them out.
Oh, you fold them in. Huh? I got you now. I got you. Okay.
Yeah, and you can run your baits further away from your boat. You understand what I'm saying? Like,
yeah. Now I get it.
You get your baits away from your boat where they're spread out from each other, where you can put more baits out. And it looks like a school of fish, and the bigger fish will come up and eat it. So the picture I'm sending you is when they're folded up.
Damn, that's a good sized boat there. That's quite high, yeah?
Oh yeah, those things are 50, I think the ones I have are 50 foot maybe.
50 foot tall?
Yeah, I think so. 12,
no way, man.
Maybe a little bit shorter. I can't remember. There's different sizes. Like different boats have, different lengths. I just ordered it and paid for it. I should know. I could look on the receipt, I guess.
So they're up. They're upright, right? That thing that's upright. That's what you're talking about.
Yeah, right now they're upright, but you see, you let it's attached to the boat by a pole, and you let a pin out, and you can lower them down. So they're on like a hinge, and they would lower down away from each side of the boat, and then you have pulleys that you run your outrigger line through, and you attach your fishing line to a clip, a breakaway clip, and you run your line out those pulleys, and it spreads it out away from your boat where they don't get tangled, and it creates a spread. Well, when a fish hits it, it pulls the line out of that clip, called a breakaway clip.
Right. Cool.
Big boy line, basically. It's basically what you do in a river or lake if you want to catch 7 or 8 fish. You'd put a line with a hook on a straight line down with a weight on it. You'd put about 7 or 8 of them on a milk jug, tie it down, throw it out.
We call those trout lines. We catch catfish like that. Yeah,
they taught us that in Scouts. I learned that in Scouts.
Just sending them out, but we're moving, so we're trolling while we're doing that. So we have a spread of baits out there, and we'll set them at different distances away from the boat too. Like the middle one's usually the furthest one out, and then you'll stagger them, and it looks like a big school of fish, and like a marlin will come up and see it, and he'll come hit one of them. I'll show you the marlin that we caught a couple weeks back. We fought one marlin for 22 hours. It got off. We hooked up 2 hours later and fought this one for 6 hours.
The one you fought for 22 hours got away?
Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah, right at the boat too. And it wasn't like you have to touch the leader for it to be a qualified fish. Like you're filming the whole time, and one person has to be on the rod the whole time for it to be qualified.
Look at that, man. Holy crap.
It's a beast.
Jesus.
We brought it in. It was we fought it for 6 hours, and it wasn't going to make it, so we just brought it in. They get that big and old, you fight them for that long, they don't survive, so you might as well just bring them in and mount them or do whatever.
Damn, that thing is freaking huge, man. And they can go like 60 knots or 50 knots or...
Oh, yeah. I was doing 32 knots one time trying to get away from the fish to tighten the line, and he had turned around and started coming at us, and I full throttled 32 knots, and he comes screaming past us.
Damn.
Like, amazingly fast, bro. And that one, that was a couple years back, but he got right beside us from like 1,000 yards out, and just turned around, and I got on the throttles and got up to full speed, was doing 32 knots, and he come hauling ass past us and like jumped right beside us and spit the hook. You lose more than you catch usually. I mean, if you hook up 10 times, you're going to lose, 5, usually 6, depending on
That's
conditions.
a hell of a fish.
Yeah.
What'd you do with it when you catch it? Do you give it to like a restaurant or something?
Nah, this one was pretty beat up. Had shark attack and just a couple of things. He wasn't really a pretty one, but we mount a bunch of them. You can mount them and sell them, or mount them and keep them in your, in your house or condos or whatever. That's what most people do. But most of them we release.
Down in the Keys, yeah, like a lot of the deep sea fishers or whatever, that they bring them back and give them to the restaurant or something like that.
Oh yeah. Well, the meat fish we give like to the firehouse, to the policemen, the firemen, and then we'll bag up stuff for ourselves and for our customers or whoever came on the trip with us. And then like I bring a lot back to my food kitchen and we'll fry it or cook it up and give it out. So we give away a lot because you can't hardly eat it all yourself. I mean,
that's huge. How much meat do you think that is total?
I don't know. We don't eat those. The tuna that I'm showing you a picture of was 102 pounds, and it's just bag after bag after bag of meat. You can't even fathom how much meat
That'll
it
feed
is.
100 people easily.
And that's not really a
Easily.
big tuna. Yeah, crazy. But it's terrific fresh. That's the only sushi I really eat. We'll catch a tuna. I like the smaller ones a little better, but and then the blackfin tuna we ground up for tuna fish. We use
Have
them
you
for
seen
bait.
the Japanese fish market?
Yeah,
Early
those
in
are
the
usually
morning?
bluefin.
Yeah.
Like
You
they eat a
see
lot
how
of.
much those things go for, man?
Oh yeah.
50 grand, 100 grand. You're like, what? For a fish? Yeah.
Pretty big though, huh? I just cooked some tuna the other night.
I'm having to go back to work. Playtime's over.
That's a yellowfin, huh? Look at that.
Yeah, it's a yellowfin. That's the owner of our marina's daughter, and then my daughter was on that boat when they caught that. I wasn't on that trip. But we catch those all the time. Like that's a normal every trip out.
I don't mean to make a segue like this, but I was with my friend yesterday, and she was making fun of. I don't know if she was making fun of me or if she was making fun of people in general, but she was saying that people claim that. Oh, because I was telling her that in California they now consider bees fish, and she's like, "Oh yeah, next you guys are gonna say birds or dinosaurs," and I was like, "Yeah, we do say that, dude." And but I think she was saying that to be because she was messing around. But anyway, we started talking about, because I guess she didn't believe it, and I was just showing her like in Australia, like if you really look at cassowaries, dude, if you really just like observe cassowaries, like I don't know how you can't see like they're behaving almost exactly like they look still like dinosaurs, almost completely, 100%.
How'd you know what dinosaurs look like?
Well, I mean, the way they depict them and what they say they are. They say these like these large,
So are you with the rhinoceros skin theory or the feather theory, the new one?
I think those aren't mutually exclusive, right?
Well, I believe they are, because they descended from birds, right? So I believe they're saying now that all the dinosaurs had feathers.
The other way around,
I
the
could
birds
be wrong
descended
on
from
that one.
them. Yeah, birds descended from them. Yeah, but you're saying that they either had to have this thick rhinoceros-style skin or they had to have feathers, but I don't think that's mutually... Like, if you look at a cassowary's basically got both.
Yeah, but they added the feathers, right? First they thought it was like, yeah. Like look at Jurassic Park.
Yeah, right. There's no feathers.
All those, yeah.
It's a modern, updated, I guess theory you'd say.
Well,
But,
yeah, they found one rock with feathers on it, and then they said, oh, "Wait a minute." Yeah.
Is that the full extent to where that idea came from? Because I do know that there's a lot of
There's a fossil. They found a fossil with traces of feathers on it, like clearly seen. You know how a fossil looks like you have the outline of the creature, and clearly showed feathers on it.
Right.
In the shale deposits.
Yeah. I'm sure a lot of the assumption comes from just the general idea of the birds being descended from them. I mean that kind of would indicate. I mean that would suggest to me also that at least the most closely related ones must have had feathers as well.
Or they could have just found the bird.
Yeah, they could have found a bird, but the evidence is not so much in that fossil. I don't believe. I think that most of the evidence is in the bone structure and in the like sort of the hip evolution. Like you can look at certain bones of certain animals and see, what they've descended from.
They found a bird with teeth and claws on the hands, and they started saying, "Hey, this isn't quite a bird."
The hips don't lie, man.
So the hips don't lie. That kind of evidence is pretty, like, when paleontologists and then zoologists, stuff like that, when they look at stuff like that, it's pretty conclusive. When you see two animals distant apart, but they have like the same general bone structure, or you can see where the evolution of bone structure came from.
So if they were to find, which one is it? Is it a platypus that lays an egg, a mammal?
Uh-huh.
If they were to find that, what would they say? That it came from a chicken?
Platypuses?
Let's say they would find a fossil.
Why would they say that?
Well, let's say
you see
they
clearly
found a fossil
mammalian
of a
structures.
pregnant- Sorry?
I said, when you look at a platypus, you see clearly mammalian structures on it and stuff like that. You wouldn't say it's a bird. It wouldn't. It doesn't have anything in common with a bird. Except for
Yeah,
it
but how
lays
about
eggs.
if they would find one with a female with an egg in it? Let's say they found a fossilized. What would they think?
They would say, let's say this is the very first time they find anything like this on Earth. They'd say we found a new kind of life form.
Mm-hmm. But
And
by
look at this.
their way of thinking,
It's a mammal that has eggs. A proto-mammal. A mammal.
Yeah, but with your way of thinking, wouldn't they say, look, the chicken is turning into this now?
No.
Right?
No.
I think they would call it chicken.
That's way beyond chicken, dude.
Aren't they, no, never mind, they're not marsupials. I forget what
They're just guessing, guys. They're just guessing, man. That's all they're doing.
No. The moment they see a hair follicle or hair, they know it's a mammal.
And if they find a mammal with an egg in it, what are they going to say?
Well, I mean, like the platypus. I mean, that's what make them sort of unique in that way. Is they're sort of they have features of more than one. What do you call that? Like not just mammals, but they have features of because they don't grow their babies inside of them, right? I think that's like one of the main features of a mammal.
They're marsupials, right?
Yeah,
I thought for a second, but I don't think so.
No, marsupial is different. Marsupial lays a little version of the baby, then it crawls up and it finds the nipple inside the pocket. That's a whole different thing.
Okay.
It's like they have the gestation, not gestation. That gestation.
So a platypus just poops out like a pancreas with a little baby attached to it and just fucks up.
I thought they lay eggs.
An egg, bro, an egg.
Yeah, so they lay eggs outside their body.
Like a chicken.
Well, no, like any other, like all the things that lay eggs, man. Amphibians, reptiles, birds. It's not just chickens, man.
Yeah, so imagine if they would have found that in the fossil record. They would have said, "Oh, here's an example of a chicken of evolution. Look at this. We have a mammal with an egg in it. Look."
They wouldn't have said, "Here's an example of evolution." Everything they find is an example of evolution.
Sure.
No, but don't you think if evolution is correct, though? If evolution is correct, then it's not bizarre that you'd find something like that, because if evolution is correct, then all things sort of gave birth in this way that lizards and birds do, and mammals sort of have this different way of doing it, where they do it inside their body. Even marsupials would be sort of a cross in between.
Yeah, agreed. Shouldn't we have a fossil record of that, of a cross species?
Yeah, we're all cross species, but that's exactly what I'm talking about. That's an example of this sort of in between.
No, it's not. And I just told you that they would use that as an excuse, bro. Come on now. It's not. It's a living thing that we know that is not evolving into anything, bro.
Yeah,
I just told you that you used it. You ran with it.
Essie.
Oh, show. You ran with it, bro.
Essie, but if I was you, I don't think my biggest beef would be the fact that life can change form and shape and size. Because at the end of the day, like our DNA isn't that different from that of a banana or a dog or a jellyfish. It's just it expresses itself differently. Like my main argument or point of contention would be this idea that life came from nothing. That's where I would.
Agreed. Yeah, that's one of them.
That's the hill I would die on. But this idea that a dog in the future can become a cat, I wouldn't find that too hard to believe, because we all made of the same things, right? All we have.
But would you want to see proof? Would you want to ask for proof, or just blind belief?
That's not a claim of evolution, though.
Yeah, I'll definitely want to see proof. But if someone can't provide me proof, it's okay. What I really want proof for, and I won't accept not getting proof, is this idea that life just sprung up randomly in a little furnace that was ejecting certain chemicals into water, and this was the perfect conditions for life to just spontaneously start for no reason. There was no reason for life to start, but it started.
Yeah, but neither of those.
I'm with you on that, bro. I'm with you on that.
Yeah, that's the idea I don't like that a lot of biologists and evolutionists have.
Neither of those two claims you said are claims of evolution. Now, dogs will turn into cats someday, or that life sprang out.
I know. That's what I'm trying to tell Essie. That his beef shouldn't be with evolution. It should be with this idea that life sprang out of nothing for no reason.
But can't I have both beefs? Because I do have both beefs.
You can. But the other one is the easier beef to have. Evolution, you're gonna get pushback like this from Kosho, but the idea that life for no reason sprang from nothing, I don't think Kosho's gonna have answers for that.
No, but even with the second part, he has no answers. Because I've been asking for years. Show me a chain of something in the water that breathes water and just sprouts legs and lungs. I want to see it. If you show me that, you win. But there's not one instance in the whole world. In all of paleontology, there's not one instance of this.
Yeah, there is.
Where?
I've shown them to you. They have the first. They have they consider the first land creatures or whatever.
Yeah, but you showed cartoons of this happening. I want to see fossils. I want to see skeletons. I want to see proof.
And I don't know why you would need proof of a specific one specific change. It's like there's lots of changes all the time. So I don't know why you're like the one thing that you would need is this one specific change. Or
not one, anyone. Pick any animal. Pick any species. Show me it coming from the water and going to land. And you win.
Why would it be any species when it probably happened? It probably wasn't multiple species where that happened.
Don't you find it odd that there's no evidence of this?
No, there is evidence of it.
No, where?
There's evidence of animals today Like I said, there's a frog. There's a frog that I know that lives, like its whole life underwater, basically.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, that's a species of frog. Most frogs don't do that.
Do you have the record of that frog before it became a frog? What it was before that?
This frog is still, even as a frog, that stays its whole life underwater.
So what?
Like I said, most frogs don't do that.
Okay.
So this
and
is a
that
frog
evolution.
that doesn't surface. Maybe it does
So what?
surface.
Most mammals
exactly
most mammals give birth to live babies, but some lay eggs. So what?
Yeah, this is evidence of an in between of someone who's still has the old ways, and obviously the ones that the other mammals that you see, they don't lay eggs, right?
Uh-huh.
The other mammals that you see, they don't lay eggs, right?
Right.
Right. So if you see one that does, that kind of tells you, wait a minute, you look back in the the ancestry of all these other animals, it's very possible that they came from maybe a single species or maybe several species where they were sort of in between, and then maybe like marsupials is kind of another in between, from going from creatures that lay eggs outside their body to having completely inside the body gestation.
And there's no fossil record of this whatsoever?
No, there's there's record of it in real life. There's animals that still do it. That's what I'm saying.
But I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the chain of evolution from the water to the land. Can you provide that?
I know
yes
you're
or no?
asking for a very specific chain when all you need is to see that it happens. If you're not gonna expect to see every single event.
What resolution do you want to see this? Do you want to see every event? Because I mean, fossilization is pretty rare. Ultimately, fossilization is pretty damn rare.
Exactly.
So you're not going to get like the mom and the dad times a million in a straight line, showing you every single change that took place. It's not going to happen. You're going to get punctuations, periods where you notice of the one lucky fossil that got stored in every 1,000 generations.
So it doesn't strike you as odd that we don't have any of that at all? Zero?
We have lots of that in the 1,000 generation category.
No, we don't. We don't have anything solid evidence from the water coming to land. That's all theory.
Because you don't like
cartoons.
the 1,000 generation problem.
That's your problem, not mine.
It's your problem because you're the one who's asking for it.
No, it's your problem because you believe in this fanciful story. I don't. So. What I think is every creature was made the way it is. It didn't evolve into anything. That's what I think. That's what I see. Now, you guys come up with a different story.
Then is why there is these time periods where creatures existed in the past and don't exist anymore, and they didn't exist before. So I mean, you'll see in the oldest strata of rock, you won't see any land animals type of thing. Then you will see land animals, but they'll all be these fish-looking things. Then, as you get higher up in the strata, you now get a variation in the fish-looking things, and many different types of things that are on land. So I mean, if they were all created at the same time, they should all be interlaced in between each other.
Well, that could be explained with natural phenomena like natural disasters, not enough food, overpopulation. I mean, that could be explained. Extinction could be explained.
I don't know, because basically what you'd be talking about is you need to have there's going to be death in all generations. So if all species exist at the same time, you would expect this, and some die off as time goes on, like we do see. You've got less species in total than we had in the past. So if you had, over time, you have all these species, you should have one layer that has all the species. Then, as you get into the newer layers, those species should start to dwindle. But we don't see that. What we see is one species, a layer, a new species, a new whole animal kingdom, and that a new entire animal kingdom. Yeah.
Well, that kills your theory. Then you're doing injustice to your theory, because where's the transition between all these layers? You're just killing your own theory, bro.
I don't think so. I think
we have
that's
a whole new set of animals. You're saying, right?
That's demonstrating the theory. It definitely killed yours.
How do you figure? You're saying that there was total destruction and a whole new set of organisms came into play, right? So where's
I'm looking through time. So, like, if I go a million years at a clip through the strata of soil, I will see. Actually, let's say several million years through the strata, and I will see massive changes over that time period. As you go back in time, you'll see that there's these transitions that do seem to come together. That's the whole. When you look at the whole tree of life, you can see this pattern repeated over and over again.
Okay, so you just heard what you just said, right? So by your own admission, there's no evolution there. By your own description of what you just said right now, there's no evolution there.
All right, you don't understand English then, or at least I'm not expressing myself well, because I said exactly that. Sorry, dude.
Here, I got one for you guys. Look at, that riddle, what came first, the chicken or the egg? Tyson thinks he solved it. He tweeted here, to settle it once and for all, what came first, the chicken or the egg? The egg came first. It was laid by a bird that was not a chicken.
But that's an easy one to solve. I don't know why people don't get that one, right? Chicken or the egg? If the egg came first, right?
Yeah.
What sat on it to incubate it?
That's what I'm saying. Obviously, the chicken came first, but he's trying to do this idea that the egg came first because it was laid by a bird that wasn't a chicken. Well, what was it then? So if another chicken laid a chicken egg, can you show me this another chicken?
Their whole evolution is just a fairy tale.
On a different server, the dude told me it was a dinosaur. A dinosaur laid a chicken egg. And I'm like, how does that work for your natural selection? He said a raptor, a relative of the raptor. I've seen Jurassic Park. Okay, raptors are scary, right? They're fast. They make them seem like they have some sort of intelligence behind them. They open doors and shit. I've seen chickens.
You do know that that's a movie, right?
Yeah, but based on...
I just wasn't sure because you seem a little confused.
Yeah, based on some science that they think they did.
No, there's no science that they did that said that raptors were smart.
No, I've seen there is a fossil of a raptor opening a door, so I think maybe...
Yeah, oh yeah, I forgot about that, yeah.
Well, you'll make fun of that, but you won't make fun of the whole cockamamie thing, right? You'll make fun of a raptor opening a door, but...
Let me find it. Because it was like Don Patet had said that if the raptor wasn't killed off by an asteroid, that would be we'd all be lizard people. They would have evolved into humans. They're saying that they were like the highest level of intelligence.
One has to really understand that there is no evolutionary goal of intelligence, so there's no guarantee that they would have ever become intelligent beyond a certain point. It depends on what is the evolutionary event.
Okay, so not raptor. Is it a raptor-like dinosaur called the...
So if you look at cassowaries, cassowaries aren't pack animals at all. They're like they live in solitary mostly. But when you hear about the attacks and you just see them in action, they to me look exactly like you would expect a dinosaur to look like. It's like I can imagine coming across one in the wild, and it really does seem like a modern dinosaur. I mean, emus too, to some regard, but.
I think some of the more interesting things are when you go into the genes in like a chicken and stuff, and you expose them to certain conditions, you actually start them to express teeth and other recessive traits, which says it to me, says it right in there. That animal is its former self as well.
Well, if you look at a turkey, I mean, turkeys are wild, especially wild turkeys. It's going to look a little bit more like that. I mean, I've sit there and studied chickens, and my parents when they used to have some land, some chickens and stuff, and you see the way the roosters are like, really like controlling the hens and stuff like that, and just the way that, I don't know, there's just something other than chicken like, you know what I mean? It's like it's more than just a bird. Actually, all birds are like that. All birds just have a weird behavior to them that
So, Kosho,
alien.
The $1 million question: has evolution stopped now?
No. I've told you, dude. I keep telling you over and over again that everything is in a phase of transition.
Okay, so what are we going to evolve into? What are we going to evolve a USB port or antennas, or what are we going to evolve into?
Somebody says about cats evolving into dogs. Species don't evolve into other species. Okay, this doesn't happen. It's not that they evolve into species that like cats into dogs or something like that.
So there goes your whole theory of
evolve
evolution.
into new species.
Okay, so what evolutionary pressures do we have on us right now that restrict our ability to have kids? Just thinking about the modern world, what do you think would be universal across the globe evolutionary pressure that's on man?
Did you hear what Kosho just said, that we don't evolve into other species?
Okay, that's
other species, as in two species that already exist.
Yeah,
they evolve to new species.
Eugenics and social Darwinism, they did like mass sterilization of minority groups.
So, but is that an evolutionary pressure that's felt across the world?
Yeah, it would have been, right? It would have.
No, it not would have been. We're asking what we're going to evolve into. So, trying to use today's information. What pressures do you think are on us? It doesn't seem like intelligence is a major evolutionary pressure, so we're not going to become more intelligent. Let's see. Pollution would be like the one I could think of, but most of that kills us after procreation age, so I don't think that's going to be a huge evolutionary pressure, at least not yet. I can't think of any way that you could determine right now based on the pressures that we have. Plus, we have the damn horrible problem of there is no segregation of populations anymore. So every time any kind of a trait might express itself, it's diluted into the entire population of Earth.
I think looking at humans and the future evolution of humans is not a good example, because we've already reached a stage in our cleverness where we can basically direct the DNA and biology and stuff like that for the future of our species. So probably very difficult to.
Kosho, you killed. Sorry to interrupt, but you killed the whole evolutionary theory by saying that one species does not evolve into another. You realize that, right?
I made it clear what I was saying, SC. Did you understand what I said?
Yeah, his document, Darwin did not include humans in his book.
Fair enough. Did you understand what I said though, SC?
So humans don't
I think
evolve.
I misunderstood you.
One species does not evolve to another species, meaning that one that already exists. So cats are not. If there's let's say chimps, you're not going to see chimps evolving into humans or something like that. These two species already exist. Okay?
How did fish come out of the water?
What evolution says is that species can evolve and that you can speciate to the point where new species come out of. So you'll have two species where you had one, and you'll have a new species. From
that's incorrect.
that you had.
What
You're
happened to the
double
single
speaking
celled
there.
organism? What happened to the single celled organism that everything spawned from, coming from this this primordial ooze? So you're debunking that right now?
Exactly
No,
that.
it's
Good
not.
one.
It's
Good
not
one,
evolution.
Baseball.
All Kosho is saying, and he's explaining this really poorly, but what he's trying to say is that evolution will never have you evolve into a species that already exists today. You know, you'll always make something new. It
So
was
how
the
Yeah,
did
that's
cat
not
something
what
turning
crawl
this.
out of
into a
the ocean
dog.
and become a
It
land
will be a
mammal?
cat. That was that animal becoming something new. So it wasn't a fish turned into something that already existed. It turned into a land
No one's
mammal, which
saying
was
that.
something new.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
but
no
that's
one's
what
even saying
Kosho is
that.
trying to say. You know, and I
And
feel you guys.
adaptation is the necessary feature of your whole evolutionary paradigm, dude.
Well,
So
not really.
what about that?
It's not adaptation as much as it is mutation.
Yeah, they're
Yeah,
both
but
important.
a mutation doesn't necessarily mean that it's advantageous for the species well-being. So it has to
Yeah,
be an adaptation.
they're both important. You need this mutation which creates diversity. You know, this
Cancer's a
diversity,
mutation.
and then
Cancer's a
cancer
mutation.
is a mutation. It is,
So
but
when is that going to
it's
be
not
beneficial?
beneficial. It's not
Right,
all mutations are beneficial. Some work out, some don't.
right.
The
So
ones
it's
that
all
work
about
out,
adaptation. We can throw
that's
out the
why they're
mutation.
both important. They're both important. If there's no mutation, everything will be the same. And because we're all the same, we won't be able to adapt and differentiate. And if there's something that kills one of you, we're all going to be killed by it because we're all the same. Without this mutation, where one of us develops a gene or characteristic that allows us to survive this thing killing everyone else, they're both important.
Neither of those is adaptation.
Cool story, man.
Yeah, I mean, adaptation and
Can
random
you show me
mutation
one
are
animal?
important.
Can you show me one animal that's had an adaptation since we've been studying this?
Again, you said adaptation. I specifically said mutation. Somebody's saying that they're related, but no, I'm saying mutations. Mutations which are mostly benign, sometimes more often problematic, and very few and far between is advantageous. And in the cases where it's
So
advantageous,
we can dismiss mutation.
no, you don't dismiss it. This is the mechanism.
Not necessarily, no.
No, there's mutations in every reproductive cycle. So the question, there's not a question of do they happen, and there's not a question of that. They're mostly benign and sometimes bad, and very few times advantageous. It just happens though that when they are advantageous, and they do make it more likely for you to have more offspring or live longer, so you can have more offspring, or both.
Show me one
And when
mutation
that does
that's
happen,
that's
it's
turned into an
obvious that
adaptation.
that gene is going to become more apparent in the future.
Show
The
me one
mutation that's
mutation
turned into
that's been an adaptation. I've
Keep
yet to
bringing up
see it.
adaptations.
yeah, that's a weird way to phrase it. You know, you adapt to your changing environment.
Malaria.
So
Malaria
cockroaches the size of
resistance.
dogs?
But I
Cockroaches
mean,
the size of dogs?
didn't malaria resistance come from like medicine?
No,
Did we have a natural resistance?
no. There are some people who have malaria resistance.
Yeah, but that's a feature within
Oh,
our
okay.
defense system of our immunosuppressant defense system. So
No, actually, it's not. It's a completely different type of blood cell which causes the mutation to happen. It's not something that other people have. It is a mutation, a difference, a variation from the norm, not part of your immune system.
And if we lived in a world where we didn't have these advances in medicine, people that have this mutation Moyak is talking about would pass that on to their kids and they would survive malaria. And people that don't have this mutation wouldn't be able to survive malaria. And that is adaptation assisted
therefore, we came
by
from a
random
monkey fish
mutation.
Oh no, you were asking for a question
Totally
and you
what
got your answer. So now you're going to go into your little straw man things.
What did he
monkey
say?
fish frog, bro. That's what you think we came from.
Monkey fish? Monkey fish frog.
I told
Well,
you,
hey, Darwin had said that only white people are human. All the other races are.
He did say that.
They just
Yeah,
mock.
he was racist. I mean, come
Yeah,
on,
if
he
you're
was
not
racist.
Cro-Magnon,
A lot
if you're
of
not
these
Cro-Magnon, then you're just
evolutionists
basically an ape.
were racist.
Yeah, all the other races were just like monkeys, and humans were like white people were only the like actual humans created by God.
A
Cro-Magnon,
lot of
baby.
people held these ideas. Even Einstein and Tesla held these ideas. You know, a lot of these small, famous people way back when were racist. You know, a lot of them.
Yeah,
The
big
overwhelming
time.
majority of them were
And they
racist.
used evolution as their intellectual firepower to defend their racism.
I thought
In
they
a
were
way,
scientists.
yes. You know, because from evolution, we got this weird idea of eugenics where it's like an artificial type of evolution. We decide who has the best traits to pass on to the future generations,
They also used English in order to propagate their racism. They used books to propagate their racism. So we got to get rid of English and books because
Yeah, we should burn all that shit.
So let's mock the system instead of explaining it. Like cockroaches the size of dogs? That's what you believe in? That's what these people believe in?
That's
Nonsense.
what they're imagining. Come on, they're imagining, Essie.
No, they're teaching it as scientific fact, and they're using their bias to do it. If you're
You mean
saying they're
the
right,
cockroaches the size of dogs that they
yeah,
found
don't
in
worry about
fossil
it.
record?
Is my mic not working?
No, it's not.
We hear you.
Coming in good, Rikia. Coming in good.
Oh, he just blew all right over the top of me on purpose. Then cool. Starting that off right. My first comment about the subject. Yeah, if
Go
they're
ahead, Rob.
biased in any way, like being racist or having a bias in any way, which I think all are, they're using their scientific prowler to push a narrative, right? And if one of the most prolific speakers on this subject is saying that all white people are the only true humans, I don't know why we would listen to him about anything else, actually, about the topic.
Who is saying this?
Darwin.
Well, didn't you, Darwin?
Yeah,
He said
but that was an
Einstein.
issue with science 100 years ago. We don't have that issue anymore.
Oh,
What world are you living in? We don't have bias anymore or racist people? I'm talking about a
No,
bias, right? Not really racism,
Yeah,
but you're saying we
like
got rid of
bias.
bias somehow? Are you kidding me?
No, racism within science, especially
Okay,
within
what about
biology.
the bias? Do we still have the bias pushing narratives?
Biases are definitely still there because it's human beings,
Well, then there you
It's
go.
human beings doing science. Yeah.
So
That's what I was saying.
Are you saying that evolution indicates that there's different clades of humans that are evolutionarily regressive?
No, what I'm saying is if you have a bias against the creation idea, intelligent design, then you're going to put your bias into your science. And if you're a prolific speaker on this topic and you have a bias against intelligent design, then you're going to do that. You're going to, that's how you're going to use your bias.
You mean like the KKK intelligent design people who think?
No, I'm talking about mainly the science.
Monkeys and stuff.
Yeah, maybe that. Yeah, they're definitely biased, right?
Yeah, those
And they're-
religious people. Yeah.
Yeah, that religious group. Yeah, they have a bias, and thank you for making my point. So you do agree with me then?
That there are biased people. I think that point was already
And
made.
Darwin could be one of them.
So?
The same people that you're getting your information from.
Yeah, I don't get my information from Darwin. He was like a stranger. There's lots of information that came afterwards.
So the
Einstein
person
received his information by a long shot.
What you're implying is that the person you get your information from isn't biased by saying that.
No.
Okay, so you're agreeing with me then?
No.
Is it so? Yeah, there you go. I'm done talking to you. Why do you address me, dude? If you just want to be a dick to someone, go be a dick to someone in person and see how it works out.
I'd be a dick to you right up to your face, buddy.
Yeah, I'm sure you would, because that's how big of a dick you are.
Because I assume that you'd act like you do here. So I mean, yeah.
You're assured that I would just cower down, huh?
I don't care if you cower down or not.
Why are you addressing me? If you want to be a jerk, why are you doing that?
Yeah,
you said a comment that I wanted to comment on.
Yeah, I know. I was on topic. I'm asking you not to address me if you're going to be a jerk. Let's keep it on topic, please,
settle down,
and
Moyan.
not waste time.
Ditto.
Yeah, ditto, as you overtaught me when I first came in. Ditto.
Oh, did I talk over
Listen
you for
to
a
this
split
guy.
second? I'm sorry.
Dude, what the
Come on,
frick is
Moyak,
wrong
pull
with these
yourself
people?
together, man. Come on.
Yeah,
I
quit
think they
acting
have
like a
mental.
little.
I think you have a mental issue, sir. I'm being honest. We can move on.
Back to topic.
I'll go on mute. Yeah, I'll go on mute.
No, don't go on mute. Say what you were saying, Rukia. Why are you going to go on mute for?
Hey, man of water. What nationality are you? You have like a unique voice.
Thank you. I'm American. What about you?
But are you like are you Jewish by chance?
I get that a lot. No, I'm not Jewish.
Now,
You get that a lot?
Yeah, I get asked that a lot, if I'm Jewish.
Can I get an oy vey?
Oy vey.
Now, there was a comment made about cockroaches the size of dogs, and that's what I tried to get a comment in on quickly because I knew it was going to drift off.
Yeah.
I was wondering if they were talking about. Oh, you're going to talk over me. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Did my conversation interrupt your speech? I'm sorry. Go ahead, Julius.
Relax, dude. I said one sentence. Jeez.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know. I'm so sorry. Are you done now? I can start my conversation again.
Yes, prima donna. I'm done. Go ahead, sir.
Oh, okay, thank you. So the question about these cockroaches, the size of dogs, I don't know who asserts that. I mean, I know there was large insects, but those are based upon fossils, evidence that we found of cockroaches the size of dogs. So what is the problem with cockroaches the size of dogs, assuming they found evidence of them?
Did you not read your own article? It's the future evolution. Future evolution.
Ah, okay.
Well,
So you didn't read your own article.
Insects
You didn't
were
read your
large.
own article that you posted. Unbelievable.
Insects have the unique ability to grow in size based on the oxygen content of the atmosphere. So.
Oh, so this wouldn't be future because there's no future that has oxygen content in the world increasing appreciably.
Fully aquatic whale rats, praying mantises the size of dogs.
I saw that.
Scientists
That made me laugh.
imagine the future evolution of life on Earth. Are you kidding me, bro? That's what you posted. A whale rat. I mean, do you have to be drunk on a lot of drugs to come up with that one, or do you have to be a high-paid scientist? Which one?
They're talking about whales that evolved from rats. Is that the idea?
No.
Like a creature?
No, the other way.
A literal whale rat.
No, but I'm saying, is it a water creature?
It's gonna look like that. Just read the article.
No, that is. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, it's a creature that was a rat and evolved to live in underwater.
I think it's gonna. It's like
you accept that. You think that that's gonna happen one day.
Yeah, it makes perfect sense. Yeah.
Yeah. Apparently, the idea is because rats are highly adaptive animals. If it becomes too difficult to live on land, they'll most likely adapt to living within the water.
Or no, not even if it's too difficult. It's like there'll probably be a portion of them. Rats travel usually through boats. They would travel on boats, and they live down in the shores, down subterranean cities and things like that. So it makes sense that if there were a mutation that allowed them to be more sort of amphibious, then there would probably be a proportion of them that would take to that.
So like an island, let's say rats that propagated to an island, but they exhaust their food sources on the island, and the rats that actually make use of the shoreline for their food and the surrounding area might actually in that isolated population, might actually develop a more aquatic lifestyle. And the ones that survive the best in that lifestyle will continue.
You see, I was right. They can tell you any cockamamie story, and you guys are gonna believe it. It's unbelievable. It's like beyond. It's beyond belief.
These are literally just predictions, but they're not. There's no.
It's a possibility.
These aren't stories. These are stories that we're talking about a possible future. Same things that could possibly happen. Yeah.
Okay,
They're just using their imagination.
Just say any story. Kosho goes, they're not really stories, they're predictions. Well, they're stories, but they're just predicting things that aren't really.
No one's claiming this is fact or truth or anything. We're just saying things that people could foresee about what could possibly happen in the future.
That's what SE said.
It's not really like there's a hard science based on it.
See,
nobody's saying that there will be a whatever. It's possible.
Yeah, that's what SE said. See, they can just make up any possible story that fits their narrative. That's what he said.
You can do that with any that's science fiction. Basically, it's like you can write any science fiction, like Star Trek. It's like Star Trek's not no one's claiming that that's actually true. But
so we're talking about science fiction then.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, we agree. It is science fiction.
It's the future. It's like no one knows exactly what's going to happen in the future. This is possible predictions. It may make sense.
With my island scenario, that's one possible thing, and it could also end a different way. They all go into the water, they don't find enough food, they don't adapt, and they die.
How about they do what rats do everywhere? Make a new home and survive just like champs. They'll eat all the stuff that's there, all the animals, whatever, and they won't become into no freaking whale. How about that scenario?
Well, I'm not sure.
I'm just curious, Kosho. Real quick, Kosho, did you ever take sex ed in homeschool?
Yeah, did you, Kosho?
Okay, well, I think I'll take that as an answer.
I think he said he was homeschooled.
He said the other day he didn't graduate high school.
Yeah,
he was homeschooled by his mom. I'm just wondering if he did the sex ed thing, like how that worked out. Like,
but that's asked and not answered.
I took the sex ed classes when I was in school.
Yeah, but that's in high school. You didn't go to high school. I
didn't go to high school. That's right.
But even in homeschool, you have to graduate. Even in homeschool, you graduate.
I did graduate. Actually, I have a diploma.
Okay. You said you didn't graduate the other day. You might have been.
I never said I didn't graduate. I never told you anything.
No, I heard you. 100%. You said.
Why did you not go to high school though? Like,
because I
didn't go to high school at all.
I even questioned when you said it. How did you get in the military without a high school diploma?
He said he did.
As I just stated. Yeah.
Yeah, I know, but you did say you didn't graduate.
I said I never went to high school. I have a high school diploma, so that's graduating.
You very clearly said you didn't graduate high school.
I didn't say I never went to high school.
You didn't graduate high school.
I wasn't enrolled in high school.
Right, you didn't graduate high school.
Your diploma was written in crayon, bro.
No, Jeremy said that. Jeremy said it was written in crayon.
But Coach, whose decision was it that you be homeschooled? Was it what you wanted to do with your parents?
So no, I got removed from school in the 7th grade, and then again in 8th grade. I just didn't go back after that. But
why? Like, were you guys moving around?
Why'd they remove
my diploma written because it was required for the Navy.
Come on, a nerd like him, he was getting beat up all the time.
Yeah, but like, were you guys moving around a lot? Like, why were you removed?
No, I got in trouble in 7th grade. I got in trouble in 8th grade, and then my mom she thought it was a problem with the school district, and I just never went back.
I understand.
What were you doing to get in trouble? Like showing your Peter in class or something? What'd you do?
No.
It kind of sounds like you, Kosho.
No, I wouldn't do that.
I know what he did. He cracked the beer can in
like
class.
a Catholic elementary school or something.
Nope.
No.
This is 7th and 8th grade. So, but anyways, the point is we did sex ed in 7th grade. So, and in 5th grade.
Kosho.
Yeah, where did they teach about evolution? Where did you learn about evolution?
all over the place. One specific place? No. All over the place.
Yeah, that's like 5th grade biology.
But how come you guys got it wrong then so badly?
Who got it wrong?
Yeah,
Kosho.
I mean, many animals that have been witnessed to evolve, like within our, current system here.
Yeah, we witness mutations happening in every reproductive cycle.
No,
Species.
mutations. I'm asking for evolution via adaptation, not some.
I know.
fucked
You
off.
keep bringing up adaptation as if it's a main mechanism, but I would say that mutations are the primary mechanism. But
Well, the mutation's the fork in the road, right? And then within that fork, you've got adaptation on one side, and then you've got a fucked off mutation on the other side that's not advantageous for the animal or the species. So it's a fork, and that's why I'm going with adaptation, which would show why something's still existing today through its mutated adaptations. So again, I'm asking you, is there anything that we can witness having had this mutated adaptation within our scientific current system?
we see mutations all the time that are advantageous for species that reproduce a lot, like microorganisms, not necessarily like large animals, but they do see them in animals as well. Just you're not expecting to see them. Say what?
Like, is there an example you can give me of like a larger animal, like not these microorganisms,
Fruit
but
flies. There's I don't know the largest one, but they're. Let me see. Let me find one.
I can't remember whether Sherpas have any DNA differences. As a population, they are definitely genetically suited better to high altitude living.
So what happened to penguins? They said, we don't need this flying business anymore. We'll start swimming.
There's a lot of flightless birds. Cassowaries being one of them. Emus. There's a lot of them.
So evolution decided that flying isn't such a good idea for them?
No, maybe they never flew. Who knows? Like I said, if you look at
so how did
about dinosaurs, there's a lot of dinosaurs that didn't fly. They were flightless birds.
Within their genetic makeup, if it's not advantageous for them, sounds almost like it's an anchor.
Is it? They're superiorly they are superior to seagulls in their ability to go underwater and catch fish.
Would you rather have wings that didn't serve you a purpose for flight versus phalanges that could actually grip something?
They could fly like 30 miles an hour underwater, so yeah.
But look at
they are very advantageous.
Saying that they have wings for no reason, and those are exact evidences of things like evolution. What's the purpose of having these purposeless features? That lots of animals have purposeless features, which are just evidences of species that they came from, but not necessarily anything useful to them currently. So it's like, well, why do all these flightless birds have wings, right?
So since they went into the water, why didn't they like fully change, like get fins and stuff? And it just doesn't make sense, man.
Why?
I don't know. Are they
that make sense? Why would what you just suggested make sense?
Are they less suited? Are they poorly suited to the water environment?
No, but why make a bird? Why make a bird that swims?
Why do you think somebody made it? That's not how evolution works.
I absolutely think somebody made it.
I know, but that's what I'm saying.
The way it is.
You're putting together
just the way it is.
You're putting together that theory, and also the theory that somebody specifically made each animal, which is not a claim of evolution.
Okay, so why did God give a bird an aquatic lifestyle? That's just fucking stupid.
Just the same way he made a platypus with an egg. You're gonna
That's
tell the
stupid
creator that he was stupid? Really? You're gonna be that arrogant? Seriously,
It's a bird.
you're gonna
Why would he
question
let
the
it fly?
creator.
He put it in the water. He fucking hamstrung it, man.
He just felt like doing it that way. That's
You
why.
just said that why would evolution do it? So why would God do it?
Because he just felt like that.
Okay, because evolution just ended up that way.
No,
there you go. You
no,
got
no.
your answer.
That doesn't
You
work.
answered
That
your own
doesn't
question,
work like
didn't
that.
you?
A creator has the power to do whatever he wants. He can make a mammal lay eggs, as we clearly see, right? This is not me making this up. This is, we see a mammal, we see it lay eggs, right?
Sure.
That's begging the question. I see. Like you saying,
No, it's
because
not.
we see creation, there must be a creator. Like you like, come on, man.
Well, look, that's my opinion. I'm not telling you as a law and you should believe it. I'm just telling you what I think, the way I see it. But you feel the need to preach evolution like it's a fact.
Well,
That's the difference between...
Your question was that why would evolution not go all the way and make it have gills? What benefit would that give the bird?
Stay under the water long.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is that necessary for its lifestyle?
But why start the change to begin with? If it wasn't necessary to begin with, why didn't just leave a bird be a bird?
Yeah, but that's not how evolution works. This is what I keep saying. People say adaptation. Evolution is not just something that just allows you to adapt. It's these mutations which happen through populations, not through somebody through the lifetime of a single penguin or something like that. It just so happens if you happen to be born with this irregularity from this mutation, but this irregularity is something that makes you it gives you a unique advantage. Then all that evolution states is that in the future populations, that feature is going to be more apparent because that specific gene, or the thing that possessed that gene, had more babies and that lived longer. So it's not a directed path that these features take. It just stands to reason that the things that's more advantageous that you get by chance, right? It's not like you're gonna definitely get fins just because you're in the water.
So you're gonna tell me it was advantageous to a flying bird to lose its flight? Are you kidding me?
I never said that they were flying birds. I never even said that.
So they were something else, and they started evolving of birds, and then they said, "Oh no, stop!"
I have no idea of the history
now.
of all these flightless birds, but there's a lot of flightless birds.
So we can throw survival of the fittest right out the window with your mutated way of thinking. Got it.
I never said survival of the fittest. I never even argued that.
I know you didn't. You keep invoking mutations, and I keep telling you that a mutation is irrelevant if it's not advantageous, because obviously the species wouldn't survive having this fucking hideous mutation that wasn't advantageous. So why do you?
I agree.
I don't understand why you keep pointing to it though. Like
the
we should be
mutations,
looking at adaptation.
what you just said is correct. You can ignore the mutations that were not advantageous because those are not going to be apparent in the future populations. Those will either die out or become, this background feature or something.
What I'm saying is, if you keep going with the narrative you're promoting, then it just throws the whole Darwinian idea out the window.
I don't hear that.
Yeah, survival of the fittest. I think that idea was kind of updated as well.
Well, you need a lot of updating, bud.
Well, yeah, evolution has gotten updated since Darwin. Absolutely.
Yeah. Anywho, what we need to ask these globers is why did life come from nothing for no reason?
That's a totally different claim.
Yeah, but that's what we should be attacking you globers, huh?
Okay, very simple. Don't know. All right, next question.
Okay.
Come on. Do you want me to tell you your theory? Why don't you force us to tell us?
He just told you his
for
theory.
us to tell you your theory.
He just told you his theory, man.
If you want my wild ass speculation, I can give you that. But right now, I don't know the actual cause and how it actually unfolded. Hell, it could have been God.
Well, let me fill you in. There was a primordial pond,
Yep, God created primordial ooze. Actually, what God did in my book is
Don't bring God into this. Don't
Shut
bring
up.
God. We're talking about
Shut
your
up!
science now.
What I think is God, if there was a God, if there was a creation event, a creator, he arranged the laws of physics, and whether with intent or otherwise, this is what we got.
So where's your primordial ooze at the moment? Is it like down in some sewer somewhere with the Ninja Turtles?
Well, it's in a completely different world than we have now, one where the atmosphere is about 10 times as dense. It's made up of methane and other horrible things. It's got tides that are happening, 4 times a day. I don't know, with tremendous tidal surges. It's a very different world. I don't know where the primordial ooze is. I would say it doesn't exist anymore.
Did I hear you bring up God as the cause?
Why not?
Was I hearing correctly?
Why not? We don't know.
Wow, we're finally getting through to you guys, huh? Okay,
No,
nice.
doesn't help you at all.
So you admit the possibility of a creator then?
Why wouldn't I?
Okay, cool.
Can I get an amen?
Amen, brother.
I would prefer you don't use an amen, because my God doesn't have any features that we can point at except for the fact that it's capable of a creation event, either by proxy, by excreting it by accident or with intent.
This is a remarkable moment in the
Not
history
really.
of our conversations. You guys
I've said this
finally
100 times before.
once said the possibility of creation. Wow, this is amazing.
Actually, I've heard it said many, many, many times.
Where? Where?
Gems.
You heard the Pollers say that
exactly
God
what
created.
I'm a theist, so I would say that I follow this line of thought pretty closely.
Yeah. Say exactly what Max said about a creator coming up with these rules and forces and laws, and that bringing about the evolution that we're talking about. There's nothing mutually exclusive about those ideas.
Wow, this is amazing. So you're actually contemplating a creator here. Oh, I never thought I'd hear the day.
Two of us just told you that
You should listen more, because it's been stated many times before. In fact, most Globers will say this when you push them on the is it possible that there was a creation event and a creator? Most will say, yeah, it's possible.
Wow, this is news to me. Okay, I've been educated.
You should actually try listening more and talking less.
You couldn't resist that one, huh, Moyak? You couldn't resist that one.
And vice versa, man, because this throws out your whole notion of your Big Bang.
No.
Yeah.
It doesn't
Not at all.
I literally just explained it in the context of the idea.
So God made a Big Bang in 7 days. God.
No. These are straw men. It's a pretty pathetic straw man. Nobody said anything about 7 days.
7 days for the creation, or you got a instantaneous Big Bang.
Oh, you're asserting your little God from the Bible. I see. That's not definitely not the God I'm asserting.
Oh, which God are we talking about? Are we talking about Moloch or
my
Baal
God was
or
at a
Baphomet?
My God was at a party, and he had too much to drink after setting up the laws of the universe. Because he drank too much, he actually vomited all matter and energy into existence.
Yeah, I knew it. I wrote it in text, just mocking. That's all.
Actually, it was more of a fart.
Yeah.
Yeah, listen, Adam.
I'm not religious and I'm offended by that.
Everyone, listen up close. This is what the Bible is talking about when they say mockers and scoffers.
Yep.
Well, I hear
Listen
you
up.
going and trying to assert a particular God on me, so I'm responding in kind to you.
I don't think I inserted any God on you ever.
No, you're going, oh,
Mocker.
isn't that funny? This is the first time we've ever heard stuff like this. Oh, my God.
That wasn't me, you
I'm not
dumbass.
talking to you, you moron. I'm talking to the general consensus of the conversation.
Right. Okay. So I was the one talking, saying, "Listen up, guys. The mocking and scoffing is going on right now."
Yep, and that's a response to the comments being made by SE.
All right. So you got two choices. You got your Big Bang, God farted, or you've got actually God created things based on what he wanted to do. It wasn't some spontaneous accident or getting too drunk at a party, rather than the fact that God created all life and
How do you,
existence.
how do you know? How can you possibly know and rule something out? And then, how can you possibly say that the only possible God is your very small Christian God who is self-contradictory?
Why are you saying very small?
The fact that we have consciousness, the fact that we can communicate, the fact that we can do all these remarkable things, even just perceiving reality, is shows the fact that there is intelligence behind the creation. It's not just some spontaneous thing.
It shows that Shiva and Ganesh were the graceful gods who gave us the ability. That's all it shows. It doesn't show anything about the Bible.
You're making the God so small that you think it acts like a human and throws up. That's making God small. I'm not making God small at all. I'm saying God is so large and so above man's comprehension that you and I will never be able to comprehend it.
Cool.
That's how large
That sounds right.
the
love how
Creator has to be.
non-Christians. I love how non-Christians anthropomorphize God more than Christians do, and then attack that anthropomorphized straw man as a Christian God.
Cool
I think Kool-Aid was being facetious with his throwing up at a party thing. I don't think he seriously believes that party thing as his belief. He's just being facetious in that regard.
For the
non-Christians
in the room,
the idea about God making the laws of the universe is not, spontaneity or anything like that. That would be a directed action. So I don't know.
well, I find that most non-Christians have some sort of anthropomorphized idea of God, as far as like what Christians believe, even though I don't know that many Christians who anthropomorphize God and put him as some guy in a cloud or something along those lines. But non-Christians tend to believe that that's what Christians believe God is some guy in a cloud.
But didn't he say he made people in his image?
He wrestled people.
Yep.
I mean, why would people who have read the Bible actually know anything about it? You're right. We should listen to Christians who have never actually read the Bible.
And where in the Bible does it say he threw up at a party?
That was a joke.
Yeah, that's not in your book.
So you were mocking the God of the Bible then?
There you go.
No.
No, he said why shouldn't we read the Bible? He brought up the Bible. So now I'm going to talk about... Yeah, go ahead. I'll go on mute.
Rikia, thank you. So the first thing, the God getting, the FSM getting drunk is the creation story for the flying spaghetti monster. That is a different religious story. I also then talked about the creation story of Shiva and Ganesh, which is a different creation story. It's almost as if there's not only one religion in the world, and people believe lots of different shit.
Why don't you stay on point?
I never said they didn't. Never said one time that there wasn't many religions and that people are wrong about a lot of things and that I could possibly be wrong. But I'm not mocking the other religions like you are. We're talking about
really rude,
that.
Kool-Aid. I think
I'm not saying if you believe in Muhammad that you're a total fool and you're going to burn in hell. I'm not saying that at all. I'm saying you could possibly be right. Or we could all be in heaven soon. I don't know that as a fact. But what I do know is when you mock and scoff any religion, it's on you. You have to answer to that. If there's a creator.
Not mocking any religion, dude. He's just pointing out that God's slow straw man the entire argument by saying, God either did this in 7 days or it was.
Okay, well, I can ask him then. I'll be fair and ask him, hey, dude.
Oh, you're talking over Kosho. Isn't that cool?
No, I'll be fair and ask him. If Kosho wants the white knight for him, I'll ask him directly. Which God do you
Kosho
believe
allowed to
in?
finish his statement? I mean, I'm sorry.
Yeah. Do you
seem
believe
to
in
be a
the
little
God
bit of
of
a
the Bible?
snowflake when it happens to you.
Do you believe in the God of the Bible, sir?
No, I am not a Christian. I am a theist, but I am not a Christian.
Okay. So what do you follow any writings, or you just have your own interpretation of what the Creator is?
Yes. I
Okay,
am
that's fair enough.
I am an ordained priest of the FSM.
I got you. So
Well, I
tell
didn't
us
hear
the
him. What
good
did he say?
news. You can
Ordained
say it
what?
again.
I am an ordained priest of the Church of the FSM.
Okay, and what's the good news?
The good news?
Yeah, it's got to be
Math
some good
works.
news behind your.
Yeah, math.
I'm sorry,
Science
what?
is real. Math works. Science is real and math works.
What kind
That's
of
your
statement
religion.
is that?
No, that's it. No, hang on. We're getting somewhere. That's your religion?
Well, if you want good news from it, because that's a very Christian way to look at it. That's not what the FSM teaches.
That's why I'm asking you. What does it teach?
It teaches science is real and math works.
So that's your
That's it.
religion. Yeah.
So would you
That's where
consider
you put it.
FSM a sect of scientism?
No. First of all, scientism isn't a word. Second of all, FSM is a recognized religion in 23 countries and 14 states, I believe. Might
So
be 15 states.
when I asked you that was your religion, why would you say yes or why wouldn't you just say yes? That's a religion. It's recognized in so many states, so many countries.
Mhm.
Yes, that's my religion. I'm proud of it. Here's the good news. That's what I'm asking you. What's the good news?
So that's a Christian philosophy. There is no good news. It's not, oh, somebody died. That's bullshit. That's Christian. You need to get out of that paradigm.
You're telling me I need to get away from Christianity. Define Christianity,
Right.
please.
When you're looking at other religions, you can't say, well, Christian says good news. So what is that good news? That doesn't necessarily exist.
No, I'm asking you. You're labeling me as a Christian. Define Christianity, please.
Follower of Christ.
A follower of Christ who's usually a biblically based, although in my experience, most time have never read the Bible.
That's a pretty good definition.
To quote Penn Jillette, the fastest way to make an atheist is hand him a Bible.
Well, I would agree with you that most people that claim that they're Christians have not read the Bible. I would agree with that statement.
We're so off in the weeds, guys. Like we were talking about evolution, right?
Yeah,
right, you guys were talking.
Actually, we're not off in the weeds. This is all has to do with that creation, evolution. Who started it? How did it start?
So there's a difference between abiogenesis and evolution. And abiogenesis is where, personally, I find there's room for a deity or a theistic god. Where that falls down is evolution is real. Evolution has been observed and it watched both in the lab and in natural settings for thousands of years.
Show me one instance of this where evolution, one creature evolving into another, has been observed. I challenge you, sir.
I've already asked that.
That's not evolution. That would break evolution. Do
Really?
you know what? Yes. Do you know
I've
what
stated this clearly, dude. I said this to you 20 minutes ago.
I know, and I challenge.
You will never become anything that your parents are not. You might have an additional feature or trait, but you will never. A dog will always be a dog.
Then you have no evolution. Your theory dies. It falls out the window, bro.
All
Do you not
species
realize
have a
that?
All species have a set amount of chromosomes, and if those chromosomes don't change, you don't have a new species. So unless you can show me something having more or less chromosomes to account for its existence, then you don't have evolution.
So speciation events don't occur all the time. The London Underground mosquito, the squirrels of the Grand Canyon, the three-spined stickleback fish, none of these are speciation events, which by necessity is evolution.
No, none of them. Zero.
Well, that's just the dumbest thing.
Show us a fossil record of something claiming or something showing what you claim. I challenge you. I challenge anybody, any paleontologist, any scientist out there.
Look it up. London Underground mosquito, Grand Canyon squirrels.
Dude, that's all you got.
What did the mosquito turn into? What did the mosquito turn into?
A mosquito.
He's telling you about species. Dude, he's not stating anything incorrectly, dude. He's saying that mosquitoes aren't going to turn into another animal. What's going to happen is they're going to speciate.
So
this is how the mutations work. It takes time.
How did your single cell organism?
Exactly. Thank you, SE. Go back to the single cell.
How, and that's exactly what I'm saying. How did your single cell organism evolve into something else? Don't you understand that, man?
Yeah, so the way you would do that is it would slowly pick up traits. I believe from single cell organism, and somebody correct me if I'm wrong, the first thing developed was an internal digestion system, and then there was a speciation event where some organisms had it, some didn't. Then you got the internal nervous system. God, you guys are going back 20 years.
What we're telling you is that the small progression of changes doesn't equate to a new species over time, which it would have to. You contradicted yourself and debunked yourself entirely.
Exactly. And you don't realize
speciation is not on these features that are like you're saying. Speciation just occurs when the offspring of the same. So if they're from the same line, somewhere down the line they've separated enough where you can't actually mate these two species. Can't have a productive offspring.
So again, you're not showing me
that's fossil. Show us that.
You're not showing me something gaining or losing chromosomes to change its species. Like this would have to be the case in order for you to have evolution, and you don't have any evidence of that.
They can't mate. It's not because they don't like each other. It's because of the fact that their DNA has changed so much from from where they both have the common ancestor. That's changed so much that they can't mate with each other.
By the way,
where's that event horizon? Show us that.
One thing.
Show us that event horizon in the evolutionary chain. What Kosho just said. Can you show us that?
What Kool-Aid gave you like 5 or 6 examples of that.
No, he didn't.
Yeah, he
That's
did.
a mosquito turning into a mosquito. I want to see the event horizon.
You're not listening, dude. It's like you're just not listening.
You're not listening.
You both just said that's what speciation is. Speciation is not something turning into another, other species. It's the same species. It's just now these species has now created a new species that can no longer mate. There's now a fork in this this line because they can no longer mate with each other. So now you have two species.
It turned into another species. It turned into another species.
It would have to have
they're both mosquitoes still.
It would have to have a different amount of chromosomes, and you can't show that. You can't show anything.
I would have to have a different amount of chromosomes.
That's how do you get a new species?
No,
you don't have to have.
There are other animals with 42 or 43 chromosomes. There's only so many chromosomes, and there's millions of species. So the count of chromosomes has nothing to do with it.
You sure about that?
Well, unless you're going to say that there's a species out there with 3 million chromosomes, no, you can't do it.
I'm not making those claims.
Well, it's your implication. You're saying that the number of chromosomes determines your species. No, it does not.
It certainly does.
the type of chromosomes, the actual genetic makeup of the chromosomes does. But
Why do you think they tell you?
The number of them, 42, 43, is... You will get a speciation event if that changes.
Why do you think they
But
tell
it's
you
not-
that
the
humans?
same number doesn't mean anything. It can change
Why do you
within
think
a chromosome.
Jesus Christ, dude. Why do you think they tell you
Jesus
that?
Christ, dude.
Oh, you're just gonna keep going now. Get it all out. Go ahead, Moyak.
Well, you've interrupted me like 6 times in that conversation, but go ahead.
You kept stopping talking, and then you fired back up again. I mean, dude. Social cues. But anyhow, forgot what I was gonna say. Oh yeah. So why is it that a banana is like 96% comparable to the human genetic?
It's not. I think the number you're looking for is 50%.
Whatever, dude. 50%.
That's a big difference. That's a big difference, by the way.
Okay, 50%. How are we 50% comparable to a banana?
We share 50% of the same DNA as a banana. That's what the claim is. That's because the 50% of the DNA that we don't share with the banana are some of the things that obviously make us distinct from a banana. I think we share 95% of DNA with things like chimpanzees.
Maybe you do.
So the chimps, they stopped evolving?
No. Nothing has stopped evolving.
How many chromosomes does a chimp have versus a human? Do you know?
I don't know how many chromosomes chimps have.
There's a difference.
So in the future,
one of
we
them
might
either
have some...
combined or split.
So Moyak, in the future, and Kosher, we might have some competition from our chimp brethren.
Why?
Eventually they're going to form intelligence, I imagine.
Why do you say that?
Oh yeah, Planet of the Apes.
How come we're the only ones that evolved with intelligence?
Intelligence is not a foregone conclusion of evolution. It's not
an adaptation.
Evolution.
So kind of like a creator made it that way? Kind of like a god?
No.
Shall we say?
We have a feature that there's something called the cognitive trade-off hypothesis, which says that we have about the same size brain as a chimp, but we use parts of it for language and communication, whereas they use the same amount of energy for things like photographic memories and stuff like that. And so if these sort of features, it seems like it's a small difference, but it made a big difference in our species because we're able to have language, communicate, share stories, share information, that kind of thing.
Yeah, but doesn't it strike you as odd that in the Bible it says that it gives dominion over man, over all other creatures? And funny that we're the only ones that have this intelligence and this capability. Like, I'm not a religious person.
We're not.
Right?
That's simply an observation, dude.
Isn't that kind of like odd?
And it's an observation that's not correct. We're actually not the species with the highest IQ on the planet. The highest IQ as a species that had been measured was done in dolphins.
You're kidding me.
No.
Surely you jest, right?
Flipper's smarter than Kool-Aid.
Yeah. Yeah.
So in that example, do dolphins have dominion over human beings? Do dolphins, capture human beings? What do dolphins do within their environment that is more intelligent than human beings?
I'm never gonna forget you said that, Kool-Aid.
One of the things dolphins have the ability.
You guys ain't asking Kosho the right question. How come they aren't different types of humans? You get different types of frogs, cats, bees, birds, anything under the sun. But human beings, it's just us.
There were different.
There's
different types of human beings, man.
There was different types of humans. And there actually is evidence of this sort of speciation as well. Because I forget.
But where are they now? How come it's just us
dead.
now?
Yeah.
Yeah, but why only one species out of the millions has intelligence?
It's not like the different types of crocodiles and orangutans took each other out.
Yeah, right. Well, we didn't only take out the other humans we were competing with. We took out a lot of animals all the time that we're competing up with, and just by us existing. So just by virtue of us existing and growing, the species died all the time. So, it makes sense that the other human species that would have been competing with us wouldn't have stood a chance.
But I mean, do we need to compete directly? I thought the whole migration was the reason there was no direct competition.
It doesn't have to be.
I mean, isn't that why people migrated?
Yeah, it doesn't have to be direct competition. Like I said, all the species we kill out species every year. Just by virtue of us existing, not necessarily as us directly competing with them.
So
yeah, but I mean, when human beings were competing with each other, weren't they? Isn't the story we're told that the weaker species moved away from the stronger ones? That's why we have this great migration. Started in Africa, moved up Indian subcontinent and through Southern Asia all the way to Australia. These were people trying to move away from other human beings.
I think that because like I said, there's evidence that people mated with Neanderthals and things like that. I think that the Ice Age, which even brought the human population down to very low numbers, probably weeded out, the rest of the human species. Like the other species didn't make it through the Ice Age.
So we should have a very large fossil record of all these different human species types, right?
Yeah.
Do we?
Nope.
Yeah, we do.
No, they ain't got shit, dude.
We have direct evidence of Neanderthal. What's the other one? I forget what the other ones are called, but they have the DNA of a offspring from how was it? I forget what the other name of the other species is. The Denisovans. I think Denisovans.
Is the public able to validate this though, or is this just a story given by the Smithsonian?
Yeah, the DNA, your DNA is maybe not yours specifically, but Northern Europeans' DNA has the distinct DNA that would have came from Neanderthals. So they have evidence.
Yeah, but we're not asking for DNA. We're asking for bone samples. He asked for fossils, and we're asking for public displayed evidence of this, not just the story.
Yes.
Where can the public see this?
I don't know. Have you tried looking for it? Because
I have.
It's all over the place.
I have, dude. I've been to the La Brea tar pits. I've been to many museums. All of the stuff they have on display is cast moldings. They don't have any of the real stuff other than a mammoth and a saber-toothed tiger. That was the only thing there that was real.
Hold on. They didn't have any of it in their storehouse? Wow.
Supposedly they have it stored away somewhere, but I'm talking my point of contention was public displayed fossils, not just a story.
Well, they have those also, but those are usually in the glass cases. Those aren't the ones that are put up as displays.
Those are hidden in the back somewhere, right? In the basement, right? Yeah.
Exactly.
So it says there's about 300 European Neanderthal fossils that have been found.
So 300 people were found with what? Extended brow ridges?
No, he didn't say people. He said fossils. 300 fossils, meaning individual bones.
Yeah, the stuff that was actually the remains that would have actually been protected by the atmosphere or from the atmosphere, because they were in swamps or ice or whatever. Yeah.
Did you say fossils of Neanderthals? Did I hear that correctly?
Yep.
Oh, I gotta see this. Show me a fossil of a Neanderthal.
Okay, I think that maybe you should just try looking for it, because all I'm going to do is Google it and pull it up, and this information is not hidden or anything like that. This is
not
actually
bones, we're talking fossil, right?
Yes,
a fossil
fossils.
In a shell.
It's skulls, bones, yeah.
Yeah, the information's there, but the actual validation of these things existing for the public to interact with is what's up for debate right now, because it's not there. It's non-existent. All we're given is a story.
How is it that you want to interact with it?
I would like to see it. I would like something in actuality to be present for the general public to come and at least look at. I don't care if it's behind a glass case or whatever, but when they're making these claims, right, and then not having the evidence to support it, it just turns into a story.
Have you gone to the museum and asked them to see their stores?
Yeah,
Can you post that?
You have?
Can you post that, please?
Yep.
If you go to
Fossil of
Natural
a
History Museum
Neanderthal
in New
human,
York,
like an.
you can find one of them. Okay.
I would love to see that. Yeah.
Yeah, it probably costs $8 to get in the museum, and it's called the Natural History Museum.
So you can't post a picture of this? I'm not putting you on the spot. I'm just curious. I never seen that.
Like, if you just search for a fucking fossil of a Neanderthal, I don't know why the claim
Okay,
is
I'll do that right now. I'll do that right
They're
now.
all over
Okay,
the place.
fair enough.
Actually, the Natural History Museum is in London. It's not New York.
I can search for a fossil of a T-Rex and get a cast replica, but when am I going to actually see a real T-Rex skeletal remains? They don't give you that. That's what I'm trying to tell you, man.
I don't know. So you
Literally
said you've
sitting
gone
in
and
the
you've asked them,
building.
and what did they say to you when you said, "Could I
I
get a
asked
tour
the lady.
of the back room?"
Very
I
good
asked the
point.
tour guide. I said, do you guys have these here? Like, are they in the back somewhere? She says, no. All the stuff we have is here on display. We don't have a back storage room. If anything, it would be at the Smithsonian, the actual remains.
Right. So
Well, this
have
one
you gone to
says
the Smithsonian and looked?
Smithsonian doesn't allow the general public to go into their archives. Sorry.
Did you ask them?
Yeah, it's known, dude. You can't
Oh,
get
it's
it unless you're
known.
like a
Jesus Christ.
paleontologist or bona fide archaeologist. You don't get the clearance to get back there.
It says here that this Neanderthal skull, there's a cast of it that can be viewed at the Gibraltar Museum, and the original is on display in the Human Evolution in the Natural History Museum in London.
Oh,
The original is on display.
shoot.
Is that the half monkey, half man one that was
No, it's not
busted,
half
or is?
monkey, half man. It's a Neanderthal.
Well, they replicate like using an ape jawbone on a human skull to come up with this. Like the first one was debunked.
No, you're talking about
Yeah.
you're talking about a different thing. You're not talking about Neanderthals.
Do you think there's deviations even in modern day in skeletal bone structure between human beings?
Yeah, there's slight differences. Sure.
Right. So you might have outliers, right? So you might have extremes on one side. Let's say we're just talking about brow ridge. In living human beings, the most extreme brow ridge living compared to the least extreme brow ridge, there would be a significant difference. Would you agree?
Yeah, probably. I haven't made any claims about Neanderthal, what the differences are in Neanderthals. So,
right. So if we find a skull or two that might seem to have, differences from the norm, does that necessitate that there was an entire population of a completely different species that existed? If we
Odds
find
are yes.
Yes,
I say the odds. The odds are yes. Because for you to get a fossil, there has to be millions of examples.
Right, but we can find examples.
To you guys, what I just posted.
We can find examples of living human beings that are probably closer to the claimed Neanderthal bone structure than the extreme opposite of that.
Well, you'd have to demonstrate that
human
first
beings,
off.
right?
Yeah, we'd have to have all the features, and then if let's say you have this one freak of nature that was born, and it died, and then the bones were preserved, the odds of that happening for your retard creature that you're talking about are extremely low. So, is it technically possible? Yes.
Did I say anything about a retard
Unbelievably
creature?
unreasonable to expect it. No.
I'm just saying with these different anatomical features, right? Meaning there's an extended brow ridge on a living human being, and then human beings that have very, very, if not like zero defining brow ridges, right? These are within living human beings right now. So to say that the extreme large brow ridge would be a retard creature, I think is a bit of a stretch there, and you're putting words in my mouth.
Well, the point is that the one-off, you're not going to catch in the fossil record. It's ridiculous to assert that it would, let alone finding 300 examples of it.
How long does it take a fossil to form, according to your model?
Well, it depends. A lot of these things aren't fossil. A lot of them
Hey, what are you talking about? A fossil is a wide range of you know, it could be bones. It could be something that was.
It could be bones. A fossil could be bones.
Yes,
really,
a fossil.
Cocho?
A bone is considered a fossil. That's right.
An actual bone is considered a fossil.
And listen, Essie, the words are clear. There's really no point in you asking me to repeat that.
Then you're absolutely wrong. A bone is a bone. A fossil is a bone that has turned into stone. Kosho.
Is that right?
Yeah, that's right.
And so you studied archaeology. You're aware, you know?
He didn't say that.
You don't even know
Because
the difference between a fossil and a bone, bro. Anyways, I'm gonna stay out of this because I know where this is heading.
Yeah, the fossils can be considered. Here, hold on. I'll read you the full definition.
Headed down bullshit alley.
Let the double speaking begin. Listen to this
fossil
bull
is
now
any
you're gonna hear.
preserved remains, impressions, or trace of any once living thing from past geological age. Examples include bones, shells, exoskeletons, stone imprints of animals or microbes, objects preserved in amber, hair, petrified wood, oil, coal, and DNA remnants. So bones was actually the very first example.
Yeah, let me read something. But a buried bone isn't the same thing as a fossil. To become a fossil, the bone has to become rock, the organic parts of the bone. So keep reading,
Yeah.
Kosho.
Yeah, it becomes fossilized, right?
Right,
Like
so a
almost-
bone that you find is not a fossil, it's a bone.
It has to be age. It has to be from like ages in the past, not just a bone you find in the woods.
Yeah, when it becomes fossilized, it becomes hard like a rock. It's fossilized. It becomes more like rock. It's not a bone. What Essie said.
Elementary stuff. Elementary stuff.
So what
No
does the
longer a
part that
bone.
what does the part that Kosho read have to do with that? It's the same article you're saying?
Say again, what?
Kosho read something that said it's bone and includes everything that's a trace of a living form.
He needs
No,
to keep
Kosho
reading.
got it wrong. No,
Well, they said
No, that's what it said. He didn't get it wrong.
Could
He
also
got it
be
absolutely
a
right.
fossil.
I'll clarify if you don't mind. They call them bones and teeth because they look like bones and teeth, but they're no longer bones and teeth because they're fossils.
That's
I'm not
correct,
sure what you're
sir.
reading. What I'm reading is simply states any preserved remains, impressions, or trace of any once living thing from past geological age. So anything that's preserved from past age.
I mean, that seems like a
not
very
bones
useful.
found in the woods, but things that are found from time in the past.
Yeah,
It's preserved
how is it
somehow,
preserved?
and it's fossil.
That seems like a useful definition as opposed to the one that you're saying, where it's only the
This
rock
is beautiful, man. This is
forms.
just
Okay.
beautiful.
Sorry.
Sophistry in
I'm
full
sorry.
bloom.
I didn't think I.
But there are a lot of ways these things get preserved, right?
Poor baby.
Like sometimes you could find a whole animal preserved in amber, like ancient mosquitoes and whatnot.
Well, we got to
Preserved
ignore
in
those because they're
amber
not
or
fossilized.
ice.
You got to ignore that because it's not fossilized. It's now
The dinosaur bones. Hang on. The dinosaur bones that y'all claim that they have, the real bones, are those fossils or bones?
Those are fossils. Some of them, I think, are in between
They're
states.
bones. They haven't become fossilized yet.
No, those are bones. I don't know. Sorry, those are fossils. I don't know how bones would remain so long as bones if they're not stored in amber or ice. You know, those would be fossils. It's just I don't know if when you go to a museum and you see a triceratops, it's the actual fossils of it. I
No,
think
those are
It's
made.
not.
dummy.
I can guarantee you
And-
that.
yeah,
And not
and
only that, it's not a
they keep
complete
the actual.
record. Listen,
Yeah, they
let me
keep
just
the
say this.
actual. Yeah, but I'm not done, Essie. They
I'm
keep the
sorry.
actual fossil kept safe away, right? Am I right, Essie?
That's what they say, yes. But you got to understand, some of these fully formed things that you see have never been found. Some of the bones have been guessed that they look like that. It's not like they have found an actual fully formed anything, I think.
No, actually,
I think for
maybe
some
one or
animals
two,
they have.
but
we got
it's
like a
very rare.
We got like a
Yeah.
96% Allosaurus, which that's I mean, I guess you could say that it might have been a dog with the other 4%, but
Well, you heard what I said. I was very clear, right? In what I said. I said a lot of these things that you see are not complete finds.
Right.
They guess at the rest of the bones what they should look like.
to varying degrees, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
So, like one of them,
I
they
mean,
don't have a back leg. They assume that it didn't have the leg of a kangaroo.
Right. But are we clear now that a bone is a bone and a fossil is a stone rock representation of that bone? Are we clear on this?
The bones, first of all, there's not a rule that they have to be. So if it happens to be like something that is possibly capable of been crystallized or turned into a rock, maybe because it's less than 10,000 years old, they actually call it a subfossil because it's not old enough to it's just not be a fossil. But it doesn't have to turn into rock to do that. Just like Nate had said about the resin from amber and all that kind of stuff. There's other things that can preserve. The short, as long as it's been preserved, then that's the only rule. And it just stands that most bones that are preserved.
Amber is different. Sorry. I've been to the Dominican Republic. I've been to the place where they find amber. I've seen lots and lots of I eyeballed it myself. That's a whole different thing.
That's also fossil. That's also something being fossilized.
Yeah, but it's not the same thing. Didn't turn into a rock.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, it's a different type of fossil, but that's also called a fossil, Essie. But it's
Call it whatever you want. I'm not talking about amber, the process of amber encapsulating an insect. I'm talking about a mammal dying, going into the ground, and its bones turning into stone. That's what I'm talking about.
But now, what's the benefit of what you're saying? What we're trying, what is the
It's called a definition. It's called words.
What is
Words
the
have meanings,
what
and
is
you're
the
hiding from
purpose
the
of
words.
that definition?
Yeah, words have meanings.
What
Yes,
is the
words
purpose?
have meanings.
Fuck you.
Yes, words have
Fuck you.
meanings
Fuck
that
you.
atheists are
Hey,
scared
why
to
are you
death
saying
of.
that, man?
Yeah.
He's explaining to you
Yeah,
exactly. Words have meanings.
Go ahead. They're insane. They're absolutely insane. They hate definitions of words. They're absolute psychopaths.
Yeah, they get
but
triggered.
a fossil covers a lot of things. It's not just what Essie's saying. Also,
No,
something
it doesn't.
trapped in
No,
amber
it doesn't.
is a fossil
It has
as
to
well.
be fossilized. No, if it's not
No,
fossilized,
that's
it's
not
not
true.
a fossil. I'm sorry you live in an androgynous world where you can select from 36 genders. That's not reality.
What?
Thanks for playing. Yes, I'm sorry you're choosing for 36 genders. I'm sorry you're part of the LGBT religion where you can pick whatever definition you want. Sorry.
What the fuck?
Rest in peace, retard.
What does... I don't
get a
understand.
life. It's called words. They have meanings. You can't just pick any meaning like an LGBT
Yeah, but what does that have to-
society. It's absolute society. You cannot be this stupid. Words have meanings. Fossilized means it has to be a fossil, not a carpenter piece or a toy or a trinket or a tire or a bone. A bone is not fossilized. It's not a fossil. Welcome to kindergarten.
But the actual word fossil, it defines a lot of things, not just bone that's turned into rock.
It doesn't.
Yo, bro, you gotta stop interrupting
sorry, you live in a
me.
fairy tale. That's the point.
When you went on your
yes,
tirade
evolution.
now,
Right.
talking
Here's the point.
about
Evolutionists
LGD,
can't
whatever,
have definitions.
I didn't interrupt you, bro.
I know
So
that's
you
the
can't
point. You're
keep on
lying.
interrupting
It doesn't.
me. Please
I know.
stop
Stop lying.
interrupting me.
I know. Stop lying.
Stop interrupting me.
Stop lying.
Stop
It has.
interrupting me, man. Otherwise, this is not going to work. Please calm down, man. So fossil doesn't just relate to bone that's turned into rock. A mosquito trapped in amber is a fossil as well. Kosha, I just wanted to ask you a question. Would like the remains of like a pharaoh, like an Egyptian pharaoh in a coffin, would that be considered a subfossil?
I suppose. I guess so. By the definition of the subfossil thing, because it says the examples it was using was like birds, that were like maybe like animals that were found in a cave that like, you know, they haven't been dead long enough to, you know, completely go through any sort of fossil. You know, if they were left there long enough, then yeah, they'd probably be gone. So I would think so.
Yeah, whoever that other guy was that was ranting and raving, he can go now. The floor is open.
Yeah, if it's not fossilized, it's not a fossil. Words are perverted and changed in order to justify people's religious beliefs. That's not a fossil. An old man that's 100 years old can be called a fossil. He is still what a fossil is not, right? The word gay changes over time, right? That's not reality. When it comes to this actual subject, a fossil has to be fossilized. It can't be a bone.
I think you're talking about a very specific type of fossil when you actually research this and you research archaeology, which is, you know, what they study is fossils. They don't only get the ones that are turned, like, crystallized into the stone and all that kind of stuff. This is a very specific kind. But as it states here, scales, exoskeletons, bones, microbes, amber, hair, petrified wood, oil, coal, DNA remnants, and also those things that, you know, basically become crystallized into rock over time.
Right. It takes away meaning from the word, therefore it can mean anything, therefore it doesn't have a meaning any word. So either it means it's fossilized or it doesn't have a meaning. It's like calling an artifact something that's you know, found, that's an anomaly, right? Well, that's
how
an
words
interpretation.
work.
You know, that's not how, that's the point. They change the meaning because they like to make it ambiguous to confuse people. It's not a fossil unless it's fossilized. That's the reality. I'm sorry. You don't have
Okay, well, the word fossil comes from the Latin, says fossiles, which is obtained by digging, and it says a fossil is any preserved remains, impressions, or trace of any once living thing from a past geological age. So that's a pretty clear definition.
Yes,
and
it's a new age term and it's wrong. Yes, the new age terms are wrong. It's
that's
a
what
fictitious
he's
word.
saying, Kosho. Apparently, it's
wrong,
some
sorry.
new definition we've come up with. We've changed it from the old definition.
Yes,
and
if
my
I
point
make
is,
up a fictitious
that's how
word, it's not
words
true.
work. Hang on, though. That's how words work. The meanings of words change all the time, depending on the context, time, and place they are used in. You know, and words themselves don't have meaning. It's humans that give words meaning. So if humans decide that the meaning of a word changes, then that meaning of the word changes. The word can't decide, no, I want to mean this forever. You know, come on, man.
So within that definition, I would have the question as to what establishes a geological age. What was the baseline? How were these determined?
Ooh, that's a whole other ball game now.
That's a good question.
Yeah, the problem there is that they came up with the dates before the methods, but of course they don't know that, so they're not going to be able to answer you.
Well, no, I mean, in archaeology, which, I mean, I've only taken one class in archaeology, all of these terms actually have distinct meanings. Actually, the term fossil, which is relevant in that field, I would just use the definition that they're using, and that's the definition that they use. But yeah, so ages. I know they have different names for different ages, but I don't know what they use to make them distinct.
I think what they use to distinguish ages is changes, like significant changes in flora and fauna. So if there was maybe some sort of mass extinction event that took out a lot of the flora and fauna, and then from that new types of flora and fauna came out, then that would be the start of a new age. I
He's
think.
almost right.
Don't quote me on that.
Yeah, you're actually correct technically, because they would choose the animals out of the layers to decipher the ages, which of course is still pseudoscience. But yeah, they claimed they were index fossils, and then of course changed their mind later because they found many of the animals still alive today. So that completely removes the possibility that they're index fossils still alive.
What kind of animals did they find fossils of that are still alive today?
Well, first of all, who are we talking about? Are we talking about the guy that discovered the Jurassic period, the Cambrian, the Cretaceous? Which one? Because there's many different findings done by different
I don't
people.
know, bro. I haven't looked into it.
I know, that's
as
right.
much as
That's
you
the
have.
point. So it's not right. So if you look into this, right, you're going to find out that they named it because they have a religious belief. So they started naming things, just like when a guy came up with the word fossil or the word species. When we use these words, it just literally turns into the pseudo words. Even though people use words that they make up, it doesn't mean that they're being used correct. Like the word species is a actual fictitious word that people use in order to explain, like, kingdom, phylum, class, order, genus, species, when they're actually fictitious terms. So like the word fossil has a meaning, well, it's misused, because if it isn't fossilized, then it's not a fossil. So there's words are fake; they're not real. It's a religion.
Kosher, do you co-sign this?
No, I think what he just said was ridiculous.
Okay.
All words are fictitious. Wait, what do you mean fictitious word? Words are made up.
Nope, they're not.
I don't know what you're talking about. People, they're made up, and they give them meaning.
Yes, you're an atheist.
Yo,
so
but
you think all
Exo,
languages are made
you
up.
gotta let Kosher respond. Come on, bro.
Yeah, like I said,
not all
archaeologists,
words are-
where
no.
these terms are relevant.
You're completely removing
I
the
would just
fact
go
that
with
there's a
what they represent as fossils. As I just stated,
Yeah,
they
but-
represent all those different things as fossils.
Yeah, but I mean, we've moved on from the fossil thing. Like, do you know how they determine the different aging?
Okay, hold on, man.
ages?
Before we go, wait.
Exo. Can I please get an answer from Kosher?
Wait.
We heard
If you
you.
find, if
What do
you
you
find
mean?
a
Wait,
bottle
we
cap,
heard you, bro.
If you find
I
a bottle
heard you.
cap in the
I
ground,
heard
is it a
what
fossil?
you had to say.
No, this is
and
totally
I found
different.
it really
If you find a
interesting.
bottle cap
I
in
just
the
want to hear
ground that's
Kosher's
man-made,
opinion.
that's a
Come on,
fossil.
man.
You see, if you think a bottle cap that I found from 1963 is a fossil, you have a long way to
But
go.
no one says that's a fossil.
Yeah, you
No
just
one
said
is
if I
saying
find
that.
something in the ground that's an artifact or something, yeah, anything can be a
No.
fossil. It's androgynous and
No.
it's
No
ambiguous.
one, no one's saying that.
living.
No one's saying. But anywho, Kosher, do you know how they've determined the different?
Yeah, so I posted this little what do you call it, like a chart or whatever. It just has like the different types, and it just says for ages, it's like the smallest subdivision, and it just says it's there's 96 of them. So I think they like you said with the layers in the rock, they just kind of subdivided them into distinct sections.
Okay. Yeah, because that's what makes the most sense,
Right? How did they divide them? Though?
Yes,
there's no
Benson.
answer here.
We help
How did they divide them?
What?
Oh,
Yes.
I
How
thought you were
did they
clearing your
date
throat.
the layers of Earth?
Oh,
His name
sorry,
is
no.
Adam Sedgwick. So Adam Sedgwick.
Adam who?
35
Sedgwick.
Cambrian period. How did he date the Cambrian period? 1835.
Adam Sedgwick. I don't know. I'm gonna Google this and find out how he did it.
Can I
Maybe we should actually
read the
find out.
definition?
Unless you'll tell me. Will you tell
Yeah,
us how he did it?
Rakia, go.
I'll read
Sorry,
the
bro.
definition of fossil if no one's done it already. The remains or impressions of a prehistoric organism preserved in petrified form or as a mold or cast in rock.
Petrified. Yep. It's gotta be
Petrified form, yeah.
I've read a definition as well. I mean,
good.
I'm not sure where you read yours.
Yeah, Rucky, that's the only time it actually works. Like if you use the word species, it only works sometimes. If you're not using it when it works, it doesn't work.
Well, that's what I was thinking a fossil was, and when I just typed in definition of fossil, that's what it brought up. I guess you could always search and find a definition that fits whatever you're trying to do, but that's just what I'd always been taught it was, and the first definition that came up.
Well, man, I'm saying I'm not looking it up in the dictionary. I'm looking up what like archaeologists what they consider fossils, since it's relevant in their field, and that's what we're talking about when they say fossil. This is what they're talking about. That list of examples that I gave, those are all considered fossils, including in the amber. What else was there? Including the petrified wood, oil, coal.
Yeah, well, terminology. I mean, in construction, we use different terms, may define something a little differently. But when you look for a definition, don't you go to the dictionary?
No, I mean that's usually the colloquial
No.
definition. But if we're talking about specific,
Yeah,
specific
things
uses.
using them. Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, I
for
understand that.
example,
Like,
Rakia. Yeah, like
yeah,
if
I
I
know
wanted
your
to figure
examples.
out.
I'm giving the examples, right? That was my
Yeah.
idea to say, like in construction, like that was my point that you're now trying to steal.
that Sorry, I wasn't trying to steal it. I was trying to strongman it, because it was a brilliant point that you actually brought up, So if I wanted to figure out, I agree 100%. If I wanted to figure out how Rakia uses the word level, while he's at work, I wouldn't go to a dictionary. I would go to something that someone that does what you do has defined that word. Yeah. But if my daughter just wants to know what level means, just so she can talk to her friend, she'll obviously just use the dictionary. Yeah.
So I guess the moral of the story is everybody believes in these dating methods, but nobody knows how they were dated. It's just a religion. That's all.
No, I don't think that came up yet.
Oh, it hasn't? We're not talking about how they came up with the layers of the earth? Yeah, that's been an ongoing conversation.
Oh, you're talking about the time scales. Yeah, the time scales,
That's
like I
the
said,
entire crux of the
there's different there's eras, there's ages, and they get bigger and bigger and encompassing, other
it's the entire religion. The entire religion is these layers. Yeah.
It's based on the rock layers.
This is based on imagination. Just they
To
imagine
tell
this
us
must
all
be
about Sedgwick and how he was a biblical literalist who was attempting to use geology to prove Noah's flood, and then tell us how he was a Satanist. Go ahead.
Yeah, he was. Yeah, interpreting the Bible for his own interpretation, like all weirdos do, means he's not a Christian. Just like a Catholic priest, you would say the same thing about a Catholic priest. Oh, he's a Christian, right? You're all a bunch of weirdos trying to hide from reality, and this is fake. They haven't given you the method of dating. That's the point. You're scared to death of the method of the dating. How did they date it? You'll never get an answer.
Well, you're asking about dating. You're asking
hold on. And, I mean, why do perverts always bring up? Oh, so now you're going to call them a Satan? That's what perverts always do: is attack the Bible. Always, yeah.
So you ask a question. Can I?
Yeah, you'll never get an answer.
Question.
Never.
The original way he dated it, because he did not believe in the method that was used at the time, was he used the Bible to date it.
That's a lot. Yeah, that makes no sense. Yes, that makes no sense at all. Yes, that's not real. Yes, that's like saying I used a Twinkie to date this building. Oh, I used
you guys are agreeing.
Yes, that's how stupid you
guys realize that you guys
can't be this stupid.
Agreeing.
What are you talking about?
You guys are both saying this Sedgwick guy was a crackpot, right?
Yeah, what are you talking about? Yeah, so somebody who's a retard calls himself a Christian and now he's a Christian. That's how stupid people are on the internet.
It's just a quick question about the Twinkie statement. Actually, I can use a Twinkie to date a building. I can tell you that building was built after the invention of the Twinkie.
That doesn't give you any information, so let
sure
me know
does.
You have nothing. Yeah, you have no information. When was it built? Still don't have an answer.
I have gotten it within the last 100 years.
That's not an answer. Yeah, it was built within the last billion years. Is the same answer. Yeah, it was built within the last billion years. That's not an answer. I know that's not. I know that's what atheists do. Atheists don't need information; they need confusion to promote this confusion of religion.
I'm actually not going to speak with you, man, because
you're just fucking babbling.
I'm not an
it's within
atheist.
100 years. I dated something with a Twinkie. Am I talking to demon-possessed retards? You're dating stuff with Twinkies now. Congratulations.
Well, if you wanted to know if that built structure was built in the 1600s,
yes, I know that you're demon-possessed. I know that you're a retard. Yes, everybody knows now. Everybody is now dumber listening to you saying that you can date things with a Twinkie.
All right,
I now know that you're also trying to justify using the other bathroom because you have a 36 gender religion. You people are retards.
Okay, let's start talking one at a time, guys.
Sorry, but what's with the name calling? I'm not retarded. I am demon possessed, but I'm not retarded.
Name calling. What are you talking? That's a biblical method. Whoremongers, adulterers, all burn in the lake of fire. Yeah, that's what we do. We expose people for who they are because they're promoting these death religions. 10,000 unborn babies a day are killed because you guys are promoting this evolution paradigm. So it gets a little old listening to perverted weirdos saying shit like this.
What
so we can have a death culture.
Man?
Yeah.
Can you calm down, bro?
Did you call us perverts?
Somebody, one of his nurses let him get a phone and.
That's the point. Is that you're just psychopaths trying to justify this evolution religion through bullshit. Now we're dating buildings with Twinkies.
What's wrong with that?
Just like all the New Agers, there's just no truth, no information. What is evil's good. What's up is down. There's no such thing is morality. We hide from morality, and that's
Can you
why
preach
this
a little
is the
less?
literal evolution paradigm. We use Twinkies to date buildings. Therefore, I came from monkeys.
All right, so it depends on your question. If I find a campsite out in the volcanic ash from Mount St. Helens, I could tell.
Nobody cares. I know you're.
All right, I hear it. Okay, you are fucking.
Yeah, nobody cares.
Why are you trying to reason with
already
this
proven that
paranoia?
you're absolutely perversely, literally possessed by demons. You're dating buildings with Twinkies.
He's
Congratulations.
just
I'll come
ignoring
back
you.
when there's
There we
one
go.
or.
There we go. XO, you're muted. All right. Okay, and there you're gone. So I don't have to. Okay. Come on, guys.
And he's making some great points, but yeah, with the well, you're talking about those naming mechanisms for those different like ages or eras or whatever. Yeah, it all primarily has to do with it's all based around the rock, those like rock layers, and how those are formed basically.
Nobody knows Kosho. That's why you make people go crazy like XO. You know, it's like
Nobody
you guys
knows.
don't see reason, man.
It is
Don't see
known.
reason.
It's known how those names came
It's
about.
like banging head in a wall. Like I'm not excusing the behavior, right?
Like, dude, this is crazy. Archaeologists, right? They go to school and they learn archaeology, okay? And whenever these names that they came up with, they actually came up with them. So it's actually not nobody knows where these names came from or how they came about. It actually is well known. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
Kosho,
Essie,
you're the human being that I spoke to
if you
that
create
questions
a technique,
what a fossil is. You're the only human being I've ever spoken to that has questioned the fossil.
I'm not questioning the fossil. I'm telling you how archaeologists define it, man.
yeah, like Essie, if you invent some technique or you discover something, like, ain't you gonna name it your way and define it your way? You know, you've invented it. No one's ever done this before. So this thing
Yeah, but
doesn't have
once
a
it's
name yet.
defined, that's it. It's defined.
But
We're
now
talking about fossilization of
die.
where a bone turns into stone, and you guys are just fighting that. I don't know
Yeah,
why.
but now the thing is, you die, and we now find different ways to do the same thing you've done. So the way you've defined it, you know, its context and meaning changes now because it can define other things as well, right?
Well, look, Kosho was saying that there's fossils of Neanderthal, right? And I challenged him on that. I told him, find me some fossils. And he goes, look, I went and looked, and I found bones. That's all I found. So now there's a distinction between fossils and bones. And by the way, fossils properly turned into stone take millions of years, Kosho. So how is it? When did Neanderthal man live? Did they live millions of years ago?
As I stated to you, the definition, the broad definition that states any preserved remains, impressions, or trace of any once living thing from a past geological age, right? This is a much wider definition than the very specific fossilization process you're talking about.
So instead of admitting that that's what a fossil is, you just want to broaden the term and blur the lines. That's what you do, bro.
The term is broad.
That's what you do.
It is very broad when you're especially when you're talking about past geological ages, and that's why I asked the question initially, like how were these geological ages established? And I know that in modern times we've tried to go back and date things or categorize things based on the strata layer in which they were found, but that doesn't give, you know, where is the basis for how long these strata layers were there, how long they took to form, all of this kind of stuff. I mean, we have documented throughout multiple cultures some type of flood event. Christian, non-Christian, there is documentation of some type of worldwide large flood event. Now, if that took place and you had, you know, either an inward rushing of water that caused a lot of sediment to be dislodged, and then a slow recession of this water, various places would have different sedimentary layerings, right? We don't know exactly how long it took for those layers to form. If you find a fossil that is in, say, at elevation in Colorado, you don't necessarily know that the rocks that are around that fossilized remain of a being is from the time in which that human being, that being died, and then the sediment that was on top of it. It's not an exact science the way we like to think that it is, to say, hey, we found this fossil in this strata layer and we know that this is 70 million years old. No, it's not that easy. I think it's just been a very large guesstimation. Somebody started to establish some sort of basis points that had no real tie to actual evidence and reality of these millions of years or however many years any of this strata took to form, any of that.
Well, an event like Noah's flood, one would expect. I mean, I think you would agree with this, that it all happened within 40 days and then took however many years to settle to the bottom. That would really appear as, kind of one layer, like it'd be stratified, like with the heaviest stuff on the bottom, but and the silt would come down later. But that would be essentially one event, and it would appear as one generic layer.
You can't say that worldwide there would be just one specific sedimentary layer due to a flooding event, because you don't know how it's receding, where it's causing to other types of rock and sediment to be pulled from other places and deposited in certain areas. You can have a flooding event, a slight recession, and then maybe an increase in the water, and you can do this just over 1 or 2 years and start to cause strata layer. We don't know for sure, is what I'm trying to say. And based on the topography of the earth, we know that it has many different elevation changes. So how that water is receding, where it's pulling sediment, types of sediment that are being distributed, you can't really just say that a worldwide flood event would cause just one specific strata layer that we would be able to find across the whole entire earth. I don't think.
Yeah, that doesn't make any sense. One layer. Come on, man.
That's the only sense I could make of it.
You think water goes down all at the same time? Flowing water?
It doesn't have to go down all at the same time, but the stuff that's suspended in water will have a finite amount of time that it will remain in suspension.
Yeah, but
so
the more
you will get a massive layer across the globe.
Dude, I'm not even going to argue this point with you. It's ridiculous. Like, you think that the same type of settlement is going to flow at the same rate or settle at the same rate, or more rocky soil is going to be moved around just the same amount and create the same layers like all silt. That's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard.
You would see like silt far away from the continents. You wouldn't see any of the rocky stuff like near the continents. And as you get further away from the continents, you would expect to see it become more a single layer of just silt.
So you think all the water just appeared all at once, rose uniformly, and then drained off all at once and created one little layer? That's moronic.
It has nothing to do with the water disappearing, although that's a problem for you.
What?
The silt will happen no matter what, whether the water takes 10 years to go away or 1 year to go away.
Okay, on a slope, if water goes on a slope and washes the silt down, where's the more silty layer going to be? The thicker layer of silt is going to be where? At the bottom of the slope?
Close to the,
or at the top of the slope?
Origin. The bigger stuff will be close to the origin point.
I can give you a prime example. Just had a driveway that sloped towards the street. It rained, and the silt all flowed to the bottom, to the street. Some went on the street. So you'd have different layers there, right? The thicker silt layer would be at the bottom of the slopes. The more hard layer that wasn't as silty remains at the top. So different sediment layers would be created by flowing water, right?
Within days of the flood, you would have a great deal of the big shit will have settled down right near where it was broken loose from.
So now you know exactly how the floodwaters happen, huh?
Well, I mean, are you saying that the rock stayed in suspension? You know, the boulders, the 300-ton boulders, stayed in suspension for a week, a month, 10 years? What?
Well, Moyak, would you be in agreement that
I'm only
something like the
disputing how
Grand
you
Canyon?
said it would be one layer.
It's
what I'm
Lakia's turn to
disputing.
talk. He had to interrupt you.
No,
in your
I'm
sentence.
answering what the question you asked me. And I'm only disputing what you said about there being a unified layer across the earth, which is moronic. Thank
So,
you.
how long
End
do you
of
think it would
story.
take for?
End of story. That's what I'm disputing. Don't ask me any questions. I don't want to answer
Okay,
any
then
of your
don't talk to
dumb
me.
questions
Somebody
about
else was
your
talking, and I was going to
moronic
answer them.
statement about the sediment layer being unified.
How long do you take for the Grand Canyon to form?
No idea, but some of this processes take a long time.
Yeah, it could have formed in like a week in a worldwide flood event, right?
No, because like flowing
Yes.
fast water over something like sandstone, you've got to break down the concretion that makes up the sandstone. So you got to actually.
Yeah, but
You're saying it was sandstone in there.
Okay.
Are you coming back tonight?
I guess
Okay,
the question
cool.
wasn't for me.
Who's saying it's sand? What if it was a weaker layer that easily washed away and created that ravine? And all that's left is the hard layer.
The Grand Canyon was originally filled up with Play-Doh. It was just the Play-Doh that washed away. Everything
Yeah,
else
here's
is
the
still
mocker.
fine.
I get it. Yep.
Here's the mocker. I could replicate it if you want.
Can you go ahead and run the water fast
Yeah.
over sandstone and make it
Well,
wash away?
you're saying sandstone. I'm not.
I know.
Well, that's
but
what
he said Play-Doh.
That's what the
Okay,
canyon walls
exactly.
are made out of. What would you use if not what the canyon walls are made of?
Yeah,
You
the
wanna
canyon
bring in
walls after everything else has been washed out and eroded. Yeah, I agree.
If you have a large rush of water that's filled with a bunch of sediment, including probably large rocks and boulders that comes flowing through that portion of Earth, it could very easily erode that sandstone very quickly.
Not with the meanders and stuff. That would be like a straight line flood. If you're talking about like a massive inland sea dumping, because of the Great Flood, I would think that you wouldn't see long switchbacks like in the Snake Canyon and stuff. You wouldn't.
You
water
do.
can't move
You
fast
can.
through a meander like that.
You can with quickly rising water and quickly falling water. You certainly can. I mean,
You won't get meanders.
It happens in floods that we see to this day. You know what I'm saying?
Show me
How
a
do you think
meandering river flood.
the creek that
Where
meanders
it's
through my
three parts
30
of the river and a
acres?
meander.
What do you think it does? You think it carves through the hardest part or takes the path of least resistance, which causes it to meander through my 30 acres, headed towards the river from higher elevation to lower elevation, by the way?
Least
There-
resistance every time.
You can't go fast. You can't go
there were
fast for a
new
meander.
there were new creeks that have formed since, like, I grew up in the St. Louis area, right? So we had a very large flood in 1993, and some of the areas that flooded, we have new creeks that have formed since that flooding.
Of course. Because it cut levees and dams, and just like the Mississippi River. It used to flow. I was talking. And the Mississippi River did the same thing. It used to flow through a different section of Louisiana. Now it has a different route. Now they've levied it, so it doesn't do what it did in the past. But it used to have a totally different path because it took the path of least resistance. It built up sediment in that area and started taking a different path. And now it's on its current path, which is levied off. But when it rises in the levee, guess where the levee breaks? In its weakest part. And that water will rush out of there and cut that levee as fast as you can blink your eye.
Hey, Led Zeppelin wrote a song about that. Imagine that.
Yeah, I was.
They should stop
I
making
was
levees
actually
out of Play-Doh.
I was actually driving on a highway that was there were levees around the Missouri River, and this particular section, I was driving on the highway when the levee broke. It was further away from where I was driving, but within hours, it started to come up towards the towards the highway and flooded. It was something, I don't know, like 25 or 50 feet in this natural floodplain that had been levied, right? So within just a few hours, it went from a levee breaking to, 10 feet of water
Raging
in a
river.
very large
Yeah.
area, right?
Yeah.
Right. What does that have to do with the meandering river?
Because a meandering river can take the path of least resistance, and it's a lot of power. I saw
And
a wall of water coming in a hurricane, lift my condo up and push it inland a half a mile, the entire condo on its foundation. Water
Wow.
is powerful. Yeah.
Wow, that's impressive. Now have it flow over rock.
Yeah. It's gonna wash away all the loose sediment first. So it's gonna take the path of least resistance, where there's not as many rocks, where there's just soil, and erode that way and wash it downstream.
Yeah, but we're talking about the Grand Canyon.
Yeah, which would also
that wasn't just all soil.
You don't know that.
Like rock.
You have no idea of that. Show me
They do.
the Grand Canyon when it was full, when it wasn't a river.
I guess what you're saying, Rakia, is that the Grand Canyon was already there. Then they filled it in with sand and little pebbles, and then the big flood came and it washed it back out again.
No,
that makes sense.
I'm saying that it was designed, it was built, and when the flood, it might have been a river there the whole time from design.
Yep.
What are you saying?
And the water takes the path of least resistance, and if there's already some sort of, it could have been a small freaking creek. And as the water's flowing in, it's taking that path. And then if more waters come in, higher water with tons of debris, tons of sediment, it's still going to work on that weakest path, right? And it's going to rush all of that sediment and debris into those sections, carving it out quicker. I mean, it's certainly feasible that the Grand Canyon could have been formed much quicker than we're told, over millions and billions of years. Yeah, shit, it could have been a week. Who knows?
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
100%.
Absolutely impossible that it
How fast would
a meandering river
for that to happen?
Faster than you can even imagine.
A meandering river, even if you inundated it with water, it would slow down the water, it would fill up, it would act as a resistor to the flow of the water.
Yeah, that's why it has lakes around
as such, the water would build up and it would overtop it.
Yeah, it overtopped it in several different places, has in the past. It has huge lakes around it, too. Some of them have silted in since. Yeah, the river has been at different stages in its history. Yeah, absolutely. And then it eroded and eroded, and now it's where it's at now. And from this point forward, it's going to keep eroding, and it might even change path. It does change path, actually. The canyon's getting wider, and at its end, the river does change course. I've been there several times.
I remember last year when there was a flood. It just knocked down the entire mountain.
Yeah, the mockers are just pitiful, man.
What you're not thinking about is the aspect of also quickly receding water, right? So the quickly receding water is going to continue on that path of least resistance, and if it's quickly receding, a large amount of water, I mean, you can see things like this form all the time. You can see these meandering paths. I live in Florida, and we had a sinkhole that opened up underneath a holding tank for basically waste from phosphate mining. They put them into these huge lakes, is where they dump this waste from phosphate mines, and a sinkhole opened up underneath one of these holding lakes. And as it receded through this sinkhole, you see all kinds of meandering little large creeks, smaller creeks, all of it. And
that's how the water table flows.
It formed in like a day. I mean,
we're basically below sea level, and we have water table that rises and falls, and it creates crevices and sinkholes and all that in Louisiana.
Yeah, and silt. I don't disagree.
Yeah, so if there's a more silty layer in between the rocks, what's going to erode quicker?
then that just pushes the buck back to when that was formed, because ultimately, whatever it is that created this different sentiment between, whatever the rock is, it's against the walls of the Grand Canyon now, and this weaker, whether it was sand or something that was just much softer than rock, whatever causes it, was ultimately the creation of the Grand Canyon. So it wouldn't have been created from this flood.
So let me wrap this back to my original point: is we don't know, and we can't establish, these cold hard facts of dating all of this stuff through sedimentary layers and trying to establish the prehistoric periods in which all of this stuff took place, because we don't know. We're going off of a fucking theory, a whim, what we're trying to do post hoc to what we're viewing. But when it comes down to brass tacks, we do not know. That is kind of my
well, we
point.
know how creeks and rivers are
obvious admittance that they don't know, and they're investigating, and they use the evidence to come with their conclusions. But this is obviously not a fact. It's not a cold hard fact, because it's
right. So what is your evidence for, let's say, 70 million years?
70 million years? What? That 70 million years is a number or time? What do you mean by that? What a specific object that was dated to 70 million years?
What is your evidence for anything being what we think it is 70 million years ago? Meaning, if I find something, I dig down in the earth and I find something, and somebody says, this is 70 million years old. What is the baseline that's tested against, right? Meaning, how do we know for certain what took place 70 million years ago, so that we can then take something today and say, yep, 70 million years, and I know because 70 million years ago I had all these data points that I'm working off of to prove that what you just found is from 70 million years ago.
Yeah, so the one method that is obviously commonly used for things that old is radiometric dating, but it's not. Whenever archaeologists do any sort of dating, they don't go off of just one aspect of the data. They look for like what do they call like
within this
to corroborate the dating. So they'll use that. Then they might use something that might have to do with the layer, the rock layer, or something like that. They did several things. They try to get as many different things that point to the same general era.
Yeah, they try to take as many assumptions into account as they can to assume.
They don't try to make as many assumptions as possible. They try to take as many pieces of evidence that point to the same consistent era.
Right. So within the radiometric dating, who was doing radiometric dating or taking any type of samples as to what the Earth looked like, what it consisted of, and what took place 70 million years ago? And then when it comes to the rock layers or the strata, how are we determining that these rocks got put here 70 million years ago? We know this because...
You're talking about lots of different fields of science. And this is what I mean by witnessing it, because if you want to study something and you want to get definitive answers for, let's say, like an exact contents of what the Earth looked like and the contents of the atmosphere, they look at things like the ice core data. They look at the seismology data. So it's different fields.
It's different fields making assumptions to support the other assumptions of the other fields, right? It's like, since we know that this strata layer is 10 million years old, and we found these ice cores that are at this level, which seems to coincide with this 10 million year old strata layer, then we know that the atmosphere 10 million years ago was this, based on the ice cores that we based on the strata layer, that we based on the fossils, that we based on the ice core, that we based on the strata layer. It becomes a circular argument of no real established fact.
If you like that incorrectly, sure, but no, they don't exist to support the other fields. They can corroborate, and you can come to a conclusion that you might feel confident in once you've looked at these different fields and they're corroborating the same story. But they don't exist purely to support the some other field. So rock course sample data can be completely exclusive from what somebody might have found in some other dating method like radiocarbon dating or something like that.
So how do we know the ice core dating?
Whether they see how deep it is and try to estimate how long it took the ice to actually cover that up, and then see what the contents of the air what the frozen air that's frozen in there, the different isotopes of whether it's carbon or the ratio between the amount of carbon and oxygen, like looking at all that type of stuff to make an estimate for what the contents of the air was during that time.
And they could be off by millions and millions and billions of years.
No, I don't think they could be off by billions of years, but they could certainly be off. All these dating methods all have a error margin that they are very vocal about.
So I'll go back to another question. Within all of these dating methods, what was the established baseline?
Baseline for what?
Something that we know for sure, right? Definitively, we can say we've witnessed and experienced X, and based on this,
and they know half-lives, different isotopes of certain materials.
So are these half-lives within the isotopes affected by the environment at all whatsoever?
Certain ones, like the radiometric, specifically the carbon dating, but most geological, like if you're talking about like rocks, like what's it called? Like if you're talking about rocks like
igneous or whatever, yeah.
And more than that's less affected by things like geological or atmospheric stuff. But obviously, carbon dating, because it's purely from the atmosphere.
And we don't know the fluctuations that have taken place outside of what we've been able to record and document, right?
Yeah, the radiocarbon dating is, like I said, less. I'd be less confident about that. But whenever they have any sort of carbon dating, data, and they're looking at some specimen, that's usually not the only dating method, because stuff that's
sure. And within
tree ring data, stuff like that.
Yeah, within these other dating methods, we also don't know all of the effects that could take place based on the environment. I.e., let's say that these rocks that we're looking at were much further underwater, meaning they were under higher pressure in an atmosphere that had much more either carbon or oxygen in it. You know what I'm saying? Like, we don't know for sure all the factors that went into play to be able to get a substantial or at least a significant baseline of understanding to be able to do this dating.
Well, that applies to like carbon dating, but like the uranium isotopes and stuff like that, those I don't think there's any environmental factor that has been hypothesized yet to make those happen faster or slower.
So where are they finding uranium isotopes that they're
everywhere?
So within the rocks, you can tell when that rock was formed based on the amount of isotopes, the decay in which we're experiencing now within the isotopes. What is the
I am not Mr. Radiocarbon dating. I'm just saying, the as far as I know, the concept of radiocarbon dating versus other radiometric dating, some of those are not subject to environmental pressures. That's the only thing I know about it.
I guess one way you could get like false positives or wrong answers is if there was like coincidentally, because usually you'll look for the decayed, whatever it decayed into, and let's say it's whatever data method you're using, you're looking for two materials. Let's say they randomly, came together for some reason. You could get a false, positive. Yeah, but that's assuming that that's the only data you have. But I'm sure that's happened plenty of times, and that usually those sort of things get corrected with more evidence comes out. But generally, the ratio between those two materials is due to the fact that it decayed. It's gone through that much decay, which indicates how long it's been in existence. And by the way, I'm at SC. I don't know. I guess Ricky is gone, but I posted right there the types of fossils. One of the types of fossils is simply preserved remains. So.
It's arguments like that I get I really hate, because they're just pedantic and don't have any relevance to the topic at hand. Do we see dinosaur bones or fossils? I don't really care at this point. Now, if we're going to get into the actual use of the fossilization process to say that that bone is really old, then it has some bearing.
What did you post, Kosho? What did you say you posted?
I posted it again. It's just types of fossils. And it shows that the preserved remains is a type of fossil. So.
Yeah, I saw that before, but we were clearly talking about stone fossilization, right?
Nope, we weren't clearly just talking about that.
Yeah, we were. I clearly
actually
made a distinction there. Yeah.
No, I was broadly. What happened was I broadly used the word fossil because somebody asked about Neanderthal fossils, and there's these preserved bones or whatever, which probably a lot of them are probably crystallized or whatnot. But regardless, and that took us to this whole thing. I'm just saying that fossils in archaeology cover that entire range of biological findings. So.
Yeah, but at the time we were talking about a bone.
That's right.
Neanderthal turning into stone. That's what we were talking about. A bone turning. That's what I was talking about.
Being fossils.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah, and I was telling you they're found in shale, and you agreed with me. Remember?
Yeah, that is a fossilization process. It's just not the only. It's not the only thing that's considered a fossil. So.
Yeah, but that's what I was talking about, though. Because when you said a Neanderthal found in fossils, and I said to you, "Oh, wow, really? I'd like to see that." And you go to me, "Yeah, just Google it."
Yep.
Yeah, and I did.
And you found those bones, right?
I found bones, not fossils. I found bones.
I know.
That's why,
as it says here,
why all this started, Kosho.
As it says here, Fossils could be things that were found in oil. They could have been found in any way that they were preserved, any way that these biological remnants were preserved.
Yeah, you went searching and you found something that fits your terms.
Oh.
You try to, wiggle out of the
First definition I read was just
all
what it
due
says on
respect to you,
Wikipedia.
bro. You do your job very well. I gotta hand it to you.
The first definition I read out several times was just Wikipedia's. It was the first sentence in Wikipedia about what a fossil is.
Yeah, well, nothing you say or do is going to change the fact that I was talking about a bone turning into stone.
Well, yeah. So you're claiming that if Neanderthal bone remains or whatever are not fossils, and I'm telling you that they are.
So you claim that they were fossils, and we came to a determination what a fossil was, and now you're trying to change it.
No, I'm not trying to change it. I never agreed with y'all's definition, y'all's limited definition. I told you that's a type of fossil.
Okay, Kosher, whatever. I'm not in the mood of this. Yeah, whatever.
What do you think you win by this? Neanderthal fossil or bone? They've been found. Okay, so your little pedantic game with the word has only accomplished us talking for a really, really long time about how words are used, rather than the topic that was at hand, talking about the bones in whatever flavor they came in.
What I find amusing is how you guys are trying to change the subject, reorganize it, restructure it, bring it here, bring it there. They call that bringing water from different wells. I find that amusing.
Well, that's funny because it seems like you're doing that with the word game with fossil. Because we were talking about fossils, and what you did is you took us off on a tangent over a word.
Oh, that's what you guys did, and you're still doing it now. I told you the definition. Rakia read you out a definition a few times. A couple of other people came in. Exot chimed in. All kinds of Dicelo chimed in. Napalm. I mean,
yeah, but why was it brought up in the first place? Why do you think that it was significant to mention to break the topic that we were talking about, just to go off on a pedantic argument over whether the group terminology for fossil includes bone?
That's what you did. Nice try to change it around. That's what you did.
No, we were talking about bones, and you said it wasn't bone. We said it was fossils. We found Neanderthal fossils, and you took it off topic, which was the topic was talking about these finds of these remains of these creatures, and you took it off to the word. So that's you who took it off.
Negative. That's all you guys. I just mentioned a simple thing and I asked for proof. Neanderthals, nice try. It ain't gonna work, Moyak. Your games are not gonna work with me.
So again, I'll ask, what was the significance of your pedanticness on whether it's a fossil or bone? How did that work with the conversation we were having of whether the existence of these objects?
Nice try to accuse me of being pedantic. I repeat, it was Kosher that said Neanderthals have been fossilized, and I asked him for proof.
I did not say
no,
that.
No, you didn't say
I
that.
did not say that at all.
No. You guys are want to tap dance?
I said that
Go ahead.
I said there's Neanderthal fossils, there's fossil remains, and the form of these bones. That's right. I didn't say that the bones have been fossilized. That's a specific process. Okay? But fossils is an over-encompassing thing, so it's fine for me to use that term.
No, incorrect, because the type of fossils we were talking about, stone, takes millions of years.
We
And I
weren't
put
talking
to
about a
you the
specific
question,
type
when
of
were
fossil, dude.
Neanderthals
I
around?
was talking about Neanderthal fucking fossils. That was a specific type of fossils we were talking about.
Right. When were Neanderthals around? What time period, according to your thing?
Yeah, some of these fossils are from 35,000, 50,000 years.
35,000, 50. And did you see the thing I posted? Like, proper fossilization takes millions of years.
Yeah,
Again,
the process
pedantic.
is talking
Nobody was
about
claiming
yes,
millions of years, hence it wasn't necessary to argue that.
So what's your argument again?
The process that you're talking about, for whatever reason you think it's important to bring up, is not the process. It's not the type of fossil that we're talking about, is it? Specifically, not the type of fossil. Fossils can be as recent as 10,000 years old. It doesn't have to be. It doesn't have to go through that process to be a fossil.
Or you mean a fully formed bone into stone could happen in 10,000 years? You sure of that?
No, like I said, you're talking about a specific thing. I'm showing you that there's a list of different types of fossils, right? I'm showing you that. I don't know why.
Yeah, but I wasn't talking about those kind of fossils. I was specifically mentioned shale, rock, stone.
For what reason? For what reason are you
now
now
you're trying to
talking about those?
wiggle out of it. It ain't gonna happen.
What makes you think that it's that you bringing up a specific type of fossil, which has nothing to do with Neanderthals, is somewhat making a point? Because I don't know. I'm not talking about those types of fossils, obviously.
You brought it up, and I asked you stone fossilization, and you said yes.
No, I did not say.
Yes,
he did not say yes. I specifically told you that there's a wide range of things that are considered fossils. Specifically, any preserved remains.
No. Don't play your games with me, bro. That's after you came up with that. After you realized that. Wait a minute, man. He's right.
That you just said about the rocks. I actually
whatever,
specifically
dude.
said that
Go
it's
argue
not
with
just
yourself.
rocks.
Don't play your games with me.
All right, timestamp it, Essie. You seem to remember this statement. I don't remember it, so
Yeah,
you guys don't timestamp it.
Go timestamp, go research, go do whatever you want, bro. I don't care. Stone fossilization takes millions of years to
Sure, nobody disagrees with that.
That's all there is to it.
Nobody disagreed with that. Not once.
I don't understand what the point is.
The point was to take us off topic.
No, that's not the point. The point is you guys are trying to do that, and I'm just not allowing you.
Well, I just looked up how long it takes to petrify wood, right? Which would be like fossilization of wood. And the first, I posted it in Livestream voice text. The first thing Google shows me is 5,000 to 10,000 years. And
really?
then there's another.
I would guess.
Then there's another little segment down below that says, "Can wood petrify in 100 years?" And then it says, "Yes, wood can petrify in 100 years." So it's like, it doesn't seem to me like these things have been very well established as to all of the conditions that can petrify something like wood, which we find all the time, right? So there's a huge difference between 100 years and 10,000 years. There's definitely a huge difference between 100 years and 10 million years, right? Or a million years or whatever. It seems to me as though there's no real silver bullet when it comes to fossilization as it pertains to the amount of time it would take to fossilize something.
Now, what you might find, though, is with like petrification and stuff like that, that's under certain conditions. And so, like, if you're in a mineral spring, let's say, or in a cave, you might have a high acid environment, which can cause petrification to happen faster or whatever.
Yep.
But nobody, at least from the globe side, nobody was making the argument of dating these bones via the method of saying that they were petrified, therefore they were old. So, I mean, that was really, it's kind of an off-topic thing, and it's kind of cool. I didn't know we could get petrification that quick.
Well, I know it's kind of off topic, but what I'm trying to say is, the conversation I was just having previously with Kosho when it comes to like a baseline of establishing these things, the environment that we had at certain times, the amount of, let's say, acid within the environment, the amount of carbon, the amount of oxygen, all of these varying things. We don't seem to have a good, clear picture as to all of the environmental things in every single place in which we're finding all of these artifacts, and we're just kind of blanket giving some sort of dating that could be wildly off just based on certain parameters.
I don't think it could be as off as you might think, because I mean, and there could be absolutely some wrong assumptions in there, but generally speaking, we only go with our best understanding of things.
Right.
And
So let's go back to
that's where it leads us with the co-witness.
Let's go back to my Google search that I just did. You say it can't be wildly off, or it might not be. Would you say there's a big difference between 100 years and 5,000 years?
Sure.
Right.
But
So
now,
when I Google
when
how
somebody
long
goes and
does it
looks at
take
that,
wood to when I Google how long does it take wood to petrify, and let's say that I'm just trying to utilize this for an argument to argue for whatever evolution and fossils and blah blah blah, and I Google that and I say it takes at least 5,000 years for wood to petrify. If I would have gone 2 rows down and figured out that wood can petrify and become rock within 100 years, would you say that's a huge difference?
Oh yeah. But now on the converse side of that is the people who study this and understand this will have a better understanding than obviously just 2 schlubs on the internet. And that tree that petrified in 100 years, there were probably telltale signs within that show the reason that might have happened. Environmental, that was in the caldera inside of Yellowstone, and it has a high sulfur content, and therefore when we find a tree and it's got high sulfur content in it, we have to take all bets off on that one and say we don't know the age of that one, or we have to use another method to determine that.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen petrified trees within Yellowstone, so you are correct in that statement, right?
Right.
But what I'm trying to say is we don't know for sure 100% accurate picture as to historically all of the environmental things that were taking place, right? Some of these factors may be easier to tell if they took place. Let's say we're looking back 5,000 years. It may be easier to tell that there was more carbon in the atmosphere 5,000 years ago based on certain parameters that we find within certain areas.
Right.
But we can't just make blanket statements about, well, we dug down so deep into ice and we know that at this depth it has to be X amount of years old based on the depth, right? So then we're going to look at the air bubbles, 100 feet down or 1,000 feet down, because we know that 1,000 feet down it was exactly 50,000 years ago that this ice formed, because we don't know how long it took all the ice to form. We can make assumptions, but we don't know for sure.
No, but for all we know, there is a co-witnessing event in there that allows us to say, yeah, there may have been more heating and thawing cycles up in these years, based on the fact that we know this one, asteroid impact took place and left evidence all around the world. So now I've got this little line in there that says, I've got this as a demarcation point where I can now say, okay, this area, 10 feet represents 1,000,000 years versus 10 feet over here represents 10
we make
million.
a lot of assumptions in that statement, right? This asteroid event took place. No, that's a theory, right? We don't know for sure. And even when it comes to like ice cores, generally those are taken in a place like Antarctica. And we have maps from, within the past 1,000 years that show Antarctica as not necessarily being ice. So how do we know for sure? That is kind of what I'm trying to say, is we're making wild assumptions. And I feel like many of these fields, yes, there's people that study it. So I'm in my early 40s. If I would have studied geology my whole entire life, I would be basing all of what I'm doing off the assumptions that I learned in school that I may have thought were factual, and I may not have looked into the assumptions.
Well, you say wild assumptions. No, they're not wild at all. They are assumptions based upon the best evidence we have at the time.
I would
There's no
say
wild assumptions at all.
anything outside of recorded history to where we can say, okay, here's these people that recorded something falling out of the sky, right, causing this worldwide catastrophe or something like that. Anything outside of what we can reasonably say has been documented by human beings, I would say is a wild assumption.
So how far could you go back, Napalm, with recorded history that you would feel confident with? Would it be 500, 1,000, 1,500, 2,000? Like, how many years could you go back with what you've come across in your search of things that you'd be confident with?
Honestly, the more I look into history, the less confident I am about anything outside of like 3 or 4 generations, to be honest with you. Because I know even in our time right now, when we're talking about documented history, if we fast forward 500 years from now and we take an event that took place, say in like 2001, and the only thing that survives is the official story.
Yeah, that's the official story.
We would have to assume that is exactly what took place based on our documented recorded history. And we know for a fact that there are many people who disagree with what that documented story officially is right now, currently in this day and age, right? So like I said, I don't know. I can't give you a date. But the more I look into history and the more I equate what's taking place currently, things that I know are taking place within my lifetime, the less reliance I can place on things past what has been passed down to me orally through my family or, anything like that. So I don't know. I can't give you a good answer on that, but I am skeptical, to say the least, about many things.
Let me ask this: if I had like I find a tree, it's sitting in a warehouse somewhere, it's been cut down, and I go and I look at that tree, and I find a pattern, dendrochronology. I find that there's a pattern of rings in that tree that show long, short, long, short, long, 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 and then really a severe period of drought where there's like teeny tiny rings for decades. And then I go back and I look back at history of droughts in the U.S. and I find out that this matches with the Dust Bowl period. Is that not a reasonably reliable evidence that that tree was alive during the Dust Bowl?
It's a plausible theory, but who's to say that tree was not on a human being's land and it was watered by a human being, that human being dies, another human being comes into that land, waters that tree.
And matches the exact same pattern that was happening in all the other trees around at that time?
Plausible.
Plausible? That's not plausible to me. That's highly unlikely. Possible, maybe, but plausible, not.
No, I would say if you had something like that, sure, that is a more solid evidence, right? Because you have the Dust Bowl period, which wasn't that long ago. It was fairly well documented. We have historical documentation about the areas that were affected, the people that were affected by it, people,
Right.
average people that were making this documentation, and then you can relate that to your findings, right? So this is something we're talking about within the relatively close past, I guess you could say.
Right, but now can't I extend that period by like looking at the overlap in that tree and the tree that lived before it? Just by using a fingerprint.
Tree that lived before it. What do you mean?
The one that comes up to the Dust Bowl. Like there's this tree died in just a couple of years ago, So that's going back like
100 years.
100 years in the dendrochronology tree ring evidence. Now I find a tree that goes right up to that period, where we could see the evidence of the first few droughts that happened ahead of time. Now I can go back and count those rings back from there.
How did you establish that tree was from the period before that?
Oh, the fingerprints that led up in that tree that lived during the Dust Bowl existed before the Dust Bowl, and there was a series of weather conditions that affected that plant's growth and gave those rings different widths, and I can match that fingerprint up to a tree that lived just prior, died just before that tree was born, or just a little bit of overlap in those trees.
Right. So my question is, how do you know that tree died before that period of time, I guess you could say?
Because it doesn't record the Dust Bowl, but it records the weather conditions leading up to the Dust Bowl.
Maybe it grew after the Dust Bowl.
No, it records the events leading up to the Dust Bowl.
Like there's overlapping.
Again, it's a fingerprint.
There's overlapping events.
Skinny fat. It's like a barcode.
There's overlapping events within these two trees, is what you're saying.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
That's how dendrochronology. They are able to bring that back, years and years, because what you can do is you can go into an archaeological dig, find a tree that was used in the roof of
Can you give me an example of this, like direct lineage of trees within the?
I've seen it. I don't know if I'd be able to reproduce it.
Same area, because what you're saying, I could see how that could be a good indication as to establish a timeline. How long of a timeline you'd be able to establish, I would say, would be pretty shaky at best to be able to establish this, especially with trees. I mean, typically trees fall in decay, so to find them petrified or something like that, to where we have definitive rings of trees going back, I would say even 1,000 years within one specific area, I would say would be difficult.
Yeah, we got radio. I'm looking at one. I'm just trying to see.
Oh yeah, that would certainly be a much more established, or a better pathology to use in order to come to a conclusion.
However, they do have stuff like this also in the not tidal areas, the estuary areas of like rivers and stuff. There's typically there's seasonal conditions, where leaves fall off, they rot, they go into the downriver, they end up in the I can't think of the word, the delta of a river. So there's an annual metric that can be used in that delta. And if you dig down into the soil at the end of the delta, you'll find that there's a sequence of 1 million of these seasonal flows. 1 million strata of leaves decaying, a long period, 6 months with no leaves, and stuff like that. I you know what I'm saying. I'm not exactly stating it, but that kind of evidence where you can now tell I've got an annual event here.
Yeah, but even those established annual metrics that you're talking about in something like a river delta can easily be wiped out by a flood event, meaning that those sedimentary layers that had kind of built up, let's say in a 10-year period, and you can have 10 distinct strata layers, that 10-year, sedimentary layers that you have within that delta, those 10 years can easily be wiped out. Yeah.
Right, but wouldn't that indicate older?
But what I'm saying is you can easily just have 10 lost years there. right?
Right. So if I say it's 1 million, it could be 1 million, or it could be 1 million plus 10.
Right, but what I'm saying is you can wipe out layers and reestablish layers that may be misconstrued as, you know, hundreds of years worth of sediment that's been deposited there that could have been deposited within a single year or a couple of years, right?
Although I would say, yes, yeah, no, I agree. But I would say that there might be and this is again talking as somebody who's not a geologist, but after a certain point, the information becomes locked in. Once it becomes deep enough, there is no resetting. It becomes sandstone, rock, whatever the hell type of tidal flow kind of rock that is. I can't think of what the name of it is.
Yeah, but this is all based on assumption that, you know, this rock was established this way, and it goes back to wild assumptions as to how these things coalesce to begin with, or whether they were established in a short period of time by something we can't necessarily quantify that may have created the environment that we live in. All I'm saying is once you get past a certain amount of time, it just becomes, I would say, unfeasible to place cold, hard numbers on things.
No, I agree. I mean, cold hard numbers. I think most numbers that are given in science are not cold hard numbers. They're like, it's 70 million plus or minus 10 million years, because we don't know how that river delta was wiped out in giant floods. It's
yeah. I would say you'd be hard pressed establishing anything past reasonable recorded history, I would say, and even then it's shaky at best. So once you start getting into the the millions of years, we don't know, man. We don't know. We don't even know if this place has been around 1 million years. We have no idea how quickly things could have formed based on different environmental conditions at any point in time.
Well, we disagree vehemently on that, because when you say no idea, no, we have a good idea. It's not an absolute idea. But I guess we'll have to agree to disagree on that.
Yeah, I mean, once you get past a certain point, it becomes whether you believe in a theory or don't believe in a theory. And like I said, I can't remember who asked me the question. It might have been Bandsaw, but asked me what I would what I would consider within history, established facts within history and what I would believe. And I gave my honest answer on that because I equated what's currently taken place in my lifetime, what I've experienced, and what the official record may show on certain things, to where, it's anybody's guess.
And I'll even agree to some extent on the human history side of things. Like if you're going to ask me if Khufu fought in this battle and was the aggressor, I'm going to say, yeah, that's all in the words of the victor, and that's subject to the stories and parables that are around that. Now, I think that we could probably figure out when Khufu lived pretty reliably, or when this dead body was there. Maybe his name wasn't Khufu.
Yeah, I would say, things past ancient Egypt, it's dodgy at best to really establish cold hard facts when it comes to history. And I would say, even within that time period, obviously, that there's going to be some manipulation as to the specific story. I mean, just think about like medieval times or things like that, where you you have a monarchy or a king, and what's being put out to the public is certainly only going to be what the king approves, right? Certain information is only going to be closely guarded within the royal class and the priest class. So,
although I'll say there is some verification that could be done there. Like if you want to ask whether King James was a really nice guy, you ask the Scottish, and they're going to say no, he was a fucktard. And then when they go digging around in the information in the archives, it turns out, no, he was pretty much a fucktard.
sure, yeah. But as far as like details, right? Many details. And even then, you're going to have details of events based from the Scots that may be not necessarily the full truth either.
Oh, right. They weren't as pure as the driven snow either.
Yeah.
They may have actually kind of pissed them off, and they were the cause of everything.
Yeah, I mean, just think about something like World War II. If you go back to World War II and you look at the propaganda that was given to the American people as to who the German people were and what was taking place, I don't know if that necessarily coincides with reality.
I don't know in what reference you mean. I mean, where they were saying the German people were evil people? I mean, what was the general argument?
Like propaganda pieces like babies on bayonets and stuff like that, right? Like the only establishment of that fact that we have is within propaganda, known propaganda, right? So, yeah.
Oh, yeah, you got to get people on a war footing if you're going to go to war. It's best to have everybody in agreement. So yeah, it's especially if you're like the president at the time. Let's say we were very hesitant to go to war as a country, America. Just having come out of World War One, and there definitely was some manipulation going there, for better or for worse.
Right, to rally the public around getting behind the war effort, right? So, yeah, I mean, this kind of comes down to something like when you go to court and you put your hand on the Bible and you realize that there's more than one truth, because you have to swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
What's your name?
My name?
Yeah.
Napalm.
Napalm. Hey. I keep on. I feel like Pete Shea here. Yesterday, 2 days ago, I was talking to somebody about the Tunga volcano. Was that you?
No, that was not me.
It's another mild-mannered flat earther or alternate earther.
Well, I appreciate the sentiment of calling me mild-mannered. I try to be. I try to have conversations, not necessarily arguments and debates, because I learn from conversations more than I do debates.
Right. Well, God darn, I wish I could remember that guy's name. I thought I saw it yesterday, but again, doing voice recognition on my part sucks. So I thought it might have been FED, but normally FED is not mild-mannered.
Yeah, it's funny how we have voice doppelgangers. It seems like I was listening on another server just last night, and I was like, am I listening to myself talk? This guy's inflections and the way that he sounds, am I speaking but not speaking right now?
I think the most stark one is Crit and All Glory to the Most High. They have very similar speaking patterns, including topics of conversation.
You reckon, Mark? You reckon?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Similar speaking impediment, which I think that's astronomically unusual. But then the way that he loses cool and stuff is really more indicative of old crit. Crit has not been quite as brutal lately. Going back 2 years ago, they were twins.
There's been many times where I have thought that two people were the same person, just different accounts, until I heard the two accounts start debating one another. Which, in case you're wondering, I only have one Discord account. This is me every time.
Yeah, I don't have any other accounts. Although I get accused of being Xanic, and it's like, God, I don't hear that at all. Maybe there's something in the voice.
Do you have to take it? Do you have to take a shower after somebody says that to you?
Oh man, I curse them out.
Yeah, you sound nothing like Xanic. Nothing.
Yeah, I wouldn't have thought so, but when Pete Shea said it, it was like, yeah, oh, okay, I understand. Pete Shea has real problems with voice.
He thinks Will Smith and Obama are the same, so I'm not going to take that opinion as gospel.
But then I started getting some other people saying it. It's like, yeah, Xanic. It's like, I'm not Xanic.
Okay.
So I did something the other day. I have a pretty common name. My first name and last name both are fairly common, and I just did a Google image search, right? Because I really don't have any social media, so I just wanted to see if like my image would actually show up under a Google search of my name, right? Just to see,
John.
Just to see how much anonymity I have, right? And then I started looking at some of these pictures, and there was a couple I was like, this person looks very similar to me and has the exact same name. I'm like, this is starting to freak me out a little bit.
I've never Googled my name. Actually, never done that.
All right, I did Kenneth Volley, and I looked at images, and I'm not there.
Yeah, I just did it because I recently got my account got blocked on one social media, the only social media that I had. And I was wondering, because nowadays, especially when you're trying to like change jobs or do something like that, like you have to have some sort of presence. Like if you don't have some sort of presence on something like LinkedIn or something like that, it's almost like they're not going to hire you if you don't have some form of social media presence. Not saying that I'm looking to switch jobs. We have a friend that's doing that, and she's trying to establish like her LinkedIn and all that kind of stuff. And that's just what got me to thinking about it. I was like, oh, okay, well, I really have no social media presence anymore. I wonder if like even an image of me would pop up if I Googled my name. So that's why I did it.
Damn. I'm linked with MI6. Go figure.
Illuminati confirmed.
Yeah.
I knew it.
There's probably a lot of links within Discord to MI6 and CIA and FBI and KGB.
Yo, what's up, handlers?
I always thought you was a secret agent, Bendy.
Oh, damn. Now I'm scrolling through all the images and not one of these images anywhere is what not one of them. MI6. Here we go.
Is there an image of your MI6 badge on there?
No.
No, your MI6 badge does not show up? See what I'm doing there? I'm pinning you down.
Yeah. Hold on. Oh no, I can't post the image because that'll give the name away. I can't even do that. I was gonna post the image, but there's already enough images of me all over the internet. Necessarily my, even though everyone knows exactly where I live.
I'm only thinking of one image.
Oh, which one? Does that have 3 people in it?
Yeah. And I've got the video recording of the same night.
Oh, do you really?
Yeah, don't you remember where you were that night?
Yeah. And we went on. We actually got booted off Jose's from memory twice that particular night.
Wasn't that the same night you came on my live stream? Or was that a different night? Because I know you were out and about doing something. A few of you. There was Rich. I'm sure it was you as well.
Yep. And Paul.
And Paul, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
I can't. We may have for a brief moment.
Yeah, that'd been one of my old videos, live streams.
Yeah, but I definitely know we went to Jose's and we got kicked off Jose's for taking it over. He couldn't handle it. And then we did some flat smacking of people.
Mm.
But it's still, to this day, is the biggest flat earth convention Melbourne has held.
Yeah.
Still. Hey, SE, you there? CBC.
Yeah, I'm here, bro.
Hey, mate. We made some headway tonight on Terry's stream, right?
Yeah, you missed out. You missed out, SC. You missed out on that one, SC.
Yep.
Okay, let's hear this.
Well, we established that water creates a horizontal plane, right? And
Wait, let me sit down. Let me sit down before you finish. Okay.
yeah.
You want to get comfortable?
Right. We established that water creates a horizontal plane. We also established that every horizontal, right, will be parallel to every other horizontal. We also established that.
Get the hell out of here.
We did. We established that.
You did.
Don't tell me Blue agreed to this and Terry.
Well, I had Google to back me up this time, right? SE, right? And it was very simple. All I had to do was type into Google, are horizontals parallel? And the answer came up and it said all, in capital bold letters, all horizontals are parallel. So they had to concede.
Is there any more to the sentence, or is that it?
No, there's more. But wait, there's more. Wait, there's more.
No. We established, Terry, that all horizontals are parallel. Right?
I still can't believe I'm hearing this. I still has to sink in. Okay. Wow.
Yep. But then they wanted to go take me into the weeds. I had to keep them SC as you do, right? And they couldn't run away from the fact that all horizontals are parallel to each other. They couldn't run from that because It's in Google. All right.
Wow.
So it was. Yeah.
I'm sure it's recorded, Terry, on Terry's channel.
Yeah, it's on my live stream.
Yeah, it'll be on his live stream.
I'll be damned. Wow, you're the ball whisperer, bro. You're the sphere whisperer.
Wow. They did try and bring in perpendicular, and they did try and muddy the with that all horizontals aren't parallel on a globe. But I said, but all horizontals are parallel. SE, like it says it in Google. Like you cannot argue with Google. And
Absolutely no way. Yeah.
No. Like, because generally, like they'll bring up Google as their evidence, right, to back them up. But yeah, it was a moment of bliss. A moment of bliss. I think Farmer's Boy is struggling at the moment himself. He's in a corner.
Don't tell me he admitted it too.
Rocking. Oh, he was actually pretty sheepish. He was sitting in a corner, barely kind of sheepish.
He wrote on a bit of paper and showed it to the screen. Help me.
Yeah. Yeah.
That was funny.
It seems like you might be overstating your position a little.
There's more that's gonna tell you exactly what happened, guys. Even though he wasn't there.
Yeah.
Already.
Not at all. Not at all.
I found a statement, but it seems like they're talking geometrically terms, in Euclidean math is what they're talking about. So it seems like you might be trying to take something a little beyond where it really happened.
No, all I did was type in are horizontals parallel.
Yep.
Right? I didn't. There was nothing misleading with typed in. Right? Are horizontals?
No, nothing misleading in what you typed in, and the statement is factual. However,
exactly.
It's very context sensitive.
Oh. Well, look, we established that water will create a horizontal plane. So if water establishes a plane, right, then all horizontal planes have to be parallel. They can't be anything else other.
And I'll have to read the water one. That one I've only looked at the are all horizontals parallel, and that one is speaking geometrically in Euclidean geometry. Yes.
Okay, let's find out. Does water create a horizontal plane? Let's actually see what the answer is.
Wow, that's wow. I hope
let's
there's no technical difficulties and the tape gets lost or deleted. Terry.
I'll see if I can find the timestamp for it, roughly when Bandy joined. I mean, he was there for a while, but it was after the quiz. It's uploaded
so Bandy is turning out to be a sphere whisperer.
Oh, here we go, SC. Why is the surface of water horizontal? Would you like to know why it's horizontal, SC?
Absolutely. Yes, sir. Yes.
Wow. Okay then. If the free surface of a liquid is curved, waves are produced on the surface. These waves, not elastic waves due to any elastic force. They are gravity waves caused by the force of gravity tending to bring the surface of the disturbed liquid back to its horizontal level. Boom.
Imagine that.
Damn.
And that, ladies and gentlemen, is why they have to have horizontal curving.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
I can't find that one in Google. You said the question was why is the surface of water horizontal?
No,
I'm not finding.
What a weird response, man. Why don't you just respond to what you read, though?
Because I'm trying to find what it says. Because
He just
doubt,
read it.
I don't care what he just read.
You know, Google in different regions of the country or world post different things, right? I
Right.
just
That's
discovered
why I'm
that.
asking what he actually. See, now this is where we get the
That's why we
interruption
should
from Witsit.
respond to him.
We get the interruption from Witsit when I asked a question, and like ask me why I'm asking the question rather than me actually getting the answer. So I can
Well,
go and look see if I
I'm
can
sorry. Let
find
me
the same
clarify.
thing he's looking at.
What we're
So
saying
I
is, why
don't
are
know if
you
it's.
opening your mic if you're
Oh,
not
I
going to
see.
respond?
None of you are
Why
capable
are you going to
of
not
keeping your mouth
respond to
shut.
him
So
and open your mic and obfuscate? We want to know. We
fuck
want to
you.
talk about the
Fuck you.
definition that
Fuck you,
he just
Rakia.
read.
Fuck you.
We don't
Fuck
want to
you as
talk
well.
about what
Look
you
what you
might or
started
might
now,
not
I got
find.
this. I got it. Moyoc, let me
Please
clarify.
don't
Oh,
fucking.
he left. Dang. See, I was going to saved it. I was going to say, I guess to clarify, was he voicing contention with what he read? Like, does he disagree with that definition? That would be the first step. But what you find is people impulsively just want to find some way they can try to discredit what they heard before they have to even decide to use like intellectual discernment.
Yep.
It's
That
very
was the whole
wild.
point. We wanted to all talk about that statement that he just read out. He wanted to obfuscate and maybe look for something to argue about it, not talk about it. That's our contention. We would like to talk about how the water forms its horizontal.
Hey man, I'm joining late, man, and I must miss whatever the hell y'all can. I was AFK for 2 seconds on death, but man, y'all know Moyoc is aces, man. You gotta respect him more. Now he'll talk about whatever you want with him, man. You know this.
Yeah, he's great. He's
I was
awesome.
actually trying.
He's an unbelievable human being.
Well, I was saying I was trying to save it, but he did get he started getting kind of triggered just that when like just hearing my voice, I guess.
So can we
Moyoc is
talk about
slated
that
for
statement?
sainthood. Like he's in line.
We still haven't talked about the statement.
Well done,
Let's get
Moyoc.
back on
Now
topic.
back to
Back
the
on
original
topic.
thing.
Yeah, water being horizontal. You know, the reason they're having to fight against it and say that horizontal actually curves. This
There's no
particular
fight.
state.
Go ahead.
Yeah, if you don't mind. So, fight or argue or come up with. I mean, just yesterday, someone said that horizontal curves is why I'm saying the statement I was saying. Why they have to say horizontal now curves is because of the statement that he just read off.
Yeah, I disagree with the horizontal curving thing.
Yeah, I do too.
I mean, it's you can compress a photo and that produces that that evident curved line, but I just don't agree with using that as evidence.
What would you say that's from? When you take a picture with a lens and compress it and it appears curved, what would you say that's from, Left Lane?
The circle, the 360-degree circle that's around you that we call the horizon.
So do you think the lens has anything to do with it?
Oh, it could have, but you know, if you use a rectilinear lens, see, there's too much ambiguity in that argument.
I agree, but I guess the point that me and you are trying to agree on, that it's actually not a curved horizon. It's just the way the horizon appears through the lens. And when you compress it, it exaggerates that slight curve that's actually not a curve.
No, I would say that just to the human eye and looking at it, the horizon, the amount of curve that there is not really discernible to the human eye.
For a modding purpose here, you keep on bringing up the eye, and he keeps saying something about a lens.
Yeah.
So
well, we
those are
see
two
in straight
different.
we see in straight lines as well as curves. I don't think that the way we see affects the shape of things. I think the way we
Okay,
see them,
you're saying how
what they
we
are.
see, brother. My brother, I'm just trying to mod here. You're saying how we see, and then you're saying naked eye, but I'm pretty sure he said a lens. Am I misunderstanding?
Yeah, I was
I was
talking about
pointing
the
out the
photo.
ambiguity in the argument. Yeah.
I was talking about the compressed photo that you brought up and how a lens distorts especially the outside. But when you compress it, even the center kind of gets, the appearance of a curve because you're compressing that view, that lens capture.
Oh.
But I mean,
Well,
we can talk about how the eye sees in a circle if you want.
You know, that's like I personally think that we see in straight lines and we see in curves, we recognize the shape of things, and I don't think that our eyesight has anything to do with distorting, unless we have a defect. I don't
He's
think that.
talking about the lens. You're talking about the eye again. I mean, he said he
Yes.
could change the subject to that, but I'm just
I just
confused.
have
Just for efficiency of the conversation sake, you know, like, do you have a response to a lens in a picture imposing curvature on something that is actually straight? Do you agree? Do you agree a lens will impose curvature?
Yeah, I did address that you know, you use a rectilinear lens is not supposed to distort. You
No,
know,
that's not
it
true.
might add on the edges, but
It distorts it
across
less
the
than a
view.
fisheye, but even rectilinear lenses distort the straight lines. You need to research that a little more.
Well, yeah, they're not
It takes
perfect.
out as much as it can, but it can't take out all of it. So then when you compress it, hang on, I was almost done. Yeah, that's what I'm explaining right here. That's my point I'm trying to make, is that they're not perfectly straight. There are people who compress these. Yeah, I can't say it. You can laugh.
No,
I'm laughing at
you're
myself.
delayed. You're
Oh,
delayed, man. I
I'll
did
practice.
that way before
Oh,
that.
okay.
Nobody.
I'm gonna go on mute because I am in a bad area. But even the pictures are. Oh, I said it good. Lens.
Yeah, there's barrel distortion in all lenses. You're going to get distorting towards the edges of all lenses, whether you want to call it rectilinear. I know people like to say rectilinear lenses, but just a standard lens that you get for a camera would be considered a quote unquote rectilinear lens, but it has barrel distortion on the edges.
Yeah, there are lenses manufactured specifically to minimize distortion, and I'm not saying they're perfect, but I would say for the most part that they don't curve straight lines for the most
Well, you're
part.
agreeing with him, though. You're saying that they try to minimize it, which means it is there. So when you say the misleading claim that it isn't there effectively, if that's implied, that's dishonest.
No, and
It
it's
tries to
not.
minimize it.
I'm just saying if it's taking a picture of a straight, something that's straight, for the most part, it's going to appear straight in the image.
Okay, see, now you're saying things like for the most part. So you're still just trying to find a way to not actually just concede point blank to the fact that there is distortion in the
But
lens.
when you take, but you know, being intellectually honest about it, if you've got a rectilinear lens and you take a picture of the horizon, and you compress that image, narrow it down like they do, and it's a perfect arch. It's not wiggly. It doesn't go up over here and down over there. It's a perfect
That's
arch.
irrelevant. That's irrelevant, man.
Can you send me a link to a
I
rectilinear
have a
lens?
360 GoPro, and I can do a perfect arch. So what are you talking about?
And they're
Address what I
not
said
B-ball.
specifically.
B-ball isn't. Yeah, I'm sorry.
No, you're good. You're good.
Listen. Well,
No,
B-ball
I don't
isn't
want to hear it.
using that type of lens. He's using a cell phone and a other like he's not using a rectilinear lens.
Can you send me a link to a rectilinear lens by any chance? One that I can purchase?
Oh, I'm sure
I
you
think
could go. I'm
I
driving.
think
I can't
Left Lane is
get on
just
it.
repeating what we've all heard on the internet, which I've
No,
heard the same thing.
I'm just expressing the knowledge that I've gained throughout this argument, right off the cuff. I'm not repeating or parroting. It's just my understanding of it.
Well,
right, from what you've heard from other people, but I've done further research on these lenses, and they absolutely have distortion. It's just minimized. And
Rakia,
that's what I'm trying to teach you.
if
Yeah,
you
go ahead.
guys are on about the compression curvature thing, isn't this like reproducible on like small scale with perfectly straight things? Like,
of course it is.
I've seen it.
It's a known phenomena that even the most like inexperienced photographer or someone who knows about vision and things like that know when, you know, like barrel distortion and compressed perspective. It's well known what it does. It's just distortion is all it is.
Yeah, that's why I wanted a link to a rectilinear lens. I mean, I grew up with the darkroom in my basement. I developed my own 35 millimeter film, and we had a projector. I made my own prints. I've been doing this for a very long time, and I was wondering if there is a quote unquote rectilinear lens. Because when I look for rectilinear lenses, it just shows normal freaking lenses that aren't wide angle
Right.
lenses.
Right. And these pictures, once you compress them, you're just magnifying the distortion. That's all you're doing. You're not magnifying what's actually there. You're magnifying the actual picture that it took of the distortion of what's actually there. The distorted image is magnified. That's what I'm saying.
And
The
even
good
in that,
question, guys.
I was just going to say, even in that compression, you're taking an image and you're compressing it, further distorting it. In my opinion, you're going to get more distortion compressing an image.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Your eyes, the lens and all that, and how perspective works and how barrel distortion, compressed perspective depends on your angle and things like that. It already distorts it enough. But when you compress it, you know, what are you doing? We laugh. I mean, we actually laugh. We let them do it. B-ball's world famous for it, but it's laughable.
Yeah. But so it is
Napalm.
layered, right? The eyes see in the circle. Divergent rays result in a circumference of light, which will cause you to see a curve as you get above it, although very slight.
Yep.
This is objective. And then you talk about taking a lens over top of that circumference of light that imposes additional curvature. And the curvature it imposes is based on its angle. And you're always just trying to get it level with the horizon, I guess.
That circle of light thing is kind of hard to understand to some people, but it's just the information, the reflected light, which is information getting back to your eyeball, that it can only come from so far. So it makes a circle around you in most cases.
My question is, how do they, do any of the Globers know how they level the camera to make the observations out in space? How would you go about
Napalm, what kind of camera do you have? I'm looking for your lens right now.
Yeah, the one I just posted is on eBay. It's $2,100. That's a rectilinear lens. That's the first thing that popped up when I typed it in Google.
Yeah, and I looked at it and immediately knew that that's a tilt shift lens. It's a tilt shift lens.
Yeah, it says rectilinear lens is what it's
It's a
describing.
tilt shift lens. Did you hear the rebuttal?
Yeah, did you hear the rebuttal? It says it right on the description, rectilinear lens. That's what it says.
Dude, eBay descriptions aren't some type of, empirical validity, dude. Can we see can we see what's the difference? Can you buy that? So if we buy it off eBay, you'll be able to tell me the difference in that and a shift.
Not only is that a tilt shift, not only is that a tilt shift lens, but it's a very wide angle lens. Look at the lens on that thing. That is a wide angle, almost that would be considered a fisheye lens that is a tilt shift fisheye lens.
You'll have to talk to Google about that. I don't know. That's what came up when I typed
We're
in
talking about eBay, actually, at this point.
Are you now saying that rectilinear lenses don't exist? What the hell, man?
Are you now? I'm saying the greater question is, why is it that you guys always present it as if there's some magic lens that removes that as a rebuttal for us, whenever none of them that exist do, and then we can't even figure out how to easily attain and use it? And why haven't the Globers done that if they constantly bring this up?
You get the point, right, Left Lane? People are taking these lenses and saying, okay, they're rectilinear, so they take all the curvature out. Take a picture and then compress it and show curve, and you go, yep, Earth curve. It's ridiculous.
Now you need to admit that you can do that over a flat surface and get the same outcome.
What if you got an image with a line through the image that is known to be straight, and then there's still a curvature when it's compressed?
It's easy enough, isn't it?
So you didn't respond to the point. You want me to say it again for both you guys? Both the guys that piped up, let me say it again. Now you need to admit that you could do the same exact thing over a flat surface.
And see, taking a picture of the horizon, which does have an apparent curve with our eyesight, and compressing it is different than taking a picture of a very horizontal line that's close to you. You know, you see what I'm saying? It's not
Can we
comparison.
talk about? Because everybody kind of did say, yeah, like for what's its demand, basically. I mean, it kind of was admitted when I chimed in and
No, they need to admit it though, bro. Like they're grown men. Is the Glover tactic to just like get quiet every time it's your turn to intellectually be honest and concede, and then jump right back in trying to change the subject to something else? Is that what is that? It's like mental illness.
When there could have been a quick confirmation, but when I jumped in and said, doesn't this happen with small things? It sounded like everybody on both sides said yes. But I wanted to continue to talk about what Rakia was just making an example of, because I don't know if I maybe heard the specific distinction that you made right there, Rakia.
But wait, these guys were just now on their mic talking, and so can you guys please, for the sake of intellectual honesty and good faith, acknowledge that you can get the same outcome over a flat surface?
Oh, damn.
You know what? I'll give it to you, Austin. I don't know. I have no idea if you can or if you can't. I would be very interested in seeing it. However, like I've said since I joined this community, I personally think long distance photos that have refraction and all types of other shit is bad evidence either way.
Okay, well, I do respect the semblance of good faith. His answer was, I don't know. Does any of the other two guys that were just talking this whole time about lenses have a rebuttal so we can wrap this up and move on? Weird, bro.
Yeah, it's weird.
It's all right. We can move on now.
Rakia, what were you making the a difference between the small scale one and the big horizon one? Were you saying there was?
Yeah, no problem. Like if you take a picture of the horizon from 30,000 feet and you get this apparent curve of the horizon, because of, everybody would agree. I think we're starting to agree anyway that circle of vision is going to create the appearance of a curve when it's actually not, just because you can't get all the information. But when you take a picture of that and then on top of that compress it, it's magnified, right? But when you take a picture with that same lens of a horizontal or whatever from closer up, you're not going to get that huge distortion that you can then compress and say, look, the straight line is curving. So it is an issue.
So you're saying it's harder to do close up with small?
Absolutely.
Yeah,
because you're not at the limits of your eyesight.
Right.
But all these images are high up above the ground, bro, right? All the pictures are taken high off the ground over a flat surface. You have a circumference of light with divergent rays. Therefore, you would have a circle of appearance or perception with your eyes or with whatever you're using to get the picture and with the circumference of light. And in that distance where you're at the vanishing point of your eyesight, you're going to then see the effect of imposed curvature that is illusory. Objection.
This is amazing. Me and Brandon were telling people we see in circles that would cause curvature, apparent curvature on a flat plane. Everyone was laughing at us, talking about we don't see in a circle.
I never laughed
saying
at
that shit.
I absolutely never laughed at that, because 4 years ago I told people that the apparent curve of the horizon is just an optical illusion. Like the horizon is horizontal. It's just like, yeah, I know you're excited. I'm just saying I never did. Maybe people,
right now,
I'm sure people did. Yeah, people I'm sure laughed at it, but even the down the parallel bridge, like when you get to that angle, I call it the Soundly angle. Things start to get really weird. Like just decrease or increase that angle left or right, and you get a more realistic view of that parallel bridge. You don't have to go very far. 5 degrees. He has to get at that specific angle. Look at all his pictures. they're all at the same angle, and it's because that optical illusion is created or magnified at that angle. That's all it is. It's a mirage. Should I post the definition of mirage again? It's an optical illusion caused by the atmospheric conditions.
I'll agree. I'm just glad we all agree that we see in a circle now.
Well, I say we see in like 3D, but definitely
in a circle.
Definitely.
Wow,
3D
circles. We
which is
perceive
3D.
this through, all the lens does is try to imitate the eye.
Yeah, I say that I can see straight lines as being straight. That's what I say.
Wow, way to act like you're responding, but not. I think there's like a fallacy. It's called a red herring fallacy, bro.
No, I just say I see straight lines that are straight. I see them all around.
Is that a rebuttal to the point that you see with the circumference of light in the eye see in a circle?
Yeah, that I don't even know what that means with it.
You don't know what that means. Okay, so if there's Rayleigh scattering in the atmos and there are divergent rays over a flat surface, there will be a circumference of lights.
Okay.
Okay, circumference of lights will show you the illusory imposition of curvature with altitude. You can replicate this on the Globers love using all these computer programs and coming up with fairy tales. Go do it.
Even the guy that posted the picture at altitude and said, look, that's the top of the clouds and the haze in the distance that forms the horizon. He's agreeing that he's higher than the clouds and he's looking down onto the haze, which is the horizon, which actually is just clouds blending in with the sky, and he calls it haze, is following the curvature of Earth due to whatever process he gives an excuse for, and then turns around and says, on a flat plane, for whatever reason, he can give all kind of excuses of that, how far we see and all that. We would also see the tops of that haze appearing to curve. Hello? How can you tell the difference then?
Every picture ever taken is just a picture of a flat Earth. How long does it take someone to accept it? Go look in the real world, bro. Jeez Louise, just go look at large bodies of water and reflections on those waters, including of the sun and the moon.
You can also have light poles that are the same height but are going uphill, still appear to get lower in the distance. It's, because perspective is, I don't know what the word is, stronger or more prevalent than the slope that they're on.
So we decapitated one of the number one regurgitated talking points that give people all this illusory confidence as if they're intellectually superior to flat Earths, whatever that is, that you have these pictures of curvature, right? So what else do you got? Xanax go-to is horizon drop with altitude.
As you rise up with your horizontal heads-up display, which is, then you see
insane.
more angle. Like, that is the word. I wish he would just, never say that again. When you create a horizontal that you're always above the horizon, right?
Bruh,
you understand what I'm saying? Crazy. Like, your line of sight, your horizontal line of sight is above the horizon. It just doesn't appear that way until you reach a certain altitude, where how far you're seeing due to the conditions and your horizontal line of sight meets the same position of the horizon. And then as you gain height or altitude, you're going to see a difference. Like, the horizontal line is going to appear higher than the horizon, but it's only because of how far you're seeing and where the horizon is. It's amazing that he uses that.
Yeah, he tries to equate that to like, oh, well, the expected drop on a flat surface would be this, and since we're getting this, it's completely different, blah, blah, blah. And he never takes into account the atmospheric conditions at the time at all, ever. And you can only see a certain distance. I mean,
But
most of
he,
the time, on a clear day, if you look at what your weather forecast tells you the visibility is, most of the time it's never going to be much higher than 10 miles visibility, period.
and when he brings it up, though, I mean, he'll end up going through the weeds like that, but he presents it like if you ask him what's the best faith or best proof of Earth curvature to support his faith. So he always says that, like that there's horizon drop with altitude. Now just think about that for a second. You're rising above a surface that you're then going to look out over. You're rising above the surface. It's just so insane to me. The horizon comes toward eye level. So it's coming toward eye level from where? Well, below you. Because you just went above it.
Yeah, think of it this way. You're only going to be able to see so far, right? Meaning let's say you can see 50 miles. If you're 6 feet above the ground, you're only going to be able to see 50 miles. If you're 10,000 feet above the ground, you're only going to be able to see 50 miles. It's still going to be the same limit as to how far you can see. That's not going to change. Now, certain things between you and that 50-mile range are going to appear as you gain elevation, meaning you're increasing the angle in which you're looking at these things, meaning more things will appear due to the angular resolution limits of your eye because you're increasing that angle, but you're still only seeing 50 miles, period. And you've raised up above, your horizontal is now 10,000 feet higher than it was before. So yes, the apparent horizon is going to appear lower at elevation than it did when you were 6 feet above the surface.
The globe has been decapitated. We just did it live. That's the two go-tos the Glovers bring up to show us that the Earth's a ball. And that's actually their normal non sequitur response to a request for physical measurement of Earth curvature. So the only people not accepting that the Earth is flat, they're just in denial of actually taking in the points.
The people who actually travel long distances and require accurate nautical charts to get where they're going, would those be the people who deny the Earth is flat?
They admit that they're not experiencing globes, so they're on our side, actually, yeah.
Yeah, that's weird. Why'd you bring them up?
Nautical charts, you have accurate flat nautical charts that tile a plane? I would be very interested in seeing those. I've only
plane can only fly.
They can pretend
the plane can only fly. Yeah, you have to pretend that the Earth's a spinning ball while you fly like it's a flat stationary plane. No. You had the audacity to say pretend in this context?
Hold on. Wow. Austin, you don't realize who you're talking to. This is Kool-Aid. I talk about boats. Boats don't fly unless you're talking about hydrofoil, and then we're only talking about 6 inches off the surface of the water. So I'm talking about nautical charts. Boat charts.
So you actually traverse in the boat, accounting for the Earth being a ball that spins.
Yeah. Yes, 100%.
No, you do not.
Celestial navigation says we do. Why do you say we don't?
So you just pointed to the sky and said it shows that you can account for the Earth being a ball that spins.
Okay, so have you never heard the celestial navigation argument?
Have you never heard of the surface of the Earth not curving? That's what we're talking about.
Yes, I've heard that lie. Now, would you like to talk about how celestial navigation can give us 60 nautical miles per degree of elevation change?
That is a 0% proof that the Earth is a ball.
What other shape could it be that gives us that exact linear relationship?
The sky itself.
It could be the shape of the sky itself. That doesn't make any sense. Would you try using English words?
Try and pay attention. Okay.
Okay.
It's,
what shape can I be
you're
standing
not
on
paying
that gives me the
attention.
relationship? No, I'm asking the question. What shape can I be standing on that gives me the linear relationship of 60 nautical miles per degree in every direction?
Okay. There is no need to invoke any type of shape claim. Number two, you're looking at the sky and you're asking me, why does the sky look like that? My rebuttal was, the sky looks like that. And then you started acting like I was the one that was unfounded. You started acting like I had the unfounded position. So
Austin, with
the
all due
medium
respect,
of the sky, you're going to have to
hold on.
listen. You're going to have to listen.
You're
You're going
not
to have to listen,
addressing my
man.
question, though.
I
You're
am.
not
I am,
addressing
though.
my question.
Well,
My
you're interrupting
question
it, man.
is, why is it when I move 60 nautical miles, the observation of the celestial object changes 1 degree?
Okay, are you going to listen?
Will you address that question and not something else?
I was addressing. So my initial rebuttal, oh my God, you won't even let me expand on my first response.
No, I want you to actually answer my question. Please answer my question. Will you please explain the linear relationship between 60 nautical miles and 1 degree?
Yeah, that is based on what we perceive in the sky. Well, we have very limited information about how that all works. We just see stuff in the sky, and then we go around the Earth and we look at the sky. We can always go towards the center or go north because of the sky and how there's a Polaris. That's all there is to it. There's a medium we don't know. Layers of medium would change the way that you see the stars layered with altitude. Altitude differential of medium itself would cause something that we observe. Game over.
With all due respect, that had nothing to do with the relationship that I was asking about. Let me try again. Will you please explain the linear relationship between 60 nautical miles and 1 degree observation change?
Well, please explain it. Okay. It's us looking at the sky, and then you draw a line to the middle of a presupposed hypothetical false sphere, and then you reverse engineer it, assuming a radius value, with the relationship to the sky. I'm saying the sky has a relationship with the observer beneath it. We can use the same exact thing. We can put Polaris at 3,959 miles away. What happens then? What happens when we put Polaris at 3,959 miles away instead of you drawing a magical little fairy tale line to the middle of a fairy tale globe? Again, game over. And the point is, the reason that we perceive things can only be so well understood because we're talking about the sky. And we've clearly been lied to about the medium, and there could be layers of the medium, which is actually hyperlogical because that's literally how it would work.
Let me get a response in here. You still haven't responded to my actual question, and we agree there is a relationship between where you're standing and where the objects appear in the sky. Will you please address that relationship?
Are you trying to make a geometric claim about the shape of Earth based on apparent positions? Because I mean, we never see their actual positions, right?
That's correct, Jeremy. I'm talking about their observed position, not their actual position. I couldn't give a shit less what their actual position is. The only thing that's required for celestial navigation is their observed position.
Yeah, but we're definitely not going to make a geometric claim based on some apparent position and apparent angles and shit, right?
Wait, I already rebutted you. I said, what happens if I put Polaris? Listen and respond. Don't pretend I don't respond. What happens if I put Polaris at 3,959 miles instead of you drawing it to a ball?
Okay, my answer, if you put Polaris at 3,959 miles, you would get an exponential relationship as you moved away from Polaris, not of the linear relationship that we observe.
Oh, so you're saying that there couldn't be a layer of the stars that result in how we perceive the stars. That's your claim?
My claim is if you were doing this on a flat plane, you would have an exponential relationship, not a linear relationship.
So what? How, is this? Is all the stars at the same altitude?
This
Game
is
over.
why. Hey, this is why celestial navigation. You don't.
Well, can he
You
answer
don't
that?
use stars that are 2 degrees above the
No, I'm not
horizon,
allowed to.
10 degrees above the horizon, right? Because there is an exponential relationship, meaning the closer you get to the horizon, the more off you're going to be with your calculation of 60 nautical miles per degree. That's why you only shoot stars within a specific range.
Can he answer if the stars are in the same distance away from you?
I mean, Witz has said it earlier. It could be different layers, and he's not going to answer. Are you going to answer? Anyways,
Well,
Witz has said it
2022
earlier.
Glover concession is silent.
Is this the time we tell them to piss off then? If they're not going to answer like a simple question like that, that really is the point of the whole conversation. Just
Witz
piss
has
off.
said it earlier. There's 69 miles per degree. You know, you don't know how the sky works, basically. I've been saying this for a long time, too. You don't know how the sky works to make any kind of geometric claim on it, on the shape of Earth, based on what's going on up there. Different mediums, all kinds of shit.
Go in the most horizontal place you know, the desert or wherever that might be, and walk away from a point in the sky. I guarantee it's going to be close to that 69 nautical miles per 1 degree. Easy.
So a flat means curved, bro.
Well, that has to be curved because they act like they're seeing the actual positions of the stars and not just some apparent position from your point of view with who knows what kind of optical illusions going on. Look at some of the shit we see right here on the ground. You're going to look a zillion miles away and say, no, that's definitely where it is. Earth to globe.
So 3 Glover home runs sequentially eviscerated. That's all the home runs we got. I know it is because I brought up your 2 bests.
Every single day.
What?
We're going to ignore the fact that people use this every single day, and one of the most important measurements you make is the sunrise and sunset measurements, which are done below the 15 degrees that whoever that was regurgitating, saying you never do celestial navigation at that altitude is just wrong.
What?
Celestial navigation, one of the most important sightings you will do in a 24-hour period is the sunrise sighting. That is done below 15 degrees altitude, which means whoever was claiming that we never do is wrong and has never actually picked up a sextant, let alone used one for navigation.
So a completely random diversion. I didn't hear anyone say that.
Well, then that was because you guys were too busy over talking. If we share a mic, we all can get heard. But when we over talk, no one can be heard.
Bro, you had a huge gap there. We were quiet for like 20 seconds one time. I was like itching to talk, so there wasn't just
right.
silence.
That was after I'd gone back on mute because I'd been over talked 5 times and I got frustrated, Jeremy.
Wow, you're dude. Okay, we just discovered the 3 Glover home run claims and eviscerated them all. The third one was yours. It's been decapitated. You couldn't answer a question. You went on mute because you couldn't answer the question, not because you got interrupted.
No, because I got over talked. Yes.
It was literally dead silent in here.
You're lying.
Well, let's not over talk.
Did everybody hear it be completely dead silent when I asked him his question, and then Rakia even asked him to answer the question again, and it was dead silent the second time?
No, there wasn't. I was literally trying to answer, and 3 other people were talking, so I got frustrated, and rather than screaming like a crazy person, I went on mute, because that's what an adult does.
Did anyone else see that what I said happened?
Yeah, this is your chance. You're right. Let's not overtalk, but this is your chance to respond. Then go ahead.
Well, why do we throw life jackets to people that are lying now?
Oh my
I
god.
haven't heard.
You can't even let me respond. Go ahead. Fuck you guys. You're
Respond.
Well, you can
Respond to the
respond. I
thing.
happen to know that what you did was feverishly look up something that you think you can use as a rebuttal, and that's why you got quiet because you needed time to do that. Now you're coming back with some fairy tale story about people interrupting you, and actually the whole room got dead silent 2 times asking you to answer the question if the stars are at equal altitude.
okay.
Are you going to answer it now?
Yes. Are you gonna shut the fuck up and let me?
Yeah, after I
For celestial
exposed you.
navigation. No, you can't even let me talk. Go ahead.
Go ahead, go ahead. I just had to expose you first.
Okay, when I get interrupted, I'm just gonna leave. I'm not gonna fucking play this game with you guys. Do you understand? Now,
Yes.
for celestial navigation, the celestial sphere is considered to be one elevation. That elevation is considered infinite. However, in reality, we understand that it is not, but it is near enough to not.
Wow. Okay, so your claim is that on the globe you do assume they're all at the same. You do assume that they're all at the same altitude on the globe. Then you draw your fairy tale line to the middle of this globe, and that is somehow actually rebutting us because you're claiming that it's basically been proven. Is that in space? I can't even make your claim make sense. I know what you're trying to say, though.
I think it's about the consistency of the infinite angle or something. Like I'm trying to hard time summarizing it as well.
Yeah, so when he's strawmanning he's strawmanning flat Earth, saying something's impossible on a flat Earth. So when you're making a claim of exclusivity to the globe, you're saying something's impossible on the flat Earth. He was literally saying. So I asked him, okay, are all the stars at the same altitude? He had to go quiet because his response this time is still not addressing what happened because he was strawmanning a flat Earth. He came back to talk about how on a globe we assume they're all at equal altitude, but really that's just infinite. We know they're not, but we know it's close enough.
Yeah,
he didn't even address the strawman flat Earth part, and you're trying to literally shift over because I refuted your guys' little talking point. This is really the caveat number 4. So would you guys like to address it? Are you assuming all the stars are at equal altitude?
Every time I try to address something, I get overtalked because you guys are children who don't know how to actually have a conversation.
Go ahead. You got a rebuttal.
Yes. So one more time. The celestial sphere is considered to have an infinite elevation. That's it. Celestial navigation.
Non sequitur.
So it sounds like you're agreeing. Just so it's a party.
Fuck you.
You said that was it, sir. You said that's it. I'm sorry. I'm a third. I mean, you don't want to let me get in. You don't have to let me get in. But
He screamed and laughed, man. But
I mean,
he did say that's it. I started to talk too.
Yeah, but it sounded like he agreed with you, so I wanted to just give him a third. A extra person's opinion. You said, are they the same distance? He come in and said they're all infinite distance. It sounds like he's agreeing with you. I don't know what I'm missing.
Okay, what he's saying is that if you use a sphere, then you can just assume that they're all at equal altitudes, and that altitude is infinite. Now, they're not actually, but we know that they're close enough.
Right, but if you're asking, are they at equal altitude? It sounded like he tried to say no.
No, it doesn't matter.
Well, yeah, technically he said no, it doesn't matter, and it was actually a non sequitur because we're talking. It's a non sequitur because we're talking about it on a flat Earth when he was claiming it was impossible on flat Earth. Are you about to absorb his straw man, left leg? Because it's definitely not going to be thrown away. I promise. I'm holding you guys intellectually honest today. This is the intellectual honesty day.
Yeah, they're just treated as infinitely far away, and the light that's coming from them is considered to be parallel. That's all. There's no elevation or elevation. They're the same elevation. There's none of that assumed in it.
Yes, it's altitude, and you treat them as if they're all equal. You treat them as if they're all equal altitude, and that altitude is quote unquote infinite.
Not equal
That's
altitude.
also, again, yes. And that's also non sequitur because we're talking about it on a flat earth. We don't want to do that. You don't get the
Okay,
strongman
well,
flat earth. We're not going to
can
do
we
that.
let me hear why left lane is. Why are you saying not equal? Because of the curvature nature.
One star's 100 light years away, and one's 500 light years away. That light comes in parallel. It doesn't matter that they're equal altitude or not. It's just that they're far enough away to be considered an infinite distance.
So, but again, it seems like you're going not at equal altitude. No. But then you're saying, well, we know that we can assume maybe somewhere in front or behind each other, but then mathematically we still treat them infinitely. But that's an agreement, though.
Yeah, but the term equal altitude, that would be a specific term saying that all the stars are at the same altitude, but that's not what it is.
Okay, so you actually treat them as if they're all infinite or the same altitude, which is ridiculous claim on its face. The point is, and you will not address it. We all know you won't address it. Everyone knows you're not going to address this. You're actually straw manning the flat earth, trying to say something's impossible on a flat earth. And then you're trying to pretend we have to absorb your straw man that they're all at the same altitude for all intents and purposes. For all intents and purposes, equal altitude, and that altitude's infinite, even though we know it's not. Even though we know that's actually not true. You're telling us we have to absorb your lunacy, your absurdity, to explain it on a flat earth. What if here, listen to the question. What if the stars are at different altitudes?
Doesn't matter as long as they're far enough away that the light comes in parallel.
Oh, you're just making more assumptions. So what we know is that maybe Polaris is the highest star and the stars are layered. There goes your whole entire religion.
No, it doesn't.
Do you understand?
No, it doesn't. It doesn't.
So do you understand how it refutes his claim about celestial navigation in a boat?
Celestial navigation is a functional part of navigation, and it works. There's no religion involved in it.
Do you understand how that refutes his claim that celestial navigation proves a globe?
Well, that pertains to the 1 degree per 69 mile or 60 nautical mile relationship that doesn't work on a flat surface.
Actually, it does. The stars are at different altitudes.
No, it doesn't work.
No, what?
Doesn't work. It doesn't work on a flat surface. It's just
why
simple
not?
math.
It doesn't work if you're seeing the actual position. If you're seeing the actual position of the stars, I would agree it wouldn't work. But are we seeing the actual position of the? Are we seeing the actual position of the stars though? No.
If there was a dome sky, like a celestial sphere above us, we would also see tilting on a flat Earth if we moved on a flat surface, but the sky was curved or layered, as in Witzig's example. I kind of like that picture he's painting. I don't think I ever looked at it that way.
Yeah, with the celestial sphere wouldn't produce that effect because you're looking at like an individual star. It doesn't matter if it's a curved or S-shaped or whatever. If you're looking at that one star, you're moving across the surface is what gives you that relationship. So the shape of the surface is what gives you the relationship, not the shape of the sky.
No, it's a combination of both. Like, for example, when we talk about what the moon, like how we would see different parts of the moon on a flat Earth, where like you would be on the other side of the moon and see a vastly different portion of it.
Yeah,
it's like you would see a different, you right? No, okay, maybe not.
That is the contention, though. I mean, if you can illustrate that relationship, that 1 degree per 60 nautical mile relationship on a flat surface, I mean, you could just draw it out, but you know what I've been shown on paper, the math doesn't work. I mean, it just the geometry doesn't work.
Bro, you're trying to do geometry on an apparent position. What do you not understand about this?
Are you going to rebut that?
I understand your argument, Jeremy.
Then you take the apparent position and you oppose actual position and then equal altitude of infinite.
But
that's weird and lame. We're not absorbing such lunacy. Sorry. Your Charlemagne's been decapitated. Next.
it's always seemed difficult to reconcile all the apparent positions. That's I think what they've worked on.
I mean, they're consistent enough that it works. That's
Like
the
we
main.
see things.
For a
Oh
globe,
my gosh!
yeah.
How
I
is that?
mean, for the flat Earth side hasn't been able to reconcile all the apparent positions, and I don't.
We
Why
see
not?
things
Why
in the
not?
sky
The
that
sky
we
is
know.
consistently the same.
We see things in the
Okay, I'll
sky
say
that
why
we
not.
know.
If I can answer him real quick, Jimmy. I'll say why not. I don't. Again, I've made this point, but I would hope this is our same end goal, regardless. But reconcile them to the point of where you can map all the ground underneath them and say, hey, these are the flat map, and these apparent positions are looking like the 1 degree per 69 because blah blah blah.
Yeah. Okay. Because you're perceiving it through a containment, and if there's any type of convexity to the containment, and then you're going to have basically the optical light, which is pretty redundant, but you're going to have the actual perception of light, the apparent location.
Of course, look,
through that, you're going to have it perceived through. You're going to have it perceived through the containment relative to where you are and relative to the location of the containment, or that convergence point that becomes the apparent perceivable light. No, not it's the only.
I totally support that.
If a containment exists, it's the only way, because we're obviously perceiving apparent locations.
It's just hard to reconcile all of it with it. I totally support that, and it's very possible. I guess I hope it seemed like you would agree. We're at a point in the progress of the science that we don't have a complete reconciliation, though. For the
that's just one of many viable answers, though. That's my point. I don't have to give that answer, because the point is that when they strawman the flat Earth, I'm going to decapitate their strawman. That's all I have to do in a debate, in an actual debate.
Yeah,
you're making a claim of exclusivity. That means you have the positive claim, Left Lane, right?
So the thing is, here's the point. Here's my point in this entire sextant navigation. It's been going on for a year, and I've heard lots of explanation and lots of how it could be this, could be that. I've not seen one demonstration of navigation on a flat Earth. Not one. But I've seen a lot. All you did was
draw a line to the consistent location and then draw it to the middle of an assumed sphere.
Yeah,
you drew a cartoon, Left Lane. You drew a cartoon.
Show me how it works. Show me how it works.
No. Show me how that works. That's the discussion. Is that real or not? That's the discussion.
There's plenty of demonstrations you can find on YouTube. I mean, there are lots of demonstrations on sextant navigation, but that's all using globe maths.
So yeah, I just posted a link from windy.app, right, where they talk about celestial navigation. And sure, yeah, you do celestial navigation on a globe as long as you assume parallel light rays and you assume all this other stuff. But in practicality, that link will tell you, let's imagine the Earth is flat so that they can get an accurate position.
I'll tell you right now, they're assuming a lot of actual positions.
Did I just hear globe math?
Yeah, globe physics. Globe physics.
Is this some sort of new math, Left Lane?
No, it's just math. You know how we use it.
Math debunks the globe, though.
Oh yeah. And so does geometry, especially geometry.
Yeah, it's all in contingent.
Yeah, but wait. So you agree, though? There's no claim of exclusivity of celestial navigation when you say it only works on a sphere. That's wrong.
No, I disagree. It's the way it works. The 1 degree per 69 miles. The way that you trilaterate your position. That's all globy globe. That's just the way.
Hey, buddy. So are you saying it's impossible on a flat Earth? If you are, explain why specifically.
I'm not saying it's impossible, but I've not been shown how.
So what is it that you need an explanation for? Why can't it work?
Demonstrate it. Show me how it works.
Why can't it work?
I need you to show me how it works, because it doesn't make sense to me. I need you to show me how.
Oh, but you don't actually. So you don't know why it wouldn't work. You're just saying that it wouldn't work.
Well, the mathematical relationships that, throughout the discussion, I am of the opinion at this point that sextant navigation works on a globe. And if it's anything else, you can show me that, and I'll pay attention. But I
The
can't get him.
mathematical. Go ahead with it.
Well, I'm saying, so you agree then that the claim of exclusivity is wrong.
No, at this point, currently, it's exclusive.
Okay, why is it exclusive if you don't know why it wouldn't work on why wouldn't it work on a flat surface though? Why specifically wouldn't it work?
Because the geometry doesn't work. You can't get the 1 degree per 60 nautical mile relationship that we observe.
How do you? Okay, if you're now invoking the math, what are the altitude of the stars when you're trying to do this math from the surface?
Practically infinite.
Okay, so you're straw manning us with that assumption I just pointed out. It's absurd. We don't want it. Thank you, but we don't want it.
No, it's not a straw man. That's just the way it is.
That's just the way it is. The stars are infinitely far away and at the same altitude.
They're
Or
treated as,
is it?
They obviously have a distance, but they're treated as if they're infinitely far away for the purpose of navigating.
Well, they're treated as if they're consistent. That's how they're treated.
Yeah, it's consistent. Yes.
What if we
That's
treated
it.
all the stars as being 3,959 miles away on a
I
flat
don't know.
surface?
I don't know. You scale that down and see if it works. I don't know.
Why would it not work?
I don't know. It just because the geometry doesn't work.
How so specifically? Because we're just asking you that specific question. Why doesn't geometry work?
Well, Winston, I know you've seen the diagrams where they draw a right angle triangle and move out across the baseline, and how the angles don't agree with what we observe. It's
Because
not
we're
a linear.
looking at the sky.
Yeah. Well.
Yeah, we're looking at the sky. What's that have to do with the ground, though? This is a terrible argument. You think right there it's just some I'm just regurgitating some simple
You're not
talking
making
point.
a point and then calling it a terrible argument. I said specifically, if you draw it out on paper, you can see that the distance across the baseline is not a linear relationship with the angle to the celestial body or the top of the triangle. It doesn't work on a flat surface.
Yeah, based on where you go in the sky, the stars look different. What's your point?
Well, in our model, they're treated as infinitely far away.
Okay, that's a very cool story, but why can you say it doesn't work you just said it doesn't work geometrically. Why not?
I don't know. I've already told you. You draw it out.
Because we don't know the altitude of the stars.
Well, it seems to work if we treat it as infinitely far away.
So so it seems to work in your fairy tale that's been falsified 1,000 ways. And if I don't try to play the fairy tale game, making the baseless presupposition of the altitude of the stars, Earth's a globe.
Okay, I understand your angle.
That's a good summary. That's an accurate summary.
But and where is the outcome, and where is the end, and where is the demonstration of how it works on flat Earth?
Oh, you're like John Lennon now. Where is the outcome? Where is the end? Bro, what do you want from me, bro? You're not listening. We don't know the altitude of the stars. You made the presupposition and you made a model out of it. Well, that model's been falsified. We should take this as a perfect example why we shouldn't do that. Because then we waste tons of times and resources, and we make all kinds of unfounded claims, and we make ourselves look like a jackass ultimately as intellectuals when we just run around in a futile pursuit, destined to oblivion with our heads cut off, because all we do is just make up assumptions. We don't know the medium. The medium listen carefully. We don't know the medium. We don't know the medium differential. Okay. We don't know the medium or its differential. If there is containment, we don't know the quote-unquote shape of that containment. We don't know its relationship with what we perceive. We don't know the altitude of the stars. We do not know the difference in the apparent and actual positions. And if they all reach a certain area where that is like the focal point of the light and that's all we can perceive, we don't know these things. So if we make up claims about it, now you claim that you know all these things, but those claims are all lies. The government doesn't really go to outer space and float around going 18,000 miles per hour, but just chilling. And they can just open the door that wobbles up and down. None of that's real. None of that's real. So you don't have anything, but you've come up with some model based on lies. We're acknowledging what we cannot access it would be ridiculous for us to formulate some type of definitive claim when we just now got out of the cult of pseudoscientific definitive claims.
I'd just say the proof's in the pudding. Sextant navigation
I
works.
just pointed out it wasn't proof, though.
Well, I mean, to me, it is because it works. It demonstrates.
Yeah, but
how
just
it
because
works.
something, sorry, left lane, but just because something works, that doesn't mean the reason you give for why it's working like that is true, right?
Well, the thing is, when we put this situation with the other components of the model, and they're all congruent, that points in one direction, then that tends to sway me.
I know, but
Dude,
just
they
because
wouldn't
something
have
works.
even been postulated
Go
in the
ahead.
first place if it didn't work. That's a ridiculous
Well,
standard.
Just because something works doesn't mean it's the reason you say it works, right? This should be easily agreeable for anyone.
Yeah, left lane.
I know what.
Look at what I just posted in the voice text. Read what I wrote. Would you agree with that statement?
Where? Oh, napalm.
Yep.
Put the stars at 3959 miles above you, flatten your baseline, and it works the same. No.
How would it be different?
If you're moving that pivot point where you got the 40 degrees at the bottom.
Look at the boat, right? So yeah, that's the center of the Earth, right? So that's 3,959 miles below you.
That's not how we do that. That's not how that works. That doesn't represent the same situation. I would have to figure that out, and I'm driving. I can't really. But you're taking your reading from the surface to a star that's above you. So I don't see how that comports to the 1 degree per 69 mile deal.
Which is why you can't fathom that it would work on a flat Earth, because you can't understand that concept.
Well, you're just simply moving across the surface and measuring an angle to a star, and you're seeing how that angle changes with a particular.
Witted, would you agree or disagree
I've got
with
one in here somewhere that shows.
you were cutting out left lane, but I just wanted to ask Witted, is that what you were stating earlier? Kind of what I posted there?
Just like I have to look at it. I'm actually opening up the RV. So I was in my yeah, there you go. What's the rebuttal?
He doesn't have one yet. Except he can't understand why that would be the exact same thing. That's
the one that I posted would represent the celestial body over a flat surface. You see how the position of the person is changing, and how the degrees and how the lines are not pointing at the same place. But you could imagine that if that baseline were curved, those lines that are diverging would actually converge at one point eventually, depending on how much curve you put in it.
yeah. So do you have any establishment of
Did you just text me?
60 nautical miles for every single degree for a star of elevation, meaning from 90 all the way down to 0? Do you have this?
The only thing that I've done is I used to run on the East Coast, north to south. And at the beginning of the argument, it's back in 2017, 2018. I would watch my GPS and I get a latitude, longitude, and then I would get out and kind of look at the star, but I couldn't really measure that. So I got to watching my latitude or my longitude on my GPS. And when I would go 70 miles, I would look at the longitude, and it would change just about perfect by 1 degree.
I think
for
you got
every
me sick. I got mad like sniffles or something.
You're hot, Mike and Jeremy.
Yeah, it's just allergies, guys. Don't worry.
You should probably go genetically modified at least 4 times.
Yeah, that's the only way that I've confirmed it personally is watching my GPS and traveling 70 miles and seeing my degree change on my latitude or longitude. Latitude, yeah.
But hey, do you understand the actual argument? If you use his little picture there, okay, and then you have a focal point where you perceive the light, and it has some type of convexity that would give you the exact same thing. Is that true or untrue?
What picture you talking
Napalm dropped a picture at 142. I'm explaining that they make unfounded altitude claims. So you can actually use that same number and just show things in the sky. You do it in small portions at a time. Celestial navigation has been used for a very long time now. His rebuttal is that it would eventually converge. Is that right?
Yeah, if you like the picture that I put in, if you could imagine curving that baseline, if you started curving that, those lines would eventually converge to that single point. At some point, they would all be pointing at the same spot, but you're going to have to curve that baseline to make that happen.
Even if the stars are at varying altitudes and the way we perceive them is relative to the medium, that's what you're not understanding.
As long as they're very far away, you know that. And yeah, that's an assumption. I guess you'd have to. Yeah. But
yeah, your picture is not even close to anything in scale at all whatsoever.
I don't see anything at all when I look at the sky. I don't see anything at all that would indicate to me that they're the same distance away as California is from me in Tennessee. They're way the fuck up there.
We don't even know what the medium is that they're in. So when you say stuff like that, they're way up. No, you're just saying that.
Well, no, I mean you say that we don't know the medium. Maybe you don't, but and I've never been there, so I can't say. But I do believe and trust in the people that have been there and what science says it is. So you know, I mean I haven't been up there and confirm it, but I accept the fact that it's practically empty and that light, barring any light being lensed by a galaxy or a star or something like that, then I would assume the light coming to me from that light in the sky is coming to me in a straight line.
So you have a belief.
Yeah, I have to say it's a belief
told
because I've never done it. Yeah, I have to trust in the science.
No, you have to trust in a couple people that said they did it that work for the government who notoriously lied to us and only admit it decades later. Let's be a little more accurate here.
Kind of like poisoning the well, but yeah, and I don't
poisoning
believe
the well. No, it's just objective. It's a source.
No, it is. I mean, you're saying that they lie about every breath they take, and I don't think that's.
I didn't say that.
I mean, that's what you're indicating now.
No, it's not.
They're known liars. So I mean, we'll just leave it at that.
They don't have to lie about everything. It's like if your girlfriend cheats on you, does that mean she can't tell you the truth when she says, "I'm going to the grocery store"? It's a ridiculous rebuttal, dude.
Huh?
Do you understand the analogy? It's like just because, okay, if your girl's cheating on you, she lies to you about where she's going all the time. If your girl's cheating on you and lying about where she goes all the time, does that mean that she can't tell the truth about where she's going? Tell the truth about what she's doing sometimes?
Yeah, if I can't trust somebody, I just don't have anything to do with them, really. But
okay, but so if she went to the grocery store after she told you she was going to the grocery store and she was telling the truth, that doesn't mean she didn't cheat on you, right?
yeah.
Okay, so now no one, that's a straw man that you've created in your mind to try to cope with the cognitive. That's my honest assessment. And you have to characterize and paint flat earthers a certain way in your mind, being that everything the government says is a lie, so we can't trust anything. We don't think like that. Like, we don't trust the government, obviously, but the point is, we know that the government doesn't literally lie about everything. It doesn't matter. Our point is that the government is not a reliable source. A government is not a reliable source, bro.
Yeah. No,
they'll kill you. Do you know that they'll kill you even if you're innocent just to start a war? Declassified.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't want to get into all that.
Declassified. Operation Northwoods, they tried to get JFK to kill American citizens, right? So we could go blame it on Cuba, but our government would be killing innocent citizens. Are you listening, dude? Our government was going to kill innocent citizens, blame it on Cuba, and then go invade Cuba.
Yeah, I don't know anything about all that. But
Operation Northwoods is declassified. So what do you have to say back to it though? Like you agree we can't just trust these people. They're willing to literally kill us. In fact, also we have MK Ultra where they declassified. They actually ran experiments of mind control on people unsuspecting members of the public, college students, a bunch of different groups of people.
Ted Kaczynski, the Unabomber, they made him. He did that. His professor was doing MK Ultra shit on him.
All right, now let's get even more hyper specific. Do you know that there was the Smith-Munns Modernization Act in 2011 to 2012?
What's that?
Yeah, so it was originally in 1948. It gave the U.S. government the right to propagandize, to lie with propaganda to foreign countries, right? So that we could kind of, national security purposes and advantages, blah, blah, blah. But in 2011 and 12, in that year, they signed the Modernization Act where it's now legal for the government to use the mainstream media to propagandize and lie to the American public as well.
Okay. Like I said, I never said the government doesn't lie. I don't believe that they tell the truth about everything. I don't trust them. I don't like them. I think they're corrupt as hell. They're causing me to pay $6 a gallon for fuel. It cost me fucking, I don't know. I'm paying like $6,000 a fucking week for fuel, and I'm pissed off about that. But it's just a matter of practicality. I don't think that the science intentionally lies about the vacuum of space and things like that.
But we don't think that though, right, bro? You know that none of us think that the quote unquote scientists intentionally lie about the vacuum of space. All these people, almost all of them, like pretty much all of them, they're just assuming that's true, believing the same story you're believing, and then going from there trying to explain it.
No, but all these things, in my understanding of physics and technology and development, it's not out of the realm of being believable. I don't have any issue, any conflict that we're able to shoot rockets into space and even land people on the moon. It's a very difficult thing to do. It's an amazing task, but I don't think it's impossible.
Wow.
I got a question for you, Left Lane.
Yes.
Jeremy brought it up yesterday, and I've asked this question many times concerning the moon landing, humans on the moon, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, how many more years would it take for them to delay and delay and delay until you start to question that it's never going to happen? How long will it take?
Yeah, you know, through the years, you have different administrations come in. I'm not surprised that people can't get their shit together and actually make something happen. And I really don't think that it's been there's been a good reason to go back to the moon. I mean, it's just a fucking rock, you know. And you know, now they're talking about Elon Musk has got this dream of building a launch pad to go to Mars, which is, you know, it's kind of astonishing. You know, that's like crazy. But you know, I don't think it's impossible to go back, and if he's got the money to do it, and I'd like to see him do it, you know. But
dude, the government gives that dude like hundreds of millions of dollars.
Yeah, but when will they start questioning? Like, it was supposed to be in 2020, 2024. Now they delayed it, 2028.
Yeah.
And 2028 it's going to be 2032. When will you say, whoa, hold on there, Mule? What's going on here? Where's my money going?
Yeah, I didn't answer that question, did I? Being aware of the conversation like I am now, you know, 5 years ago, it wasn't a question in my mind. Now it is. And yeah, I would say at some point I'm going to start saying, hey, man, you know, what is NASA actually doing for me? That we're giving them all this money. What are we getting back for it? And yeah, I would start to question it. By 2030, we still hadn't gone. But then again, you know, what good would it do for us to go back now? I mean, it's
that's just an excuse.
It has one of the most valuable materials in the entire world.
But
that's not even the question, guys. That's not even the question. The question is that they say we're going to go back. It's not why or what, why and if. They're the ones telling us they're going to go back, and then they don't.
Yeah.
Well, the point I'd like to make to you, Left Lane, is that me and you are paying $6 of fuel, right? My fuel bill is you know, unbelievable too. And here we are giving, you know, millions and millions upon maybe even more to programs like Elon Musk and other space programs or whatever, and we're paying this fuel cost. What are we getting? What are we getting back?
Yeah, that's a good question. Is what is going to be the benefit to going back to the moon? And God dang, you know, that's $1 million question right there. You know, that you look into the future. Let's say they did go, and they started construction on this launch platform to launch us to Mars. We're not ever going to see that in our lifetime. We're not going to see it. We might watch them put a few things up there and start assembling this base, but we're never going to realize anything out of it. It's, I guess they would say, it's for the greater good of humanity or whatever. Like
Elon says he's going to go himself. He says he's going to go.
Yeah.
They're going to get to Mars before he dies.
Yeah, that's where. Yeah, and if he goes, that's where he'll die. He's just going to go up there, and that's where he'll spend his days, whatever's left, I guess.
What a psycho!
Well, I don't think it's psycho. I think it's extravagant.
How about the moon? Never mind Mars. How about the moon?
Yeah, like I said, I really don't have an issue with it. Just in my understanding of things in general, I don't have a problem with them being able to put a man on the moon.
Would I be able to zoom in and see this magic compound?
No.
Don't think so.
Yeah, we're never going to see any actual proof of anything.
Well, I'm sure
no technology exists that will allow you to zoom in on the moon. What the hell are you talking
about?
Build
a big ass compound.
Why not?
Nobody has that kind of technology that you
why
can
not?
zoom in with that because it is not technically possible, Rocky. That's why not.
Why not?
Not even NASA?
Do you have a problem hearing what I'm saying, Rocky?
No, I'm asking you why. What's the reason why it's not possible?
You cannot build a big enough telescope to be able to do that.
So all optics have a limit then?
So they can't use the popes.
Are you suggesting that optics have no limit, Rocky?
No, I'm suggesting that I say all optics have a limit. Are you agreeing with me?
No, it sounds like you're agreeing with me.
I say we make each orbital. We make a leapfrog orbit satellites to the moon, and each one's a telescope, and they can zoom into each other, and then we can line them up like a chain, and then see.
What?
Yep. They can compound. Let's compound them. You know what I mean? Like when they all eclipse each other perfectly, then we could have the zoom in to outer space.
Surely we could be able to zoom into the ISS, right? This mythical thing. Surely
we can, and we do.
So can we have like a wave by? We zoom in, they zoom in on us.
You want to zoom into a window? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, and a nice little peace sign. What's up, bro?
I don't know why no one gives them the ISS. Like that.
We look at you, you look at us. What do you say, Blue?
It's not like it left Earth though, right? It's not like
it's not anywhere near where they said it.
No. We're just playing in their in their fantasy. But since we're talking about zooming the moon, how about zooming the ISS? Something way closer.
We got amateurs that have done that. Amateurs have done that.
You know what? I'll support. That's why I guess we need to look. But Blue, that's kind of what he's saying. Can we take it a step further from the amateurs and get the super duper telescope to zoom in on the ISS and get an actual like a smiling astronaut?
CNN says hi to the ISS from afar. A wave.
I would imagine if you wanted to spend tons of money on a fool's venture like that, you could probably do it. Yeah.
But it does look like they would produce something. Like I would wager they would produce.
What would be the point? What is the point?
To placate the naysayers.
Nobody gives a shit about the naysayers. We really don't care whether you believe it or not.
Yeah,
we really don't care.
The government disagrees. The government cares specifically about it. They actually write about that a lot, and it's also declassified. So the same people lying literally do care. Whenever they propagandize, they literally track logistics. They track the logistics of being able to move forward with the propaganda. So they do care.
What's it?
Topic.
I don't know how they have to put a little reminder underneath the video. They don't care. That's what they have to tell you. Flat Earth is an archaic idea. That shit, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, they don't care.
That isn't the government doing that. That's not the government.
No, yes, it is. Go ahead. Yes, it is.
No,
the government pressured. She said, "What?" He said, "What are you going to do to censor misinformation?"
I'm sorry. Say what now?
The government told them to censor misinformation.
Really? Where is that information? Where is that?
In the actual court video.
He'll deny it. It doesn't matter. He'll deny it. Once you show him, that's not what they meant. He'll say,
if you show it to me, I'll be glad to consider it.
Yeah,
show it to me.
Where is it? You're going to spin it and say it's not what they meant.
Yep, every time.
Oh, you know what I'll say then? Okay.
Yeah, have you not seen this? You said you've been looking at this for how many? 5 years? You've been looking at this for 5 years, and you haven't seen them talk about it in court, where the government asks YouTube, "What are you going to do to censor misinformation?"
No, I don't know what you're talking about. Show it to me.
Oh, well, now you know. So YouTube literally works on behalf of the government to censor flat Earth. Does that change your perspective in it?
Not on your word, no. I don't believe anything you're saying.
He won't make a claim. He won't. He can't.
Okay, but if it was true, would that change your perspective in it?
He can't.
No, if you're telling me that the federal government has come along and told YouTube to put a warning, put this disclaimer about flat Earth underneath videos, I don't believe that. No, I don't. You need to show that to me.
Wow, how long have
new.
you seen this, man?
I didn't see it. You're a smart guy. Show it to me.
Are you? I just want to know: are you being like really lame and you've seen it and you think you got some like home run or something, or you've actually never seen it?
I'm being serious. I've actually not seen what you're talking about.
That's weird, bro. But I mean, you haven't seen the YouTube rep saying they're going to censor flat Earth in court?
I've heard a lot of talk about it, but I haven't seen it.
Yeah, she didn't use the word censor.
It was in front.
Oh, there's it. See, so there's the response.
It was in front of Congress.
Boom.
So are they not talking about censoring, or they have to say the word censor?
No, they're not talking about censoring it. They're talking about not promoting it.
Wow, unbelievable.
That's a form of
So
censorship.
if I can search for a particular YouTuber, a flat earther specifically, if I put that in the search terms, I can find them in all of their content. Correct?
No.
Yeah.
What do you mean no?
No.
Who can I find?
If you type my video word for word, you won't get it. Half
Right,
of
so
them you can't even find,
I
and
can't find
then
your
they get this.
channel.
Hey, here's the deal, buddy. Legally speaking, according to the government themselves, that's a form of censorship. Removing it from being seen, deprioritizing it, and removing it from being seen is a form of censorship. Legally speaking, according to the government themselves.
Okay,
So
it's
go
not
ahead.
prevented from being seen.
Witsit,
If I
they don't-
search the
right,
channel,
Witsit,
if
they
I
don't
search the
believe in
channel,
words.
if I search the channel, I can find all of your content for sure. It's not being prevented from being seen.
See, he just removes the word. He doesn't believe in the actual terms and what words mean with.
Yeah, exactly. Like
Yeah,
legally
so
speaking, it's a form of censorship.
if I
but
can
you're
see
wrong.
the video, it's not that I don't believe in words. I can definitely still see the video.
Legally
with you.
speaking, you don't know what words mean. Legally speaking, bro, the lawful.
Okay, tell me if I can see the video, why I can't see the video.
Oh, so now you don't understand. So the lawful definition is that's a form of censorship because deprioritization is removing it from being seen. The Supreme Court
I
would
can
tell
still
you
see it,
this.
though.
I mean, do you?
Can I still see it? Yes or no?
I think that's a good rebuttal.
Yes, I can still see it, so it's not being censored. There we go.
So, but according to the government and the lawful definition of censorship, which is what we're talking about when the government's actually asking YouTube, they are censoring flat Earth, correct?
No.
So you have cogdis, or you're just dishonest.
Okay,
Let me
you
give
said
you an
that part of that
example here.
definition involves that it cannot be
Doofus.
seen.
Pure
However, I
insanity.
can indeed see it, so what's the problem?
Pure
Doofus, let me
insanity.
give you an example of censorship. Let's say you are at something like Mount Rushmore and you're trying to talk to people and they say, hey, you have free speech, but you have to go 10 miles into the woods that way. Would that be considered censorship? Because if you wanted to hear Witsit talking 10 miles in the woods, you can go out and find him talking.
He could have
But he's
done it
been
unamplified.
removed. He's been removed from the platform in which the public corridor tends to keep people, right? So, yeah, he's able to talk 10 miles off in the woods, right? So you can still find
he could have talked. He could have talked right at that spot as well, just unamplified.
Just I'm equating this to internet, right?
Actually, that's not true either.
Okay, it's a bad comparison though.
That's actually not true either, though. You're not allowed to give any type of speech that can gather the onlookers at all, unless you're in the free speech area. Try again.
Oh, so they have a spot for you.
They have an area.
Oh, they have a spot. Yeah,
Doesn't
so
it?
down there, it was down where
Really?
you can't be heard, and they said that you. Well, I'm addressing the bullshit. It was down where you can't be heard, right? And they said that I couldn't go there right then. He'd have to go check and move some stuff around and get some signs away off of it first. So try again.
Do they prevent people from going down there listening to you? What's it?
They prevented me from going down there.
Yes.
They have a free speech area and they prevented you from going to it. Is that what
You're
you're saying?
catching up.
What's his next excuse?
Well, that ain't
No,
what I
I
saw.
know that's not what I saw.
That ain't what I saw. Well, it's crazy because I had a
on
4-hour
YouTube.
trial where the entire courtroom saw it because it's before the live stream on his body camera.
It was refraction with it.
Go down there and you refuse to go. Is what I saw.
Well, that's not what he said, actually.
We can't trust our eyes with it, so we really don't know that you've done that unless I go to space to verify that you went to court. We don't really know that. Sorry.
And I could release it, technically speaking, because I recorded on my GoPro. I can't actually because I'm being tactical with it's in the appeal process. I'm sure that doesn't make sense to you. You're going to somehow say something ridiculous.
Witzik, obviously I can't talk to them. So how about we talk about the fact that several channels have already been deleted, the fact that thousands of videos are already deleted. Is that not censorship? And watch the new excuse. Thanks.
Okay, the channels that got deleted did not get deleted for Flat Earth. They got deleted for other reasons.
That's a lie. Just the fact that you made that claim shows that you just lied. You can't make that claim. So you have to lie. Thank you for proving my point.
But you can't
All
claim
right, well, let's go through that real quick. So if I can pull out one example, if I can pull out one example of a channel that has if I can pull out one example of a channel that has been around since 2017, doing nothing but flat Earth content, and they're still around, is it true then that channels are being taken down because of flat Earth content?
Yes, it's still true. Just because somebody else didn't get killed doesn't mean there's no murdering happened. I'm sorry, you're a retard. Get a life. Thanks.
All right. So every single one of those videos,
Bro,
every
this is
single
so
one of
stupid
those
anyway.
videos that
Dude,
they
dude,
publish,
shut up.
You can't be
man.
this
every
What are
single
you
one
doing?
of those, every single one of those videos that they publish has the little flat Earth
This is what
ticker
happens. Listen,
underneath
if
of
you
each.
believe, listen, if
I'll
you
go
believe
ahead
in
and finish.
evolution,
I'll go
yeah.
ahead and finish.
Yep.
I'll go
You
ahead
have
and
no
finish
choice.
talking.
Yep.
I'll
You're
go
Walking
ahead and
Dead.
finish talking
Nope.
while you're
You're just
talking through
Walking
me.
Dead.
Yeah,
I'll
okay,
go
just
ahead and
let him
finish.
finish.
I'll go
Calm
ahead
down.
and finish talking while you're talking through me.
We're gonna let you
Okay,
finish.
here we go.
Okay.
We'll try this one more time.
Try
Every
to be
single one of the
concise.
videos that they, every single one of the videos that they publish has the flat Earth context ticker underneath of the video. So that lets you know that YouTube knows that that content is about flat Earth, and all of those videos on that channel have that. So YouTube knows that channel is full of flat Earth content, yet that channel never disappears. Why?
Okay, so are you saying that the only form of censorship, are you saying the only form of censorship is complete removal? Yes or
Yeah, that would be censored. You can't find it, you
That's
can't see it,
dumb.
you can't watch it. That's what
no? Okay, so
censorship
if
is.
right, so if someone has tons and tons of subs prior to them making this rule, and then they lose tons of subs, they no longer gain any subs, they are deprioritized. You can't find the videos when you search for it.
Don't say you can't
And
find them.
no, you can't find them if you actually type the title of the video word for word. You can't find it anywhere
You can't find mine either.
because it's talking.
Using
Yeah,
those
because
same terms, you
you're
can't
not a
find
good
my
enough globe
videos either.
zealot. Yeah, because it's talking about some of the flat Earth, what we actually kind of say at times. So they have to also censor that. You're not like they're not going to use you as some high production way to promote straw mans in very concise graphics like Professor Clown Show. You're not a star. You're not a globe zealot star, Blue. I'm sorry. So yeah, they're going to censor you. Yeah. Not like really censor you, just keep you deprioritized. But some of us have people unnotified constantly, so they have their notifications on, just turn it off so they can't see it, so we can limit the views. Intentionally trying to limit the amount of people that see it is censorship, objectively.
To deny this is beyond reasoning. Like, of course they're censoring it. They admit that they're doing it. They're just calling it, saying they're not promoting unauthorized information. Meaning they're deeming what's conspiracy and what's authorized or authorized. They call it authorized information. Authoritative. So whatever they deem that, they'll promote. And whatever they deem not to be authoritative, they demote. And if you don't think that's censorship, then the problem's on you.
That's literally what totalitarian governments do.
Yep.
Yeah, it could be you next, right? On something the government doesn't agree with you on, and they're going to censor you where you can't get your information out. That's censorship, buddy. Welcome to the real world. It has nothing to do with flat Earth or globe Earth. It could be you next.
Yeah, it's crazy, bro. Authoritative.
What a joke, man.
Authoritative, really, bro. So the First Amendment is literally there so that you can criticize the government. That's literally why that's what motivated it. That's what motivated the story is that's what motivated the entire ordeal, coming over here and starting this country and writing a constitution and a Declaration of Independence. Literally, because the government wouldn't let anyone use the printing press. Right.
The First Amendment does
So
not apply
the
to YouTube.
monarch wouldn't let.
Anyway, you just want to argue. He just wants to argue, man. He's not even listening to what we just said.
Yeah, but it's ridiculous because it's like the government is
to YouTube.
The government.
Yeah, okay.
It's used as a public square, so it doesn't have liability as a publisher does. A private publisher has liability and can censor at will. It has the shield of that operating as a public square, but it also has the benefit of no liability, and it censors like it's private. So cool story, bro. The point is that the government effectively is extending what is authoritative to what is allowed to be seen, and that's the very reason that America was started, to avoid that. We have people
not
in
only doing
2022
that,
defending it.
not only doing that, but demoting things they deem not to be authoritative. How do you want to argue for that again? Please, man.
It's literally why America was founded, according to the official story.
That's astonishing that anybody could be for that. It's astonishing, no matter what side of the aisle you're on.
You know how many people died for that right alone?
I was just gonna say that. Blue, you served. You served for that right, bro. Like, it's astonishing that you would go for censorship. Like,
Now, I agree with the hate speech. Like, I'm totally on board that, you can cross the line. But when we're talking about what the government is deeming a conspiracy or what the government is deeming authoritative, you got to be out your mind as a person who served and could have died for that, fighting for that right, to have your government now say, sorry, Joe Blow, we're taking your rights away that you fought for. Quickly. Like,
All right,
it's happening exponentially.
I'll just go ahead and restate this real quick. The First Amendment does not apply to YouTube. Yes, I also served. Yes, it's still the First Amendment is applying to where it needs to apply. And it's not censorship if I can still watch it.
That's wrong, actually. Censorship, and oftentimes videos do get taken. So it's just not specifically flat Earth. So do you agree with the ones that do get taken off? Just
The
all
channels
the
that
other
get
stuff.
taken, yeah, the channels that get taken down, typically they're involved in medical disinformation, which, that's another topic if we want to go into that.
No, the point is that overall it's a monolith of censorship. And then so like if they can listen to one person say the word vaccine a million times, but if I say it, then they'll just use that as an excuse, any context they can that I say the word, to take my channel down. They won't give you any type of clarity, it doesn't matter. But it's because they don't want us building our channels. So it is objectively censorship. And you trying to pretend that they wouldn't use it that way is just completely made up. It's a lie. You're just making stuff up. And they objectively would. I watch all my friends get censored like that.
Right, the context does actually matter in this case. So when what is his name? Allegedly Dave, whenever he says it surrounding other topics. I won't repeat them here because YouTube is streaming this, but the context.
How do you say
definitely
that and then
does
defend
matter.
them? How do you say that? How do you have to say that and then go on to defend them?
Right, well, the topics in particular that he mentions along with those words, those are explicitly, I mean, you have to look into it. I can't really tell you right here. That Reddit is a good option for that,
Yeah,
though.
right, because you're being censored.
No, I just don't want Geo's channel
Yeah,
to
really,
be...
you are. Yeah, the
No,
world.
I just don't want Geo's channel to be marked as
censored.
having...
Because
Right,
he's
I
being
don't want
censored.
Geo's...
Yeah.
What I don't want is Geo's... I'll finish saying it. What I don't want is Geo's channel to be marked as having medical misinformation on it for no good reason. Not in this context.
Okay.
Because they're
so you
censored
don't
for
want
no
Geo's
good
channel,
reason.
So you don't want Geo's channel to be censored.
For no good reason.
No, given a bad mark.
Yeah, for
Which
no good
results in
reason.
censorship.
We couldn't even talk about the world event. The most unbelievable world event I've ever been through in my life, 52 years. Can't talk about it. Can't mention the word. And you don't think there's censorship? You may be mental ill. You just may have a block. Mental block.
All right, but when somebody says flat Earth is censored, that's objectively untrue.
Dude, it's obviously being censored.
They use the term in Congress. They use the term, oh, nobody should believe the Earth is flat. Yeah, do something about that. Yeah, they use the term
what are
flat
you
Earth.
doing about it? I just watched it. What are you doing
Right, they didn't use the
about
word censorship, did they?
Yeah, they use authoritative. Yeah, promoting the authoritative and demoting what they deem to be conspiracy, which is flat Earth.
Okay, they didn't use the word demoted either.
He's scared to death.
Dude, whatever, man. Hey, keep fighting for it, man. You sound great. You're making a real positive claim for yourself there.
Yeah, I don't know what you're.
Well, yeah, you also continue to make positive claims, like you say they said demoted. That's not the word that they used there.
Yes, they did. I'll take that bet. I just watched it. Promote authoritative information and demote conspirator, non-authoritative, what we deem to be non-authoritative. How do you say that word?
Yeah, non-authoritative. Rakia, send me that link. Can you send me that PM real quick or something?
Yep. I'll post it here. I was just eating. So.
Good. Yep.
Yeah, I watched it. And I watched it because I wanted to see if they used censor. And they actually did not in the minute and a half. Now, this was a lot, like, I'm sure you could go back and listen to the whole thing. And they're going to talk about censorship because that's what it is. They were in this little segment. They were just talking about what are you doing to censor, basically. What are you doing to so people don't get this information? That's what they're talking about.
Right. Earlier, Witz had mentioned you can't find videos by title. Blue did.
We found what?
It's right there in the chat. One of your videos.
Well, if we were in Germany in the 1930s, at least we would know who in the room would be slipping on that red armband.
I mean, you could make incendiary statements like that. Doesn't change the fact that censorship has a specific meaning.
Yeah, as if you accept the meanings of word. No evolutionist accepts meanings of words. Sorry.
Hey, I haven't heard anyone here say they support censorship like that.
Yeah, he's saying
yeah,
it.
You're
he's saying
exactly. Well, that's the thing with it, is that they can't give you their opinion, just like they can't make a claim. They have to hide their opinions to justify it. Yeah.
When somebody says flat Earth is censored, and I know what the meaning of censorship means, then I can just go ahead and argue against that.
What's the definition of censorship?
And then
Hang on.
prove you wrong.
Let's define it. Can he define it, please, so we can move on with this conversation? What's your definition of censorship?
I'll just use the one that Witz had provided earlier, which
The
was that you
suppression or
can't see
prohibition
it.
of any parts of suppression or prohibition.
What is your definition of censorship?
I mean, I'm allowed to use the one Witz had provided, right?
Okay, so that's yours?
Works for this conversation.
Yeah, suppression.
See, he's hiding, scared to death. Yep, suppression right there. Suppression or prohibition of any part of books, films, news, etc. The consideration obscene, politically unacceptable threat to security. There it is.
Okay, and
Didn't
we can still find it and look at it.
Congress fucking meet up and say that they're going to censor flat Earth? Like
his argument is that they didn't technically say the word censor, and that since it's still on the platform, it's not technically censorship.
Yeah, I can still find it.
Yeah, but we just now pointed out the definition is suppression or prohibition.
Yeah, it's not prohibited. I can definitely go find it.
Is it suppressed?
No, because if I put in the right search terms, there it is.
Okay, so whenever you put a suppressor on a gun, does the gun still shoot? What does suppress mean? What does a suppressor do on a gun? What does a suppressor do on a gun?
Makes it more quiet. Makes it harder to hear, Witsit. What a coincidence. That's amazing.
Crazy.
Words. Amazing. Words have meaning.
Yeah, and we can still hear it.
But if you believe in evolution, anything can evolve into whatever meaning you want. That's the
funny
point.
that you keep bringing that up.
Yep, that's the religion you're scared to death of. Yep, scared to death of his own religion, like all of them.
I don't understand.
Well, it's interesting that you mentioned. It's interesting that you mentioned people that are scared of something. I challenged you on something that you said over 13 hours ago, and you have not yet responded. Why?
Yeah, go ahead and do it again live right now. Let's go ahead and get the screenshot up and ask me what I said, and let's show it and do it right now.
All right. So you're saying that, for context, this is an image of the mountain behind some water.
Yeah, go ahead and post it.
Okay. Yeah, I'll get to that as soon as I'm done.
The one that shows the flat Earth.
As soon as I'm done actually saying it, I'll go ahead and finish saying it, and then I'll go ahead and finish saying it, and then I'll post everything right in a line so everybody can find it all at once. So this, if for context, is about mountain behind water. Now, what he said.
Show the text. Show the text. Okay, post the
what
text.
I said already in this conversation was that I would finish talking about it, and then I
you're not
post all
doing it.
three in line so that everybody can find it. Your continued interruption is just you being a child right now.
Scared to death. It's so easy.
Seems like you're the one afraid. You're not letting him say it.
Finish saying it, and then we can post it,
yes,
right?
no, you will post it first. Yeah,
you're saying it without your interruptions. Is that
Oh, wait,
correct?
it's not an unfounded request for you to post it before you go on to tell us about it and expect us to go look at it after you talk forever. Like, post it and we'll all look at it while you talk about it.
You're one to say
No, because I wasn't going to talk about it forever. This was only going to take about a minute and a half, and it wasn't allowed to happen because he wouldn't let me. So let's try this again. For context,
A minute and a half, dude. We're not interested.
For context, this is about a mountain that's behind some water. He said that the surface of the earth, if it were curved like that, wouldn't be in the way of that mountain. That's not what they expect to happen on a globe, is what he said.
Duh,
Here, I'll
it's not
post
going to
it.
bulge up. Yeah, exactly. The water doesn't bulge up on a ball. It goes down. That's called lens compression dependent on a flat surface of water. And that's what every example in reality shows. There isn't an example otherwise. Thanks for playing.
Can I ask Wizard a question? Are you ready to back off now from that claim that your videos can't be searched for by name?
I guess if you know
3 of
Cherry
them.
Festival Activism, I saw it. Okay, yeah, maybe so. If I have long titles, maybe you can now. You used to not be able to. I know that for sure.
Oh.
I know that if you type in Witsit Gets It, like say, if you type in Witsit Gets It, the channel pop up. But if you go through all the videos, you're not going to find my videos.
Yeah, that's what I just did.
No, if you just type in Witsit Gets It, just Witsit Gets It, and if you just type it in and you go down, you're just going to see a bunch of hit pieces.
Your channel shows up.
You go to your channel.
I know, that's what I'm saying. Like, yeah, okay, that's right. So right under the channel is nothing but hit pieces.
Wizard. Look at what he posted now. Look at what he posted 27 minutes after the hour. Look at my claim, right? And then look what he posted as if that's relevant. Look at what he said, Wizard. Look at that right there.
Right. Well, we can definitely look at what you said, because you said the ocean doesn't bulge up first. Well, the interesting thing about that is that if you are looking down at something in the distance, that's what you're going to see on a curved surface, as I demonstrated in the photograph that follows what you said.
Yeah, so it's flat. That was easy. Is there a claim for anything else besides bulging on a flat surface because of compression? That's why you're not showing me the picture before the zoom. Before you zoom in, there's no compression. Then when you zoom in, it compresses up because it's flat. If it was going away from you, it wouldn't be able to compress. It's only possible on a flat surface. And then you're showing something that's completely irrelevant below it that has nothing to do with the context of the picture. Again, that's how stupid these people are. It's a suicide call.
All right. The funny thing is that you started that with, so it's flat, which is weird because I'm showing you what happens on a ball.
Yeah, you're not zooming in on it. It's already a ball. Yeah, it's already a ball. That's the point. You're showing me a ball, not the flat surface. Do you realize how stupid this is?
Did you read what was under those pictures?
Brain dead.
From
just brain
55 miles and 130 miles. That's not zoomed in.
Yes. On the right side, it's zoomed in. Yes, it is. I'm sorry, you're a perverted retard. You can't be this stupid.
Don't call me
retard. You can't be this stupid. You can't be this stupid. It's right there on the right side. It's called lens compression. You've never done it. You're perving. Yes, that is called zoom compression. Absolute retard. You are a perverted retard. You people are literally sycophant, psychopathic, perverted criminals. That is a zoom picture. Get a fucking camera, retard, and get some life experience.
Get some life experience. Yeah.
Not even in the realm of
like
possibility.
You got?
You can't
no,
show me. You have nothing.
I don't believe I need any of that life
73
experience.
miles flat. There it is. I have it on my channel. 73 miles flat. When you're not zooming in, there's no compression. Amazing. That was easy.
Are y'all talking about
So what you're saying is
that
from that perspective of 130 miles
you
away.
You didn't do it. Did you take the picture? Doofus, did you take the picture?
No, he didn't.
Exactly.
Let me finish what I was saying before you interrupt again.
Information, so you have no claim.
He doesn't
you have no claim. He's never done anything.
Right, here we go.
It is
here we go.
Isn't even a claim. You have to actually have information
some moderation in this channel that will allow me to.
For over 30
it's okay. Just keep doing this until moderation appears in this channel magically.
Yes, when you zoom in, every single example of zooming in shows the compression. You haven't done anything, so let me know when you can go out and show me that picture of Mount Rainier and the bulging water without zoom, and then you can have a claim. You have no claim, and there's nothing you can do about it. You'll never even be able to present anything you've done. Thanks.
You're a moron.
Yeah, I don't think that's called for, but Doofus posted
No,
this
that's what
picture
he
a while
called
back.
me, right?
Yeah, that
I don't
is
think it's
called
called
for.
for. Yeah,
Yo,
no,
I
it's
just
not.
had to
Because
mute 3 people. You think
none of it's
name
called for.
calling's called? Hold on. You think name calling's called for, Left Lane?
Yeah, Left Lane.
No,
What about your bias
it
view?
actually isn't, but that's all that he was doing, and I understand Blue's response, but we all need to watch the name calling, please.
Oh, okay. So now you change your mind, biased person.
Well, no, not biased, just
Yeah,
being
you're
practical.
being biased. Yeah, again,
Yeah.
supporting Blue. When I
No,
said both
do you
of them were
support?
calling it, no, I did not. Don't lie about me. I said it's not.
Well, get off of me about
for.
who I support. Shut up then.
Yeah, you're supporting Blue. It was okay until Jeremy said something. Let's move on. The picture that Doofus posted, he can't even tell us if it's trees or water back in the background 130 miles away.
Dude,
Right,
what
now
the
that I'm
fuck is
unmuted,
that?
the question
What
I
the
have is
fuck
why
is
was I
that
the
big
first to get
Why is
muted
he?
while he
Why
continued
is he
talking?
talking? Why are you
All right,
talking
You're at
go
the
over
ahead,
top
me?
of the list.
Doofus.
Don't worry about the moderation.
Oh, I got to
Everyone
worry
got
about it
muted.
because
Why
if
are you
he's
still
the one that's
talking,
allowed
sir?
to continue talking
Everyone
and
got
I'm not,
fucking muted. We're not about to have a huge conversation on why someone got modded first. I can't mute multiple people at the same exact moment, can I?
Yeah, let's move on.
That was fun. What about the picture? Is that water or trees? There seems to be some confusion.
right. So now let me go ahead and
Wait,
finish
what? Why?
addressing the thing.
Why
Let me
are
go
you
ahead and finish
talking?
addressing the. Oh, Rakia, it's your turn to talk, right?
Yeah,
Fuck
I had a
you.
Always
question.
is.
Yeah, I had a question.
No, you didn't because I started talking, then you had your question.
My God, dude, are you okay?
Yeah, if I start talking, it's not your turn to ask a question.
He's
I
All right.
just
asked
been
my
interrupting
Let
a
me
question
go
lot.
while
ahead
you
and
were on
address what
mute.
the exo. Jesus Christ, dude.
Yeah,
Now let
I'll
me go
ask
ahead
my
and
question
address the
again.
thing that I was trying. Jesus Christ, dude.
So is it
Okay,
not my
now
turn?
let
It's
me
not
go
my
ahead.
turn.
Motherfucker.
I don't
Why are you
want to be.
so mad, bro? You gotta calm
I'm
down.
just asking if it's my
Is
turn.
it time for Rakia to be muted yet? When is
Did you
that
stop
going to
streaming?
happen?
Why are you
Why would
streaming?
I be muted?
Rakia
I
get
haven't
muted?
called any
When
names
does
or
that
talked over
happen?
Yeah, I don't
anybody.
know. Rakia didn't
At
take
what
his
point does
initiative.
Rakia
Now
get
that's
muted?
it. Now it's
Rakia
so
fucking
frustrating.
respond?
I did the opposite. I
Come on,
said
guys.
we shouldn't call
Come
names.
on, come on.
Left lane, make a rule in here. Whose turn is it? I don't care whose the turn. Just I don't want to hear all that. Can I go?
All I heard was Doofus was trying to present something and EXO wouldn't let him, and then everybody got muted, and then here we are.
All right, let him
Okay.
present his fucking. What the fuck are you presenting? This shitty ball? This doesn't even look like a test. This looks like a peep. Like, what is that? Go, Doofus, present your shit.
Is that Doofus?
All right, all right, if I get a chance now, what he said was that there's no reason for a curved surface to be in the way of something in the distance on that curved surface, which is odd given the fact that I can take any curved surface and demonstrate that that
A lie.
should happen. But no, it isn't, because look at your goddamn text. Look at what you said.
Wow, you need to
Yeah,
calm
that's
down, man.
only possible on a flat surface, retard. Thanks for playing.
Please don't call names.
Says it right here.
so it's
Only
only
possible on
possible.
a flat surface, which is what you're showing me. Yes, you're not showing me bulge over distance. You're showing a ball in front of the camera, and you're on a flat surface.
All right, so now
Brain dead retard. You can't be this
what
stupid.
the hell, yo?
All right, if
Yeah, I'm
I
gonna
get
need
a
you to
chance,
chill the fuck out, please.
Jeremy, come on, man.
Yeah, don't
Talk
call
to your
names,
man,
please.
yo.
And chill.
Yeah, that's the
I'm
reason
talking to him
why
right
Doofus
now. Relax.
is pissed. Is because
Yeah,
of
that's
that
my
right
quote.
there.
Yeah, that's my quote. That's my quote. Stop misquoting me. There's my quote. That was easy.
Like, what the hell, man?
all right,
Yeah,
so
just
now
calm down a little bit. You
the
had
thing
this
that
be
is
an argument.
Yeah, stop lying. Why do you have to lie?
all right, I'll get a chance. Here we go. The thing that's troubling here is that the surface being in the way of things, you say that can only happen on a flat surface, which means you imply that it
Yes.
cannot happen on a globe. Actually, you explicitly say that it
No.
cannot happen on a
No.
globe. That you
Yes, that's
cannot
the
have
point.
the surface
You're on
getting
a
in the way
flat
of something
surface.
in the
Yes.
distance.
Yeah.
Yeah, someone mute him, man. What the fuck?
Please let him fucking talk.
You can't clip the whole time, man.
Every
Oh, you're
time
being cool.
Doofus talks, someone tries to overtalk him.
Yeah,
So
that's
I
not
don't know. You
true.
need to
That's a
be kind
bogus
of fair,
statement, too.
dude. That's why
That's a
the man
bogus
is
statement.
fucking screaming and yelling at the top of his
No,
fucking
he's just an
lungs,
angry
getting
man.
pissed.
Guys, what's going on in here, man? Come on.
Well, it's
Please.
Can't control themselves, dude.
This doofus
Oh yeah,
presenting a picture
it's
where.
just me, correct? It's just me.
Well, I was going to say it's doofus presenting a picture that he doesn't know whether that's water or trees in
He
the
doesn't have a
distance, and
claim.
it's the other guy saying that he's being lied about, which both may be true. But I know what's true for a fact is that doofus doesn't know if that's trees or water in the distance, right, doofus?
Regardless of what the end of that corridor is, the water that you can visibly see is definitely water, is at sea level because that's the sea, because sea level and the sea, right? The water that's at sea level is in the way of the base of the mountain.
What water?
Yes. So, yeah. Then when we zoom out and the bulge goes away, what's your next excuse?
That doesn't happen.
Okay, so that's the point. Is that you don't have a claim. You've never done it. That's the point. You've never done any of this. You haven't.
Wait,
taken
is
any
this
photos.
not your picture,
Zoom
doofus?
does not.
Yeah, he's never done it. There's no claim. Yep.
Wait, is
Right.
this your
I've
picture,
zoomed in
doofus?
on several things. The zoom does not change what the relative
Just a lie. Another
proportions
lie.
of
That's
things.
a lie again. That's a
I'll
lie.
go ahead and
Sorry.
get it out anyway
Lie.
if you don't want
It's a
me to.
lie.
That's
You have
fine.
no
You
choice.
can,
You're
you
dead.
can just keep over talking. You can just keep doing that just to silence me, right?
Yeah,
All right.
this is ridiculous. It's honestly,
Go ahead,
I'm gonna be a
Doofus.
witness right now.
Noah, hold on.
Doofus hasn't gone
finish
through
it
a
up.
whole fucking sentence.
I realize that. Doofus, go ahead, please.
All right. So when you zoom in and out with a camera lens, you're not changing the relative positions of things in the distance as you're zooming in and out. The things in the distance that are further away than something closer to you do not rise vertically or lower vertically because you're changing the amount of zoom. That never happens.
Can I address that? That's not. I don't know if how I'm going to say it is different than you, but when you zoom in and out, you have to move your camera up and down to
No.
keep. Yes, you do. I'll bet you any amount.
I can definitely hit the zoom button on my camera without moving it up and down.
I
Jesus
didn't
Christ,
say
dude.
you couldn't, but to keep the object in the center of the frame, you have to continually move your camera as you zoom, sir. Fact.
Yeah, no.
Oh,
I'd like to see that.
He's
where if
never
you
done it.
zoom-
Rakia,
I
he
would like
doesn't
to-
have a claim.
I would
He's
like to
never done
see-
it.
I would like to see a demonstration of where you zoom
Yeah,
in
you've
on
never
something.
done it. You haven't.
and
You don't have a claim. It's never.
I'll
you've
go
never
ahead
done
and get it out. I would like to see a demonstration
You've never done
of
it.
where some. I'll go ahead and finish what I'm saying.
You'll never do it.
I'll go ahead
Yo,
and
stop.
finish what I'm saying.
Listen, you're going to finish in a second. Stop yelling and stop fucking interrupting him every time he talks. It's obviously triggering him. Plus, we're not supposed to be over talking anyways. So how about we just don't do that? Go ahead, Doofus.
All right. So I would like to see a demonstration because every single time I zoom in on something in the distance on a tripod, when I zoom in on something, the vertical position of the thing I'm zooming in on does not change.
Okay, so after I show you, like, then what?
I'd like to see it.
What are you going to show? Oh, you're going to show me the rock right next to the camera, aren't you?
No, I'm gonna make I'm gonna video something and show you that I have to move my camera either
From a
up or down
tripod.
depending on if I'm. Yeah, come on, man. It's not like I wasn't in the middle of my sentence. So I know this happens. I don't know if it depends on the camera or how much the zoom is, but I know with my P900 I have to continually move my camera up or down depending on the focal length to keep the object that I'm looking at in the distance in the center of the frame. Sir.
All right. I would like to see that from a tripod.
Okay. And then what?
I don't know. I haven't seen it yet.
Okay. But can we talk about why that would be?
No, because I've never seen it.
Okay. So when we zoom out, okay, you did mention the video that I show of the rock. It's because when with the P900, now I can't speak on the other cameras. I think the P900, as you zoom out, it's getting more of the information at the top of the lens and filtering it in or focusing that way. That's why I see the rock when I'm not zoomed out. And then when I start to zoom out, I can see the object in the distance and not see the rock anymore. As the rock gets blurry, and then I start getting a clear image of the objects that are past the rock.
All right. You just for clarity, you said zoom out when you meant zoom in.
I
When you
might get
zoom
them
in,
back.
yeah, it's all right. When you zoom in, what most camera systems do, because they're receiving less light, they're focusing in on a narrower image, they open the aperture. And this is on all automatic settings. If
Okay.
you open the aperture, you're allowing light to arrive at angles that it couldn't arrive at before and reach the sensor. That's why that rock becomes blurry.
I agree with you, but would that cause us to have to move our camera up and down?
No, that's just aperture.
Okay, so you seem knowledgeable. I mean, I'm agreeing with you on the aperture thing too, but why would we? Okay, you hold your camera. You don't have any zoom on right now. You're focused in on a boat, and then you start zooming in on that boat. You have to move your camera.
Only if the boat wasn't in center frame before you started.
It doesn't appear as if I had to move. I just posted.
Is your camera on a tripod?
Yeah.
My camera's in my hand, but I did not adjust the center of vision.
I wish I had my camera. I don't have my camera with me for the first time. No, I just took a spur trip.
I would think if you have the camera on a tripod and you're looking at something that's not moving, you should just be able to zoom in the center part. I realize you're going to miss, the outer parts of the picture are going to start to disappear because you're going to see more of the middle. But I would guess
That's
that the
how
middle
it
would
seems
stay
to
right
work for
there.
everybody
No?
else in the world, except for Magic Man there.
Well, I mean, if you're holding it, yeah, I could see you're going to have to move it up and down because you're not like totally static perfectly.
Yeah, but in the case of the video I just posted, I held the camera as still as I possibly could, and I zoomed in, I don't know, 30, 40 times.
What's your zoom? Do you have
30,
40
times?
40, okay. So 40 is just getting to like your view of your eyes, right?
No,
like
way more than that.
What is on my camera? I mean, like, I think it's deceptive of the people who zoom all the way out and show that the boat has totally disappeared. And that's not really, like, sometimes that's deceptive because what you see with your eyes is not exactly that full zoomed out camera. You get
Right,
what I'm
especially
saying?
if the videos are uploaded at 360p. That makes it even worse.
Right, and I think that's deceptive. I try and stay away from that because I try and start of what I'm seeing with my own eyes, and then zoom into the boat or whatever I'm looking at.
I see what you mean. Okay, so the viewfinder has a lower resolution than the camera is recording typically. So if you zoom in, then you're getting what you perceive, the angular resolution you perceive. You'll see it on the viewfinder, is what you're saying.
Well, if you start at zero zoom, let's call it zero. If it's 80 times zoom, like on a P900, you start at zero, you're not seeing what your regular eyes see. Only till you start zooming out to 10, 20, 30 times zoom do you see the view that you're getting with your regular eyeballs, and then you can magnify it more by zooming in more, to 80 times.
Right. Yeah, that has more to do with the viewfinder, typically, because it's usually at a lower resolution than what the camera's recording.
Okay, well, whatever we're recording at, if you zoom all the way out, it's further back than what your eyes are seeing, or however, your eyes can see better than what that video is. I think that's deceptive by some people. You understand what I'm saying? But I definitely have to adjust my camera on the tripod as I zoom in and out to keep that object in center frame. 100% I do that. Now, I use a P900. I don't know if it just depends on the type of camera or whatever, or if it's just zoom. But it's a P900 80 times zoom, and I definitely have to adjust it. If you lock it in on that object and you zoom as far as you can 80 times, it won't be in the center frame no more.
Now, well, like I said, I did it with my camera, so I don't know about yours, but I did look at this as far as the camera zoom. I stood across the room to where I can't read the text anymore, and I seem quite capable of reading the text now.
I get
full zoom.
Maybe it's a further the things further in the distance because I'm usually zooming into something that's really far away. That might have something to do with it. I don't know.
Resolution really works about the same at all distances.
Well, I'm just trying to think tank, right? Because it
You cut out.
I could take a picture of the tree frog I can't see on my shed from my office. Done that before. It's so damn small I can barely see it from my office, but when I bring my camera out, I can see his little squished head there. It's strange though. I mean, I've never. If you put your camera on a tripod, you're saying that the center of view. I mean, maybe you're not seeing the center of view. Maybe like you're looking at the horizon or something, which is below center of view. Then you're going to have to move to get it recentered. But if it's truly in the center of view, it should not move at all.
Yeah, your camera is always going to zoom in to the exact center of the frame. So you could think that something in the very far distance is in the center of your frame, and as you zoom in, it seems that it may not actually be in the center of frame. But the way a lens works, it's always going to zoom into the exact center of the frame.
You can probably validate that a little bit by zooming all the way in and then zooming out and then back in again. You'll find out that whatever was in the center is still in the center.
I mean, you're changing your focal length, right? So all you're doing is you're taking, when you're zoomed out, all you're doing is you're extending the length between the lenses that you have, and that goes directly outward, meaning it's zooming into the exact center of what's in the frame. So when you're really far away and you're viewing at a wide angle, you might perceive something in the distance to be in the center of the frame, but it might be slightly off, especially when you get to high zoom cameras. Just the slightest movement, you'll know if you have a P900, the slightest movement at all whatsoever is going to put things outside the center of your frame at distance.
Again, it comes to not understanding what you're seeing.
I don't know if it's not understanding what you're seeing. It's just when you're zoomed really far out, something just slightly off the center of frame can appear to be in the center of frame when you're zoomed out. But when you zoom in, it's zooming directly to the center of the frame. If the camera is not moving at all whatsoever, and you just zoom in, it's zooming directly to the center of the frame. There's no way around that.
They don't even believe in zooming lenses now.
Well, Rakia has a special zoom that doesn't do that.
No, I can see where Rakia is saying that he has to adjust up and down as he's zooming in. If you're talking about something like a P900, P1000, that's an extremely long zoom. So it's very hard to keep something in the center of the frame. It's very hard to find things at a very, very long distance. So what could appear to be in the center of frame when it's zoomed out, when you zoom in that far, it can be, even if it's just the slightest bit off center, as you zoom in, that's going to be exacerbated.
Right. There's a solution to that. What you could do is you could zoom in on it first, just to make sure you got your position correct, then zoom out. So now you know where it is in your frame, and you can then measure to see if that really is center of frame, and then zoom back in on it again and watch as it stays in that position. That's one way to solve it.
And I would say with like a P900, full zoom, you find something in center frame and then you zoom back out, chances are it's, depending on the size of the object, it's going to be nearly unresolvable at full zoom out, period. You're just not there's resolution limits with pixels and stuff like that. So it's, yeah.
But at least you'll see it disappear in center of frame as you're zooming out.
Yeah, you'll see things disappear for sure. I mean, you can do that with things that are close up as well. You know, kind of like Rakia had the video of the rock, right? So at a wide angle, you see that rock, but as you zoom in, you're taking completely out of focus the rock, and you see things that appear to be behind the rock. But in actuality, it's not really behind the rock per se. It's just a resolution issue.
And that problem pretty much goes away as you increase your distance. It's just a function of being like really close.
I wouldn't say it goes away.
Becomes imperceivable.
Yeah, that's due to angular resolution limits, right?
Oh no, I mean like if I try and do what Rakia did from 10 feet or sorry, from 2 or 3 feet away from a rock, I'm going to see a very marked amount of lens issues as I zoom in and out. But if I was standing 10 feet away from that rock and I zoomed in, zoomed out, I'm not going to see that. I'm going to see it much less of an effect.
I don't mean to interrupt, but I just posted the video.
What is your approximate distance from the rock in the foreground there?
4 or 5 feet, maybe. I'm down in the grass where the jetty starts, like where they have rocks on the shore so it doesn't erode. And I'm in that grass layer, with my tripod. I didn't know the rock was in the way until I got home and viewed the video. While I was filming, video, and I had no idea that rock was in the video. I thought I was
the actual size of your lens is actually kind of almost like a problem at that distance. Because like the bottom of your lens is obscured, the top of it isn't.
Yeah, that's what we've kind of decided it is, and I kind of get that, but you still have to be receiving that information when you're zooming from the top of the lens. If not, you would still be seeing the rock. I mean, you see the rock, right, and then it gets blurry, and then you can see the bridge behind it with a blurry image of the rock in the middle of the frame. And then I zoom more, and you can't see the blurry rock anymore. Can't see the rock or the blurriness. You just see the clear image of the bridge. And oh, by the way,
if you move back 20 feet and set the camera up at the exact same height, you would get a very different result.
Okay, maybe so. I actually tried to go back to the exact same spot and replicate what I'd done, and I couldn't do it.
Yeah, because it's all within the 2 inches of or however wide your lens is. So it's pretty damn.
I brought my auto level. I brought my auto level with me and set it up and shot the top of the rock and put the lens the same height above it and halfway above. I couldn't replicate it. Like I never could do it again. So that was kind of strange to me. I've never done it before. I've never done it since.
Yeah, you could probably replicate it in your back. Put it on your tarmac of your driveway or something. On a nice cool day, so it's not got all the heat waves and shit.
Or maybe that's what's happening when you put half the lens below the table and above the table. You can play with that, and it's zooming in and getting the information from the top of the lens. But that doesn't change the fact that the object's disappearing. If you're getting the information from the top of the lens, you're still getting the information.
Yeah, so
instead of
this concept would ring true even with distance, right?
clarify that, like dwell on that some more. I'm not sure. I'm not clear on what you meant.
Yeah, so when you talk about the table, where they have kind of the table situated in the middle of the lens, and it appears as though things are disappearing bottom up.
Oh
right?
yeah, that's just shortening the distance that you need to make this effect happen. If you
Right.
put the camera on top of the table and you have a table that's 100 times long, you know, as it originally is, and it's still flat and horizontal, then the same effects would occur. It just depends on distance.
I don't know. I think the best example I have of that is Wolfie with his camera sitting on the floor on a ship, and I think it was 900 feet to his camera lens. His lens cap that he put on the floor, and you can see the bottom edge of the lens cap.
Yeah. I would assume that's depends on how much he's zoomed, right? But if you're just doing regular
900 feet, seeing a lens cap, that's a pretty good zoom.
Well, what I'm saying is take the zoom off, like just do it regular, like you're seeing just regular, and then move that cap 900 feet away. You think you're going to see it? No way.
Well, if you start with it at 900 feet and you see the bottom edge of it, you're going to see it all along the way.
No.
No way, man. You're
As you
saying we
zoom
see?
out, it appears to disappear from the bottom up. That this is the angular resolution issue.
Except for the fact that we see his lens cap at the end of the ship. Now, 900 feet, I might be wrong on that number, but
When he's
the length of the ship.
zoomed out,
make it 9,000 feet. You still think you're going to see it?
Oh, when you
No
zoom out,
way.
you don't see it anymore. It disappears into the center of the frame. Yeah, it becomes angular resolution disappears. However, when you zoom all the way in, all that information is still there, still acquirable, not blocked by anything.
Yeah, I got you because it's on a flat plane. I get it, but out in the flat plane over water, you don't just have angular resolution happening. You have the atmosphere. Put some gases and some steam coming off that floor and see how far you see that disc.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, you'll see.
Or a taller object. Yeah, the bottom is going to disappear, right?
No.
Yeah, of course it is, man. Come on, bro.
I mean, there may be like a little section of it that becomes sort of wibbly and wobbly down at the bottom, but it's never going to swallow the top of the object if you got an angular resolution.
Yeah, but if
angular resolution to see it.
If you're saying it gets distorted, wibbly wobbly, the further you move it off into the distance, the more information you're going to lose. If you deny that, man, this is
you're
why
not
we
losing information. You're losing information from the area of wibble and wobble. It's not making the building get shorter and suck into the wibble wobble.
I don't know what you're saying, but if you would listen to me, if you're losing information, if it's getting distorted, wibbly wobbly at a certain distance because of whatever, the medium being turbulent, and you move it a further distance and look through more of that turbulent medium, it's going to lose information more and more with distance.
Sure. Okay, let me put it this way. If you had a Lexan
oh my God. Can you talk about what I just said?
You cunt.
Wow.
You can't help it. This is a seizure. It's a normal seizure, yeah.
Oh my God. I was just being as calm as I could be. Wow, man. I think it's a mental block, bro. I really do. I think it's a breakdown.
Yeah, it is. They're scared to death of reality.
Did you just hear
that outburst was completely
seriously, did y'all just hear that?
Yeah, that was unnecessary.
That was normal conversation back and forth, talking about turbulent. And when he brought in and couldn't really describe what, couldn't even answer what I was talking about, attacked me, and then did he leave? I mean, come on. Something's not right there. But
That's
anyway,
what happens when they hit the cog this event horizon. They go
I'm really starting to feel like weird about this situation, right? Like, am I hurting this person? Because that's not what I want to be doing. Like, I was just having a calm conversation about something I'm very interested in and have a lot of knowledge about. I might not say the right terms, but I've done a lot of this, right? Like, thousands of hours spent out in nature, like zooming in on stuff long distance, especially over water. I would love, I could talk to anybody alone, and I never have this reaction.
Yeah, that was nothing on your side that was incorrect. It was a normal conversation. It was
Thanks,
an
man. 'Cause I don't
uncalled
really
for
want.
outburst.
Yeah, that's almost that's strange, right? That's almost on the weird, like, can't explain. But anyway, let's move on. I don't really want to talk about him. Anybody else understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, and I honestly think in this whole entire debate, if you want to call it that, this is one of the most important things that both sides need to come to a understanding of, and that's the visuals, what we see.
They can't give up that bottom up obstruction only being earth curve, brother. That's why. But Zanuck, a couple of the big wigs above Zanuck, like not Mick West, who's the other guy? Anyway, a couple of the big names agreed with me when I explained it to them that atmospheric conditions can cause bottom up obstruction. They often agree that like miraging effects cause it, which is atmospheric conditions, right? So that's my point. That bottom up obstruction can be caused by a physical obstruction like a wave or a hill of land or dirt that's curved or whatever. I don't deny that. That would be stupid of me to deny that. But when you're on a flat surface, a static lake, let's say, and you get real close to that surface, and then you're going to deny that things disappear with distance, then you're at a loss, man. This is easily proven. Like the normie can go out with a cell phone and prove this to themselves. You don't need any special equipment, or you don't need drastic distance. You can just use short distance with small objects over a lake and watch them yourself. You can video it. Disappear. Bottom up. How they deny this so adamantly and then fight against it and then throw fits and leave it on me, bro. I just think they can't give it up.
Keep in mind, if your examples are on the surface of the Earth, you're saying, since the Earth is flat, this is how it looks on a flat Earth, which is circular.
No, on static water, because Earth isn't flat hardly ever. Like you can create a flat surface, a horizontal plane. I can build you a dirt pad that is horizontal. I don't care what the surface underneath is doing. And you can do this same test on dirt. Dirt is worse because it has texture, so it absorbs some of the information or doesn't reflect as well. The shiny surfaces also distort rapidly because it reflects light or just, whatever it does to light. You don't get that information. Carpet is the worst because it can be uneven, but looking long distance, it looks perfectly horizontal, just like when you're on a rough sea. Like you can be in 6-foot seas and look out 10 miles, and 5 miles away looks like glass. It looks as smooth as it can be because that's just how you see. You can go over there. I mean, we often joke about that. Hey, Captain, head over there. Smooth as shit, right? But we're all joking. We know it's rough over there. It just appears to be smooth. Come on, man. I mean, this is going on 6 years now arguing these points that are easily thought about logically and easily proven. I don't see how it's thought about so much. To the point where you upset yourself so much, you can't even think straight. It's a strange world we live in.
They have no choice, though. I mean, there's nothing they can do. They don't have a claim. They've never done it themselves. They don't even know where the information comes from. They can't tell you the origins of their belief system, but they have to believe it because they were raised on television, and that's the foundation of the evolution belief system. So if you're going to try to take away their justification for their lifestyle, they're going to fight you tooth and nail until they're dead.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I see that. But we're having a conversation that has nothing to do basically with it. It doesn't. See, these are things that don't take away the ball, right? Like this could happen on any surface. That's what I don't get. They're fighting against something that has nothing to do with me trying to take away their ball. We're just talking about how we see in the distance.
Right, but if they give into you 1 inch, that ruins their paradigm because then they have to keep that same consistency. They can't change. They have to make it so that they can't give you a direct answer so that it stays ambiguous. That's the point. There is no claim. They just constantly contradict themselves and they never even have a point to it. Ambiguity.
Maybe so. I mean, Doofus, is posting a picture that he didn't take over 130 miles and doesn't know if that top blue section are trees or water. He says it's water. I mean, how lame can you get, man?
Well, that's a flat Earth proof. The mountain would be tilting almost 2 degrees, and it's straight up. So again, it's just a psychosis. They don't even support their own claim. And that
How can
bulge
you
of
tell
water,
the mountain is
the
straight up?
bulge of
Yeah.
water is obviously caused by compression, and that's why every time we demonstrate this using zooming lenses, that's why we get it. You'll never get them to show you what happens when they zoom back in because it ruins the entire claim. And that's why when you see
Dude,
my
he
photo,
showed.
it's yep.
He shows
Can
another
you
picture.
provide a
Hang on.
comparison of an
Yeah,
object straight
hang on
up
one
to
second.
one angled 2 degrees
He's
backwards?
gonna get to you
Yeah.
on that. Hang on. He shows another picture with a hill of trees in front of the mountain in his view. Also, the Seattle skyline is supposed to be somewhere in there. Hello,
Right.
hello.
Yeah, I'll get a chance to address all of that since my name was brought up a long time ago.
Yeah, no problem. Post that picture.
No, first the thing that was first said. The first thing that was said first. So if we're talking about life experiences, when I mentioned that I was in field artillery and we did account for the rotation of the Earth, you told me, everybody at GEMS, that there was no accounting for Earth's curvature in the military, which is incorrect.
No, it is correct. There's no such thing as
just
Earth
said
curvature. As a 19, I was a 19 kilo. My gunnery score is higher than your Pokemon collection. So I'm sorry, there's no such thing as adjusting for curvature. Yeah, I have the record to prove it.
I did say rotation specifically because the
No such thing. Yep, it doesn't.
Because the actual manual goes into detail about how much you need to account for Earth's rotation. And
I thought it was your personal experience.
I was a 13. I'll get it out. I'll finish it.
Yeah, but you contradicted yourself.
I'll finish it. I'm allowed to finish it. But here we go. Let's go through this again. All right. So I was a 13 Delta. Not long after they converted to 13 from 13 Charlie, I did the charts and darts shit. I know for a fact that they accounted for rotation.
Did you
Because of
fire?
the manual? Hang on, because of your manual or your personal experience?
Yeah, did
because
you fire?
in the beginning you said personal experience, like you fired the weapon, and now you're saying it's in the manual. That's the
Right.
kind of weird.
The thing that the charts and darts guys do, and the field artillery tactical data systems specialists do, is they give the guns where they need to point. If the figures that we give the gun are incorrect, then we don't hit the target.
You hit the target the first time,
Did
or
you
do
hit
you
target?
adjust?
Our
I bet you
accuracy of
don't
our
hit them.
shots is our accuracy of our shots is entirely dependent upon the data we receive. So
And then you adjust.
if we have good MET data, for instance, the meteorological data, we do hit the target.
And then you adjust accordingly, right?
I mean, shouldn't need to adjust. That's what the corrections are there. That's what the corrections are there for.
You're shooting artillery over what distance and not adjusting after your first round, sir? I call bullshit on that.
I mean, if your MET data is accurate, your shots are
Please.
accurate.
No, I don't trust you at all now.
Just BS.
Yeah, just
Wait, I have
BS. Just a story.
Okay, how is it BS
Yeah, but I have a
exactly?
video of a
There's
2
no
mile.
claim.
I have a video of a 2 mile shot. Are you saying that it had to account for Coriolis?
Be very small over that distance, but it depends on how you are, what particular weapon system you're talking about. You're talking about a sniper rifle, probably, instead of field artillery.
This jury member, Doofus, heard the one guy say he's done it. You also started to claim like you did it, but then you went to like, oh, it was in the manual. The other guy's acting like he done did it, man, and said it ain't there. Isn't that more valuable?
Who did the actual calculations for determining which direction the gun needs to fire? That would be me. Then, in addition, the FDC, which is where I was, is going to give. Yes. Not yet.
I'm sorry.
No. All right. I'll talk to him.
Yeah,
all right.
we'll
So the
talk to you.
FDC definitely gives the guns where they need to fire. I forgot exactly where I was going with that.
No, you were telling me why that position is like a little more valuable than.
Yeah, you were saying you actually did it, and then you went to the manual as your proof, which I would trust you as you did it more than a manual written on how to do it, because we all know that's kind of.
Well, the problem is that the guys firing the guns don't do those calculations to determine which way the guns are supposed to be going. They
Why
have
do you
no
say
idea
the
where
guys?
they have no idea where the target is or where they need to point to hit it.
Yeah, I get it. You're telling them what azimuth, where to shoot it, right?
Yeah.
And you're saying you did this. You gave them those coordinates.
Yeah.
All right then.
Well, that's my job as a 13 Delta.
Oh boy.
Gotcha.
Why is that?
Anyways,
Roger that.
it's just so stupid. There's just no such thing. Yeah. Once you actually are in the field, you'll
There's
notice
no
because
such
there's no
thing.
demonstrate. I'm
No
sorry,
such thing.
Doofus.
Autoclave.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Does this hurt your feelings, guys? Let me restart.
Okay, chill
I
it
know
out,
this
man.
sucks.
Hey,
Oh no
does
no no no
Doofus not have
no.
a
Are you
hold up,
gonna
bro?
ban me now?
Bro,
No, so now
Doofus
you're
is
gonna
been
ban
I
me?
just
complaining
want the
about being
fucking
cut off.
information,
See,
man.
I'm
And
I
trying.
just
Right,
want info.
see. Right, see this? That's the point. You have seizures because you have nothing to show for it. There's
No, you
actually
attack.
people
You're
out there.
attacking,
I know
bro.
you're having a seizure. Just relax,
No,
princess. It's okay.
you
I
want to
don't have to
listen
be here.
to?
Somebody wants
I'm
to ban
Yo,
me.
only
just
talk
go
like
mute,
3
man.
It's
sentences
okay.
an hour, bro.
Yeah,
You
you
don't
just
want to
won't
hear me
stop.
neither.
You just can't stop. I'm sorry it hurts your feelings. I'm
You even
sorry
know
you
who
have
you're
a
talking
religion
to?
that's been annihilated.
You even know
Do
who's
you know?
talking to?
Oh, are you a moderator? Are you a moderator?
He wasn't addressing you, dude. He was addressing when Doofus interrupted. Plainly.
Look, man. I interrupted too, right? Everybody, look, guys.
Who cares?
Y'all putting dicks on the table, though. I mean, come
Yeah,
on.
but
I don't care. I
he
don't
just
care
wants
about
to
dicks,
say
bro.
his
I'm trying to help people.
We should politely talk about the specifics of each, attribute of the dick and not just like
Right. So when you
slam
see
them
somebody get
around.
mugged on the street, do you fucking kick the guy that got mugged or do you attack the mugger?
Look, man, I
Let it
kind of,
go.
I'm the one
Right, let it
reiterating
go.
this actual face off right here, man. I did it a couple of times. You come and attacking. Look, I asked him, was your position valuable? He told me his position was valuable because he's doing the calculations. That we hear your level, we hear your next move of like, yo, you in the field, right? So let's just politely ask Doofus, does he have the field examples? Blah blah
Crux,
blah.
can I just say what I was going to say? Because all I'm trying to
Take
say
it.
is
I'm
that
done.
there has to be examples, right, or events in reality, right? Like on my video that you might have seen 10 minutes ago, I went out in reality, saw the mountain, turned my camera on, recorded the cat, went past the cat, recorded the mountain. It's a 20-second video. It records the event. That's called evidence. And there's many questions that I can answer about the 20 or 30-second event that I was recorded, right? Problem with these people, there's no event. There's nothing to talk about. There's not even a claim. There's no evidence. There's nothing. That's the point. Thanks for.
Right, Doofus. Right, we love China. You got the event. You got the field evidence. Is it real, Doofus? Blah blah blah. Obviously, that's the next part we're at. I mean, what are we gonna hate each other over it for?
Right. So the response was, no, 13 Deltas don't do that, which I recall I did it.
Nope, he has to lie. Yep, let me know.
Well, you said there was no such thing. Those were your words.
Yeah, let me know. Take your
He
time.
said it
Yep, there's no such thing.
Let's just clarify. He did kind of say, like, that's the extreme side of it, but he kind of was like, yo, it doesn't happen in real life, not specifically just 13 Deltas. Like he said, anybody doesn't do that. But I guess, does it, Doofus? Did you do it in the field? Did you guys were doing like Sims or what? Can you trump him back? Does it happen?
I mean, that's what I already described is my position in FDC doing that very thing.
Was the target destroyed?
What is FDC and I don't know. Is that is that in the field? Is it a training?
FDC is the part in the base of operations where the forward observers are sending the information to, instructing where they want something to fire and what exactly they want there. And the FDC sends the information after it's been computed to the guns so that they can commence firing.
So can you invoke a specific example in the field? Like, oh, this is real in the field. Here's how far away it was. Here's how much Coriolis we had to account for to hit the target, and it was successfully hit. Do you have any actual evidence?
If we're even allowed to ask that, like, I don't know, are we allowed to talk about that? Whatever, but yeah, is that what he said basically? If we're allowed to,
right? You take the standard conditions tables, That's your compute. That's where you start your computation.
Did you
get
do
that? Okay. After you get that, you take all of the correction tables into account, of which there are quite a few. Tables H and I, to give you an idea how many there are the ones that account for Earth's rotation.
But buddy, did you? Are you telling me you did it in like real, or y'all just trained on it, or like? I'm sorry, I'm being ignorant here, man. But maybe you could have. This is how it's being for real. Okay, thank you.
Oh, you did it for real. So how much did you have to account for the Coriolis?
It's not much.
How far away?
But it is. Well, all right, I can give, I guess, some very vague information. It's about 12 kilometers away.
Okay. And so how much Coriolis you have to account for from 12 kilometers away?
Now let me go back to the table. I don't remember them off the top of my head.
Well, is there any specific example, right? You basically have, I heard what you were trying to say, and I'm not trying to be disrespectful, but it's kind of like this weasel safety net you got here where there's correction tables. So are you saying that it worked perfectly the first time you accounted for Coriolis at a distance where it would be significant? Or is this just useless?
No, that's funny. These tables are only for a certain amount of charge. Yeah, I can't give you off of these tables exactly how much Coriolis correction there was, but it was more than the 8,000 range that they show.
Is this something
So, like,
if I could go one time real quick? Is this something where in the prep is something that you're doing on pen and paper or on 2D graphing software, or is it like a 3D digital game, or like how are you getting to play with this? What tools do you have?
All right, 13 Charlies were using the pen and paper because they're the charts and darts guys. They had to, physically put the darts into the map, and it's a physical process. Now the current system 13 Deltas use is completely computerized. However, the system every now and again you go run through an exercise to make sure that it's computing what it should be computing, which is that the manual that you have and all the correction tables, those are all being taken into account given the information you put into both of them, the computer and the charts and darts.
Were you the charts and darts guy?
Yeah, 13 Charlies were converted to 13 Deltas because of the new system that came in.
No. Listen to me carefully. Were you
Yeah,
the
I was
13
both.
Charlie Dart?
Yeah, I was both.
Why do you keep addressing them as they, like the charts and darts guys? Like, wouldn't that be you?
Charts and darts, 13 Charlies, were converted to 13 Deltas because of the system that was brought in.
No, but we're talking about the 13 Charlie, the charts and darts guys that you are a part of, right?
The possessives
yes, and I'm also part of the 13 Deltas because that's what I became when the system came in.
He got a little more class proper there, Rakia, but the possessives
You wouldn't say they, you would say we.
No, he just different, Rocky. He just different, bro.
Okay, so anyway, if I shoot this and I don't account for Coriolis, I'm going to miss my target. Is that correct?
Right, the detonation of the round, depending if you're using the HE round, which is most commonly used, has a specific range. However, the detonation, the area of effect is greatest where it hits, obviously. So you want your greatest effect to be where the forward observer asked it to be.
So
you want the most accurate
if I
shot.
don't account for Coriolis, I'll miss my target.
You won't have the greatest effect. I mean, you could be off by 10, 20 meters if you didn't account for it. And it's fine because an HE round is a big old explosion. But where the forward observer is asking for the greatest effect is where you want to put it.
Just with it for the record, that means that it doesn't matter, which admits it's nominal and irrelevant. So that's why they can just make the claim, because nobody will ever notice something that's not relevant. Too easy.
And I'll just go ahead and point out to the room that that's exactly the opposite of what I said.
No, you're saying that this is the point, right? So you invoke data correction tables. We know that it's like you're never going to get exactly perfect shots, and there's a ton of variables, like all kinds of variables that you have to account for. that are way more significant than this claimed Coriolis. And there's a huge fluctuation of how accurate you can get the shots, and it's such a big impact. No one's disputing that the closer you get to the target, the better. That's pretty common sense. But the point is that Coriolis is pretty much irrelevant when it comes to the basically the error bar.
It's not, because the error bars are larger than, or the error bars are smaller than the amounts given in the table.
And let's put it, Doofus, would it be fair to say that if you introduced Coriolis and it wasn't there, that your target would be intentionally then have bigger error in it?
Yeah, it'd be less effective.
Yeah, but this is the point. You're saying you gave the order accounting for Coriolis and you hit the target, and you know the way you hit the target was because of Coriolis. That's your.
After all the corrections were made, yeah. All the corrections that were applied got the shot where it needed to go.
Wow, and so you're saying it could be off by 30 meters if you didn't account for
Could be
Coriolis.
at extreme distance, yeah.
You have to account for the wind.
Yep. That's why your metadata has to be good, because that's usually the biggest effect. Normally the guys at the gun know what temperature their stuff is, so that's usually not a big effect.
Wind.
Yeah, that's metadata.
Yeah, so I mean that would be any error you have. You're gonna have to go back. Dang, we didn't quite get the wind right. That's exactly what happens. I know people that do it in real life. I also have a video of shooting over 2 miles. My boy Exo said he's got an amazing shooting score and record. So the wind is what you have to count.
It
Sometimes you
can
don't get the
cause the
wind
biggest
perfect. You're like,
deviation. Yeah, it can cause the biggest deviation, but it doesn't cause, like, you to say that because the wind is the largest factor doesn't mean that there is a zero factor coming from the rotation of the Earth.
If you just used wind, you'd be off 20 to 30 meters.
Oh, that's just a claim that you keep saying.
Yeah.
That's the claim that the military makes every time that they make a shot.
If they were introducing 20 or 30 meters of error into their shot, they would be off greater than 20 or 30 meters.
How far are they off?
It depends on the conditions.
Yeah, give me some type of answer. Do you have anything?
Right, as I've already mentioned several times, your metadata, if it's good, your shot will get where it's going.
Sweet. What was the most you were ever off?
I don't recall. Yeah, no, I mean this is not something that I did like just one day.
No, I understand. How many rounds would you approximate that you gave data on, like, coordinates off? In your career as a...
Well, when you ask for a repeat, are you just firing the exact same direction? So, I mean, I computed way less times than the number of rounds that were fired.
Yeah,
obviously.
I get it. Yeah.
But, yeesh.
Hundreds, thousands.
Well, not
Just general
thousands. I would say probably in the hundreds range. To the 300,
So a
400
couple
rounds.
hundred? You don't remember which one was your largest?
Which one was my largest?
Yeah, the one that you're off. Seems like that would be the one you would remember the most. Like, holy shit, what did we do wrong? We were 50 meters off, boss. Like, wouldn't your whoever's in command over your training, or even if you're doing it in real live action, wouldn't it be like, Anya?
What do they call that? What do they call where you remember your beats more than your wins? What they call that phenomenon?
Yeah, you remember your bad beats. Yeah, of course. I can tell you all my bad beats. I can't tell you all the ones where I caught the one outer. I can only tell you the ones where the one outer was caught against me. I can tell you the day, the time, what he looked like, how much it cost.
That is funny. I wonder what your best and worst example would be. Like, do you remember the? I mean, they can't talk about that stuff, right? There's no way we're allowed to hear all these stories. Like,
if you want to change the subject, I can tell you my best bluff ever. I'll remember that till the day I die. But anyway, let's continue with the artillery. This is interesting. So
another source of error could be the FO's position. If the FO doesn't know exactly where they are, and the FO gives
a range and direction that's not exactly accurate either. That can cause error, but it's usually a lot less than if we have bad metadata.
So did you do this in training or live or what, or both? I mean, of course, if you did it live, you'd be doing it in training too. But were you like
Yeah,
involved in
yeah,
a
both.
action? Awesome.
So, and when you keep the meteorological data, is that like kind of like just for the wind or whatever stuff like that?
Air pressure, air temperature. Yeah, it's all of that stuff.
I mean, wind's got to be a priority factor in artillery.
Oh
right?
yeah, pressure systems, humidity.
Yeah, the air pressure and air temperature, yeah, and the humidity, that's included in the metadata as well, will tell you the density of the air, the amount of drag that projectile has to be subjected to in order to get where it's going. So yeah,
They're doing temperature. They're doing temperature of the barrel and the ammo now. Like they're getting very technical now.
Bro, that's sick, dude. I wonder how much those factors, like how much percentages of accuracy those factors. Do you know that? Do you know the thresholds of
temperature? They've admitted they're nothing. They've already admitted they're nominal. They don't affect anything. That's why they're not ever mentioned or
No, but I don't care when you're trying to hit. If you're trying to hit, literally one house next to the other, like I want every inch. I mean,
right. It depends on.
You're not using
adjusting.
artillery for that usually.
No, of course you
No.
can't. Yeah, that'd be like you'd have to paint the target with a laser that's dependent on line of sight to do that. Yeah.
I'm just saying, I would still want. I'm curious what the percentage. Even though you come and you say it's nothing, is it 1% or is it 1/100%, or is it 3%? I'm just a little curious.
So there's something that field artillery can launch up. It's called a rocket assisted projectile. If you fire that in the general vicinity, yeah, you can actually paint a target, and that thing will use a small rocket to get closer to where it's actually supposed to go. They don't typically do that, or at least they didn't while I was deployed. But they could.
Yeah, they're expensive.
Expensive and sometimes not necessary.
Right.
They're trying to hit a tank.
They already had while I was there. They had different, helicopter platforms out there. Those
you're not usually just shooting one artillery round, right? You're shooting a barrage and hitting into a certain area.
Yeah, and if they're trying to hit a house or a building, oftentimes they just hit it with miniguns and missiles. You're good, or you would say rockets in this case.
No, but let's stick to what you did. I mean, the artillery that you were using, you're not the only battery, and even your gun is shooting multiple rounds into the same area. You're not expecting to hit the target with one shell and then call it quits. You're gonna, if you want to take out a target, you're gonna send a barrage because you already know you're not gonna be accurate on your first shot. And once you shoot the first time, it's just go ahead.
Well, that's the thing they do is they fire the first shot and they wait for the forward observer for his corrections before they fire the rest.
And then adjust, and then fire the barrage. Yeah, of course.
Did you know people would fire cannons straight up vertically, and sometimes the ball would land directly in the barrel again, meaning that the cannon is not moving across the earth at 1,500 feet per second.
I can show you the conservation of momentum is definitely a thing.
Okay,
we'll continue on the conversation we were already having.
Look at the video about conservation of momentum. They tried to put momentum into a pistol round. They even made a machine that could throw twice as fast as a baseball pitcher. Like the fastest pitch would be like a Roger Clemens 100-mile-an-hour fastball. They built this machine to go twice that fast, and they fired the bullet, and it never got any momentum, moving it like 150 miles an hour, 200 miles an hour sideways. It didn't. You could see the bullet hit directly in line with where it was fired. The moment it did not impart any momentum on it at all.
Well,
I have a problem with that too. As soon as it leaves the barrel, I think it's on its own, man. I don't think.
I just want to.
Can I
point out an example? You can watch. No, guys, listen. You can watch that happen. Just type in minigun from helicopter. When the minigun's shooting, obviously that barrel is spinning that bullet, a completely 90-degree angle different, and that bullet does not go in that direction. So the minigun, I used to think of that as a kid, right? Isn't that crazy, right? But no, it just goes perfectly straight. Yeah.
Now, if they are hauling ass in a helicopter, it's going to be affected. But The gun itself turning doesn't affect it.
That's right. You have to
It
compensate for the
does,
speed
and
of
that's
the
why
aircraft.
they.
Exactly right.
Well, it does. They do actually account for that. The spin of the barrel. If you're talking about something like, if you want to
No,
get
they don't.
into, if you
Nope.
want to get into
You know,
weird territory,
it's
anything that's firing thousands of rounds per second, they do actually account for that.
There's no such thing as firing thousands of rounds per second, Rufus. Relax.
It's only a couple
Thousands
minutes
of
long.
rounds
But
per minute is what I meant.
look how they fired
Okay.
that
Thank
gun.
God. I'm
And
glad you corrected me.
the machine they built to put momentum into it before, and because they're like, hey, can you really curve bullets like in the Matrix? You can't do it. It doesn't happen.
Hey, if you can find that, post that. I saw
I
something a
posted
long
it in the
time ago
live
about
stream
that.
text. It's like
All
about
right,
2
thanks.
minutes long. It's a really short video.
Yeah, it wasn't the Matrix that was doing all that bullet curving though.
As wanted.
Yeah, wanted.
So if I had going with the MythBusters thing, if I had a jet airplane and I'm flying along at Mach 1 and I fire that bullet, it's not going to take any of that 1,000 miles an hour I have in forward
Well,
velocity.
the air drag, like that might come into account because when you throw something out the side, when even people jump out with the parachute, once their body catches the wind, it does it makes them curve back because that's the air drag. Like their body
Here's
has
a good example. I mean, they're obviously conserving most of that momentum, nearly all of it.
Yeah, it's a contradictory religious claim. If you notice a few minutes ago, Wolfgang, he immediately said, well, then there's conservation, completely eliminating the possibility for a Coriolis effect. So it's just a literal insane religion where they constantly contradict them. They'll admit
Well,
there's
that's
no
actually
Coriolis
untrue
effect.
because the entire basis of the Coriolis effect is the conservation of momentum. That's how it's defined to do
He
what it
doesn't
does.
even know how to read. Apparently, he can't read. Yep. It's too
Except
easy.
when we got two.
Let's go ahead
Except
and
when we got.
let's go ahead and
Hold
address
on, I'm
that.
gonna get
If we
this
go
out,
to
Doofus. Whether you like it or not, I'm gonna get this out.
I
So,
just
except for the example of when we got two guys in a park throwing a ball back and forth, and there's a guy on a merry-go-round in the middle of them, and he sees the Coriolis effect happen, and there's no conservation of momentum involved then.
Bullshit. It's the mismatch.
There
of
is actually
no momentum though. It's the mismatch. That's the basis.
You know how I sum it up, right? I sum it up just knowing that it's going in a straight line, but what's underneath it is moving. So it's not going to go to the same place because what's underneath it is moving. Not that it's taking a curve, because it's not taking a curve. It's just it's still going in a straight line. And that shit about there being no, true, direction or whatever, like it's all relative and all of that. Well, not for the case of point to point. When I'm putting point to point and throwing it, that's my true, and I know that's where I threw it because of the conservation of momentum. And then if the ground underneath moved, you can call it Coriolis, you can call it all you want, but the fucking ball didn't move. Go ahead.
Well, that's obvious. I mean, fuck.
Yeah, that's the way I look at it. So I mean, it's
What's funny too? They did something similar where they went in the desert and they fired like a Garand rifle up in the air, a 30-06 round, and it was coming down. It's hard to fire something directly vertical, right? So if you're off like a 10th of a degree or whatever, it might hit a couple 100 feet away or 100 feet away. But it's not because the Earth is moving. Sometimes they would hit to one side or the other, but they were always coming down within that area. The Earth would be moving at a supersonic speed. So if you did fire it up and the Earth is moving beneath it, that thing's going to land. It's going to land like thousands of feet away.
Well, how fast
is not exactly. There's that I've seen the test. I don't know if I can find it, but is they have the drop towers, which are like 300 feet or 300 meters tall, and they drop things in a full vacuum or as good a full vacuum as they can get in there, and they drop a mass from the top, and it moves left and right of its initial release point.
Yeah, that's the Coriolis. It's like Coriolis, but what he's suggesting, when you shoot the thing up in the air and then the Earth's moving at supersonic speeds, you understand that the thing that you're shooting straight up in the air is moving at the same speed. There's a slight difference that Mike's talking about, but what you're expecting is not.
Watch the Mythbusters video. Kosho, he put a 200-mile-per-hour. He was firing a pistol, and he put a 200-mile-per-hour forward speed, like he was swinging it faster than a major league pitcher, like twice as fast, and it didn't put any momentum into the bullet, any lateral momentum. It just because what they did, they put a laser through the bullet hole in the paper, like a far distance away, and it lined up perfectly. There was no 200-mile-per-hour drift in the direction they swung the gun. Nothing.
I think that has probably more to do with it being a centrifugal type force. That was a spinning force. I don't know what would happen if, because like when we look at that little example Kosho put up,
it was a straight line.
If you look at the little if you look at the little image that Kosho put up at 332, we can see that projectiles carry their momentum. So whatever they did in Mythbusters was done incorrectly because we can see that it works. I don't care.
Oh, you don't care because you don't want to see.
I'm showing you. There's an example where conservation momentum is maintained.
I know why they had the problem, right? Because the 200 mile an hour is not even close to the speed of the bullet, right? So what the problem really is that there's just not enough to measure with that much velocity coming from the bullet. If it's if it's only going to the other, because they don't weigh the same, so it's hard to connect the curvature, right?
If they made it faster, the machine would break. You know what I mean? Like there's limitations to how fast you could do it.
I want to get clarification on this.
That's probably why it was hard to detect, because it's just not really moving fast enough. Once that bullet takes off in that explosion,
there should be something. There should be a half inch. There should be something measurable, but there was none.
How much?
Right, I want to get clarification on this particular experiment that was being performed. The gun was being rotated around an axis point.
Yes.
It was pivoting around something. It wasn't moving side to side laterally.
It was they used a pneumatic ram. There was a pneumatic ram, and it was a linear motion. It was just straight, like an actuator, one direction.
I gotta look at that again. I didn't think it was.
Okay.
Yeah,
I'll point out that in the movie, when they were swinging the gun around a pivot point, that wouldn't cause what they see in the movie, because as you're swinging the gun around a pivot point, the bullet is the force that's applied to the bullet, or the force that it undergoes, is outward from the gun, because you're swinging it from a pivot point. It is not a lateral force that's being applied to that bullet.
Oh, it was a rotational speed.
They did it by hand, and then they built a machine to make it even fast. They were trying to reproduce something that was in a movie. I don't know what movie it was. I said The Matrix. It wasn't The Matrix. I don't watch movies, but I remember The Matrix. He's dodging bullets and shit. So I thought maybe the same shit, but it was another movie that, like I said, I don't watch Hollywood shit, so I can't.
It was mentioned it was Wanted.
This is a rotating arm.
There's a rotating arm, damn it.
Oh yeah, okay, that's a problem. Because the bullet should undergo centrifugal force, which is outward.
Okay, but it's still moving. Yeah, it's moving in a pivot from a pivot, but you're still imparting an additional force.
The thing is, Mythbusters isn't really a credible source, so I don't even know why we're.
It's not. Maybe it's not, but it was still an experiment nonetheless, and you could look at the result, and it didn't have any effect.
Rotational force will impart maybe velocity on it, but it's not going to impart lateral linear force on it.
Yeah, if there's a rotational force like that, and then the bullet is fired when it's pointed straight, it's not gonna keep some rotational direction.
You know what a B-17 is? A B-17 Flying Fortress. They used to shoot 50 cal. They had a bunch of 50 cal machine guns on these bombers to protect them from the fighter planes that would try and shoot them down. And the thing is, you do have to lead, but that's because the target is moving. If you fire something, by the time you're even with a duck, when you're shooting ducks, you have to lead a moving target so he flies into your bullet. It's not so much that you're bending the path of the bullet.
Okay, so what's
It's not that there's the
bomber. Yeah, a bomber is going to be firing at ideally targets that are moving at different velocities than itself. So of course it would have to lead, like, because I would, as an attack vessel, probably not be trying to go at exactly the same speed and direction as the thing I'm trying to hit. So of course they would have to lead.
It's a different thing though. There's like wind drag. When you go out, if you're going forward and you hit a wind drag, it's going to be different. You're putting drag on the bullet from a different angle. So it does appear like it's curving.
Yeah, what they were looking for in this Mythbusters thing was to see if the bullet curved at all.
At all, and it didn't. That's what I mean.
Yeah, I know, but that's I don't know. It's not really analogous for what
I would have thought it would. Like I would have thought naturally it would, but it didn't. I would have thought, well, wait a minute. It would put a certain amount of energy into it. It would have to move.
And because
Right,
they
it would still
botched the
follow-
test and did it wrong, it didn't.
Right. The thing is, the bullet would still have to follow a straight line after it was ejected. The thing that they were trying to replicate in the movie is that the bullet was, as it's progressing forward, changing its position relative to a central line that it's rotating around, which is not physically possible, unless, of course, the Magnuson effect is overblown huge.
Right. Yeah.
Let's say you put the bullet inside of a hollow tube, right, and you just flung it out like a clay pigeon. Do you ever see a clay pigeon thrower? And you could put English on those. You can affect the path. So if you had like a 200 mile an hour and you just put it in a hollow PVC pipe and you whipped it out of there, it would impart you would naturally think it would impart a little bit of English, like a little curve to it.
Throwing a curveball.
Yeah, the Magnuson effect.
I was gonna say was maybe perhaps if you could like rotate the barrel, some super fast way while it's also firing. Maybe that can apply some curve, sort of like if you're throwing a curveball.
Yeah, it's hard to say. Maybe if they made their rocket sled or something and they fired it out from that, I don't know if it would or not. It just seems like I was surprised that didn't. I was expecting it to put curve on it, but I'm like, wait, how is that possible?
Tumble the bullet to make it curve. I would think.
You could do that, yeah. That'd increase the Magnuson effect.
But as far as the Earth, if you're when you shoot something straight up and it comes down nearly right where you launched it from, and sometimes it comes down to the left, right, front, back, it's like if we're moving one direction, if the Earth was spinning one direction, that whole conservation of momentum is just out the window. You got those bullets coming down in the same spot.
It's expected to come within, other than like Coriolis effects, it's expected to land exactly in the same spot.
Yeah, the Earth is moving
different
at
layers.
speed. Go ahead.
Well, if you think all of the air is moving in one homogeneous body, it's not. You could see cross.
No, but it's not the air. That doesn't matter. The ball, or whatever the bullet, whatever it is, whatever speed the surface of the Earth is moving, that sideways, east to west, whatever. The bullet is also moving, or west to east. The bullet's moving.
Right.
So therefore, no, Wolfgang, don't lose the opportunity though. He just admitted there's no Coriolis effect. That's why this is a circular psychotic argument. It's absolutely psychotic.
That's the speed it is at the surface. Okay, it's more like that. There's drop towers where you can see a slight deviation.
Left and right.
Okay, but wouldn't it always come down in the same place? In other words, if you had everything lined up and you shot it perfectly up every time, it should drift to the same side, right? Sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes it comes down to the left. Sometimes the right.
Well, that's how you do it in a drop tower where there is no wind and other effects. You do it in a drop tower, and you can drop it in the same fucking hole over and over again.
I've seen that drop test, and it affects different elements differently, and I think it's because they're passing through an electrical field. That
was actually an electrical field they were passing it through. You're right. That was intentional, and that was what the whole test was about. However, when you don't put it in that electrical field, they fall at the same rate.
No, but the electrical field is on Earth. It's everywhere. Like there's this field.
That test where you see the things falling at different rates was,
and here's why I think
it was done with intent to get things to fall at different rates. When you just drop them in the drop tower in the normal field of the Earth, it doesn't have that effect. They all fall the same rate.
When you drop a magnet through a copper tube or an aluminum tube, it drops slower. It creates these eddy currents, and it
does.
Right. So the same thing may be happening in a free fall in a vacuum tube, passing through the different electrical gradients, right? That it's having the same type of effect, and
It's
it's
like you're not
counteracting.
listening to the conversation.
It's amazing.
It was already mentioned a few times that in such a vacuum where they're not inducing their own potential difference down the tube, that those objects all fall at the same rate.
You're saying they're putting an additional charge into there? What are you saying?
Yes.
Yeah, that's the whole point of the test.
No, they were testing gravity. They were trying to test free fall, which they couldn't. If gravity was real, they would all fall at the same rate, but they don't.
Not according to their paper. That's not what they were testing.
Yeah.
There's different
materials.
tests. Each one is a different experiment. Each test is a different experiment altogether. It's not all one test. People rent that out to conduct different experiments.
But the test that we're discussing is the one they're talking about.
Yeah, they're inducing their own electromagnetic field there.
Well, I mean, there's hundreds of tests. You could pick and choose one, and maybe another one is a different one. But I mean,
there's only one where they
all
fall at
talk about the
different
one where they
rates.
fall at different rates.
Apparently, so just a quick one. Thank you, guys. Apparently, the test in a vacuum, the object doesn't accelerate in comparison. So when they put it into a vacuum, there's no measure of acceleration, although it's in a vacuum. So, thanks.
If it didn't accelerate, then it would never change its speed.
It just hovered there.
Well,
of course it accelerated.
What about velocity? Maybe the word might have been the velocity doesn't increase. The speed of the velocity or something doesn't increase.
I would say the same thing. If the velocity doesn't change, that means there's no acceleration. If you let go of an object in a vacuum and it doesn't accelerate, then it doesn't move at all. It has to accelerate to change velocity.
Apologies, sorry, increase maybe would be the right word then.
We shouldn't expect the acceleration to increase all that much. The acceleration due to gravity on Earth is almost the same at the top of the Empire State Building as it is at the bottom of the Empire State Building.
Yeah, but, exactly, and just trying to compare that to doing the same experiments inside a vacuum, and like you said, and this is what I'm saying, is that the speed or velocity or acceleration doesn't change.
Speed, velocity, acceleration, different things. You have to use the right terminology or else you're not making sense, dude.
It's not affected by vacuum electromagnetism.
Yes, but I think what I was trying to say, just quickly, and thank you so much, man, is that if... fucking hell, I forgot what I was going to... Sorry, that's it. Sorry.
An object falling in a vacuum on Earth should have constant acceleration and increasing velocity. That is what we would expect to happen.
Yes, and that's what I was going to say. It doesn't seem like gravity is changing in any way, or gravity is having an effect on this. It's more the fact that the medium that it's in. Now, if gravity had an effect on it, then I would expect the force to be greater or something like that. But it seems like, well, I'm expecting that.
When you do a drop experiment in a vacuum, what you're doing is removing wind resistance, air resistance. You're removing whatever drag effect that the medium provides. There is no drag in a vacuum. So if you have a 100-foot high vacuum and you let go of an object at the top of that vacuum, it will fall with a virtually constant acceleration. Its velocity will increase the entire time. It will have a virtually constant acceleration. If you were to do the same thing,
consistent. It's not consistent.
But there absolutely is drag. There absolutely is drag in a vacuum. But there absolutely is drag in a vacuum because otherwise you'd have to have a perfect vacuum for there to be no drag.
Right, Jeremy. We understand it's not perfect. Nobody expects perfection in science.
If instead of a 100-foot vacuum, you had a 100-foot just you set up a cylinder of 100 feet in your backyard and you dropped, say, a feather. That feather would not have a constant acceleration. It would be subject to the drag from the air that it's falling through. But if you drop a feather in a 100-foot vacuum, it falls without any drag. It falls with a constant acceleration and an increasing velocity.
Jeremy's saying that there's not a perceivable drag, just that there's theoretically molecules hitting that feather, changing its velocity that in an unmeasurable way.
Well, you still can't pull a perfect vacuum, so it will have some drag. It's got more surface area, so it will have more because you can never pull a perfect vacuum. So it's not going to fall like a steel.
Yeah, I'm just trying to clear it up for people.
Right, you're trying to clear it up by making it more confusing.
The problem with those samples, they were in a little test tubes, these glass tubes, that some were falling at different rates. They were levitating above the drop tower tube, the tube that everything was in, that I don't know what you want to call it, that fixture. Some of them were actually appear to levitate, and I think that's the drag caused by the electrical field as it's passing through all these layers of different electrical charges. And the perfect test would be if you had different coins, like a copper coin, a gold coin, a silver coin, and aluminum, different things that have a different electrical conductivity, and then you had a neutral like the insulator, like porcelain and plastic, and if you drop all those together and you see what effect it has relative to the electrical conductivity of the material, and then
you mean like a feather in a bowling ball, and steel and all the other things that fall at exactly the same rate?
All equal sized things, all equal size, like a 1 ounce gold coin, a 1 ounce silver, 1 ounce copper, 1 ounce aluminum, all in the shape of a disc, like a coin. They're all 1 ounce, they're uniform. And then you have a sample of plastic and one of porcelain. So everything is pretty similar in size and weight. And then you drop them and see what the effect is. See
Every material you drop drops at 1.8 meters per second. Every single material.
See if it's proportional to gravity. They're not falling at the same rate.
They are falling at the same rate. That was a specific test that was designed to test dropping in electric fields that were generated, hyper-electric fields, ones that we don't see in the world. They were intentionally generated electric fields that caused that anomaly.
They were not manipulating electrical fields, dude. It was normal. It was normal conditions. They weren't adding any additional electrical field.
Not
it's just
according to the paper.
Go ahead, put it in there. I just watched the video that was like a short clip. It didn't give any details.
You mean the YouTube video, or did you look at the paper?
I watched the video that was like about 30 seconds. There was no paper that was attached. It was just a short clip.
The same as we dug deep on this. I remember a long time ago, Chemo brought this up.
It was actually in another video. It was contained in another video by a guy, UAP. He contained it in one of his videos. So he was making a video about a video clip that he had. So there was none of this additional paperwork saying,
we did research on this one.
Well, I would like to see. I mean, it's expensive to do a test there, but if someone would do it and show, and don't add any additional electrical field, just drop it right through the natural Earth's electrical field, all these different layers, and see what happens. And see if
Did you guys hear what I said, or was I roboting?
You started roboting quickly. Before.
Well, let me just respond to what Moyak said a minute.
You're roboting again.
I'm not.
Does the inertia
trying to make it more confusing?
Does the inertia change in a vacuum chamber?
Jeremy, you're roboting, Jeremy. You're not coming through.
Try to reconnect real quick. Just come in and out real quick, and sometimes that fixes.
What do you mean by that when you ask if does the inertia change?
Maybe if like a person were to feel it, and a person were to go in a vacuum and feel the difference in change, are they going to feel more of a pulling force down? But they're not, are they? They just fall through the vacuum just a lot quicker. A lot quicker. So the inertia there would be no difference in inertia.
By inertia, you mean buoyancy in this case.
The feed.
I don't want people running.
Jeremy, it's not working.
Get rid of those AirPods, dude.
That's not the AirPods.
He's got a bad internet connection. He's probably.
Oh, it's AirPods. Just complain about his AirPods. He's always complaining about
around.
Sometimes you don't get the wireless signal when that happens.
Well, I mean, there's some merit to that. Like if you're on 2.4 gigahertz Wi-Fi and you're using Bluetooth at the same time, since that's also on 2.4 gigahertz, there can be some interaction there. It's just usually not much.
Yeah, I don't know what he's using if he's got AirPods. Hey, Jeremy, you have self-muted.
You guys.
No, you're.
No, but it's really funny listening to you.
Wow.
Ding, 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 ding,
Yeah,
ding.
Can't hear you,
Okay,
bro.
Jeremy, you're done.
I'm
He
still
can't hear you is the problem.
Yeah, dude, we can't hear
Oh,
you.
now you're back. That was the longest stream of roboting I've ever heard.
No, that would be held by Dave, Dallas Dave.
Yeah.
Roboting or Robotham?
Samuel Roboting.
You sound good now.
The longest string of Robotham I've ever heard is on Eric Dubé's channel.
Yeah, Robotham's awesome.
In an attempt to ask Jeremy or answer Jeremy's question before he asks it, no, if it's unmeasurable and we all agree that it's there, we don't have an argument.
Right. You're just below the level
Am
of
I
precision.
still roboting?
Yeah.
You're good.
No.
You're good.
Okay, so I just don't want people running around when this guy says there's no drag in a vacuum. Just that's an incorrect statement, just for the record, so everyone knows there is drag in a vacuum.
Well, just remember that every time we say there's no drag in the vacuum, we're talking about no perceivable.
It's below the precision
Right,
of the measurement we're making.
over a very short distance. Just
No,
correct.
actually, probably almost any distance you could measure reasonably. Like, I doubt you would see it in 30,000 feet.
Hey, at what point is the Earth not gonna pull this object down? How high do I have to go?
There's no distance where Earth's gravity is not in effect.
Yeah, it doesn't decrease to zero.
So I could go all the way out past the sun.
You could go all the way to the edge of the universe.
Infinity and beyond.
However, if you were
Infinity and beyond with it. Infinity and beyond. Buzz Lightyear shit.
Actually, you could go about 4 billion light years from Earth. And if you released it,
You've been that far before?
In theory, if you released it there and given enough time, it would eventually reach Earth.
Boy, do you really think 4 billion light years is an actual tangible thing? Is that real to you?
Yes, it is real, but no. The problem is the gravitational vector of a different object is going to be more powerful than Earth's.
All right, so how have you...
What do you mean when you ask whether a distance is a tangible thing?
Other than just a blind belief, why do you believe that 4 billion light years is actually tangible?
Do you believe that 4 billion light years doesn't exist
I can't
in God's
touch the
universe?
distance.
He said 400 billion.
How big is God's universe? Like, it just heaven and earth. I can't. I have a hard time fathoming that there's an end to that even.
So you can't fathom a 400 billion light years, though, right?
I can fathom it quite well.
You can fathom 400 billion light years.
Just a really long way.
It's not even a measurement of distance.
It is.
It's an imaginary conception.
Based upon a speed, even if you don't want to say that speed is uniform, it still is a distance.
Break it down to its first principles. Go on.
First principles: time and distance.
Light travels at a finite speed.
That's an assumption. Unproven.
Even if it is wrong, it still would represent.
Wait, hold on. Even if it's wrong, then everything that comes after the fact falls flat.
It still would represent a number. It still would be an accurate number. 186,000 miles per second.
No,
that
it wouldn't, because
distance
if
would
it's
still be a
wrong,
distance.
it doesn't represent anything. It's
It
imaginary.
represents a distance.
No, it doesn't. That's why
Yes, it does.
that's the whole point of its presentation.
does.
Is to give
But it
is to
does.
give them a get out clause, because they're not talking about distances that can either be refuted or proven. They're
Okay, let me
talking
ask
about
again. My
conceptions.
question to you was the one about
Break
God.
it down to first principles and then tell me, when the flip did you go that far or that long in time?
Is heaven and earth finite? Like, does heaven have a fixed size?
No, I'm not accepting
What is wrong with
deviations.
that?
I'm not accepting deviations. Stick to the point or
That
move
is
on
a
to
point.
another subject, because that's
Yeah,
just
this
lame.
is ridiculous. This
Okay,
is
that's great.
ridiculous.
Now,
If
can you
it's
answer?
wrong, it still works. If it's wrong, it still works.
Yes, it would still
That's
be a number.
ridiculous.
Even if
Actually,
it
it
is
can possibly
okay.
be wrong.
Let me
That
ask.
statement in and of
I think you
itself
need
is
to. I think you need
ridiculous.
to
That
take
is a
care of your brain.
ridiculous statement. I'm
Okay, let me
sad to see you
clarify
guys.
then. Instead of just babbling on it with saying nothing. Okay.
You're the one babbling on and interrupting.
Okay, you can help yourself. Have fun.
It can't be wrong because it's a fixed number. They've fixed the speed of light in a vacuum to be a specific number of meters per second. And
Who fixed
all
it? When?
the
You have to prove
standards
that
of
light even travels to.
yeah, it doesn't matter. It's a fixed
Yeah, you're
number
right.
though.
Sorry for interrupting. Karen.
They've already established a fixed number. Even if the speed of light is slightly different
When?
than that value, they've fixed that value.
How do you
When
know
did-
what medium it's in with the speed of
When
light?
did
quote
they
unquote,
fix it?
change?
And since when is it up to the people who are trying to figure stuff out to fix something? Surely they're supposed to either discover something or figure out that they were wrong and then try again.
Fix the value so that if the number changes, they'll adjust the size of a meter or the length of a second. But the number of meters,
Imagine a builder.
fixed
Imagine a
number.
builder responsible for your house coming to you with that same stuff. You would be like, "Give me my money back. Get the hell out of here," or some such interaction, because that's ridiculous. You can't be
And that's what we're
paying. You
saying.
can't be paying someone responsible for something you're supposed to live in for that, and then you want to take the same. You want to give that same level of leniency to people who are claiming to give you the understanding or claiming to explain the whole basis of your reality. Surely, whether you choose to accept it or not is a different thing, but surely you can see that the fundamental logical flaw in that.
So is the argument that a light year is not a measure of distance?
The argument's just so many things, dude. The fact that you're attributing constant speed to light, traveling point A to point B, material assumption, and you're making the assumption of the medium.
But
It's not an assumption. It's a fixed digit, and since because it's a fixed number, they've actually established that number. They're not changing that number, even if the speed is actually different than what they think it is. They're not changing the number of meters per second that it travels. So all they got to do is multiply that speed that they've already fixed by the number of seconds in a year, and that distance is fixed. So
Yeah, but you're
that
the constant
fly
speed to
because-
light that you attributed to it is incorrect, though.
And that's I'm
Actually, using two
telling you
ways
that
for the light
It
to
doesn't
get
fly
it.
because
is
the
incorrect. That
the
number doesn't
fundamental assumption of that is that light travels in that kind of manner, and that hasn't been proven. In fact,
All I can tell you is I know how long it takes.
If it's all possible to say, because it doesn't really translate well, the opposite has been proven.
Yeah, in
I
fact,
would
it's
say
hard
that
to inverse
it
their
is
law of
proven
light.
on a daily
You
basis.
can't give it you can't give it a fixed value.
It
So
is
therefore,
proven
anything else
on a
that comes
daily
off of
basis.
that
We get
foundationless.
verification.
You guys, when people overtalk, pretty much we can't hear anything, so we have to try to go one at a time. Maybe Moyak was trying to get in.
On a daily basis, we find out that we have a very good handle on the speed of light. Use it for
Yeah, but two ways to
navigation. We use it for radar. We use it for satellites. Of course, you don't like satellites, but don't fixate on that. And
don't forget the measuring tapes.
We measure in tapes, yeah. I use it in my cell phone industry.
I have one. I use it to make observations that debunk the globe.
I don't know what you mean by that. It does not tell me.
I get my height. I get my observer height with a laser. Measure it, right? So I debunk the globe with that. I'm just saying. I understand. Do you think I don't? You think I don't know those exist?
I don't know what you know because you're arguing whether we know the speed of light or not. We do.
Well, I just explained to you that I clearly do. I use it. Okay, so you have a two-way speed of light, quote unquote. Special relativity attributes a constant speed to light. That's never been proven. Okay, and then what that would mean is that if you were to attain that speed, you would experience timelessness.
Is there any reason to think that light emitted from your source and reflected has a different travel speed? Any reason to think it?
Yes, we have measurements of light not traveling at a constant speed in a vacuum through free space.
That's not one-way speed. That's not a one-way speed argument. Now, do we have any reason to think that light travels at a different speed when it's propagated from the source or on a second reflection in one direction? It instantly transports itself. I don't understand how you can conclude this. Is it possible? Yes. In the wildest realm of insanity, yes, it's possible. But do you have any reason to think it?
Your question was, is it probable? All of that. And so, ironically, we're saying, no, I don't think it's probable to assume the travel of the light. Everything else you said after it is, you're just making my point better.
Am I? How?
Literally, yeah. I just explained how.
Okay.
I just explained.
What if I have a light that I emit onto an object, let's say a reflective surface, and it bounces back to me in whatever time, 8 microseconds. So it's a mile away.
The medium reverberate.
That reflects off of that object, and then it reflects off of another object. So it's both reflected light. So it's the same kind of light, not source light.
It's resulting in medium reverberation.
It teleports in one direction and not in the other direction.
Results in medium reciprocation. You're attributing constant speeds to point A to B travel. That doesn't actually happen, though. Just like a wave is not a wave of water is not a thing in and of itself. It's movement of the water. Okay? Reciprocation of medium.
It's
the fact that you've quantified,
energy, which light is a propagation of energy. What's it?
You've quantified an induction rate of illumination, and you said it's traveling. It's just there.
And just use what you just said. The induction, the speed of the induction. What's the difference?
Rate of induction.
Yeah, well, what's the difference? Why not just use that and say that that's what they're measuring and that's what they're attributing the speed to?
No one disputes
and regardless,
that.
as I said, it wouldn't matter if the speed is different because it's a fixed number. So a light year is a fixed distance. I don't know why that said. It's even if the speed, even if they thought
it was a fixed distance, why do they not just give it in actual distance?
Because that is an actual distance.
Yeah. No, it's not. It's a veiled representation.
Because you don't
because
understand
if I want to
it,
give you a
mean
distance,
it's not a distance.
It's not that we don't
understandable or
understand.
convertible, I can give you a distance in millimeters, meters, kilometers, miles.
Because it's a
even,
really,
if you want to
really big
go
number,
down
and it'd be
that annoying rabbit
pointless.
hole.
It'd be
But
pointless.
Doesn't matter because we have the numbers, we have the ability to represent those.
Do you like parsecs better?
Hold on, Andy, you completely interrupted him, so we didn't hear what either of you guys
He's lying.
It doesn't matter what you think he's doing.
Well,
just let him finish speaking, and then you can speak next. Just go ahead, Alicia, and finish what you were saying. Elijah.
It's Elisha, but the point was not really that difficult to finish up. It was just that you're representing it in one way, but that's not necessary. And there's obviously a reason for that. It's veiled on purpose, because if it was an actual distance, if it was something that could actually be measured, then they just give it to you in any other form of SI units that we can actually work with.
Can I give you one?
And if you don't like the fact that it's such a big number, or maybe that's because nobody's ever measured it, so it's imaginary, and all you have to do is do this to the power of however many zeros, like they do with every other giant number that they have to deal with.
They do, though. There is a direct conversion from light years to kilometers if you really want it.
Yeah.
I don't see the problem here.
Okay. If you but you're the only one who's even made the effort to accept that. But then when you go down there, then what do you have? You have the fact that you're talking about
distance.
something that nobody has ever measured. So how on earth can they then go and say this is something that's reasonable to even entertain when it's so far beyond the realm of anything that anybody has ever done? It's ridiculous.
What would you like them?
Would you say
What would you like them
a
to
light
measure
year
it
is
with?
a light year is kind of a long distance? I agree, but we have a man-made object theoretically that is almost a light day away. Is that not a substantial number? I mean, that's 1/365th of a light year.
You have an object that's a light day away? What object is
So
that?
what are you referring to? Give me that in conversion to something.
What?
That's
Wait,
actually
what object is that, Moyak man?
That would be Voyager.
Voyager.
The first one,
What's
right?
it? You
The
want to
first
take
one.
this one? Have fun with
Are
that.
you
I think
about
the
to make
second
it,
one passed
Kojo?
the first one.
It's just absurd.
Okay, well that's incredulity.
So how fast since Voyager left Earth has it been going, and for how long?
I think it's about 40,000 miles per hour.
And how have you measured that and kept up to date with that?
It sends signals
You
to
see
us
me,
as
man?
it was.
Doesn't the signals take longer to get here? I'm confused. Like, if it's a light day away, when it's sending signals to us, do we have a lag of a day then in between us and the Voyager?
We sure do.
2 days from command to response from command.
1 day there and 1 day back.
And it's a little bit less than a day. It's like 19 hours, I think.
Close enough.
How do you see any of these lights with the inverse square law of light
We don't have
applied
to
to them?
see them. It's a
You
signal.
couldn't see any of them.
It's a
Well, it's
signal.
just a fact.
We just
Same
read it's a signal, and we see that it's constantly getting weaker.
Yeah, it's a fact.
Use bigger and bigger antennas, lower noise
imagine.
amplifiers.
Within your paradigm of materialism and assumptions of travel from point A to point B, denying the fact the medium was just already there, right? Within your own paradigm, can you do the math for Polaris? Inverse square, like the inverse square law of light, and how we're able to see Polaris. Can someone recite that for me?
We can see.
Yeah, the inverse square law never
Yes.
approaches zero or never reaches zero. That's the point. The inverse square law never says that the light cannot reach us.
You only need about 1 photon per second to hit your eye to be able to perceive a light.
Wow. So, okay. So, can you give me the math?
I'd have to do it, but yeah.
The math of Polaris?
The inverse square law of light applied to Polaris and how we perceive the stars, supposedly.
Yeah, Polaris is a big motherfucker, so it'll take a minute.
I mean, it's a star.
That's what you think. Try and go do the math, though.
So you guys believe that light travels indefinitely, correct?
What's to stop it?
The inverse square law.
Amazing.
What's to stop it? What makes it stop?
Yeah, that's exact. I'm glad you brought it up. Let's go. Get that.
Light attenuation would cause it to stop.
That doesn't make
attenuation
it stop.
also doesn't bring it to zero.
It doesn't stop. It just attenuates. There's a difference.
That's a. You have a belief, but the truth is that the medium. You're right. The medium never stops because the medium is omnipresent.
So if light attenuation doesn't cause the light to stop, what does light attenuation do?
Dims.
I mean, if I'm not mistaken, there's no difference.
Eventually, from it dimming over long enough time, it would just keep dimming until.
But we can't see it with our bare eyes, and we can need a
This
stronger
is a
instrument to see
perfect
it.
segue for mockery because it dims, but somehow your gravity thing just goes on forever. And
It dims. Then you
Yes,
can't
it dims.
see
It
your
doesn't
eyes.
go to zero.
So then
Yeah,
you
keep
can
dimming until.
No, but you know how this conversation started, right? The reason we're on this distance speed of light was because somebody opened their mouth and said, even this many, whatever the number he used, light years,
14 billion. 4 billion.
The Earth's gravity would have effect or be felt, or however he phrased it, right?
Now I do have
their
to,
bluff.
I do have
They don't
to
have the math.
modify that slightly because in a universe that only has Earth in that object, because
Let's start with the
other
moon.
objects will have a bigger effect on it.
The moon, 238,000 miles away. Can you show me the math, please?
Oh,
Moon or
light
Polaris, you
acceleration?
pick. It should be easy to find, right? You should be able
The
to
math
look
for
this up.
what specifically?
Yeah, but applying the inverse square law of light and then telling me how much that we perceive and able to see the phenomenon in the sky proportionate to its distance. Can we get the math?
Yep.
Talking about the
And
moon
you're
or Polaris?
no, he's talking about the moon now, and he's
Well, no, whichever one's easier. It's like Polaris seemed to really stump you guys. The moon should
no,
be really easy. Right?
it's not bad. These are trivial equations or whatever. But the moon, the issue you're talking about with the moon is the entire magnitude. So the entire entirety of all the lumens coming from the moon. This or the half of the moon actually. This is going to be what you see when you are seeing the moon. So when you put your square law and you see how much
it's not a
power
point
that
source.
the power output of that. You're talking about the power output of the entirety of the half of the moon. So it's not a point source.
A full moon.
Okay, so can we see all the stars with the naked eye? Can we see Polaris with the naked eye?
Yes.
I can see Polaris, sure, but
Okay,
not
so
every
can I
star
get
is
the
visible
inverse
by the
square law of
naked eye.
light?
We can see the light of Polaris.
How many? Yeah. So how many photons do I get to see of Polaris?
12.
12
per.
Seemed like a reasonable number.
12 per second.
No, it's definitely more than 12 per second, but
600.
But what I want the number. I want the number so I can decide if I believe in this mathemagic for my entire worldview and belief of reality.
Mathemagic. That's a great way to describe it.
About 18,565 photons per second from Polaris.
Wow.
yeah, and if you want to say it's mathemagic, then you can't cite the inverse square law anymore.
But if we
mathemagic
bunch
with
of
you. What are
religion,
you
we would not
talking
be able
about?
to. We would not be able to see these things in the sky at the distances you guys claim.
Yeah, the inverse
Well, you
square
just
law
got
is,
a number that
is
says you can.
the inverse square law is empirical and testable. So why that's not magical? That's actually empirical.
Okay, well then it never
So-
goes to zero, and it's no longer mathemagical.
He gave a number. Now
The
what?
mathemagic says you're a fairy tale. Oh wait, say your number again.
18,565 photons per second per millimeter squared. You know, that's actually smaller than the retina of your eyes, so or the pupil. So you're actually going to get slightly more than that.
We'll round it off to 20. How about 20,000?
Or maybe 25,000 even.
Okay. Done. Now what? 25,000 photons per second.
25,000 photons per second from Polaris, and that's
Is that a lot or a little?
From how far away?
Why don't you tell
How
us
is that
what's it?
measured?
You know that
How
number
do you
offhand,
have the
don't you?
number?
How
if
far
you
away is
don't?
Polaris? What's it?
How do you? I want to hear you say it.
You
didn't
have
make
the
a
number
claim.
memorized,
He
don't
didn't
you?
make a claim.
There
He's just
seems
scared.
to have been a dispute within your own worldview in the last 20 years. I'm not sure, actually. I want you to make the claim.
400 light years.
Wrong.
Okay. What is the number?
So how are you giving me numbers if you don't know even?
I was guessing. What's the number?
Well, how are you guys giving me numbers though? Who are the guys giving me numbers?
It doesn't need to be memorized.
What?
But how do you get the
difference
numbers?
does
I thought you just did the
make?
math.
We
I
get
thought this is
20
why I call it mathemagic.
So we get 25,000 photons from something that's 1,000 light years away, 5,000 light years away, 10,000, whatever that number is. What difference does it make?
It's not whatever that number is. That's you need that. Do you agree? You
It's
need that
300 or
number?
400 light years away. Now
Androgyny.
what?
Okay, there we go.
But if you need a number
Your
with
number's
it,
automatically
you
different.
just look it up.
Yeah.
Okay, so your numbers
You don't need
automatic.
to
Well, you don't even.
memorize it.
So you guys all just looked it
You
up,
see
and when
what's
you found
wrong
someone
with
give
your
you a number,
mentality?
you're like, "I believe it," and you didn't even know the base of it. So you don't even know your
Look it
base
up.
belief, which is how far away the whole
We
subject
don't
is.
care about
Wait, I'm
random
talking.
fucking
I'm actually
numbers,
talking.
measurements.
I'm
We
talking.
don't care
I'm
about these
talking.
random ass numbers.
Muddy. I'm talking.
Okay,
Okay.
we'll say
The
the
whole
same
entire
stupid shit over again.
discussion, the whole discussion was these things are too far away to see them at the distances you guys claim. At the distances you claim, we would not be able to see them from the distance you claim.
Okay,
That's
why
the
don't you
whole
do the
point of the
math
discussion.
and actually back up your claim that we wouldn't be able to see them?
Wait, I'm making a point.
Yeah.
So
Your
you're
response is just
now
look it up.
coming and
Do the math
bragging
and
about
back
How
up
just
many
your
looking
claim.
at
toes you have on your
you're
feet?
now you're bragging about just looking
Shut
it
the
up
fuck up
and getting
and let
this
Wicked
answer,
talk.
right? Yeah, so you're bragging about looking up and getting this answer, but you don't even, that means it comes with a base rebuttal that you're claiming, which is a distance, and you guys don't even know what it is. I'm making a
Why?
Well, even if
do
you
need
double
to know
the
the difference?
distance, that only halves the number of photons hitting your eyes. So it's going to be,
Quarters.
if it was half the distance, it'd be
1/4.
50,000 photons roughly.
Okay. So what if
Light
the
years,
medium is different?
4,000 photons per second
What
hitting
would
your
happen
eye,
if there
even if it's
what
twice
would,
as far away.
what would happen if there's a more dense medium?
If the
That could
light's going to
impact
reach
it.
our eye, it doesn't matter.
Wait, what?
So that could
What would
impact it.
happen if
Doesn't appear to be that denser medium you're looking for.
What would happen if the
Ah,
photons took a pit stop halfway through the journey?
yeah, dude. What happens if there's something there that this constant speed of light is completely wrong?
What would
Well,
happen?
Interesting question.
Your
then the
whole
universe will shrink. It will shrink or grow.
That's why you have confinement. This is why this is basically slavery. It's like it's brainwash. It's like mind slavery. It's
Yeah,
mind
well,
slavery. It
Maxwell's
literally confines
equations.
you.
Maxwell's equations depend on that fact. So it's not just Einstein's relativity that created it.
You guys want
Let me
to
ask you,
special relativity
Kocho, how
attributed to
far?
constant.
Hey, as soon as you find this
We
fact that show that the speed of light is different, I mean, I'm down with it. Go ahead.
No,
Speaking
show
of the
that it's
speed of
show
light,
it's
let
true.
me ask you guys, how far
The
do you
claim
think?
is it's evident.
Can you let me
Hold
get a
on,
question in, bro?
we've seen. Hold on, 1 second, SC. 1 second. We've shown you multiple times the measurement where they measured the speed of light not being constant in a vacuum in free space.
Do you think that we have lasers in space all interacting with each other in such a way as to create peaks and troughs, all aligning just to slow down individual light rays from random sources in just a way to make it look just a little bit slower or a little bit faster? It's
Did you
not
hear
a
what I
great look on you, Jeremy.
Did you hear
I mean,
what I
that is
said?
the experiment
It is
Jeremy's trying to bring
evident
up.
that light. Did you hear what I said? It is evident that light is not constant in a vacuum. We can change the speed of it. That means not constant.
Yes, if you make lasers
No,
and
you
you line up
change
those
half of it.
lasers and you phase
Dude,
them in
you
just
have
such a
no
way
idea
it'll
what's
look
going
like
on.
it's going slower.
So we
When you
agree.
say
Light
that, how
doesn't
could it
always
not be a
have to
straw
be
man? Because you
constant.
got to be putting a medium on them to even formulate. Are you saying what? Will you describe this medium for me?
Yes, the medium of a vacuum, light travels at 186,000 miles per second or
It doesn't.
249 million meters per second.
We've shown that that's not true, and it varies, and it's not constant.
Okay, Jeremy, that's cute.
Oh,
That's cute, right? I know. The guy, the scientist, or whoever you want to call him, that's done the measurements. You think that's cute?
It's
Yes.
cute because what's
So,
being used is
Are you
not.
talking about the one?
Yeah, it's not about.
You're talking about the one where they.
Oh dear.
Sorry.
Well, okay,
That's
so
the
it's
one where they made light. They made single photons travel through a vacuum in free space, and it wasn't
Jeremy,
constant.
I didn't say you to go again.
right.
Dude, you don't tell me when to
The
talk.
light that was
I
the
just
light
did.
that was being detected was there were other mitigating factors there. It wasn't just emitted from a single laser, or it wasn't just emitted across a single surface. There was a lot going on in that experiment, and that's not
Yes,
something we have evidence for in space.
single photons through a vacuum in free space, going different speeds.
Yeah, how
Free
did they get
space.
that photon?
However, they got their photon gun. They
How
loaded
do
the
you
magazine
slow?
up with photons, shot their photon gun.
How do you slow down a photon if it has no mass?
They did it. I don't know. They slowed
Yeah,
it down. They slowed it down and got
They
light to travel at a different speed through a vacuum. Okay, that
no
means guess what that means,
no.
guys. Guess what that means. That means light does not travel at a constant speed through a vacuum. I know this hurts to hear, and it ruins your whole
No,
paradigm,
they changed
but that's
the
too bad.
path of the photon. They changed the path of the photon to make it take a less than direct route, which made it take longer. It did not change the speed.
So now we're talking about bendy light.
Longer meaning not constant. Longer meaning not constant over the course of a meter.
Jeremy, do you still have that paper?
Wait, now we're talking about bendy light.
In the chat. Go to the.
Just admit that it's just
Go to the
admit it's not
chat.
constant. My gosh.
Redirecting.
How is that
It's not constant. Yeah, this ain't even in. I know this is hard for you guys to admit because it ruins your whole fucking paradigm of
It
this
really
whole
doesn't,
losing thing.
Jeremy. Just
But
because you
that's too
misread
bad.
a scientific paper doesn't mean it.
Wait, are you saying that if the attributed constant speed to light's wrong, it doesn't destroy your
No.
whole paradigm?
Because Jeremy misunderstood what's going on in the paper doesn't mean that it changes the paradigm of how light works in space, Austin.
So you agree that
hold up, begging, wait, hold up, hold the fuck up. I don't say much often. Hold up, Jeremy. Hold up. This guy just said, hold up. This guy just said, does this paper fucking change how we know light goes around in space? But here's the thing. The argument, the thing in contention is space. We're not fucking agreeing with you that there's a fucking space out there. So you can't just go in and use that as your evidence.
The argument is about what light does in a vacuum. So no, it's still valid to talk about.
Oh,
the vacuum
we now
is in
know that light
contention.
doesn't always travel at a constant. We now know that light doesn't travel at a constant speed through a vacuum. I didn't misunderstand the paper. I understood it very well. They got light to travel through a vacuum through a vacuum in free space. And guess what? It took different times. They got light to travel at different times over the course of a meter. Guess what that means? Not constant.
Jeremy, did they change the path of the photon to get it to?
No,
they
changed something.
And then
they
it took
changed
longer.
the type of.
They changed the path.
No.
They changed the path, and then it took longer to travel over the course of a meter. Guess what that means?
It means it traveled more
Guess
than
what
meters.
longer? Guess what longer? No, they measured 1 meter, and it traveled. It took longer to get there.
You don't even
The
know
velocity is slower.
That is exactly what happened. They got it to travel at a different speed over the course of a meter in a vacuum in free space.
I'll post Jeremy's citation. Here it is.
That's actually not the same citation that he's quoting.
It's a different velocity, not a different speed. His was
the only thing Jeremy ever
corkscrew.
posted on the topic.
Oh,
They measured
there's an actual
October, November last year.
Hello.
That paper,
Hello.
the article that you posted. Let's see, posted online on the archive. Was it ever posted?
Stop.
Was it ever actually published?
To travel at a different speed over the course of a meter. I don't care how they did it. We know that light doesn't travel at a constant speed.
Was this paper ever actually published?
In free space through a vacuum.
Was the paper ever actually published? Just because something's on the archive and some science fucking website decided to pick it up because it was on the archive doesn't mean that this is what science believes now. You understand that?
Science doesn't believe anything.
Science doesn't
They're going to have other people replicate it, see if they get the same results.
Okay.
This paper was never published outside of the archive.
Science doesn't believe, though.
Science doesn't believe anything. It's not a person to believe something in. First of all, I don't know why you anthropomorphize science. And for B, it's a measurement they made. You know, if you want to dispute the measurement, that's fine.
Well, can I just read off the measurements? And it says that there's a 1-sentence summary here. It says, the group velocity of light in free space is reduced by controlling the transverse spatial structure of the light beam. So they're making a distinction between the group velocity and a single.
And I can show you the part where they got. And
as I pointed out,
where they say they got single photons to travel at a different speed through a vacuum in free space.
No, velocity, not speed. There's a difference. That's why it says velocity and it doesn't say speed. So stop saying speed, Jeremy.
Okay, it took longer to travel over the course of a meter. Different speeds over the course of a meter. Yes, different.
It took longer to get from point A to B because it didn't take the shortest path.
Do you know what it means if it takes longer to get from point A to point B? We call
Yes,
that not
it's a different
constant.
velocity.
Yeah, we call that not constant.
It's a constant speed at a non-constant velocity.
Does it have to travel a longer distance?
Hold on. If something takes X to go over the course of a meter, and then something takes X plus or minus, is that constant? Yes or no?
It is not a constant velocity.
Not constant. Perfect. Not constant.
It is
We
not
know.
a
That's what I've been
constant
saying for the.
velocity, but it could be a constant speed.
Okay, so not
And in this
constant
case-
over the course. Not constant over the course of a meter, right?
Right, but not constant what, Jeremy? Say the right word. It's not a constant what?
Jeremy, what's more important to you, the science being right or you being right?
The important thing is that we know that light doesn't travel at a constant speed through a vacuum all the time.
Jesus Christ, you just said speed again, dumbass, and we said it was velocity.
Speed.
You realize there's a difference.
Yes, you know how they measure the speed of light? They measure it in meters. Do you know what they got to happen? They got it to take a longer
it is
time to
not measured
travel.
in meters.
You're not going to let me finish. I know. Do you know what
Speed's
they
not
did? They
meters.
got it to. Speed is time and distance, right? So they have the distance, 1 meter. Then they timed it over the course of a meter, and they found it took different times. Do you know what that means?
Means it took
That
a
means
different path.
that means it took a longer time to travel over the course of a meter.
Yes, but did the speed change or did the velocity change?
Not the same time. The time over distance, right?
There's a difference. He said that several times. There's a difference between speed and velocity. What is the difference?
Velocity has a direction. Listen, if we get something to take longer and traveling over a meter, which is how they measure the speed of light, is that the same speed?
If it's a different velocity, yes.
So
light has a different
good.
velocity, but not a different speed.
Good. So they got it to take a different velocity, which means it takes a different path, which means it takes longer to travel the course of a meter. So
Jeremy,
not constant.
I found a comment on the same paper that says, Di Giovanni et al. Reported that they measured spatially structured photons traveling in free space, slowing down even in a vacuum. Here, we present a simple quantum mechanical consideration, which shows that even in these cases, photons travel with the speed of light. And this measurement provided experimental results on the projection of this velocity to the axis of symmetry beam propagation. So the photons are still traveling at the speed of light.
It's important to note that
they got single photons. They got single photons in that measurement to travel at a different speed in a free space through a vacuum. I don't know why this is so hard to understand.
Changed the spatial structure and changed the group velocity, which is not the same thing.
And they did this by changing the trend.
Specifically said, go ahead, Kosho.
No, it says specifically that they're changing the transverse size of the photon's path. So a light beam will have says they have a finite transverse size, right? But they're saying in adjusting this size, they can they give that observation or change the speed. But if you're adjusting its size, then you're like whoever kept saying that you're changing the path. You're changing the ultimate distance it's traveling. So
okay, you're changing the path. Great. So it would take longer to travel.
No, it travels a further distance. It travels a further distance. That's what's happening.
Okay,
it's
which
traveling
means it would
a further distance. It's not traveling slower. It's still traveling at the speed of light. It has to travel a different route, which means to go, in a straight line, it might bounce off some walls or something. That's what it's saying. It's not changing the speed of light. The speed of light is still the same.
Okay, do you know how they measure the speed of light? They measure it in meters. If it takes longer to go a meter,
meters,
guess what that?
meters.
If it takes longer to go
Meters
over
per
the
second.
come on, man, yo.
Well, why do you keep saying shit wrong? It's been years, Jeremy.
Over talking. What am I saying? I'm not saying anything wrong. Just shut up and let me finish my statement.
Yeah,
You don't measure speed in meters.
I know this hurts. I know this hurts you guys, but you need to relax and let me finish. So if something takes a longer time to travel over the course of the meter, which is how they measure the speed of light in meters,
Per second.
It's not constant.
Meters is a distance. It's meters per second.
Yeah, I know, but it's clear. Come on, guys.
That's what I
It's
said.
clear,
I
it's
just
clear,
said
it's clear
meters
what
per
he's saying,
second.
man.
Oh, I know, but that's what he's correcting. He's adding in the per second or meters per millisecond.
How long it takes to travel over the course of a meter? That's what they're measuring, and guess what they're coming up with? Not the same speed all the time. That means not constant.
All right, so to challenge this a little bit, Jeremy, if you think that paper proved that through reading it, why isn't that integrated into the mainstream, paradigm and narrative?
Because it has no value.
I don't know. Maybe they're trying to save Einstein. I don't know. Did you ask me or Moya, whoever that was?
The meter is divided. The meter is defined based on the speed of light. If this document says that the speed of light has changed, shouldn't the definition of the meter change too?
Yeah, you would think so, but I don't know. They're still running around saying that light is a constant speed, despite the fact that they measured it not being constant. That's
But
weird.
the fact that you don't
Maybe they're
understand
trying to save. Maybe they're trying to save. Maybe they're trying to save Einstein. I don't know why they're not.
It's not Einstein's.
Acknowledging this. It's beyond me.
Einstein's claim, though. Like I said, this was a claim that was found to be true through Maxwell's equations before Einstein. Einstein used the fact to he used that to the consequences of that being true to come up with special relativity, but it wasn't him that came up with that truth.
So Indy cars travel, the Indianapolis 500 cars travel no more than a mile from their starting location in 2 hours. Therefore, they don't go 200 miles per hour. They only go, 0 miles per hour.
Yeah, exactly. You didn't say that well, but I got it.
Yeah, like I said, they're manipulating this the so-called speed of light by changing the size of the transverse distance, which is, like I said, like several people are saying, just ultimately gives it a longer distance to travel.
Which makes it take longer. Can I hold on? What, from what you just said, that means that it would take it a longer time to travel over the course of a meter, right, Kosho?
A longer distance to travel.
This manipulated.
Hold on, Kosho. You don't sound like Kosho.
This manipulated light beam. That's correct.
Yeah, so it would take a longer time to travel the course of a meter. And now and they measure light and how far light goes in a meter, right? Meters per second. Does that sound like it's constant if it's not the same?
Well, the speed of light isn't constant. So the speed of light is the limit.
To tell these guys.
The speed of light is the limit. However, there's plenty of reasons why you could find light propagating slower than speed. So,
yeah, in a vacuum in free space.
Well, this is not really a vacuum in free space. To say that would be to leave out the part that they've manipulated this light beam.
Wait, I have a question.
And then they measured the speed of it. And then they measured the speed of it in free space in a vacuum. They didn't measure it before that.
I thought space didn't exist.
Jeremy, do you get what you're saying, though? Like, the speed of light is constant. It's traveling a further distance. Like, point A to point B is a meter, but within that meter, like, I even made a diagram right there. If you're taking a bunch of turns, that's what the guy was saying. Like, if you have to travel 2 blocks, but you keep making right turns and left turns, you're never going to travel 2 blocks.
Yeah, there's.
Okay, do you know what C stands? Hold on, can I just go back and forth with one guy real quick, because a lot of you guys try jumping in, it's making it more complicated. So, do you understand what C is?
What's C?
The letter C.
Yeah.
The letter C in physics. Yeah. What is it?
Actually, I mean, I would say constant. I have no idea.
Speed of light in a vacuum.
Speed limit, that information.
Speed of light in a vacuum, and it has a specific number to it, right?
Okay.
Yes.
Specific number to it. Yes. So we found that number can be. We've now found that number can be different.
No.
No, it's just
because it takes longer to travel a meter.
No, you just misunderstood the paper.
Yeah,
And they made it take longer to travel
Hang
a
on.
meter. What?
Yeah, so look
I'm
at my
done with you guys.
diagram.
This is fucking ridiculous.
Look at the diagram.
Nah, it's fucking ridiculous with you guys.
It's traveling a much further distance. However, it's only getting a meter in distance from its origin point.
I start at point A. Point B is 1 meter away. However, I make a right turn, I travel 3 meters. I make a left turn, I travel 5 more meters. I make another right turn, I travel a couple more meters. Eventually, I get to point B. That is 1 meter away from where I started, but I have traveled more than 1 meter.
In addition, if I have two photon sources that are at an angle to the path that I'm trying to make this thing go, it will take longer to get there, not because the speed of light changed, but because the path is something that isn't straight.
And the speed of light is measured in meters per second, right? How many seconds it takes to go a meter?
Velocity.
Sure.
You're going to
Can
get
you
a
answer that or
velocity.
no?
It can be, yeah.
Can you answer that or
yeah,
no?
It can be feet per second. It can be miles per second. But yeah, sure, meters per second.
Meters per second. If it takes longer for it to travel a meter, that would be not constant, right?
Well, it's you got to say in a straight line. If you're going to say in a straight
Dude.
line, then yeah.
So longer to travel a meter.
In a straight line.
Not constant, right?
Yes, it's not that it took longer in a straight line.
Okay, so
yeah.
So not constant because we know that it can take a different path and take longer to travel over a meter, right?
No, the speed is constant.
If we have multiple light sources and we cause something to happen, then it can be that the path that it took is longer. Yes. The problem is we don't have evidence of that happening up above our heads.
Okay, but we know that the light does not necessarily have to be a constant speed in a vacuum, right?
No, that's not true because that's not what that paper says. It can be a different velocity if it takes a different path.
Yeah, that paper says that it takes different times for it to travel over the course of a meter.
Right, and it doesn't say that the speed is different.
So
In fact,
so
it
you
says the
agree
opposite.
so you agree it takes different paths, which means it would take longer to travel over the course of a meter, right?
And it would have the same speed as the constant speed
Can you
light.
agree or no?
Yeah, I can be specific because the paper was specific. And the paper specifically said that the speed of light didn't change.
Okay. But it took longer to travel the course of a meter, right?
Yeah.
A longer path. It took longer to get a longer
I
path.
got a yes or no answer finally. Thank God. You
Let's
guys are ridiculous. You guys are being purposefully obtuse and difficult and just not agreeing to easily agreeable shit. It's ridiculous.
We
I'm
can
done with you guys. I'm done with you
You're
guys.
trying to interpret the paper in a specific way. The speed of light is not changed because of that paper.
I'm done with you guys. You're a waste of time.
Really
I get it.
Right. We don't agree to interpret the paper incorrectly. I get it.
If you want to interpret it incorrectly, you can.
It's pretty easy to be wrong when you don't understand something.
I'm interpreting the paper. Hold on. One last thing. Closing statement. I'm interpreting the paper that it took a different time for it to travel over a meter. Okay?
Yeah,
and if you're measuring, hold on. And if you're measuring the light and how many seconds it takes for it to travel a meter, then you're going to have a different speed.
Nope, because that's not what that paper says.
With the
Paper
obstacle
definitely
course,
said it.
whatever setup they had, yes. With whatever setup they used, there would be different speeds to travel.
That paper.
That's the
Yes,
wrong
that paper
word. because
definitely.
the speed
That
isn't
paper
any
definitely
different.
said. That paper definitely said that it took longer for it to travel over the course of a meter.
Yeah, 'cause
I
it
don't know
took a
why.
different
Who
path.
said no or whatever? You're just wrong.
Yeah, like it took a different path. Like 2 cars setting out to travel a kilometer, and one guy turns right and takes a weird path. The other guy just goes straight.
Yeah. So it took him longer to travel the course of a meter.
Definitely, yeah. It took him longer to get there. Yeah.
And so not constant because light is measured in how many
he was going at the
seconds
same
it takes.
speed.
Light is traveled how many seconds it takes to go over the course of a meter.
Yeah, there's construction on Fifth Street, which is not Fifth Avenue.
You can't keep going and say, "Oh, light is constant." It's just that they made it happen. They made one beam go slower than the other.
Yeah, and then measured it through free space.
I am
Sorry, you
traveling.
cut out. Can I just go against this one guy?
Hold on, one thing.
No, never
I'm
mind.
traveling
Never
50
mind.
miles an hour. I am racing somebody else traveling 50 miles an hour. I travel the same distance. The other guy makes a bunch of turns. Eventually, we reach the same endpoint, but we're both traveling 50 miles an hour. Which one of us is going slower?
Exactly.
Yo, I'm done with you guys. They got light to travel. They got light to travel at a different time. It took light a different time to travel a meter. You measure light and how many meters it travels per second. That means not constant. You can deny this all you want, and I know you need to for your models. I know you need to deny this, but the fact is, it's not constant through a vacuum. We know this.
You're trying to deny it for no reason.
Okay.
Like you're trying to say this can happen in the natural environment, so that it might call into question the distances to objects, because in a very specific circumstance with an obstacle course, light doesn't travel at the right speed.
Okay, I want to share this. I don't know if Jeremy can see this, but everybody else at least can see it because you can see with this wave I've just posted what the difference would be, what's being talked about here. Because if you were to say which direction is this wave propagating, is obviously propagating towards the left. That's where the entire wave's going. However, this paper is not talking about that wave. They're talking about the what they call the group velocity, right? Where the group velocity of this wave is not traveling to the left. The group velocity of this wave is traveling to the right. And it's a very different thing than the actual speed of propagation of this wave. So
right. This is a very extreme example of that, but yeah.
Yeah, and so this is not. It's almost it's just misleading to even describe it as going the speed of light in a vacuum being different when they're talking about the group velocity.
It's scientific clickbait.
Appreciate it.
It's scientific clickbait so that Jeremy can go and try and make hay of it.
What do they mean by group velocity? What do they mean by that?
Well, from what I'm reading, it's like the like you obviously you know the propagation of the wave is because like I said you can see the peaks traveling to the left, but the group velocity is the speed that that the peaks as a whole or the valleys as a whole is traveling through that wave group. So you can see even though it's traveling to the leftwards, that where the peaks are in reference to the wave is traveling towards the right.
Yeah, Brent, if you've got your hands on like Audacity, for instance, that's got a tone generator in there. You could mix two tones, one at 260 hertz and another one at 262 hertz. You can get kind of the same thing if you zoomed in real close.
Yeah, so I understand from the GIF that Kosho put up. I understand what he means by that. It's just a new terminology that I haven't, and I don't know quite. Do they mean like there's a group of frequencies of different frequencies of light, different wavelengths, kind of all together, or something?
It's a group of peaks and troughs that are constructive, surrounded by destructive.
Okay.
It's just this is the pulse that you see, although it's really generated by two distinct waves.
Don't we usually mean a photon by that?
I mean, it's a little odd in this case.
It's because of a phase cancellation of different photons.
Yeah, and they're being fired at different angles.
Okay. I think I sort of get it, but
or different phases and different angles. It's a combination of things that's occurring.
Right. So, okay, I think I'm sort of starting to get it.
And this is the only other GIF or whatever, but I guess the I guess the phase velocity, like the red one going to the right, is very different than that green one. The green one going the opposite direction, going much slower, is just kind of it looks like it's staying where the waves at the point on the the wave where it's 0, I guess. You can see that that's moving slowly to the right.
You know, I have to say, sort of to partly defend Jeremy, it's a confusing idea. I mean, the way they're putting it, it is confusing.
Well, he seems to not be confused. Like the terminology that he's using seems to lead me to believe that he thinks he's not confused on this, because he says a single photon had slower than the speed of light speed.
That's not what they're saying, no. Right?
No, that's not what they're saying.
Yeah.
Well, I can't go through the paper and show you right now where they said that, but it's definitely in there. And I'm not saying they made it go slower or whatever. I'm saying they got it to travel a different. It took a different length of time to go over the course of a meter.
Hell yeah!
If that happens, that means not constant. I don't know how else to explain this. You guys are purposefully being obtuse, and you need to hold on to this constant light speed for your paradigm.
A variation in the spatial structure of a single photon will change the phase velocity, the group velocity of a group of photons. It's not saying that the photons are traveling at different speeds. It's saying if you change one, it's going to change what the signal looks like, essentially.
Well, light travels in a waveform, right? If you got like a closer wave, it's going to travel. It's not going to have the same distance. It travels quicker, but it doesn't. Like if you have a whale and he has a really low frequency, it travels like thousands of miles through the ocean. You could hear it forever. But if you got like shrimp or something making their little high frequency pip, it travels at a different speed. It's not a constant. Light and sound don't travel at a constant speed.
Actually, this paper, the paper that was being expressed here, actually says clearly that our work highlights that the invariance of the speed of light, so the fact that it doesn't have a difference in velocity in a vacuum, only applies to plane waves. So it's describing the wave of the light traveling at a very specific speed, at a constant
but it's not,
speed limit of it.
It's not uniform. It's not.
What they're talking about here is the speed of the group velocity, which is it's a different idea than what what the planar wave is, which is the actual measuring the speed that the peaks are traveling.
They're saying it, Kosho, time and time again. They're saying the velocity can change, but the speed is constant. And Jeremy seems to hear speed whenever velocity is mentioned.
Well, I'm telling you that it took a different time to travel over the course of the meter. What is your constant speed of light? It's measured in meters per second. If it takes a different time to travel over the course of a meter, guess what that means? That means not constant. That means not constant. You can call it velocity change, whatever you want. I call it not constant.
If you call it a velocity change, we can agree with you. If you call it a speed change, you're incorrect.
It's a velocity change. It takes longer to travel over the course of a meter because of the velocity change. That means if you have a number down for how many meters light travels over a second, that number can vary, right? Easily agreeable.
And
that should be an easily agreeable statement, yes or no?
Yeah. Okay. Yes. How much difference was it?
That
as
not
a percentage?
constant. Good. I'm glad we agreed.
Okay.
I'm glad we agreed. Not constant. That was like pulling teeth.
No,
the velocity is not constant.
He agrees it's constant. Yeah.
There's variations in pressure, like atmospheric conditions. There's a lot of variables. It's not uniform.
No. What happens there is refraction, and that's just bouncing. It's still a constant speed. You have to imagine an autopilot, or you put it on cruise control. You put your vehicle on cruise control, and then you just take turns. Like you take a wide C curve and then a wide S curve. You do a pattern. What's going to be faster, going down a straight stretch? A person just going straight 60 kilometers an hour, or a person
But
doing wide S turns doing 60 kilometers an hour.
Do you know different spectrums, different colors of light travel at different speeds? You have like a blue light that's really bad for your eyes, and they're different speeds.
They are traveling the same speeds. They're just since
incorrect
photons
already.
are massless, it's shifting.
Well,
it's
I mean, here's the thing: it's a he said, like he said, she said, shit. Like you can't prove it one way or the other. There's no scientific
yes, you can.
experiment you can personally
Yes,
do yourself, or I can do
Yes,
myself to disprove it.
Yeah, laser rangefinders have different.
Yeah,
there are
what
different.
we can do is-
There are laser rangefinders with different wavelength emitters on them, and they all have the same principle behind them. Light travels at that speed in those conditions.
Yeah, and they're validated against
Well,
known.
they're calibrated for the specific light spectrum they use. They're not using multiple in one device.
No, but they're using the same formula, the same speed of light for all colors of laser rangefinder.
It's calibrated to whatever they use, whatever.
They all use
whatever
the same
light spectrum
calculation.
have.
They all use the same speed of light to do the calculation to find the speed.
Can you
But
provide
the
the
distance is
citation
so
that
short,
shows
it's negligible.
different
the difference
colors
is they're only
of
600
light?
yards. They're not going thousands of miles. It's not. It's
Can
not
you
the same.
show your citation that light has different speeds?
Can you
So-
show that it does? Like it has a constant. Like it's
Yeah, we
the same
just-
shit.
we
Can
just
you prove
spent
it?
a lot of
You're
hours.
trusting
Never
someone
says that
else's.
speed of light is constant, dude.
You're trusting someone else's work. It's an appeal
I'm
to
not, no,
authority.
like I trust
not an
the fact
appeal
that
to
laser
authority.
rangefinders and radio rangefinders both use the same speed of light.
But yes, we trust other
It's
people's
not
work.
your
Don't-
device. It's not your independent observation
We're
and
not
measurement.
geneticists. We don't care about that.
Well,
You-
that's
you
we can
made the
argue back
claim.
and
You can
forth and not
explain
prove
it.
a damn
Hold
thing.
on.
If we don't trust each other's results, what's the point? He said, she
You
said.
made the
You can't
claim
prove
that
it, I
red and
can't
blue light travel at different speeds. What experiment did you do to determine that?
They're different spectrums. Because the waveform itself would dictate that. Like if you have like the 5G, it's got this nanometer or this millimeter shit, right? And the millimeter wave,
Nowhere
they
near the
travel
question
quick.
I asked.
They travel quicker than the long wave. The long wave
No.
is slow. Yes.
Wider bandwidth is not different
What
speed.
It has more
experiment
distance.
did
It has
you
more
do?
distance, but less speed.
What
The
experiment
wider
did you do to prove
bandwidth
that?
is not more speed. Is not faster traveling. Wider bandwidth is just wider bandwidth.
Oh God, he thinks the
Light-
bandwidth is speed.
Light is a different
Yes.
spectrum. It's a different than a radio. It's different. It's a visible spectrum of light and
It's
different
electromagnetic
colors.
Electromagnetic spectrum.
Yeah, different colors.
As it gets further away from the source, it spreads out more and more. There's no
you get
friction.
diffusion.
It's not like
You get
it's not.
diffusion.
So instead of friction slowing down a wave like in water, in space, there's nothing to slow it down, right? So what happens is it gets wider and wider, and it loses intensity and color. It changes color. It
inverse
phases
square.
out. Huh?
That's the inverse square.
It's
When you have a
just-
source,
Mhm.
when you have a source of light or whatever, or sound or radio waves, it's all subjected to an inverse square law. So you have the source, and every time you double the distance, you quadruple the you lose 4 times the amount of light intensity every time you double the distance. So you start at 1 mile, and then at 2 miles, it's 4 times less intense, and then you keep doing that. And every time you double,
That depends on if you're on surface. Well, it depends on the
it
atmosphere.
doesn't depend on the atmosphere. It's just this. You're coming from one point. One point of light is spreading out, it's fanning out, and it gets more and more diffuse.
Sure, and if it's a foggy day, it would be hardly visible at a kilometer, right? You wouldn't. I mean, depending on what light we're using, but
Yeah, like your
Yeah.
headlights, they don't maintain a beam. Even a laser beam will diffuse itself over distance.
that's because it's hitting atmosphere. It's hitting particles and diffusing. Yeah.
Nonetheless, it still does that in a vacuum because the way how that's just how light works. Even if
No, I know.
you would think, oh, a pinpoint laser will never diffuse, it will. It will
In a
spread out.
vacuum, and assuming it doesn't hit anything or collide into anything,
You still have a lens.
They're
You
not
still have a lens.
parallel. They're almost, parallel, and they keep diverging away from one another. The rays.
He said the same.
Yeah.
Yeah, he said the same thing.
Well, did he? Did he really?
I think so. You have a point.
Time for a
source,
chortle.
and then, well, you want to parse words. I mean,
Yeah, but
we didn't get to the
phases.
part where red light and blue light travels at a different velocity.
they penetrate different in your skin, and I think that they have different sound waves. Sound is not a constant either. At different elevations and different. What?
Sound
Sound
waves
is not a
travel at the
constant
same
speed.
speed for materials, as far as I know.
Not even altitude. Altitude changes it. Barometric pressure changes the speed of sound. It's all changing relative to the air density.
Yeah.
Right, but the problem that you put forward is that the frequency somehow makes it travel a different velocity. If we have the same conditions, like air at sea level, and whatever, given set of conditions, then the frequency of the sound wave doesn't change how fast it moves through that air.
Well, I have no way to measure it, so I think that we'll just have a difference of opinion and call it speculation, because there's no way for me to measure it. There's no way for you to measure it. So I think we'll just move along, because.
What do you mean there's no way to measure it? I mean, all you have to do is
how are you going to measure it? I'm not anyone else's results. You yourself. How are you going to do that?
I'll generate a tone. I'll wait for the reflection off of the wall, and I'll measure the impulse when it comes back.
Or a photo detector. Yeah, that'll work.
Well, at a short distance, it's not going to matter at all. At
That's
a short
why the
distance,
oscilloscope is there.
Precision on the oscilloscope is the micro or nanosecond. I mean, come on, dude.
If you have a
but the
sniper
distance
rifle,
you're
I'm
saying,
sure.
what
it'd
is
be
the
fun.
speed of light? 286,000 miles per second. How are you going to measure such a large?
186.
286, 186. Okay. Regardless, comparing that to 3 feet away from a wall, you're dividing something that's many thousands of miles versus 3 feet, and you're going to get the exact result, because 3
We
feet is
can
not
measure
enough.
millimeters, so we actually have sub-millimeter accuracy for measuring this.
Okay, but over a large distance, 186,000 miles is not 3 feet. All that's going to be multiplied by even more. You're going to have a better degree of accuracy. Because if you say they're all the same, if you say they're the same, it's like if I fire a gun and it's a pistol or a rifle and you're 3 feet away, it's not going to matter. It's going to hit you, before you hear the sound.
If you're not using a precision device, if you use a high-speed camera, you can absolutely tell the difference between a regular, a rifle round and a.
Oh, you can, but the light is so much faster that you have to go so many thousands of miles in 1 second.
You don't have
it
to
would
go
be so
thousands of miles.
negligible.
Light travels about a foot in a nanosecond, and we have devices that can measure sub-nanosecond precision.
Yeah,
Right,
if you
and
can
then-
measure
then
it
the-
at 100 meters, you can measure it at 10, and then at 1.
Yeah, it
Not if it's
scales
almost
exactly
instantaneous.
proportionally.
Measure
It
any
scales
speed
exactly
ever.
proportionally.
Zero.
This is about scale. So
It's
Zero light
instantaneous.
speed has ever been measured.
As far as you're concerned, it's instantaneous. If you open
Well,
your
as
refrigerator,
far as a
is the
human
light
is
on?
concerned, sure, but not as far as a nanosecond precise oscilloscope is.
Yep, we all agree. Yay.
Yeah, it's been debugged. Yep.
As far as
can't
the
find
human's
curvature, might as well
concerned, the
talk about
Earth
the
is
speed of light.
flat from ground level,
Everybody's concerned that's ever existed. Yeah.
But when you
All
use
pilots too.
sophisticated
All flight,
instruments,
everything.
and not so sophisticated
Yep.
instruments.
All instruments are dependent on flat Earth. All the models are flat Earth models.
That's
Okay,
not.
that's true.
it's actually
We don't have
All
to
instruments
get
are
into it.
Let me
dependent
know
on
when you
flat
have a
Earth. That's not
claim.
true
Take your
whatsoever.
time. Good luck. Let me know when you have a claim. Otherwise, just show us the event.
Yeah, but a gyroscope,
Great
fiber optic gyroscope.
Yeah, it's based on a flat Earth. Yeah, exactly. Not adjusting for curvature or spin. Yeah, the sky moves. Oh my goodness. Yep, the Earth's flat.
Yeah, how does the sky cause the fiber optic gyro to rotate?
It doesn't. This fiber optic gyro was a man-made object, right? So what
Oh,
causes it
God.
to move?
Man-made objects can be
nothing.
scientifically evaluated just like ones that grow on trees.
Right, no, that's fine. Exactly. Yeah, and it's designed to do what?
Measure
Measure motion.
Yeah. Guess what? Nothing else measures motion. Only something that's designed to measure something that nobody else can find can do it. That's not sus. Yes, there's no motion. Sorry. It doesn't measure any motion. You don't even have a claim.
Only a thing that's designed to measure rotation measures rotation, and the other
On
things
a-
that are not
on a
designed to measure
religious belief-
rotation
yeah.
don't measure it. So therefore,
Let me know
there
when
is
you
no
can demonstrate
rotation.
measuring
That's
motion.
your
You can't
argument
do
that
it.
you're
It doesn't
making
measure
right
any
now.
motion. I'm sorry, retarded. Yeah, the sky is moving and this moves. Wow, that's amazing. Yeah. That's why
Yeah,
nobody can
yeah,
demonstrate
that is.
doing
That is.
anything.
That's gotta
Not
be
a
better.
single person can demonstrate any movement detected on Earth. That's why all military flight simulators are flat, non-rotating maps, even as far back as the 80s. Even in the 80s.
Hold on, guys.
Captain
Hold on.
Planet
Guys,
squares.
guys, hold on one
Maps have
second,
to be
please.
squares. I'm sorry, guys. Don't even have a claim. You have never measured any movement of the Earth.
XO, this is the second time today. Don't call names, dude, please.
Hey, Exo, let me know why do these same simulators, why do they treat the aircraft as the mass invariant, meaning that it doesn't change mass throughout its flight? Is this also true in reality?
No, it's designed to keep it simple to understand how your aircraft is going to move on an average. Yes, it's a constant.
Right. There you go.
Yes, right. So
Ta-da.
that's why you
Simplicity.
depend on not adjusting for curvature or spin. The radar systems really make it obvious. The radar goes out line of sight flat for thousands of miles from Ukraine all the way to the eastern seaboard United States. Too easy.
No, it doesn't.
Let me know when you have a claim otherwise. Best of luck. Yep.
What do you think it
Let me
does?
find
Do you
that.
think it travels across the ground like perfectly?
No, it's specific. This is across the Atlantic Ocean, flat, pointed straight out to the horizon. Yep.
Great, and your evidence.
So
in
it
this
doesn't.
is
It's
where-
not a bubble. It's not a half sphere or hemisphere.
No, it's a flat grid radar, the largest in the world.
So it's like a cylindrical. It's a
No, it's
cylinder.
flat. No, it's a wall. Nope. It's
So
a
it's not
wall
even
radar.
thick.
Nope.
It's not like a thick wall.
It's called the Duga radar system. It's a real thing. Duga radar system, Russia. It's called the grid.
How many meters off the ground is this grid?
No, if you look at it, it will give you the dimension. All you have to do is look it up. It's not off the ground. It's on the ground.
know
It's
how
an extremely large structure.
Yeah, but like the radar itself, like the waves, they
Yes.
propagate across the surface of the ocean.
Yes, flat. They have to. Yep. And it even has target indicators. Yeah. It tells you, radars tell you where things are at distances that we can't see. And when you have a HUD, right, a heads-up display, you'll have boxes that are your target indicators that physically show you a line of sight, right? It'll be a box. There'll be nothing in the box because the target is too far away. I can't see it. That's the target indicator to tell you the exact line of sight direction the target's at. And it's never below the horizon. Just too easy.
It would be the same with sonar. Like if you had sonar going through the water, if the Earth was curving, the sonar wave, it would be striking the curve of the Earth, of the seafloor. You wouldn't get a ping back from those distances.
Not entirely true because they want the propagation through the body of water. They want those pressure waves to go through that body of water, and they want to pick a certain frequency that allows that to occur.
You're going to hit the floor of the ocean. You're not going to hit your intent. Say you have a ship or a submarine 100 miles away.
Water is. It depends on
If you
how
got
deep
a mile.
the position of the sub.
Okay, let's say you got something.
Diffraction is a thing that definitely also applies to sound waves.
Okay, if it's a mile away, you would have or if it's 100 miles away, your target, you'd have a mile of curvature to the seafloor. So if you
Doesn't
had
mean
an
the wave
obstruction,
can't follow the curvature.
yeah, it doesn't. It doesn't just ripple along the bottom. It goes out straight and it comes back straight. Whatever angle
That's
it
your
bings at,
assertion.
well, you have an
sonar
angle of
work at a-
incidence and an angle of deflection. So if you come in at it, you should get a ping off of what you're hitting. So if it's the angle you shoot in at, you get an angle back the same. So if you're shooting straight ahead, you should get a signal back, whatever's directly. And then you have like fish finders that map the floor of the lake. They map the contours because they can measure all those different pings. The angle, which they're coming back, you can see the contour of the ocean or the lake bed too.
Yeah, there's an array of sensors.
Yeah, does sonar work at 100 miles?
I don't think so. Maybe, I don't know. Well, yeah, actually it does. Yeah, they do have because they're pinging for submarines and shit. They work even further, and the whales communicate further distances than that. You wouldn't hear the whale because his waves would be hitting the ocean curve, right? They would be getting, they don't curve around. They would be absorbed and pinged back to them.
No, they
And
stay
as
level.
I mentioned a moment ago, sound waves also have diffraction. That is also a thing for sound waves.
the sound wave has refraction.
Diffraction. It does also have refraction, but I said diffraction.
Okay. Point being, though,
So
if there was,
actually,
there
there's
was
a
an
very good
obstruction,
example of this. Like if you're standing around the corner of a building and you yell, I can hear you even if your sound is not bouncing off of an adjacent building because the sound can curve around that building.
yeah, you're just expanding the air. It's a vibration through the air. It's emitted through all the air. It's a pressure
That's what
wave.
sonar is, except in water.
So
Yeah,
as long
it's
as
a
there's
pressure
a
wave.
continuous
So-
span of water between you and the target, there's always molecules between the two of you that can vibrate and
But
transmit that
if
signal.
you're trying to ping something, say you want to get a measurement of how far away it is, right? And you're pinging it. If you had a curve in your way, it would be like if I had a radar and there was a mile-high mountain between my radar and what I'm trying to detect. If there was an airplane flying on the backside of the mountain, I'm not going to detect that. The radar is going to hit the side of the mountain. It's not going to detect the airplane on the opposite side if he's flying below the height of the mountain.
Well, it depends what
So
kind
the
of.
curve of the earth would be blocking, obscuring the radar.
I don't know. Knife edge diffraction can get it to go right over that mountain.
So you got a magic radar that doesn't shoot out in a straight line.
None of the ones that was just brought up, the over the horizon ones, they don't travel in straight lines, and the biggest principle that they work off two principles, and one of those principles is the skywave propagation, which has a skip. There's a distance. There's a distance that that signal is not going to reach, and so depending on where the mountain is, the skywave propagation could go directly over a mountain.
So you can bend this. How do you dictate where the signal starts to bend and where it ends? Like, okay, I need this to bend at 50 miles away. I want it to start bending downward. Like, how do you determine that? Did you see how silly that sounds?
Skywave propagation.
That's not how that works. It's just always bending the entire way. If you
Always
choose a
bending.
lower frequency, it can what's called ground wave propagation. That's another form of over the horizon radar.
Oh, you can bend
That's
the
two forms
radar.
of it, yeah.
You can bend it. So I could detect an airplane flying on the backside of a mountain if I bend it just right.
You don't bend it, you redirect it. Just like the light example, it's never changing its velocity, it's just changing direction.
Well, that's not how I understand radio waves travel. They're always traveling in a straight line. So
You might be right if you were doing millimeter wave, if you were doing only millimeter wave deployments. However, there are lower frequencies.
Specifically use fairly low ones.
Like
And
I said, we don't have this radar device. Like, there's no way for me to test it to say you're wrong. So, I mean, it's just it's an argument on. I can't
Rocky's got
disprove
one.
you because I don't have the equipment, and neither do you. So, I mean, it's kind of a
Rocky's
moot
got one.
point. Who has one?
Rakia
He has a radar.
on his boat.
On his boat.
Oh, a fish finder, or yeah, he probably has a radar too. But I mean, it's not
I have
going
a
to look
radar.
over.
Yeah, it's up above.
It's not going to look over an obstruction. If there's a mount, say he's in Hawaii and someone's on the backside of the other side of the island, you're not going to see his boat on the opposite side if there's a mountain between you and him.
What did you think I was describing? I was describing over the horizon radar. That's exactly what I'm talking about.
Well, you ain't going to see that, dude. I guarantee you ain't going to see that shit. That's
The wave,
ridiculous. That's
the
the
wave
most ridiculous shit I ever heard.
around and over.
You believe that? You actually believe what you're saying right now?
Yes, diffraction is a thing. I'm pretty sure you've heard of it.
It's all consuming. It goes around and over everything, like the whole mountain. It doesn't just go like
No, it doesn't.
Like in the
Yeah.
movie
It's
Akira.
like you ever see how a bat flies? A bat flies with sound waves, and he could detect a mosquito just from sound. It
Doesn't he
doesn't
use
wrap
high-
around
he uses
buildings.
high pitch
Hey,
waves, doesn't
there's
he?
a mosquito on the other side of this building. I'm going to
You
ping
can
it. Ah, there
direct-
he is.
you can
Because
direct.
the frequency is too high.
It's very directed as well. What a bat's doing isn't sending it in all directions. Also, if you're trying to ping something on the other side of a mountain, you have to, with the radar, you're pinging the entire, you're not like specifically targeting that one section of the radar. You're doing a full sweep, right?
You get a reflection back. Yeah, you get a reflection back off of the
Yeah.
whatever, like an airplane.
Along
You
with
get the whole
anything
mountain
new that would
and
come
the
into
thing you're
radar.
looking for.
Yeah.
You're gonna have a blind spot. If there's a mountain between you, you're gonna be pinging the mountain. It's gonna hit the mountain and it's gonna ping back. You're
Well,
not
if
gonna
using
see what's on
skywave
the opposite side.
propagation,
Depending on the radar, I'm guessing, yeah. because it would be metal and stuff in there.
You're going to have a spot where it's a blind spot. You're not going to look over the obstruction. It's going to hit and bounce back. It's not going over.
It's not going. It's propagating around.
Diffraction is a thing.
It would have to go around and then downward, and then bounce back. How's it going to bounce back? It's going to bounce upwards and
same way
it's going to bounce back in the same curve, the same arc backwards. Come on, dude.
Right. If it curved on the way there, of course it can curve on the way back.
That's so ridiculous.
Entirely feasible.
The angle of incidence equals the angle of deflection, so it's not going to happen like that. The angle coming in is the angle.
About diffraction, which doesn't have the same principle as refraction. Diffraction will cause the wave to be able to follow a surface. Diffraction will cause a wave. Diffraction will cause a wave to be able to follow a surface. If it gets to something, bounces off of that, it can follow the same path it came from. There's no reason it can't.
Now that's ridiculous. That's some ridiculous shit, dude.
That's just the principle of diffraction. This happens to basically
because you're sending out a straight line radio wave. You're going to get a signal. Okay, so you're sending out a signal, and the signal's going to curve over something, and it's going to ping pong back over the same curve. That's ridiculous, dude.
Yeah, why?
Because you're coming in downward. Now you changed your angle of incidence, and it's going to reflect backwards at the opposite angle.
Like sure, and back at 180 degrees, like the exact direction that it came from.
If I shoot a gun at the ground at a 45-degree angle, it's going to come out opposite at a 45. It's going to ricochet at the same angle, but opposite as what it came in at.
Right. So draw this picture in your head. You're going to emit a signal. It's going to travel around the curvature of the Earth, and it's going to hit something in the distance. Where it hit, it's going to bounce back at 180 degrees from the direction that it hit, and it's going to follow the exact same path that it took to get there.
No, it's not. It's not how it works.
Why?
It's sending out a signal.
How it works. That doesn't change anything.
Whatever, dude.
That's exactly how it has to work. If you have a station that's a transceiver for radar, if it doesn't come back if it doesn't bounce back at 180 degrees, how are you receiving any reflections?
You have
at all?
Okay, but you have blind spots. If you have an obstruction, something, a mountain or whatever, you're going to have a blind spot. You can't see what's behind it.
I'm just talking about when it.
But it can go around the curvature of the Earth, right?
Back.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't go around the curve.
Why not? You're just saying it doesn't. All that you have as a response is that it doesn't. That's your response.
But you can't bend it. You can't bend it around. You're saying you can. I disagree. We could have a disagreement.
Diffraction. I'm sure you've heard of the term diffraction before.
I have, but I don't think it doesn't work that way. It's all.
Why not?
Because
the principle diffraction works on is, if I recall the name, Hurkin's principle. It basically says at any point along a wavefront, it's as if you have emission of omnidirectional wavefronts from there. In other words, it can go around basically any corner. This is why you can hear people from behind or around corners, because the sound wave can physically bend up to like 90 degrees.
If you cover your eyes, you can't hear them.
You can visualize it with like a pool of water and create a wave and have an obstacle and make the wave of water go around the obstacle.
Or even better, if you have a wall with a slit in it, you can have a flat plane wave reach the slit, and then on the other end of the slit, you'll actually have a full 180-degree arc where the wave goes in all directions, basically.
Yeah, that is also diffraction.
You would be undetectable if you were behind a mountain, an undersea mountain. You would be undetectable.
Based on what principle?
You'd show up on the radar.
Because when airplanes fly below the radar, right? That's just because the radar is a certain height above the ground. But there's people that fly below the radar. So if it was bending around curves, there would be no below the radar. It would scrub every inch of the ground. You couldn't fly below it, and we know pilots fly below the radar. So
depends on the frequency being employed. So if that's a more high frequency radar, right? If it's a more high frequency radar, then it may actually be able to do that. However, you bring up an interesting point. The aircraft isn't actually below where the radar is installed. The radar is on the ground. Well, I mean, like 20 feet up, and the aircraft is not 20 feet up either. So what's interesting about that is a radar horizon shows you that the Earth can't be flat either. So that's fun.
No, because they couldn't fly below it, according to you, because you're saying that it looks around the curve of the Earth and it looks around the curve of bounds. So there would be no such thing as below the radar.
Well, it depends on the frequency being employed. Actually, these days, depending on the power and so on and so forth too. Like if you want to make something really high power, you can make it do this.
Is that just a figure of speech, or
according to who? Like, I mean, you're claiming these claims that you can bend radar waves around the curve, but I have never seen that technology.
You can bend.
Well, you were just given several examples of diffraction. You were just given several examples of diffraction.
Specific radar. We're talking about radar.
Yes,
equipment.
which is electromagnetic radiation, which just like any other electromagnetic radiation can diffract.
So how do
around
planes
anything.
fly below the radar? If it looks around every curve, then you have no explanation for that.
Right, it would have to be an over-the-horizon radar specifically in order to detect that aircraft.
They're going to overlap every radar technology they have. They don't want blind spots. There shouldn't be any blind spots. According to you, there would be no blind spots on radar, but there is. So, I mean,
today they would use everything that they have at their disposal. If it was like the 70s, they may not.
They would use all spectrums. You're not gonna leave yourself a blind spot if you have the technology to look around curves. You wouldn't do that, but they don't have that technology.
Dude, flying close to the
that
ground,
over the horizon radar doesn't exist.
avoiding detection, flying under the radar is a figure of speech.
No, it's not. It's an actual thing. What do you think? What do you think a Tomahawk cruise missile flies below the radar?
No, it just can avoid being detected. It's
because
not like
the radar equipment. Okay, you know what we have in Detroit? They have the Detroit News, and they have a microwave signal tower, and it's above it. It looks like a drum. It looks like a bass drum, and it sends out microwaves, and it's a straight line of sight thing from A to B, from downtown.
By the way, I work on those.
A typical,
yes. Okay, and they have to be in alignment, or you're not going to get the signal. It doesn't.
Yeah, they're high enough frequency where they need to be line of sight. Yes.
They have to be in alignment. So if you don't have it in alignment, you're not getting a signal because it's shooting out a straight beam. It's not curving around like, well, we're 200 feet higher up, so let's bend it down. We're going to curve it down.
Actually, I can detect that signal even
you forgot part of the thing I said, which was that they're using a high enough frequency where they have to use line of sight. The frequency matters.
So
you're saying
you can see that signal even when it's not in the main beam.
Some sound waves will curve around the Earth and some will go straight. So they're all different, according to you.
The
frequency I break out my spectrum analyzer and a little bit of a preamp. I'll be able to see that radar signal, or that signal from your little bass drum. It just won't be strong enough for me to do much with.
No, but he even admitted that if they're not in perfect alignment, you're not going to receive a signal. You have a transmitter and a receiver. If they're not lined up, you're not getting a signal. So in other words,
the purpose of those links. The purpose of those links is to have the purpose of those links.
Hold on, before you filibuster me, let me finish my thought.
Fuck is a filibuster? I was just going to answer your direct question.
See, now there you go, dude. You won't let me finish my thought. You're trying to shit over everything I was trying
to respond to what you said, and then you started talking again.
Let me finish my statement, dude. If I had my emitter downtown, and it's aiming perfectly horizontal, and then I have another one, it's not going to be aimed horizontal anymore because if the Earth was curving beneath it, it's going to be at a different angle. It's going to be several degrees out of horizontal, and it's not going to hit.
Several degrees, how much? Because over 69.1 miles, you'd only expect the difference to be only 1 degree.
1 degree over 61 miles. So if I'm off by 1 degree, I'm aiming 1 degree above it. And then when you go a certain 61 miles, you factor that in, it's going to be hundreds of feet above my receiver.
Right, and the purpose of those links is for over those distances to have a good enough signal to noise ratio to where that link can reach its advertised speeds. If we're trying to get over the horizon with something that's not designed to do that, we're not going to reach the speeds that that link is advertised to do, and we're actually just wasting money at that point.
Why do I need precise alignment if I could fan it out over all types of curves and stuff? Why would I need precise alignment?
I just answered the question that you just asked before you asked it.
To receive enough signal to get the speeds that are desired.
Yeah, the intensity of the diffracted signal is not as intense as the signal itself. You lose some intensity when you diffract.
Right, and the point of over the horizon radar, the way that they get their job done best is processing those really weak signals that are over the horizon. That's how they get those detections.
Which you may have a little bit of trouble doing with Tomahawk missiles and stuff because their reflections are going to be tiny.
I think you're contradicting yourself.
At what
You
point?
can think that if you want.
Well, that's what I mean. We can argue back and forth, but you're not going to agree to even what you just said. That you're contradicting yourself.
Where's the contradiction?
What did I contradict myself on specifically?
The two types of radio signals. That this one must be precisely aligned, and no, this one looks around curves. This signal can bend around the curve of the Earth, or what you call over
microwave
the horizon.
transmission links. The microwave transceiver links.
The horizon is not a physical obstruction.
Okay, that's cute.
All right, the microwave transceiver links, as I have already stated, have a certain signal to noise ratio that they have to attain, or that they have to be above, in order to have the rated speeds those links are. That's why we got them in the first place. We spent the money so we can have the speeds we want. If we don't have that signal to noise ratio, as in somebody has aimed it at the horizon for some strange reason, then what we end up with is something that is not what we paid for, and we wasted our money.
What I'm saying, radar is different than that. It's different. You don't need to have such a clean signal. You just need something bouncing back. You don't need it to be perfectly.
Right. It can be a weak signal, and we can use DSPs to get that signal out. It's not like it's a high data rate signal.
Radio wave is concerned, curving it over and obstructing it at whatever distance you want, and then getting back another curved signal in return. That's
weaker.
Okay, and
It's
then
not
you're
just delusional. It's not delusion at all, actually, because what it is diffraction, as has been described to you with real world examples several times.
Whatever, dude. We can agree.
What do you mean, whatever, dude? You can just come here and say that diffraction is fake. That's not going to change that diffraction definitely is a real thing.
You're making up magic radar that doesn't exist.
I have a link in the chat.
Buy yourself an over-the-horizon radar. Go look for it online. Of course, you could buy one.
No such thing as an obstruction.
Over-the-horizon radars that exist. Tell me that the over-the-horizon radars that exist today are fake. Tell me that right now.
The horizon is infinite. It's infinite. It's not a physical location.
Okay, why do I need an over-the-horizon radar then?
It's because it's the term is a misnomer. There is no over the horizon.
So why do radars have a horizon?
It's not a physical location. It's not an obstruction as a mountain would be. It's not a
right.
physical.
Why do radars?
Radars don't have a horizon. Radars do not have a horizon. Would be the answer, Wolfgang. They don't. That was ridiculous.
Okay, that's incorrect.
Yeah, radars are not a horizon. A horizon is where the visible sky and ground appear to meet. That's not what a radar is. Please get a life, get some help.
Right, but what's a radar horizon? It's got a terminology. It's a place where no matter how much power you put out,
objects over the horizon. The radar is not a horizon. I'm sorry that you just got out of your Dr.
Nobody
Seuss
said
class.
the radars are horizon.
Yes, he did. I'm sorry you can't listen, Emerald. I'm sorry you're a retard.
I said, what is a radar horizon, you moron?
No, you said the radar has a horizon.
No,
retard.
I said, what is a radar horizon?
Yep, I'm going to go back and listen to the live stream. I'll be right back. You guys are retards.
Yeah, go ahead. Because radar has a horizon is not the same statement as radar is a horizon, you dumb fuck.
Dude,
okay, well, let's settle down, please. Goofus, come on.
Don't stoop.
Wow.
Please, with the name calling, guys. Come on.
Oh, you're This is what he said. He said, "Why do radars have a horizon?" Just like I said. Thanks for playing. What a retard.
Now the word "have" somehow must mean "is," right?
Yeah. Why do radars have a horizon? Radars do not have a horizon. Sorry, Jeremy. Go.
Don't call names, man.
Okay,
Come
so
on, dude.
there it is. The claim is, why do radars have a horizon? Radars do not have a horizon. Thanks.
The radar's horizon is the limit to which it can see the surface. Is all it is.
No, that's in its attenuation limit. Yes, the radar does not have a horizon. It goes past and senses things past our horizon. No, there's no such thing. A radar does not have a horizon. I'm sorry. Thank you for changing your story.
I could no. I said the whole time. I said, "What? Why does a radar have a horizon?" Or
radars? Yeah, radars don't have horizons. I'm sorry, guys. You
well,
gotta
they
grow
do.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Radars don't have a horizon. Radars
I'm
detect
not
things
saying that it has
past
a
the horizon. I'm sorry this is so complicated for people that live in a cartoon. Radars don't have a horizon.
Can you clarify for us for any particular radar system what the attenuation limit is?
That's what it is. Yes, that's what it is. And it looks past the horizon is the visual point where the sky and ground appear to meet.
So if I
The
double the
horizon
power of
does
my radar,
not
do I
have a
double the
horizon.
distance?
The radar, right? Okay, show me a radar that shows you where the horizon is. Go ahead, take your time.
Do I? If I double the power of my radar, will it double its
Yep, you'll never even
range?
attempt it. Show me the radar. Show me a radar
I
showing
know.
you
I was
the
asking you a
horizon.
question.
You'll never do it.
Could you please tell me if I double
show
the
me.
power? Will I
Let me know
double
when
the
you have
range
an
of the
example
radar?
of radar showing me where the horizon is.
Okay.
One example. Let me know.
If we
Take your time.
double the power of a radar, will we double the?
Let me know when you have an example of the radar showing a horizon. Let me know.
If we double the power of a radar, will we double its range?
Doesn't show a horizon. It's triple, quadruple does not show a horizon. Let me know when you
Yes,
have that
it's the
horizon
place
from your
where you
radar.
no longer get returns.
Best of
you
luck.
dumbass.
Let me know when you find that horizon. Let me know. Best of luck.
You're not a radar expert. It might be subject to inverse square law. So by doubling, you decrease the power by 4. Like, so it's not a 1-to-1 ratio.
Right.
It
If
can't
you
show
double the power
Wolfgang,
of a
here's the point, Wolfgang. It cannot show you a horizon. It shows you targets, not the horizon. So
No, I know that. There is no horizon. A horizon is it's not a physical location.
yeah,
It's constantly
exactly.
it all depends on your focal distance. If you got a different focal distance on let's say a camera, the more I increase the angular resolution, the further the horizon extends. If it was a physical spot, no amount of magnification is going to look over this obstruction.
That's a fun positive claim that I
light.
could totally go to bat for, and challenge you on. However, why is it that there is a definition for a radar horizon and a formulation for it, and that the fact that if I double the power of a radar, it doesn't go up by square root of 2 times
You want to know what
the
that is?
distance, because that's what the inverse square law says it should do.
You want to know why there's a limitation? Do you remember the old cordless phones? And then they had like really shitty ones that were good for 50 feet. And then they came up with like 900 megahertz and it was good for like maybe 500 feet. The more power that you put into it, the more effective range. It's the 900 megahertz isn't going over the horizon, or the cell phone isn't going over the horizon. You're just boosting the signal strength. So that
All right, let me
radar
try this one
is
last time
limited
because
by
you missed it.
You're
Let me try
limiting
this one last
radar.
time because you missed it. If you increase the power, you don't get square root of 2 times the distance that you should get given the inverse square law. Why?
I don't know what you're talking about. I'm not a radar. I don't know. I'm not claiming to know like exactly.
Why doesn't the
radar
range go up if you increase the power? That's the fucking question.
Okay, you're not either, and I know you're not. You're just saying you're assuming shit that you can't prove.
Right? Why on a radar, when the power is increased, does the range not increase?
They do. I didn't say otherwise.
They don't.
They don't though. For a given particular radar system, the especially at a given frequency, you increase the power, you're not going to get more range. You're going to get a radar horizon. It's about the same place.
Says who?
So my question
Says
is how
basically
many?
the
How
entire
my
city.
question is how many radar systems have you operated?
I think Moyak works in telecommunications.
No, I was talking to
Telecommunications, I don't work in, radar, but I have a radar.
Moyak, now.
Yeah, I can go fetch BioDuel if you really want me to, since he is actually somebody who does work directly on these systems.
No thanks.
You don't like BioDuel?
I didn't say that.
BioDuel, more like bio.
I think the difference is the wattage and the bandwidth. Like different cell phone towers, when they went from CDMA to GSM, they're different They're different spectrums, right? It's a different
Oh, for
megahertz.
God's sakes.
They
No,
have
CDMA
different.
and GSM were released at the same time anyway, or well, they were
But yeah, they're
they
different
were in
providers.
operation at the same time.
They're different. GSM and CDMA are different. They're used by different spectrums. Some are used by
No.
Sprint. Some are used. They're
No.
different spectrums. Yes,
No,
they are.
800 megahertz CDMA and 800 megahertz GSM. They're the same spectrum.
Right. Yeah, and then they gave up 650 and 700 megahertz. That's all in the same
they have
area.
to buy different. What I'm saying is, if you have to get each spectrum, whatever one you want to use, you have to license that particular spectrum from the government.
Right, but I can put anything I want on it.
Right. Once you've licensed it, CDMA or GSM could be the carrier on that spectrum.
But they don't read each other. They're different. They're different formats.
They're different protocols.
They are different formats.
I can't
yes.
use Windows to read the Apple operating system. I can't use Linux. They're not compatible.
Right, but I can look. I can read both of them.
Neither
with
one
the
is more
spectrum
power than the other. Yeah, neither one of them is more power than the other. GSM and CDMA have
I
the
didn't claim
same
one
kind
is
of problem.
more powerful. I didn't say that one is more powerful. I'm saying that they're different. You
did.
license a different spectrum. There's
No.
different spectrums.
No.
In fact,
They
5G
operate in the same
comes
spectrum.
in fact, we're building 5G in 800 megahertz, which is the same as the spectrum that we used for LTE. It's the same as we use for CDMA, and it's the same as they use for GSM.
Yeah, and
They're
HSPA.
different megahertz. They're different megahertz. You got a short wave.
No, 800 megahertz, 800 megahertz,
Okay,
800
right,
megahertz,
right.
800 megahertz.
That's no. Well, everything is not 800 megahertz. The first
No,
generation. is
but
different.
those three technologies were all running on 800 megahertz. I'm running 5G on 800 megahertz. It's shitty 5G. It's fake 5G, but
Well, the
nonetheless,
first
it's a
one.
5G protocol.
The first generation, and then there's 2G, and then 3G, then 4. They
Oh,
all
I'm
have
sorry.
different.
AMPS was on 800 megahertz as well, and so was 2G.
They all
1X
no. The other
RTT.
ones. It's a different one, like 802.11 on the old routers, right? And now a
That's
lot
a
of them
different
are
protocol.
5G
That's
routers.
not a
Yeah,
frequency.
they're
Well,
yeah,
what
802.11 is
it was?
the
Forget
is
what it was. It was like 1.4 gigahertz or something.
2.4 and 5
2.4,
gigahertz are the two
2.4,
bands that you can operate. By the way, N uses both of them, 2.4 gigahertz and 5 gigahertz.
Regardless, what I'm saying is the different waves, you have to have different equipment. My old equipment is not going to run like 5G. I can't use my old Nokia phone to operate on this new spectrum.
It's not new spectrum. It's the same spectrum.
They're all 800. They're not like 2.4 gigahertz versus 800 megahertz versus 900 megahertz. They're all different megahertz.
Isn't 5G
Now,
just
each
widen
carrier
the spectrum?
has a different allocation for a different region. You can have CDMA on 800 megahertz, 700 megahertz, 650 megahertz.
I get that. I get
You
that.
can
I
have
get that.
GSM
So
900 megahertz, 700 megahertz, and 650 megahertz. It's all possible.
Those are the OS. I mislabeled. I didn't. That wasn't exactly the point I wanted to make. What I was saying
They're
is
all
the
on the same spectrum, though.
Okay, fine. I misspoke. I was talking about the megahertz specifically, not the OS or the chip OS. But
Right, but they're all on the same megahertz. They're on the same spectrum.
maybe the newer stuff. But I'm saying if I have an older phone that operated on a different megahertz, every time
It didn't.
It's the same
The thing
megahertz.
is, it didn't.
No, because 5G is a different wavelength.
No.
It's a millimeter
No,
wave.
it can be, but it's not necessarily. I have 5G network at 800 megahertz. Same wavelength, same exact fucking wavelength.
Okay, but they're boosting it to millimeter waves. The older,
No, they are not.
that's how you get the speed. That's how you get the higher data speed. You have
Yes,
to
I agree
shorten
with
the
that.
wave.
You can get higher speeds with higher frequencies. However, that is not
wider channels.
necessarily. There are 5G sites out there that have 800 megahertz.
Right. Most rural installations will completely exclude the millimeter wave stuff, and it will still be 5G.
Well, that just means generation 5G. It doesn't mean the millimeter wavelength.
Right. So now you're getting it.
They're independent
the
of each
spectrum
other.
doesn't matter, or the spectrum is the thing that matters as far as actually the bandwidth. The channel width really is the biggest factor.
Yeah, there's only so many megahertz in 800 megahertz.
Yeah. You get up to 30 gigahertz, and then you got a whole new range of stuff you can work with.
But it's just like the analogy with the shrimp. A shrimp and a whale have a different frequency, and the whale has a low frequency, which it's like the lower megahertz travels farther than a millimeter wave. It's the same difference. You're losing
It
distance.
complicates further, yes.
Yeah.
Oh, and millimeter wave 5G deployments in big cities, because that's basically where they are. If you put a person in between you and the site, you lose your millimeter wave signal. I mean,
right, because it doesn't go over the horizon. It
No,
needs
because
to
it
be,
doesn't go through paper.
it doesn't
yeah,
go
it
through trees
doesn't
either.
go through people.
It kills the trees. It's actually killing the trees
No,
that are nearby.
no, it doesn't get through the bark on the tree.
Okay, what does that do when you remove the bark? Is that good for the tree?
Why would you do that to that poor tree?
It doesn't go through the bark on the tree. It can't penetrate trees to cause harm.
I've seen damage to them. That's not what
You've
I've
seen a claim of damage to them.
Oh, I see it localized around the tower. So whatever you want, whatever claim you
Go
want,
ahead, show me an image of that. I've seen one image of that.
Conclusion you want to come to.
Yeah, there's plenty of 5G towers all in the area that I'm at.
Doesn't need
there
to
don't
be.
seem to be any trees falling over.
Even the old cell phones, they give off microwave energy. Like people who were talking on their phone when people used to speak on a phone, they were getting brain tumors, and you can't sue the cell phone makers because they get these. It's almost like suing the I won't say the word, but the secret sauce makers who like to inject people. You can't
Well,
sue
no,
them.
it's because there's no causal link ever been proven.
Yeah,
Well,
it's not because there's no court or specific court for those kinds of things like cell phone stuff. It's not
They're
like
exempt.
an indemnity was set up for cell phone manufacturers, so that's not even true.
And the well, there is one for the secret sauce makers. You can't sue them. So
Okay, but you can't draw the correlation because there isn't one.
what for the cell phone manufacturers?
Right.
There's
So
no
you can
correlation between brain tumors. Since the advent of cell phones in like the early '80s, it went from me having a cell phone to now everybody has a cell phone.
What if
And
you talk?
that has happened in a time period. You would have to show a correlation between increase in brain tumors.
What if
and
it's on the same side?
The almost 100% ubiquitous deployment of cell phones.
Let's say I'm right-handed and I speak holding the phone in my right hand. Like most of the time, 99% of the time, I'm holding it with my right hand.
Sure.
And then the people who are right-handed, all like 99% of them have a brain tumor on the right side of their head, right about the spot where the cell phone antenna would be.
Yeah,
Do
sure.
you
As
think
soon
we
as
Where
could
is
draw
the
some
spot
kind of?
where a cell phone antenna would be? I bet you don't know where the antenna actually is.
Well, they're in different locations on different phones. It's not like the old phones. The old phones had an antenna on top, but in a smartphone, it could be on the sides. It could be different locations.
Okay, we have 100% of the population, or near enough. Anybody over the age of 4 years old is playing with a cell phone. Now, you will have to show me a correlation in an increase in brain tumors in the population that corresponds with the 100% deployment of cell phones.
You have to go back to the early times when not everyone had a cell phone and they were getting brain tumors.
So like 10 years ago.
Yeah, at least.
Yeah, and also for the past decade, cell phone antennas have been in the bottom of the cell phone, so next to your mouth, not your brain.
It depends on the design. All the chips are located in different spots. They move shit around.
It doesn't matter where the chip is; it
I
matters
could
where
tell
the
you where
antenna
it is. I could tell you where the. I could tell you. I'd have to break open the case to look. They're not all going to be in the same location.
I don't think the
At the
antenna
bottom.
would make that much of a difference in terms of the, whether it's 3 inches away or whatever on the top or
Right.
bottom of the phone. The whole thing is radiating your whole brain when you're putting up to your
You're in
face.
a
But you should get a mouth tumor, not a brain tumor.
No, it's gonna cook your head. One side of your head is getting irradiated. Just like if you put it in
At
your
what
pocket,
wattage?
your front pocket, and you got testicular cancer. It doesn't matter if it's 6 inches away, 8 inches away, whatever. You're nuking yourself with it. You're getting irradiated.
If you're nuking yourself next to your mouth and not your brain, shouldn't your mouth be cancerous instead of your brain?
No, because the signal can go 50 miles. I could pick up signals and shit. It doesn't matter a few inches, dude.
That's a hell of a cell
why is
phone.
it
My
then
cell phone
the
service,
brain
I
is
would be
cancerous and not any
If
other
it's on
part?
the right side of my head, now it's got to go through my entire skull and my brain to get to the
Why
opposite
does it
side of
stop
my
in the
head.
brain and not affect the skin?
Yeah, you're saying that the distance doesn't matter, but then it also does because it's on the
Doesn't
right
need to
side of
be
your
that
head.
precise. No,
You're
it
saying
doesn't
it's
need
on
to
the
be that
right. You're
precise.
saying it's on the right side of your head.
Yes.
So it matters there,
'Cause
but
you
it
know
doesn't
why?
matter since the antenna is actually at your mouth.
There's an obstruction between the right side and the left side of my head. It doesn't do like you. It doesn't go over the horizon of my head and fry the other side. It goes
Really?
straight ahead, and whatever's in the way, there's a radius around it. There's a circumference around it. It blasts out in all directions, and it's going to
Okay,
blast
so
the
it's
right
blasting
side.
your mouth and not your brain.
Oh, it's going to get all of it. I might get a tumor in my mouth. Who's to say I wouldn't?
Okay,
I
so
might
why
get one in
doesn't it
my eyeball.
also give you the left side of your brain? Why does the
No.
distance only matter if it's the brain?
Because it's not just the brain, it's traveling through your body. It's not going to travel that deep into the body.
So if it's traveling through your entire body, why does it matter which side of your head you hold the phone on?
When you put something in a microwave oven and it's, say I put a 2-inch thick piece of lasagna, it cooks
Right,
the outer
1200
surface
watts.
first. It cooks the outer surface first, and that's a microwave oven. So
Right,
a
at
5
1200
watt
watts. There's a little bit of a difference, isn't there?
the wattage on the wattage on the microwave is the only difference. Like the microwave oven in my cell phone, I got a 5-watt microwave in my pocket versus a 1700-watt
You
microwave.
don't have a 5-watt transmitter in your pocket.
No, whatever wattage it is, whatever
Less
wattage
than
You
a
don't even have
quarter
a
watt.
1-watt transmitter in your pocket.
microwaves.
It's less than a quarter watt.
Okay,
Boyack,
but
Yeah.
Boyack, you're very rumpusy today. You just keep screaming, no! That's what Rumpus does.
Well, he's
In the
wrong.
middle of
I mean,
someone talking, just erupt with a no.
Well, it'd be nice if actually he said anything that was right.
It doesn't really matter if he's right or wrong. This is a live stream. He can speak his piece, and then you can speak yours. But just interrupting and screaming no is what Rumpus does, and it's pretty disruptive.
He's trying to cause a shitstorm so no one could hear like one coherent stream of thought. I can't stream together like one sentence without someone rumpusing in.
No.
okay, well then there should be some acknowledgement on your part that 1/4 of a watt is obviously very vastly different than 1200 watts.
What if it's more? You don't know. It's not a steady signal. When you make a call, when it's connecting
I
with
don't
the when it's connecting, it boosts the signal strength. So 1/4 watt might be passive, and then when you dial up or you receive, and however far, if you got a weak signal, if you're far from a tower, it also boosts the strength. So it's not always a 1/4 watt either. So you're wrong.
No, it's a
A
quarter
quarter watt
That's
is
the peak
never
power.
passive, first of all.
If I'm not using my phone, it's just in a neutral mode. It can receive messages or text or whatever. But when I'm connecting with the tower, when I make a phone call and I'm connecting, it boosts the signal strength.
Yep, to a quarter watt.
You don't know? No, a 1/4 watt. So you're saying it never goes above a 1/4 watt?
No, because you
None
have your
since
phone when you're
1987.
Yeah, you have your phone, right? You make phone calls with it. If you're holding it up to your head, the screen is off because that's how smartphones work these days. The amount of talk time that you get and the battery consumption, because you know how big your battery is in your phone because you can look that up. You can figure out how much power your phone is using. It's going to be about 1 watt, and the rest of that is going to the applications processor, the CPU, the baseband processor, the thing that controls the radio signals, and the transmitter itself. If there was more than a watt being consumed there, you'd have a case, but that's not what's actually happening.
There's a connection. When you make the connection, the initial connection, and when you're receiving a call, it boosts the strength a lot. Because
to a quarter watt.
Okay, when I used to get a call, I had a clock radio by my bed, and I had an old flip phone. And it was a Motorola flip phone. And before I would hear the ringer, I could hear the speaker on my phone or on my alarm clock. I could hear it vibrate, so I knew there was a call coming. Like a half second, it would go. Bzzz. I would literally hear the speaker vibrating before my phone rang.
Yeah,
So
you must
there's
have that. That's GSM technology does that. The
old
GSM
shit.
phone.
It was an old shit. But what I'm saying is the wattage when you
could do it too if your speaker was terrible.
It boosts your wattage for when you send out a signal to connect with the tower, and when you're receiving, it boosts
to a maximum of a quarter watt.
So your claims are. I don't know what the max is. It could
Yeah, but
temporarily.
Moyak does. He works in the industry.
Yeah. Everybody else has to be wrong, even if they work it.
I mean, Mark made a good point. You know, cell phones weren't ubiquitous. You know, I mean, nobody had them fucking 40 years ago, so or 50 years ago or so. You'd be able to see a pretty obvious correlation between increased brain tumors and the, you know, everybody everywhere having a cell phone. So.
Well, another thing is that the medical industry had some time to catch up too. In the late 80s, early 90s, they really ramped up their cancer detection capabilities. So there's going to be some ramp up there in the numbers, but that's still before nearly all of the population even had a cell phone. It was only for Wall Street and California execs.
See, my point being, if it only penetrates, let's say, a ½ inch into your tissue, right? And everyone's skull is thicker than a ½ of an inch. So anything within a ½ inch of the phone, a ½ inch from the surface of your skin inward, is subjected to getting cancer.
Is subjected to being irradiated. You still have yet to show the link between RF irradiation and cancer formation.
Well, there's an increase. It's just like people getting the magic sauce have higher rates of autism. Since 1970, it was almost unheard of. And then every year since then, it keeps going up.
So great. So we have another Wakefield component.
You could draw a correlation and say, wait, why is this going up? And then you have communities that don't take the secret sauce, like Amish people, and they don't have autism in their communities. It's like unheard of. It's like the same as the 1970s America. It's a very rare thing, like maybe 1 in 200,000.
I mean,
the thing is that since Wakefield, there have been studies conducted over people that have vaccinations and not vaccinations, and they don't have the kind of correlation that you're suggesting that they have.
We don't.
There's also the amount of diagnosis, like in the Amish community. I don't know how many autism tests are given. Autism is a spectrum, and a lot of people just are considered weird.
Right.
In the olden days, you were a weirdo.
You have level 10 autism, where someone's just drooling on themselves, and then you have a level 9, a level 8, and then you have functional autism. You have high functioning autism.
Right. So most of those will go undiagnosed in the Amish community, except for the level 10 shit.
Or the level 5, or it's like, yeah, he's a little bit off. Like, the thing is, they don't have that. They don't have the kids that are a little bit off like that in the same rate as the overall community.
Really?
But are they getting extensive testing the same way? Like there's people who don't even need to be tested for stuff like that.
We could use the most extreme
example. I mean, how many Amish people are getting tested for all this stuff like that?
Let's use the most extreme case, the people that are non-functional, right? The person drooling on themselves, non-functional. That would be, in their communities, pretty much maybe 1 in 250,000, maybe. It'd be almost unheard of. Whereas in the normal community, even the level 10, is you can see, if you plot it out on a chart, like from 1970 until now, you could see this perfect increase in the rates of autism, and it coincides. I mean, you could draw the distinction and say, oh, well, it's perfectly harmless. That's just a correlation, is not causation. It's a pretty obvious correlation, and the increase in autism. Like,
and as I mentioned, since Wakefield, studies have been conducted amongst communities that are vaccinated against versus communities that are not vaccinated.
Dude, you can use another word. You don't have to use that word. Can you use another word?
Okay. All right. Well, they showed no such correlation that you're suggesting that they have.
I think there's only 300,000 Amish people, so by your estimates, only one of them is drooling on themselves. I don't know if there's
and
a
even
big
then,
enough.
what do you think the likelihood is that they're going to take them to an accredited psychologist to get
Right.
a diagnosis versus just not do that, given that, well, they're Amish?
Is it just a coincidence that globe earthers are the ones that tend to defend, like, cell phones radiation's not a problem, and the things that they're injecting in people don't cause autism? Is just like, is it just a coincidence that you guys just defend all, like, just cuck to all of this stuff, no matter what?
It's
about what we can find evidence for.
There's no evidence for this.
It's not that RF is completely unharmful. It's just that we recognize the properties of non-ionizing radiation, as majority of the issues would be due to uneven heating, inability to dissipate excessive heat in body tissue, because it's not ionizing enough to actually damage DNA.
Oh, and if we're trying to work on this autism topic through its logical conclusion, let's just think about this for a second. If there's an injection that causes autism, you would find that the brain, in order to have been affected in such a way to where autism had to form, would have to have more frequent occurrences of like memory loss, dementia, other mental deficiencies, not just autism. You would expect rampant issues in other categories because autism is very specific.
Well, that's generally people that have autism also have learning disabilities. I mean, there's a whole spectrum. The chemicals they're pumping into these kids. It's like beyond testing on lab rats. It's horrific what they're doing. The experimentation. There's thousands of different chemicals that cause all kinds of things. Some of them cause more mental retardation. Some of them cause other emotional issues, social issues. There are like the rare kind of savant situations where the person has sort of some major deficiency in one category, but then they kind of also have like a savant quality in another. But what you just said is the case. There's all kinds of other deleterious effects that are
right. Memory loss, dementia, other kinds of mental defects that are extremely debilitating. They would be of a much higher frequency than any amount of autism in any population.
Isn't aluminum a known factor in people getting dementia?
Adjuvants. Dude, please do your research. Aluminum in its elemental form as part of another molecule is not the same thing as aluminum,
I
the metal.
Sodium chloride is salt. I understand that. There shouldn't be any mercury in or aluminum or formaldehyde.
Okay, formaldehyde isn't even a thing anymore. So the mercury in an atom, in a molecule, is not the same thing and has none of the same properties as mercury, the metal.
Sure about that? You said with sodium and salt. Or
sodium chloride and salt. I get that. H2O is hydrogen and oxygen, but it's actually water. I get that.
Right.
But some of the things that
so then there being a mercury, there being a mercury atom in a molecule doesn't mean that what they're being injected with is mercury.
That's like the argument. What is the acceptable amount of rat droppings in your food? How much would you?
No,
how
it's
much
not
is
at all like that argument. Don't even try it.
Not at all. So there's an acceptable amount of toxins.
You just
that's like saying how much chlorine would you like injected into your veins when you get saline?
Well, there's chlorine in your tap.
A bucket of fries.
There's
I would like a bucket of fries
water.
amount of chlorine.
Well, why is anyone injecting mercury into anyone ever?
The same reason why people are injecting chlorine in them when they eat French fries, like you're saying.
What?
What about fluoride?
You're salt, you're eating chlorine.
Fluoride is a neurotoxin. How much fluoride is acceptable in the drinking water?
You don't inject anything when you eat fries. I don't know.
Yeah, no, injecting.
I was referring to when you're injected with sterile saline.
That's better.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's right to inject the body with anything ever. That's not the way nature created the body, is to bypass the skin and bypass the digestive system and put a needle in your arm. That whole thing is unnatural. It's demented to even do that. To do it at all.
Leukemia patients need it though.
I don't. I mean, yeah, if it's nature's course to kill someone because they're bleeding out, but giving them a transfusion would unnaturally keep them alive.
You know what's funny? He was concerned about one rat dropping in, let's say, 100 pounds of processed food or whatever it is. Like, he was more triggered with that than injecting people with toxins like soft metals and toxic shit.
I know that I was part of this conversation, and I know you were here too, but it seems you didn't listen. If I have a molecule that has a mercury atom in it, it would be completely unrelated to say that I got injected with mercury itself.
Is this like saying that saline is toxic, like was stated a second ago? Because
so what are you trying to? You're just trying to make a theory based on atoms that if it's linked to something else, it's not mercury anymore.
No, that's the principle.
The observation that chemical compounds don't necessarily behave like their constituent atom.
So you're saying sodium fluoride is not fluoride?
It's not chlorine.
Yeah, and you're saying sodium chloride is not sodium metal either.
It's not chlorine, it's not sodium, it's salt.
Cyanide's good for you, I guess.
Sodium fluoride is good for you. So go eat some toothpaste and come back to us.
Well,
you know what's sad, Ron?
Hold on, he said sodium fluoride? No, sodium chloride.
Sodium fluoride.
Oh, Jesus.
And I said amygdalin.
Arsenic.
I said tomato.
Potato,
What's that,
tomato.
No, I was just gonna say what's even more sad about this is that there's like parents that will defend, you know, the V's, giving them to their children, and then their children have autism, and then they're still defending that the V's didn't give them the autism. It's like amazing. It's like they're just literally poisoning their children and being like, it's like they're like poisoning and ruining their children's lives, and then being like, I'm not poisoning and ruining my children's life. It's all good. The autism must have come from something else. It's like it's beyond.
My cousin
because the data available, as I mentioned in this conversation,
available
is that it's been done because the data available in this conversation that we were all a part of, that I already mentioned, is that since Wakefield, there hasn't been a correlation shown since then in studies that are like more than 12 people, because of course that's the largest study he did, right? To draw this correlation to autism is completely baseless.
Why are they exempt? Why are they exempt from litigation?
You guys, I just want to say, since we're doing this topic, please use code words, I guess, and try not to use any. I mean, unless we're supposed to not talk about it, but please just. And I'm looking at you, Grim, in particular. I mean, I'm just saying, if we're gonna, I don't really.
I'm just leaving links from like PubMed and shit, right? It talks very clearly about, aluminum is an experimentally demonstrated neurotoxin, and also the most commonly used vaccine adjuvant. So,
and you used the word first time. That's why I said I'm looking at you. You're very bad at using code words.
It's a link from PubMed. I'm not even giving an opinion. It's just a straight up, regular.
Yeah, but dude, your entire server got shut down, you said, for posting something that was a mainstream thing. It's not how they work. They're not evaluating whether they think it's whatever. They just wipe channels because of the keywords, and their algorithms pick up on it. So just don't use the words, and at least, or we should just not talk about it at all. I don't know, but
I mean, obviously we're speaking in terms that we all understand what we're talking about, but don't say the actual word because you jeopardize Geo's server. So
yeah, I hear you.
Yeah, but I mean, you do see the validity in what's been stated about, like I said, saline being fine to put in your body, but chlorine being extremely deadly, but it also being a constituent, a part of what is in the saline. It's just not.
We're talking sodium fluoride. Sodium fluoride. It's just like that particular element or that compound is dangerous. It's known to be dangerous, and there shouldn't be anyone.
Salt.
There's
salt,
no sodium fluoride.
Salicylic acid, dude.
Okay, yeah, sure. But the sodium chloride
it's
is
like fluorine, symbol F. It's a chemical element, atomic number 9. It's the lightest of halogens. F2 is how you'd write it when it's formed diatomically. It's the most negative element and mean electronically. I'm just kidding. It's extremely reactive. Handling takes great care, but you can find it in the stars, and the traces are rare. It has a single stable isotope, fluorine-19. It's where polytetrafluoroethylene comes from, Teflon. No, I just memorized the Wikipedia page and put it in a rhyme so I could memorize it.
Sounds like a song, dude.
Yeah,
Teflon.
it's
sick. I love
that's another good example of something we use that's got something in it that we probably don't want in our bodies, except we use it all the time.
Or hydrogen.
Yeah, well, they make stadium roofs out of it and shit. It's
Get them stainless steel pans, dude.
Waste product from smelting aluminum. A terrible smelting accident. Yes.
Hydrogen is extremely flammable.
Water systems.
Mike.
It's also found naturally in water systems and water supplies.
Yeah, but not hydrofluorosilicic acid is never found naturally in anything. That's what they put in the tap water. That's not what's found naturally. See, that's the trick. That's a watch the hand trick. You get to
which
say,
form is a natural form?
well, regular fluorine gets bound to other, in its ore form, it's bound It's covalent bonds are all tied up. It's not highly reactive, but in its new fresh hydrofluorosilicic acid form or whatever that they put into the tap water, it's not the case. It's ready to be it's highly reactive. It's highly corrosive.
They put it in they put it in things like Xanax and certain kind of antidepressants and stuff.
Wow.
Anyway, the point is, Ron, the point that we were making though is the difference between something being independent from a,
I did know.
Went around. We already talked about that. I'm just saying, sodium fluoride. Yes, it's a compound. It's toxic. It's toxic to your brain, dude.
Okay, but we were talking about sodium chloride because we were making a distinction from.
No, that's the salt, not fluoride with an F.
Yeah, I know. But the point that I think was trying to be made was the difference between something being the molecular or being a compound of something else and being made up of
papers on the actual compounds you're talking about. So the sideswipe doesn't matter.
No,
yeah,
we're not talking. We weren't talking about that.
What an aluminum adjuvant? A paper on aluminum adjuvants is not about aluminum adjuvants. You know what I mean? Or because they have papers on thimerosal, right? Which is not mercury particularly, but the papers are on thimerosal and they don't look pretty either.
Any type of metal, like soft metals like that, do not belong in your bloodstream.
Sodium is in your bloodstream.
Sodium's a soft metal.
Yeah, sodium's in there.
Okay.
Iron is definitely in there.
But is it mixed
Potassium
with
is a soft
chlorine?
metal and it's
Sodium
essential
chloride.
for muscle function.
Sodium chloride is table salt.
Yeah, but your body uses the sodium. Yeah.
Your body has
Right,
sodium
you use
ions.
copper, you use
Body also
iron,
has
but it's not in
potassium
your
ions.
bloodstream. It's not
Yes,
injected
iron
in
is
your
the
bloodstream.
bloodstream as heme.
If someone took iron, or if they took straight up soft metals like lithium or whatever and injected into your body cannot process them in your bloodstream. If it's naturally made by your bloodstream, like
Cereal
even
contains
copper.
literal iron flakes.
Yeah, so it contains copper.
They're not right. They're not. You're not bioly available either. Those microflakes and the corn flakes. It's not like your body's going to use that.
Essentials, and then you have how much thimerosal is a good amount. How much aluminum is a good amount. Like it's like the rat droppings in the food. Like how much do you want to accept? I would accept 0. That's my tolerance. 0 fluoride in my water. I don't drink tap water anymore.
Yeah, I mean, there's a reason we're born with like our skin and the mucosa and our digestive tract and our intestines and all the membranes in our body, because we're designed to consume things and our body's designed to detoxify them. But we're not born with a little pouch with a needle, that we're supposed to then inject ourselves with. So that whole thing is just it's like a shortcut, injecting things directly in the body. And there's something called this phase 1 and phase 2 of these two different enzyme systems that your body uses to detoxify something. So if you were to drink like a poison, for example, your body's going to use the phase 1 and phase 2 enzymes to break it down and send it to the liver, the kidneys, et cetera, to be detoxified. But when you just shoot something into the bloodstream, it completely bypasses that entire system. So now you just have something floating that your body can't handle it the way that.
Why would that be the case? Your blood goes through your liver on circulation.
Yeah. That and
phase 1 and phase 2
if all injections are bad, then it has to be that the leukemia patients that we have today, they'll all be gone.
The phase 1 and phase 2 enzyme systems, they're like dominoes. They have to all fall in order. So if you just inject it, then it can't do their work. That's why people have so much poisoning problems with consuming or having injections and things that contain these metals and that last in the body for years and years and cause all kinds of chronic problems.
Yeah, cumulative.
And, the U.S. government admitted to putting cancer in the secret sauce that they were giving the people in the army. And my dad and his best friend both died of cancer, and they were both in the army together. So I think there is a correlation, and they admitted to doing this. They admitted to doing this in the 70s too. And that's when they were in the
What
army.
do you mean putting cancer in? Cancer is your own cells.
They were putting cancer.
How do you do that?
You don't put cancer in the injection.
Cancer's not a substance.
It's not a substance.
Correct.
No, yeah, you can put tumorous cells from, let's say, a green monkey in an SV40 vaccine. Whoops, and give 150 million people, you know.
Yeah, I'm just muting you, dude. I think you're doing it on purpose at this point.
Yeah.
You're done. He's a Glober that like wants to get the channel shut down. It's really weird, but yeah, you're muted, Grim.
I think he's a saboteur. Yeah.
Yeah, he does it on purpose, and it's obvious what he just did. Whoops, it's so obvious, man.
You know, I would have known if he was. I know, because I'm a saboteur, so I would have known all about all the other saboteurs.
He's been
at least you play by the rules, Coach. So you're not as toxic as that guy. Like he's purposely saying that shit like 3 times in a row.
I'm not sure if he did it on purpose, but regardless,
maybe we should move along. This topic's too nasty. Let's move along.
You want to hear some good news though? I have a what you would call a fake. I don't know how you would say this without giving it away, but let's just say I made it myself. And it's not like a trading card, but it is a card that is required to verify that you've gotten punched in the arm a couple times. And
really?
Yeah, and I've used it successfully today.
So you didn't actually how come you didn't get the secret sauce? Why are you not getting it? Why get the fake card and not just get injected?
I never was too compelled to.
So you think there might be something, and here's the thing, like why should any group be exempt from litigation? Like if you were harmed, if you could prove harm, why should they be exempt? It's like there's only one industry that's exempt from this.
I forget what the reasoning for that was, but
they have a method of redress. So the government mandates the vaccines as long as they didn't do malfeasance. I'm sorry, as long as they didn't do a malfeasance in their creation process, then they should not be bound.
I think we should probably move on because they keep stepping on that same word, dude, on purpose, I think.
There's actually a video on this topic if anybody's cared to, if everybody's interested in going further in the court itself and why it exists. There's actually a full video on that.
Anyway.
So, I mean, that claim is false.
Let's move on. Too many people have no self-control and they keep blurting out the word, but we said specifically, please don't use that word because it's
come on.
It's a trigger. It's a trigger word. What do you mean, dude? I know the ice wall was shut down 3 times for talking about that shit.
Yeah, I think we're probably sort of playing with fire to even discuss it at all. So
yeah, let's move on. Let's move on.
So, how about that airline food?
Hey, did you guys hear? I've been telling people this. I've been telling people this shit, dude. But it's the truth. You know, in California, where Gio's from, by the way.
I'm not from California, but I've lived
here. Well, where are you from?
I grew up in Michigan.
Okay, I didn't know that. I thought you always lived there. Either way, though, it doesn't matter. It's where he lives right now. I don't know if I should be telling everybody that, but regardless, in his state, they now classify bees as fish. That's how backwards their state is, dude. Bees are now officially fish, legally in California.
Oh, Gio's from my state, man. We're from the same state. We're both from Michigan.
So what is the story on that, Kosha?
It's for preserving them and making them endangered and stuff, and the department that was trying to legally classify them as that, they're only, I think, responsible for things that live in I forget exactly what the wording was, but
the fish and game department,
something like that. And but the thing is that they had to be aquatic animals or something like that. And so like that counts as fish or crustaceans or mollusks or something like that. And
there's a zebra mussel in the Great Lakes that's not supposed to be there, and it's fucking up the whole ecosystem.
A zebra?
Zebra mussel. Like, yeah, there is like things that are not supposed to be in that environment.
Yeah, they came in. Yeah, they came in from China and they worked their way up the coastal waterways into the rivers, and they've made their
I
way
think
all the way into the Great Lakes.
what I've heard is the ships that were coming from Asia, they have ballast, like seawater ballast, and they were dumping it in the Great Lakes and contaminating. They were putting that in there. It wasn't like they just hitched a ride. I don't know if it was intentional. There's also a carp, like an Asian carp, that's eating all the game fish, like walleye, perch, and all the game fish. That's a big industry in the Great Lakes, like fishing tourism, and it's eating them. And when they're in a little larva state, it's devouring all of them. So the fish numbers of the game fish are going down.
Well, dude, we don't live in Australia, dude. We should be able to. We can take care of these fucking fish and mussels and shit. You know what I mean?
Now, when they're mixed in, though, when they get into a habitat that they're not really made for, they could really fuck up the ecosystem pretty bad.
If I lived in Michigan, dude, we wouldn't be even talking about that shit. They'd be gone.
There are zebra mussel problems even in Texas.
Really?
Hey, man, shut the hell up. Shut the hell up, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the Great Lakes is far away from the Gulf, dude. The Gulf of Mexico, that's way far down there.
Yeah. You said we have these in Texas, too.
It's all over the place.
Yeah.
There goes my argument.
It almost, you know what? It probably was introduced. There's also a fish called a snakehead fish. It's a real ugly ass fish, and I think people were getting them at the pet store and then releasing them, and that's causing some shit too in the Great Lakes.
That's mostly down in Florida.
You got them too? I heard even pythons. People were letting pythons go. Like you get them at the pet store and they let them go in Florida. Like, where are these pythons coming from? What the hell?
Snakeheads be a problem because they get like 12 feet long and they eat anything.
Little dogs,
so, yeah,
people with
little
little dogs
in the wild, and it would be their own. They'll kill the whole ecosystem.
Yeah,
it's not native.
I was just thinking on cassowaries yesterday, and they really are fascinating creatures. But they live these solitary lives where they're very aggressive towards each other, but they're actually very necessary for it. We forget to look at some animals like that where they seem like they're kind of a nuisance, like to people, but they're extremely necessary because they swallow fruit whole a lot, and so for the actual migrating of plant life, like certain fruits and stuff like that, it's like they're extremely necessary in that ecosystem.
What animal eats whole fruit? Eats the fruit whole?
The cassowary. It's like a kind of a smaller emu, or maybe a larger, scarier peacock. They're very dangerous. Supposedly Australians are afraid of them.
I wouldn't think a peacock is not dangerous.
Me, so.
Like an ostrich, the ostrich and an emu are kind of like a big.
You see that GIF right there?
Yeah, cassowary will fuck you up, dude.
They got the claws at 5-6 inches, on their feet or whatever, and it'll chase you going 30 miles per hour and just fucking claw, like stab you in the back with its fucking 5-inch claws. Yeah. I did make a bet that I could fight one in hand-to-hand combat, but someone's got to set it up. I know for a fact I could take but there's a fucking bird, dude. Australians will lose a war against birds, but a bird's not gonna ruin my day.
You know who does that too, dude? Kangaroos do the same thing when they hit you with their feet, and they got some nasty feet that they can cut you with. Their bottom, their hind legs.
I think there's a video of a fight between a cassowary and a kangaroo.
You know what they do? They try to hit you in the balls too. They kick you in the groin.
Cassowaries will they've killed somebody because they basically attacked him and slit his throat with their feet. It looks like fucking retard. If you actually see them fight you, although their beaks are very strong and they have because they've evolved to have these shells on their head because they eat this fruit whole, and so they wait for apples and things like that to fall sometimes, or bigger fruit, and so they have this helmet on their head, but they use that when they're attacking people and shit. So Also, the male cassowary are the ones that actually stay with the eggs. They stay with the eggs and they nurture the children. The women don't do anything. They just fucking leave and they travel.
Hey, did you guys? What was your? I was watching my crypto and I didn't really hear your explanation. Like why was that MythBusters experiment with the gun? Hold on a second.
Say what again?
Hold on a second. I was going to say, Coach, I'm glad you're studying the Cassoway in preparation for this big fight. I think this could go viral pay-per-view.
Yeah, dude, it's going to be a very easy fight, dude. First of all, they're not packing. Like, people would think they're kind of like dinosaurs, like velociraptors, but velociraptors' strength is in numbers and that kind of shit. But cassowaries are like octopuses, where they're very independent.
Yeah, if there's a lot of them, they'll independently kick your ass.
Doesn't take too many, man. You get one of them, he could cut you.
Yeah, but I'm a man, so it's like I understand that it's a bird and stuff like that, but we're men, dude.
And he's gonna kick you in the manhood, dude. That's where they go for.
If you let him.
Oh, I'm saying if you get too close, that he could sneak up and kick you in the cock, dude, and like do damage.
Like this guy's going at him with like a wall.
That's what the kangaroos do. That same thing. They have that same nasty move that kick you, and they got stronger legs. The kangaroos got those big, strong legs.
Right. So you were asking about this thing. Actually, there's a better example. That's actually the worst one. Where why doesn't the bullet take a curved path? Well, we wouldn't really expect it to, because once the bullet leaves the barrel, there's nothing else pushing it except for the Magnuson effect, and the Magnuson effect is not high enough in order to do that.
But you're saying
there's really no expectation that should happen.
The machine that they built that has it has a pivot point. You're saying the pivot point does not represent the Earth, because the Earth has a central axis that it spins on, which is a pivot point. So it would be the same type of motion. If it was rotating, it would be the same rotation.
It's not really a pivot. It's a torque, isn't it?
Well, I'm saying if he said the conservation of momentum doesn't apply because it's rotating off of a pivot point, the machine they built has a pivot. The Earth has a pivot. It's doing the same thing. It's rotating with a pivot down the axis. So it would be the same type of rotational motion as the Earth allegedly has.
What it's conserving is the tangential velocity at the point at which he left the thing that's rotating. That part is what's conserved. So in the case of this gun swinging around a pivot point, what was conserved was just the lateral motion of the end of the barrel. The bullet, as it left, would then just take a straight line path from that point on. It's not expected to wrap around something in front of you.
You're not inducing any momentum by moving it like that?
You already gave it momentum. It just happens to be that when it left the barrel, what it's doing is it's going in a straight line after that.
Same thing with the Coriolis thing. If the Earth was spinning in the same manner from a pivot, it would have the same thing. It would be negated. So in one case, it's not negated, and in the other case, it's something that's real to you. Like Coriolis is a real thing.
There are two different things being described here. The bullet that's leaving the gun there, it's following a straight path after it left, and it's significantly farther from its point of that it's pivoting around. If it were something like on the Earth, we don't actually have an example like that in this gun example. This is totally different.
The arm is the Earth, right? The arm is the outer crust of the Earth, and it's rotating allegedly. So you're saying it's imparting momentum on whatever's on the Earth, but it's on the crust of the Earth. It's all being subjected to momentum. But in this case, it's not.
Right. If there was something pulling on the bullet, and as it's in the gun, the bullet would move less than a millimeter away from where it started and then end up back in the same spot.
So
that's the scale in this particular example, is that the bullet is not following the same kind of path.
if I made a robot that was like a lawnmower blade and it's rotating at 1,000 miles per hour and it fires a bullet, you're saying it's not gonna impart any momentum on it?
It does.
You're saying at speed
the bullet as it left is following a straight path. There's no reason for the path that.
What about the conservation of the momentum from the 1,000 mile per hour speed, the rotation of the lawnmower blade? Like, if I'm making it spin at 1,000 miles per hour, why doesn't it have that drift? Why isn't it curving? It should have a drift. It should carry that energy, that 1,000 mile per hour energy in that direction. It should carry over, according to you.
No, not according to me. It shouldn't follow a curved path because once an object is ejected from something, it has no reason to change which direction it's going mid-flight unless there's another force acting on it.
But the force was applied to it from the spinning, because that's, you're saying what the Coriolis is doing that same effect, though. The Earth does it with its rotation, but you can't reproduce it in a model like this.
You can, but the point is that the bullet, there's no reason during its flight after it has already been ejected for a force to be acting on it to push it to change its path after it left.
Is she not applying?
You would put some force on. You'd put some force on the bullet before it left. That's great.
Yeah.
But after it left, if there's nothing changing its direction, it will continue to go straight.
But she put this force on it by cocking the gun and swinging it, and it's putting force. It's putting the energy into it that's horizontal to the path. But it's all, as soon as it comes out the barrel, you don't see that drift. It's not drifting at all. It just goes straight. Like,
yeah,
there's
it's not supposed to change direction unless something is pushing it.
So all that energy that you put into swinging it, it's negated.
No, it's not negated. It conserved the velocity, the tangential velocity of the motion, but it didn't. There's no reason for it to change direction after it's ejected. So this is like one of the basic laws of motion is it will continue on that path unless something is going to change that path. If the bullet left the gun, there's nothing out